what molecules it's in his brain are the same as are in my brain. But they're not the same, right? They're not the same thing.
So you're appealing now to just like ignorance of neurology.
No, I'm talking about so you think that his synapses are all arranged in a line and all the biochemicals?
I have no idea because I have no idea
Yeah,
because like science knows pretty much jack shit about neurology. It's like the thing about the body we know the least of.
Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, fuck you.
I'm not a materialist, to be clear. I'm just telling you what a materialist would say. What a materialist would say is they are whatever, like when you say something is true, the truth in that statement is relative to like the external reality around you. So when you say, this pencil is red, that comports to the fact that the material that pencil is made up of, radiates that wavelength of light.
How can the concept of truth even exist at all? That's the point.
I'm literally telling you what it is.
No,
it is how it comports to reality. That's
a test of truth. Okay?
No,
that's a test of whether something is true or not. Whether it comports to reality or not, or is a test of truth. It's not how does the concept exist at all in a materialistic worldview. Because it has to have physical quantities, right? Energy,
truth is
matter,
reality. Truth is reality. Just reality is truth. Like it. So like baseline, fundamental. Like I think that's where we're hanging up.
Okay.
Here.
Like no, the hang up is the brain. The mind is independent of the brain. You don't think
that's your belief.
Okay. You don't think it is. Okay.
I haven't given you my personal belief. I'm just like steel manning for materialism right now.
It's not my belief, and I just demonstrated why it's not a belief.
Oh, you
because
didn't.
I have the concept of truth, and because I do, I know that the mind is independent of the brain. Because my brain
there's no
and your
demonstration
brain
there
both
that
have a concept of
truth,
right? And they're not physically the same. They're not some physically identical
thing. We don't know that.
That means this concept. Do you know that?
No, we don't.
We don't know that. Well, I mean, what do you want me to do? Snip a bunch of fucking glue, alter my brain chemistry, and then fucking prove it to you that I still have the concept of truth? And that
just no one. Like there is no one on this planet that can like make any statement about like the neurology of two people and how like close they are.
You do functional MRI.
Shit. And all an MRI tells you is just like roughly the brain activity. That doesn't tell you like what's actually happening. It doesn't
functional
tell you.
MRI.
Yes, functional MRI is just showing brain activity.
Yes,
it's not categorizing brain activity. It's not like describing brain activity. It's literally just a heat map. Yeah, that tells you nothing.
It tells you about blood flow, right?
So
blood's flowing to the front of your brain when they say the word truth, and it's flowing to the back of my brain when I say the word truth.
Okay, but that doesn't mean that
they're not physically the same.
No, that is not a rational conclusion at all from that. So this is like saying, I don't even know would be a great a good analogy for this.
So let me get this right. Blood flow to different places of the body does not mean they're different. It means they could still possibly be physically the same. So when blood flows my pinky and I get a hard on my pinky and not my penis, it means that's actually the same fucking thing. You're just an absurdist at this point. Like,
I think you just have a very poor understanding of this. I'll give you an example. Let's say I have like 2 gymnasiums full of people, right? And they're there's something that's like suggested to all these people in the gymnasium. And then in like one gymnasium, a ton of people like go to the doors, and the other one, they all go to like the benches. But that doesn't mean that like there's not someone in both gyms that are both in the back right corner, right? It like just because you are looking at these generalities in this entire system doesn't tell you anything about the specifics inside that system. You're looking at overall patterns. You're not looking at like what is actually happening inside. When you're saying like, oh, think of this thing, right? And in one person you have like a bunch of activity in this part of the brain and a bunch of activity, and another person has a bunch of activity in a different part of the brain. Doesn't mean that like there's not actually some similar or same clump of neurons somewhere inside the brain that is actually functioning the same, right?
Okay,
or having the same outcome.
Relationship relationship between the word, right? Because this is actually how they do, like, when they do neurosurgery. They actually ask them things to make sure they're in the right part of the fucking brain.
Yeah, I know.
So they ask them a question. They'll say, we taught you a bunch of, like, these 10 words at the beginning. So I'm going to say them back to you again. And they'll say, like, cat. And their reply will be like, dog. And they'll take an electrode and they'll look for fucking neural activity. And they get a cause and effect relationship between that person making some utterance, right? And them getting an electrical signal. So yes, we can get
in a general part of the brain is what I'm getting at.
I mean, they're pretty fucking specific.
Not really. It's not down to the neuron.
Not down at the fucking atomic level, but listen.
Nowhere close.
Yeah, that's great. Nowhere close. The point is that structurally, okay, there's no fucking... listen, dude, you know goddamn well. Just being argumentative.
No, not at all.
There's no truth neuron fucking thing. Okay, I don't even know what you call it.
There doesn't have to be.
Truth neuron structure.
Sure, nor does there have to be. There is no, like, one true fucking, like, chimpanzee, right? There's no, like, one perfect chimpanzee, right? But we can categorize as chimpanzees, just like how, like, this concept of truth, right? It might not be the exact same function inside every single person's brain, but the outcome, the outcome is good enough, right? The outcome is similar enough to where it's all categorized.
Good enough, man. It's always comes down to good
well,
enough.
No, because that's how, like, functionally we define concepts as humans. Concepts are categories. They are not, like, absolutes. When you think of a fucking giraffe, there is no, like, perfect giraffe fucking, like, definition.
You are a Platonist. I knew it. It just fell off.
No, I'm saying I'm okay. Show me the perfect giraffe. Show me the perfect.
They're all perfect giraffes because that's what a giraffe is.
Okay, well then all people's brains having concept of truths are all perfect.
Analogous.
Goddamn right.
Okay, so materialism is still perfectly fine here. I like this.
There's no analog to truth in the physical world. That can be weighed, measured, fucking in any way, shape, or form. Like
whatever is comporting to the reality around you.
What are you talking about? That's an external reference, dude. Like, why do you keep saying
from a human mindset? Yes, because humans, like, inherently would be, like, observing reality. Okay. They are not reality.
Let's just keep this real. So gold, right? Like I say, here's a gold ring. That's a particular arrangement of atoms in some geometric form, right? That has some thing in the
external
world.
Reality, yeah.
Yeah, it has a physical form, right? And I can weigh it, measure it, analyze it.
All these things are truths of that object, yeah.
X-ray crystallography to figure out its fucking atomic structure, right? So I can do all this shit to it. I can't do that with truth. It exists independent of the physical world.
Describing.
The concept itself exists independent of the physical fucking world, dude.
Not in a materialist framework. In a materialist framework,
materialism is wrong.
It's synonymous with reality. All that you're saying is, if something is true, is that something is in reality.
No, I'm not talking about you have. I don't know if you have brain damage, man. I really think
no, I think you just, like, fundamentally,
I think
I'm talking about the concept in the mind of truth. The one that exists in the mind, not whether the evaluation of truth, or whether something is actually true in the physical world.
Okay.
In our minds, we have a concept.
In our minds, I think we have a concept.
Okay. So in the mind, in a materialist worldview, right? The mind is a product of the materialist material reactions, interactions within the brain. Right? So truth in that materialist framework would be how the parts of the brain materially function.
Yeah, that's great.
That's it. The concept when we say the concept of truth is nothing but some interaction of neurons.
But there's no material configuration that represents fucking truth, dude. That's the point. That's why it's
Are you saying identically in every human?
Period.
I don't know what you're getting at when you just say period.
Okay, what I'm getting at is there's no material configuration of atoms, molecules, fucking cells, whatever.
You've said this like
That
12 times.
isn't that is a emulation that like let's put it this way. Let's say I'm fucking God and I can fucking arrange all the molecules and atoms in any fucking configuration I want. I can't arrange that shit so that truth comes out. Or the concept of truth just spills out into fucking somewhere. In a fucking nebulous mind that doesn't, because it's in a mind somewhere. This mind thing, like where is it? Like where does it exist at?
Yeah. So in a materialist framework, in a materialist framework, the mind is just like the product of all these materialistic interactions. So any thought, any concept, right, is also just a product of materialistic interactions, including truth. Truth is the product of materialistic interactions.
That is, listen. I know that's their claim. It's untenable, and I'm demonstrating it's untenable claim.
Okay, I don't see any reason to believe it's completely untenable.
I just gave you an example.
Just a little bit untenable.
You didn't.
Yeah, I said if I was God and I could arrange a bunch of atoms and molecules and
shit, that's just you repeating it.
Is existing in the world, right, and which creates a mind, I couldn't actually create one. I couldn't create the fucking idea of truth.
Why not?
You can do that is just making shit up.
You're just repeating your belief. All you're just saying is you can't do it because you can't do it.
You can't do it because there's not a fucking shred of evidence that you can. And no one can even propose any fucking plausible idea of how that would even fallacy. Work. Okay, come up with an idea then.
I don't have to.
How would it even work?
I'm not God. I have no idea. But the point is,
let me ask you this. Are all things true?
No. Wait, pause. No, I'm not saying that either. I'm saying that you cannot write off an idea as impossible, right? By just saying, well, you haven't demonstrated that it's true.
There's no evidence it's even remotely plausible, much less possible.
Okay, the same thing is true about every other fucking worldview.
Oh,
this idea of a metaphysical mind, the idea of a metaphysical mind has not been like able to be like, you know, have any evidentiary basis for it either.
There's no evidence for a metaphysical mind?
Inherently, yes. Like, metaphysical things are objectively, like, impossible to demonstrate. Because, like, the entire framework of metaphysical means that it is beyond physical. So there's no way you could physically demonstrate any means of something metaphysical.
So doesn't the very existence of them prove that it's not materialistic possible?
We don't know that they exist, period. They're concepts.
How are we talking about them?
Because we have concepts. And again, in a materialist framework, it's simply just more actions of like shit inside your head.
Like, where did those come from, though?
What do you mean came from?
Yeah, where did they come from? These metaphysical, non-corporeal fucking concepts. Where did they come from?
What do you mean come from?
So let me guess. Physical world created non-physical things.
No. There's no non-physical things in a materialist universe. The whole point is that, like, when you are saying, "Oh, I have a mind, I have these concepts," right? Okay, all of these things don't actually exist, like, externally. They are simply how this thing called a brain is experiencing these changes inside of it. It results in consciousness. It results in sentience. It results in having these concepts.
Yeah, cool.
How do you have sentience in a world where you actually can't trust your own mind?
So
I don't think the two are relevant, but
so check this out. So you're saying that the material world gives rise to an immaterial world?
No,
well, it has to. Because where else does metaphysics come from?
No, it doesn't exist, period. The meta...
It doesn't exist. Then what are we talking about? We're talking about something that doesn't exist? How are we talking about it then?
We can talk about plenty of things that don't exist. We can talk about Bob the Builder. Bob the Builder doesn't exist.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he does.
No, he doesn't.
He exists as a concept.
He doesn't exist in the real world.
Then how did you find out about Bob the Builder even say them to us?
Yeah, it's a concept. It's a framework. It is something that was made up. Yeah, exactly. It was made up.
Yes. They wrote it down in a bunch of pieces of paper.
Yes. So it only exists in this framework, in like our experience. However you want to phrase it.
What's that?
Yeah. So again, in a materialist framework, all of this is a product of just the interaction of all of these individual things.
It's irrational. Okay, it demonstrates it's
Same
irrational.
thing to argue that the metaphysics is true.
The fact that that's fine.
It defies
Well, how do you
reason
even
because
have
it's metaphysical.
metaphysics come from a physical world?
It doesn't come. It doesn't exist. It doesn't actually exist. It is simply how these little things, right? These atoms over here are interacting with these other atoms, and in this bigger interaction thing we call the brain, right? And how all these little interaction things just like creates this experience for the thing of
the
these
existent
concepts.
material world,
but it doesn't actually exist.
Things that don't exist.
No, it's not creating.
No,
anything.
dude. Like you said, metaphysics.
Okay.
Hold on.
You are
no.
You
said metaphysics don't exist. No, you said metaphysics don't exist.
In a materialistic universe, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So fine. So in this materialistic universe, the materialistic universe can create things that don't exist.
No, it's not creating anything.
And how are we talking about it?
Hold up, dude.
All of it would still be little fucking things.
Hold on, really quick, Ariel. Metaphysics literally, meta means above. Like metaphysics literally means above the physical.
Yes, so, I know.
Yeah,
not in the physical world.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, we understand that.
That's been established. Yeah.
We understand that. The point is that if everything is physical, anything that is we consider not physical or non-existent or abstract or conceptual had to be created.
No, you have a fundamental failure of understanding here. So in a materialistic system, concepts do not externally exist. They do not exist in some metaphysical sense. They do not.
Where do they exist then?
They exist merely as the interaction of fucking particles inside a brain. The interaction of particles inside a brain is allowing for the brain itself, right?
But hold on, the metaphysics aren't part of these particles. Are they a property of the particles?
The metaphysics doesn't exist. It is non-existent. It is non-existent in this world. Concepts do not exist.
Man. It doesn't make sense.
In a materialist framework, it does because all of this is simply interaction of particles. That's all this is at a fundamental level. There is no higher level
there is no free will. There is
no free will. There is no fucking metaphysics. There's no metaphysical concepts or frameworks or nothing. All of it is just particles interacting with each other. Now, in this particular way that the particles interacting in this big thing called the brain, right? The brain has all of this shit going on where it quote unquote thinks, which is really just more particles interacting, right? Of these concepts, which are just more particles interacting within this big thing made of particles. That's all it is. It's all just particle interactions, and that's it. There is no metaphysical, actual external shit being made. There is no metaphysics, period.
But listen, that means metaphysics have to be a property of the physical world.
Oh my fucking God.
No, listen. It has to be a property. The delusion of metaphysics. Let's call it that then. The delusion of metaphysics has to be a property of the physical world.
No, it is an interaction in the material world.
Yeah, okay. Interaction, property, what's the fucking difference, dude? It's a property of the interaction.
One is saying,
right?
Okay, that's being very
well, I mean, something causes a delusion, right?
If yes, okay, by this framework, sure, yes, the interaction of these things results in, for the rest of the interactions of the thing, to quote unquote think, which again, thinking is just particles interacting, right?
Yeah, I get
that these concepts exist, but at the end, right? After all is said and done, after we have said all of this shit, there has been no metaphysical things actually created. There is no like anything beyond these particles interacting. It is solely particles interacting.
Okay, that's fine. I'm disputing that anything was not created. Okay? Because you have particles interacting, right? Cause, effect. Effect is mind. Right? So some physical process happened.
No.
Created this thing called mind.
No, the mind has not been made. No, the mind.
Are you going to say minds don't exist? Is that the next
mind, one? In a materialist framework, the mind is a construct of all of these things interacting. It does not actually exist. It is simply a byproduct.
So minds don't exist.
It's the same thing in a materialist like framework. Minds are a byproduct of these interactions.
What is apprehending its own non-existence?
Just like how erosion is a byproduct of water flowing.
So let me get this right. A materialist is going to tell me that he's using his mind to apprehend its own non-existence.
Yep.
You know how fucking stupid that shit is?
Pretty much.
Hey, I have a question about that.
I don't agree with
that. So epically stupid. It actually fucking makes my ball shrivel.
Bro. Yeah. We're getting to the reason why like I don't believe in materialism. I do think that it's like completely like regressive garbage at the end of the day. But it is like there's no way to like
it's irrational,
absolutely.
Though. But it's irrational. It's completely irrational.
I don't know if it's entirely irrational. I think it's insanely like regressive and like it just kind of aids, to be honest. I don't want the brain rot that I need to fucking believe it.
All in one.
Yeah. Yeah, I would need like insane amounts of brain rot to like dive down the fucking materialist rabbit hole.
Like the brain's the only real thing, like your mind, like the rot part of your mind, fucking that don't even exist.
Why have you been arguing about it for the last?
Because he's saying that it's like because he's saying that it's like false, and that's what I don't agree with. Like if we could like prove materialism wrong, then we would have done it a long time ago.
Materialism was ridiculous, but you've been arguing about it.
Yes. Do you understand the concept of a steel man? Do you know what steel manning is?
Yeah, steel man that's fucking a bunch of psychopaths. Congratulations.
I'm saying how this idea of like materialism is wrong, and like there is the like metaphysical and all of this which you believe. I'm saying like you can believe that, that's fine, but it's not like a fact. Like materialism has not been like absolutely proven to be like false. There are reasons to not believe it, right? But that's different than like having a like absolute truth statement about whether or not it is
real. So I get where you're going.
One more thing. So these physical processes, how were they apprehended in the first place? What did that?
What do you mean? What did that?
The thing that doesn't exist. The thing that doesn't exist for physical processes, which do exist. It fucking makes no sense.
I've lost you. I don't know what you're asking.
Okay, so. The people, the materialists that think everything is the result of physical processes.
Yes.
Including the mind and the brain and logic and reason and metaphysics and all that shit. Those delusions or whatever the fuck things that don't actually exist apprehended the physical reality that these processes, which do exist. It's fucking stupid on space, dude. Meaning it comprehended it, right?
Internally,
the thing that doesn't exist comprehended something that does exist. That's fucking stupid. Okay?
So internally, the system like is valid. It's just like fucking brain AIDS.
Dude, no, it's not.
Which is why I don't ascribe to it.
It can't possibly be valid because you can't say something doesn't exist and then use that thing that doesn't exist to conclude that very thing.
What? No, that's not what's happening.
Yes, it is, because, listen, they're saying physical processes is a concept, right?
So when we're talking about something like
the interactions of the physical world, how did you determine those things exist in the first place, right? We use something, the mind, and logic and reason.
It's a precept at the end of the day, just like every other fucking worldview. It comes down to like a handful of precepts.
He's done.
Yeah, fucking.
Well, no, it's just like it's a brute fact about fucking reality. Like, name a worldview that doesn't have some fundamental like precept.
Well, I mean, yeah, you gotta have.
They don't exist. Literally, like basically every worldview has some. You can call it an axioms, like whatever terminology you want to use. Like technically, there's differences, but whatever. Long story short, there's like these ground truths, these ground like foundations for basically every worldview. So materialists, like the world being material solely, is one of those foundational beliefs. It's not something that they are like coming to like through reason after.
I mean, saying it's a foundational belief, but they're claiming the thing that has the foundational belief doesn't even exist in the first fucking place.
Yeah, so well, again, that's when we get into all the fucking brain aids of.
No, it's just.
Well, this is philosophy, dude.
No,
philosophy
it's not even a philosophy. It's just some dude being an asshole. That's all it is.
Unfortunately, I wish you were right.
Fucking contrarian asshole.
No. Unfortunately, I wish you were right, but like, genuinely, there are philosophers on this
That
who have developed
talk about it.
No, like they've developed their full argumentation for why their materialist framework is valid and how all these apparent inconsistencies aren't actually inconsistencies.
But
and
you
all
think
this
they
shit.
actually believe it? Or they're just talking like there's
it's a crazy LARP for like 50 years to write about something you don't actually believe.
Dude,
I wish I could LARP that long, dude.
Dude, the long troll, man. The long fucking troll. It exists.
Yeah, I mean, to become like, one of the top in your field on this shit and like be able to debate it all and like have all this understanding and refute others who are trying to like discredit you or whatever, like show that your shit's wrong for 50 fucking years as a LARP, like that's impressive. Like, give that man a medal for gaslight of the century.
This could be someone with obsessive compulsive disorder, oppositional defiant disorder, all summed up in one person.
Maybe give him a medal.
I mean, all that shit's just concepts too. Like they claim those don't exist. Why even write a book about it if all that shit?
Well, no, they don't argue. Okay.
Why even
materialists
do it,
don't say that the concepts don't?
Because none of that shit exists.
Materialists don't argue that concepts don't like exist. They argue that they exist like materially. So there's not actually some like metaphysical. There's no like metaphysical existence to like a thought, for example.
Hey,
it is an entirely
processes caused some fucking mind to exist, and then that mind looked back at the physical processes and said, "Hey, I'm just the result of these physical processes." That is by definition self-conscious.
Yep.
Well, it's from a materialist perspective. That's just matter. That's just matter interacting with more matter.
Yeah, but the matter interacting with more matter caused the matter to say, "Hey, I'm matter."
Yes, so matter interact with matter, which then led to electrical impulses to push a diaphragm to, resonate vocal cords at a certain frequency to make an utterance to, cause sound waves to vibrate a certain amount. Yes, that's how a materialist would see it. There's nothing beyond that. It's purely a physical interaction. Purely physical, like molecules just doing shit.
Remind me of like the scene from Cobra. I don't mess with psychos.
I mean, I agree with you again. I think it's brain aids, but most of philosophy.
Brain aids would be like an understatement of the fucking year, man.
Okay, well, there's a lot of other systems that are also about this retarded.
Dude, that's just so stupid. I'm sorry, everybody, that we actually had to talk about that for that long. It's fucking. No.
It's definitely like lowered the fucking IQ of the room.
Is that over now?
Yes,
yeah, I think it is.
You guys could have interrupted and told me to shut the fuck up anytime you want, dude.
Yeah, it would have been so much better.
It sounded like you guys were having fun, so.
I mean, fun in the sense is like,
too stubborn.
I hit myself in the hammer. It felt so good when I stopped.
Might as well keep going, dude.
I thought I was convinced that you were actually arguing for it.
No.
I knew he was trying. He was trying to steal Mander's
unironically, genuinely rather fucking kill myself than be a materialist. But
well,
I mean, if you were a materialist, you should probably just kill yourself anyway, right? I mean, isn't that like a logical conclusion of that?
Yeah, because it
that's what I'm saying, dude. If it's just matter, like, why does it matter? You see what I did there? God, it's so fucking cringe. I want to kill myself.
I don't know how these people run around the world, man. How they still breathe and shit, man. I don't get it. What these people need? They need to be like picked up in a helicopter and just like dropped off on the African savannah. See how far they're
the old fucking commie.
But see what you think about your fucking philosophy and that this is all just an illusion. Fucking that your fucking brain doesn't even really exist or something. See what you think about it when you see a pack of fucking hyenas.
Yeah, see what the lion says about your philosophy.
Philosophers taste good.
The lion says.
Anyway, in other news, what about that flat Earth?
Pretty flat.
Is the Earth flat, Timbo? I think you're the right person to ask.
Of course it is.
See, guys, Timbo cleared it up for us, guys.
Yeah. It's over. Close down the server.
It's done. The long 10-year discussion's over.
At least the comic version, is it?
It was been over. We're actually just here giving everyone the good news.
Spreading the founding, right?
Well, they can, stop imagining that Elon Musk is gonna fly them to Mars and save everybody.
Why not? I like to go to Mars.
He's gonna grow.
What would actually happen though in that scenario?
Well, you get Matt Damon up there. You can grow some potatoes. It'll be fine.
Yeah,
I know. I think I proposed this question before, but I mean, if they offer a bunch of flat earthers like Indio, maybe Timbo, maybe Old Hostrid, Heretic,
not getting on their fucking rocket.
Come to the spacecraft. We're going to take you to the ISS, and you can end this discussion once and for all. You taking that ride?
Hell no.
Why not?
Oh, okay.
I'll go.
What about you? You afraid you end up like that teacher?
Hey, let me ask you this.
Challenger?
Let me ask you this. Elon Musk believes in space. Has he ever been on one of his rockets? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yes.
Yeah.
He got more shit to do, dude.
If he won't go on his rocket, I'm not going on his rocket.
He has better shit to do than get on a
Yeah, bullshit. Better shit than what? To get blown up?
And none of his rockets are blowing up with people in them.
Yeah.
That convenient.
Yeah, sure.
I don't really think it's about convenience. I think it's about human rating something so that the failure rate is incredibly low. It's not about. It's very different than driving. Dude, driving a car is just like, oh, I'll grab a different set of keys on my way to work today, right?
Okay.
Getting in a fucking rocket and flying is like, there's hundreds of millions of dollars for like a development, and then you got probably like $100 million for the rocket and the pod and all that shit. You have the months and months of training. You have all of like the physical demands that it puts on his body, and the dude's like 50 something now. He's not like a spry young 30-year-old ready to undergo. William Shatner went on. William Shatner went on a fucking straight down rocket flight for like barely puts like 2 G's on your body. Going to space in a fucking SpaceX rocket's like 3.5 or 4.
Dude, I go for that.
Listen, first of all, he was gonna fight fucking Mark Zuckerberg, so he's in good shape because you got to be in good shape to fight that nerd.
It's a little different.
He knows Taekwondo. Yeah, I know it's a little different.
Taking punches is different than experiencing 4 times your body weight for like 5 minutes straight.
It's not a big deal, man.
I tell that to fucking fighter pilots, dude.
52. Damn.
Yeah.
There's a reason why fighter pilots are not doing like 5G maneuvers the entire time they're flying their fucking plane.
They can take 9 Gs, by the way.
For like 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, because they'll pass out. But if they could keep the blood out of their legs and in their head, they would be able to take it longer.
No. Like, they already have the compression suits. That the compression suits are what lets them do like 4 to 5 Gs sustained for like, a few minutes or so.
Yeah. What I'm saying is if the pressure suits were more effective, right? Let's say we did this, right? We drilled a hole in their fucking skull and stuck a fucking IV so that then when they go in 0 Gs, their fucking blood was still going to their brain. They could take 9 Gs, 10 Gs, probably 20 fucking Gs. They're not. The body's just not going to fucking fall apart. Point.
You gotta like it is when you're doing 10 Gs.
It's like distributed and shit.
Dude, 10 Gs on a normal person, that's like 2,000 pounds.
And they're also laying down, right? So they're laying down.
No, they're sitting.
Yeah, they're laying down, man.
On a rocket, it
reclined.
Depends. Yeah, it's reclined. Yeah. Yeah, but every part of your body weighs 10 times more on like 10 Gs. Your finger weighs like a pound. Your whole body weighs like half as much as the whole car. Like, it's a insane amount of force that is like your organs are experiencing. Your heart is like barely able to pump, even though you're lying down. The physical muscles are like...
what these astronauts look like? I mean, you're trying to sell me a fucking lemon, bro.
Astronauts aren't pulling 10 Gs.
Okay.
Pulling like 3.
Elon Musk is tougher than fucking Don Pettit?
I think these astronauts have spent years of their life training. And Elon, if you've seen any photos of him in the last few years, has not been doing as much training. Got a bit of a belly, you know.
Thought he got rid of that shit.
Nah, I mean a little better, but like 2 years ago, dude, he had like a full-on dad bod.
Well, he is a dad with like 6 kids. So.
Yeah, more, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm sure it's...
fortunately, actually.
For whom?
For the kids, dude. I mean, good on him, but like, I don't know if I'd want to be his kid. As much as I like, I don't know. I like to LARP on here as like Elon Musk fanboy because it pisses people off. I would not want to be his kid though. Like the amount of shit you'd have to go through being Elon Musk's kid. Like I do not envy.
Yeah, imagine that name. Imagine spelling your name all the time.
I think most of
that one kid
don't even have his last name. I think they have his mother's last name.
XAE-12.
What the fuck?
Whatever the fuck. Ash.
Is that like a fucking math equation? Like, what the fuck is that shit?
that's how they fucking named his kid with that singer.
So, Matt Nuker, you think they'd stick flat earthers on a rocket and blow them up?
No.
No, I don't think they would want to blow you guys up.
No one would get on the next rocket.
I don't think they would. I mean, I doubt they'd take you up there. I mean, if I ever became as rich as Elon Musk, I'd definitely do it. But
the reality is, like, at some point in the future, rocket flight will probably become fairly regular.
Yep. It's amazing what you
and
guys
that's the
believe.
Thing. I wonder. That's going to be
You're saying the same shit they said in the '60s. You know that, right? You really realize that, right? You're saying the exact same shit they were saying in the '60s.
Significant. I mean,
so the issue was.
Dude, I swear to God.
Wait, hold on. What they wanted
table in 1971, and they'd be having the same conversation.
What they wanted in the '70s was possible. The issue is politics. So, like the space shuttle. The reason why like Apollo we stopped sending shit to the moon, was because Apollo was ungodly expensive, right? It was over $1 billion a launch. NASA, before Apollo ever got close to fucking finishing, already started work on the space shuttle, and the space shuttle was supposed to be a very cheap, quick turnaround vehicle, right? Reusable, etc. And Congress was like, no, it has to be able to deploy big-ass military satellites, like SpySats, right? And if it can't do that, we're not funding it. So that's how that's the quick and dirty version of how we got the space shuttle that we ended up with, which was horribly unsafe, and it cost more per launch than the Apollo.
It was a helium-filled frickin' fuel tank. Yeah.
No.
Big fuel tank.
So loud. No. Yeah, that's why it was covered in ice. That's why you could visibly see.
Oh my gosh, dude!
Cryogenic fuel.
The NASA roll program. It couldn't fly right side up if it wanted to. It had to fly upside down because the thing was a freaking helium.
There's no right side up or upside down, quote unquote, in space.
Holy shit, dude!
Yeah,
watch it.
He's
as
right,
soon as it takes off, it turns upside down.
Yes,
because
to align its axes.
What? Wait a minute.
That's about like navigation. That's not about a necessity.
Dude, it couldn't freaking.
Are you talking about the limb?
If it wanted to.
No, he's talking about the space shuttle. When it takes off, it rolls. It's about what was it? 30 seconds into flight. It rolls to align its roll axis with its orbital inclination of 37 degrees.
Because it must. The same reason why
it doesn't have to.
They didn't launch.
It's not a necessity.
More than 2 miles an hour wind, because it would get blown sideways.
Just objectively not true.
It's true. When they ejected that frickin' big center frickin' fuel tank, it floated. for freaking they did one rotation around the freaking globe apparently, and they come back around and the thing's still floating. It's supposed to be 85,000 pounds of steel, and it's still floating after one freaking rotation around the globe.
That's not true.
Don't even freaking
that's not true. That's not true.
Yeah. So this is just patently false. Yeah. So let's. We'll do a quick rundown.
That's why they need so much helium. Believe it.
Okay, buddy. So this is actually how it fucking worked. With the space shuttle, you had the external tank. When they were a few hundred meters per second away from achieving orbital speed, right? That is when they would run out of fuel for the main engines, which is what's inside that big orange tank. They then eject the orange tank and they use what's called the Ohms thrusters, which are the two small pods on the rear of the shuttle, right? The little fucking nodules, the bumps next to the rear fins and shit, right? Hold on, buddy. Hold on, buddy. I'm almost done. Please.
Can you guys please stop talking over each other?
Thank you. I'm just trying to explain.
Let the man finish, dude.
So they burn the ohms. Bro. They burn. Okay, I'm gonna mute these two fucking trolls. They burn the ohms fuel, right? And they actually get into orbit. The tank is on a suborbital trajectory. It does not ever achieve orbital speed. So all the photos you see of the tank, right, where it's in space with them, is right after they ejected it, before they've fully burned the fucking Ohms thrusters and put themselves into orbit. That tank is coming down, like, on that orbit. It does not have the speed to stay in space. Period. Like, they never see it again. They don't come around on the next orbit and it's chilling there, like, fucking below them. That bitch is gone. That bitch has crashed into the fucking Pacific, or the remnants of it.
Okay, so why is it floating still for, like, freaking after they do one orbit? They're still taking pictures of it.
It's not.
Oh my
gosh, they're taking pictures of it right after they let go of it.
No.
Yes.
After they do one freaking rotation, the thing is still floating. And I know people have seen the same thing I've seen. Dude, it's 85,000 pounds empty, they say.
And it falls down because it hasn't reached orbital speed.
It's floating.
Go, guys, one at a time.
You understand. There is a speed difference.
Is not always the best tool.
There is a speed difference of 300 meters a second, orbital speed, right? Between that, even if it somehow stayed in orbit, right? Which it can't because it's not going fast enough. Even if it did, the shuttle is at a higher fucking orbit, right? Its orbital period is longer, and it's going faster. So I have no idea how you think orbital mechanics works, but it's not like they come around on the next orbit and they're just going to be chilling next to the tank. Like, best case, they're like 50 kilometers away from it, and they're moving like 300, a whole Mach.
Dude, I don't know if you've ever seen the video. It's literally floating.
Okay, show me a single photo of them. Sure, show me a single photo of them coming around and photographing the tank, of them approaching it and then passing it.
You actually believe that they turn the space shuttle upside down and fly upside down because they want to?
I didn't say because they want to. No, it's about they align.
It's filled with helium. It's a helium-filled magic. Okay, dude. Okay.
Yeah, this is just.
You can believe whatever you want, dude.
Okay. So then, question: Why is the shuttle? Why does the shuttle? Why? Okay. Why did the shuttle?
Holy shit!
Why do no other spacecraft do this?
Dude,
why do no other spacecraft have this external tank that they have to align?
Dude, the other rockets were freaking helium-filled magic strokes too. Have you ever seen one come apart? It's just have you ever seen a rocket?
Yeah, a massive ass explosion. Yeah,
on the freaking launch pad, literally just fall apart.
They go boom, dude.
No, it was freaking. Yes. It's just like a balloon falling apart.
Have you seen the video of the Falcon 9 that blew up on the launch pad? Have you seen the Falcon 9 that blew up on the launch pad? Have you seen how massive a fucking fireball that thing made?
Dude,
that was not a little bit of fuel.
I'm talking about just shit where it's just falling apart, dude. It's falling apart, and you can clearly tell it's blew up. Cloth. Like it's
I think you haven't actually seen rocket fail.
Lord, you just
So
dude, I know what you're talking to now, but you guys are delusional. You're delusional about rockets.
You literally think that they're filling fucking helium in these things. I think you're the one that's more delusional.
Oh my god, dude. Okay. Cool. You believe in the little frickin' David Copperfield frickin' show where you watch the launch.
I just understand the fundamental physics
behind
this.
You watch a launch for 10 minutes.
There's no shot that something that big.
You're cutting out, bro.
How fast do you think they're going?
Your mic is like actual dog shit.
It's really bad.
Anyway.
Okay. Like, how fast do you think they're going?
The amount of helium. Fucking fast.
They're going on takeoff.
Oh, it's even worse. Takeoff is 0. They're starting from 0 because it's on the ground, not moving.
How fast? Like 5 minutes after they going up? Or are they going after 5 minutes?
It depends on the rocket. For something like Falcon 9, they're going like, I think it's about 3,000 kilometers an hour-ish.
I'm talking about the shuttle.
I can go get the shuttle's performance because that's pretty well publicized.
Okay, you literally watch it. The people on the freaking launch, they're sitting like, what, 20 miles away? They're watching it for like 10 minutes, dude. They're saying
it takes about 10 minutes to get to orbit. Yeah.
Okay, but they're watching it from a ground position. If that thing was pushing the speeds they're talking about, it'd be gone in freaking seconds, dude.
Here's the other thing. It's also very high up. Which, fun fact,
dude, it's a balloon.
Right? When things are really high,
it's upside down.
When things are really high, right?
See it anymore.
Okay, so that's why they tracked it with like basically
you can't
ground
see it anymore. Then it switches. It'll switch to freaking Narnia. To the Narnia camera, just poof.
Yeah, so that's why the cameras on board align with the ground observations.
You guys,
right?
Hey, that's fine. You believe in Narnia. It's all good.
It's just we watch both from the ground and from the onboard cameras the same thing on the same time.
You think it?
How am I delusional?
You think it goes from a pressurized system to a non-pressurized to a vacuum?
I think it flows. I think it goes through a gradient. I think it goes through. Okay. I think it goes through a pressure change, just like how when you're diving. When you're doing deep sea diving, right? You're not like going from like high pressure to like extremely high pressure and like some fucking line in the water.
Crap, dude.
It's a continuous gradient.
From one to the other. The pressurized system would all go into the freaking non-pressurized where there's freaking
now we're going back to this fucking retardation.
Okay, dude. It's all good. You believe in space. It's all good. It's just
it makes perfect sense, yeah.
Yeah. Believe. Believe.
So is that the response then? Just believe it, man. All you want. That's the response.
For the record, about 30 seconds into flight, space shuttle's going like 750 feet per second.
I can go faster than that.
Faster than the speed of imagination.
Yep. Again, though, it just kind of, you guys are saying like, nuh-uh.
Well, I mean, just saying it. You know, it's called Hitchin's razor. What can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence, right?
Except there's evidence. So
yeah, I mean,
yeah, there's a speedometer on it, right?
Oh, we also could just observe it from the ground.
Yeah, because you can look at something and go, "That's going."
Yeah, for like 10 minutes. Like 10 minutes, because it's going so fast. You can watch it for 10 freaking minutes, dude. Are you kidding me?
I really think you don't understand. Ironically, how much I hear this fucking flat earthers, I don't think you understand how perspective works.
Have you seen an F-15 fly by, like doing like?
An F-15 is not 200 kilometers away from me.
Not even Mach 1, dude. They're freaking. They're gone in freaking seconds, dude.
Yeah,
okay, but dude, you shouldn't be able to watch it for like.
And it's 200 kilometers away from me. It's a lot. It's a lot slower.
Dude, the speeds they're saying the space shuttle's freaking pushing. Once they freaking get up to where once they're going, like, dude, it should be gone. It should be gone. It's a freaking magic trick.
It's just not how this works. No.
Trick. Why the hell do you think they need so much helium, dude? Why do you think they need so much helium?
Helium on the fucking shuttle.
Dude,
the only helium that's used on the shuttle.
Dude, that's why it's freaking not even moving because it's freaking magic trick, dude.
The only thing in the space shuttle
with a big flamethrower.
Okay, buddy, you've said this 5 times.
You believe whatever you want.
Stop interruption. Like, what's with paraplegic interrupting the fuck out of Ariel? Holy shit.
That's actually the other way around, quite honestly.
Not even close to the other.
The dude has repeated like 7 times in 5 seconds. So it's magic trick. Anyway. The only fucking helium on the entire space shuttle is in the RS-25s, the engines, the big boy engines on the bottom of the fucking orbiter, and it's used as a sealant to prevent the fucking helium from leaking over in the turbopump assembly. That is literally the only place in this. Well, okay, and I think there's some used in the coolant system in the radiators. Okay,
yeah,
those are the 2 places on the entire fucking thing that there's helium, and there ain't much of it.
And you know this how?
It's publicly available documentation on the RS-25 and on the cooling system.
Man, well, they said it must be a fact. It must be a fact that they said it.
Yeah, when we have all of the blueprints for all of this shit,
did you take the thing that was safe and effective too? Because they fucking told you. Damn, dude.
All of this is like, okay. I hope to God you guys understand the engineering behind this. Like, when you have publicly available engineering documentation, other people, other engineers, private citizens, can look at that information, right? Mm-hmm. Can analyze it for themselves and go, yeah, that seems about right. That seems like it'd work.
Yeah, so
and plenty of other turbopump assemblies, like what was made for the RS-25, actually developed for the RS-25, have been used successfully in both other commercial and like research rocket engines. So there's a fucking liquid fuel rocket engine at my university that used it.
So why don't someone just make their own
shuttle?
They
have. The Soviets did it. The Soviets literally copy-pasted the fucking shuttle.
Bullshit, you just made that shit up, bro.
No, go look up the Buran.
I'm well aware of what they did.
Uh-huh. Yeah, see, they basically copy-pasted the shuttle.
Between paraplegic and us and you is that we lived through the propaganda and we know what they said at the time.
Yeah, that's great.
You don't. Yeah. You have no idea what they said at the time.
That's fine. So the Buran is literally a
you have no idea.
And the biggest thing is also the shuttle kind of just sucks ass. It's not really worth copying. The Soviets did it for propaganda, and then never flew it again because it was
now also you're reading their minds. Fucking crazy.
Well, no, it just literally it's that fucking.
The cameras got so good they can zoom into their freaking little magic trick and see how slow it's actually taking off. You can see how slow it's actually taking off. Just watch it. Even the rocket that went to the freaking moon. Watch that thing taking off, dude. That's a magic trick too. It's going very slow. It's rising very slow.
It weighs a metric
fuck ton. Balloon. Because it's a balloon. They tell you it weighs that much, but it's a balloon. Well, it's a magic trick, dude. It's the same crap you guys believe that shit lands tail. You think shit lands tail first. You think shit lands tail first too. It's all good, man. You believe what you want. It's all good.
Yeah, see, you say things like all the specs are public. So all the Apollo specs are public. People have analyzed them. People said this shit can't possibly work.
And and those people are retarded.
Who said that? Like
the people that look through like
one person is Xavier Pascal. He's a PhD computer scientist. He analyzed.
Yeah, that's great. That does not tell me.
Scientist? Yeah. I'm trying
not
to
get materials
there. If you keep interrupting me, how the fuck can I tell you?
How about you give me like the best example, and not one that's like shit?
Forever. I'll just mute you forever instead. I'll just do that instead. So since I can talk now, and you're not fucking muting me by talking over me, it's just like you're muting paraplegic by talking over him. So real simple. There's a wiring diagram for the rope memory, and according to the wiring diagram, it shorts itself when it's read out, which would erase the memory. Okay, so people have looked at this shit. Oh, the camera can't do what it says it could do. Oh, it can't take pictures in vacuum with the film, they said. How do we know this? Oh, we fucking put the fucking film in goddamn vacuum. See what happens. Can't create the fucking same image. This shit has been tested. You guys just say it's a conspiracy theory.
What film was put in vacuum? We're saying it's a conspiracy theory? Wait.
Well, no. He said that all the public available information, people look at the documentation, and they would whistle blow if it didn't work. Yeah, people have whistle blown, and y'all ignore the people that whistle blow.
So what film was put in a vacuum?
I'll
and
show
also,
you.
why is a computer science guy talking about rockets not being able to land?
No, it's about the memory, the AGC, the Apollo guidance computer.
So not about it landing, then, right?
What are you? No, who was talking about it landing?
He's not even listening.
Try to keep up, dude. Just try to keep up, okay? He said that this official. I can't believe I have to repeat myself for the third fucking time.
Is it possible he's wrong?
Who?
The guy you were bringing up, the computer science guy.
No, because
No,
it's not wrong because I can read a wiring diagram.
So, one guy says this. But
No,
he's definitely not
no.
wrong.
NASA said it. NASA said this is how we wired it.
No. What I'm saying is one guy who says, "Oh, hey, it would completely wipe itself and not
All
work."
right, here you go. Here's the video. Watch the video in the chat. I got the link. Watch the beginning of it. Watch the rocket fall apart into pieces. It's made of fabric. Just watch it. Watch the damn link. If you can't just freaking watch it and just, learn a little something from freaking someone who's probably twice your age. I don't know how old you are. I'm 54. But you can just, just watch a little video, learn a little something from an old guy.
Have you ever seen a corn silo collapse?
Holy shit, dude. Yep, I've seen it. It's freaking awesome when they're freaking sitting there just banging it out. Okay, well, dude, just look at it. It's fabric coming apart.
It's
fabric. It's not. Holy shit, dude.
Your fucking username checks out. You know that, Tard Force?
Dude, are you kidding me? Are you watching it? It's a fabric, dude.
Okay, now we're off the Apollo computer thing. So that was about to get good.
Yeah. Well, he wants to talk about rockets.
I posted a link in the chat. To the Apollo computer thing. It's diagrams, all the shit from fucking NASA.
Earlier, Ariel said that it's all public knowledge. There you go, and anyone could just look at it and analyze it and tell for yourself. Well, that's exactly what Indio's saying, and now you're denying exactly the same comparison.
You're saying he looks like a corn silo. Do corn silos just float in the air, like a big freaking piece of hot air balloon, just whoosh? Floating in the frickin' air. Is that what frickin' corn sides do? That are made of frickin' brick and metal? Do they float in the air like a ripped hot air balloon?
The taking off of the space shuttle at 2 minutes 40.
Dude, I'm talking about the video I just showed you of a rocket.
That's what I'm just.
One of your rockets just coming apart and then floating around like frickin' almost like paper mache or something. It's hilarious, dude. Holy crap, dude! You don't see the piece just
cool.
No, he isn't actually watching. He isn't listening to you.
Dude,
he isn't watching what you're saying. He's just fucking here to
dude,
start shit.
If you can't watch it and realize that shit's
When you watch
crap.
that, shut the fuck up. Okay? Real simple. Shut the fuck up until you watch it. If you're not going to actually participate, then just shut up. You're going to just play pretend. So, okay, you watched it, so you're going to address it? So talk to Bear Pleacher.
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to ask him exactly at what part, because I'm looking at the first part, where it looks like the fucking pieces are falling down. And yeah, it looks just like a grain silo collapse. Where fucking sheets of scrap metal fall and then
one piece that's dude, okay.
Where is it floating? I don't see where anything is floating.
Holy crap, dude.
Where in the video you see it floating?
The wind is literally it's blowing the one piece. Oh, holy! If you think
that shit is
that's solid, holy crap!
Yeah, nobody claimed the rocket is solid fucking metal. Who in the world claimed the rocket is solid metal?
Is it fabric?
No.
you realize metal can be malleable too, right? Like,
well, hold on. The same thing is anybody that has ever. Yes, I have watched this entire video, including the retarded part where they just bring in.
Okay,
like
and there's your center tank, and you keep watching it. The center tank is floating. That center tank is floating for over 45 minutes. There's your 85,000 pound steel center tank floating, not plummeting. It's still there when they come back around, dude.
Where is it floating? At what second is it floating in the video? That way we can take a look at the same shit. Because I'm looking at bouncy castles, I'm taking a look at 3 different types of rockets. What are you exactly referencing in this video?
1 minute 30 seconds. It looks like to me.
At 1 minute 30 seconds, there's your freaking 85,000 pound steel center tank. That's the freaking helium balloon.
Give him the chance to defend himself.
Dude, I literally have just silenced my mic when I'm done speaking.
So if this thing is like up in the air, like really high up in the air, and it's free falling straight down, and people are looking at it directly from below, what would that look like?
This is from above it, right?
Because if one really likes to argue the perspective argument, that's kind of what it would look like if something was free falling directly downwards.
It would be getting bigger, right? Yeah, it would be getting bigger.
Well, again, if you're zooming out at the same rate that it's coming
so
down.
You think they did a dolly zoom when the fucking goddamn fuel tank's about to crash on their fucking head? Yeah, that's plausible. Yeah, that's definitely what they did. I'll buy that for $1.
That's okay. Well, you definitely can't really reference its angular size because the angular.
Dude, do you see the?
Yeah, because they did a dolly zoom, obviously. They did a fucking dolly zoom on the fucking falling fuel tank.
Shuttle museum and shuttle on the launch pad.
Oh my god!
They're 2 different freaking shuttles. It's hilarious.
So whenever we're taking a look at the clouds as a reference frame, it does look that the camera is zooming in and zooming out. So absolutely, dude, you're right. They seem to be doing a dolly zoom. I'm glad you brought that fucking up.
No, a dolly zoom means you move the fucking camera simultaneously.
Okay, then I gotta know about the camera. It looks like they're zooming out at the same time. Again, something that's directly above them. Or at least at a slight angle. Either way, let's reference that first part of that video. Let's go.
How about something that's pushing, it's pushing so much weight that it goes backwards. It goes backwards.
You realize that the rocket...
It goes backwards.
Yeah, you realize the rocket, whenever it starts taking off, they release the suspensions that they have on the motherfucker. So it does start to go down before the thrusters push it fully up.
So let me ask you this. If the person on the ground is filming this, what happened to the fuel tank's sideward momentum? Where'd that go? Why is it falling straight down?
I believe they explained that it stopped its sideward momentum by thrusting
with what,
itself
air
in the belly
brakes?
flop. No, with the actual rocket fuel.
Dude,
the fuel tank didn't have a rocket on it. Sorry.
Pretty sure that's what it showed.
The fuel tank has a rocket on it.
I'm pretty sure that's how they explain.
Yeah, you're just arguing to argue, dude. You're just fucking shut up, dude. Not doing this shit. Just arguing to fucking argue.
Racking up, taking science, rolling onto the proper alignment for the magic trick. Oh, Jesus. Are you kidding me? The thing couldn't fly frickin' right side up if you wanted it to. It's a balloon.
Hey, Tard Force. How did the guy make the Statue of Liberty disappear? Was it Copperfield? That's the guy who made the Statue of Liberty disappear?
Yep.
Copperfield?
Yeah, he made the Statue of Liberty disappear in front of thousands of people.
Don't know, dude. I've gone to David Copperfield shows a few times. Maybe it was David Blaine. I don't know.
No, it's
Copperfield.
Yeah, there's thousands of witnesses. How the fuck they do that?
No clue, dude. Magician never reveals his secrets.
Well, it must actually happen then.
When I was a kid, I used to always watch the rockets go off, and I'd say, "How is that thing frickin' staying so steady?
Like, how come it's not even moving a little bit?
Where?
Like, it was so perfect, and it seemed like it was like slow motion. It's because it's a magic trick, dude. It's not reality.
What?
It's not what it would really look like if you had that much payload, that much freaking weight.
What do you expect?
Sorry.
Do you expect a 50, like, was it how, 100?
Dude,
200,
don't act like you build rockets. Don't act like you know. Don't act like you know about building rockets. I know I don't. I don't know a damn thing about rockets.
Pounds?
But I know when something
You're saying
looks...
you know a damn thing about rockets now. Why are you commenting?
I know when something looks retarded.
It's the same thing that if I look at a cruise, I see
it doesn't act like a bottle rocket.
Anyways, whenever I take a look at like the little boats and they're all getting knocked around, and I take a look at the big boat, like a cruise ship with a ton of mass that isn't being knocked around, and I'm like, let me scale up my little bitty rocket that Grandpa gave me. Because it fucking wobbles all around because it has a mass of fuck all and it's really affected by external forces. And really scale it up to something with a ton of mass and therefore resistance to acceleration and therefore a resistance to jostling, like the shit you're trying to bring up. And I'll wrap my little pea brain around why I don't see that shit vibrating, jiggling back and forth. This 300,000 pound piece of metal in flame.
It's 50,000 pounds.
Because it's not as heavy. It's not as heavy as they say it is. That's nonsense. That's nonsense.
Obviously it is as heavy as it says it is, or else it'd be jostling all around, like I see any little balloon doing. It gets jostled all around by the slight.
Dude, if it was so heavy, don't you think they'd just be like, yeah, launch it 5 miles. They will not launch a 5 mile an hour wind.
No, I said blimp.
5 miles
to and fro
per hour wind.
Yes,
they
I see the big fucking blue air tire fucking blimp that goes over the city that gets jostled around by the wind.
They won't launch on a 5 mile an hour wind day. They will launch on a 5 hour, and you want to know why they make people watch from so far away? So you don't see how silly it would look. Right? Yeah. Sure.
Yeah,
sure. They tell you things like, they tell you, oh, the V5 rocket, oh, it would frickin' shatter this, it would shatter that, it would light the frickin' concrete on fire. They'll tell you all these nonsense stories to scare the crap out of you. So you've got to, dude, holy crap. Have you seen the ones where they actually show the people and they're like taking videos but nobody's cell phones are on? You ever seen those? The fake frickin' launches?
Hold on.
Where they just show all these people and they have all their phones and there's nothing on their screens because it's all freaking a freaking magic show. It's all just people there just paid to be there, dude. The Russian launches, it's freaking hilarious, dude.
Dude, paraplegic. If this guy was in the chat last night hearing like that you've done more stuff when you were 15 years old than he's yet done in his life, and he's saying like what's real and what's not real, it's hilarious to me.
I don't know who Paraplegic is. I don't know his life.
Paraplegic.
Oh,
wait. No, for real. This dude did more shit before he was 15 than you've done yet.
Okay. I highly doubt that, but it's
no,
okay.
I don't.
Dude.
No. But anyways,
we didn't have helicopter parents.
Yeah,
we had parents that would throw us out the helicopter.
Okay, yeah, and my fucking 5-year-old duty was I had a stick with my cousin, and we'd go out and like hit fucking copperheads in order to get blackberries. We'd fill up a 5-gallon bucket with blackberries. So yeah, I wasn't a helicopter parent either.
Respect.
But anyway,
I was raising kids at 15, dude. I was freaking. God,
but anyways, like I was trying to say,
it's all good.
Is it tells me that you've never actually been to these launches because you yourself can go there and see just how loud they are and take your nice little camera and zoom right in on that shit. Not some fucking like iPhone 8, but your nice P1000 if you can get one. To see the taking off of the rockets.
I've got one. That's the reason. The reason I got one is to frickin' prove that the frickin' globe was real. And then I frickin' went and took pictures of Mount St. Helens from frickin' 120 miles away. And frickin' it didn't match. It didn't match the Earth curve calculator. I could see frickin' Rainier out of my frickin' side window. I was taking pictures of Mount St. Helens out of the frickin' front windshield. I'd share them with you, but they're really shaky and shitty, but you could believe whatever you want. I was on I-5 in Washington when I was out at my girlfriend's house.
Okay.
I was at I-5 facing south, almost to Olympia. Almost to Olympia.
How do you know you just didn't like misidentify a cloud like other flat earthers have?
Holy shit, dude! Because you can see the whole freaking mountain. You're only supposed to see the top of the thing, dude. Are you kidding me?
This
You can see
idiot's
it.
talking about
You can see it.
misidentifying
You can see
clouds
it.
after he
You
was like,
can see
listen
it.
to a really loud rocket.
Listen, you
can look
can
at
see
it.
it.
Oh, fast it's
You
going.
can see it. You can see it on just driving in your car. You don't even need a freaking P1000. You can see it when you're driving down I-5. Just ask anybody on a clear day. Mount St. Helens is visible from as far up as halfway to if you're halfway from Federal Way to Olympia. You can see it, and you can see Rainier the whole time on the left side. Rainier, you see it, and dude, you see the whole damn mountain. Like none of it's blocked by any freaking Earth curvature. It's nonsense.
If you say so.
It's nonsense, dude. Yeah, if you say so, dude. You just haven't freaking paid attention. You haven't You trust guys in lab coats. You trust them like they're your priest or something, dude. You gotta stop it. You gotta actually wake up and just think a little.
Do you just preach all the time? I mean, I invite you down here to Corpus Christi.
I'm not letting.
Launches. You can bring your P1000.
Is it handicap accessible?
Yeah.
Ah, shit.
Nah, dude, man.
Can
Corpus Christi's like 8 feet above sea level, dude. You might drown.
Alright, so going back to all the rocket shit from earlier. The rocket falling over, it's literally just a collapsing thin wall metal structure. Thin pieces of metal. Fun fact. Get fucked.
Sorry, how thin?
I'd have to go look up what the Atlas's original wall thickness is, but it is incredibly thin because this was discussion.
That's what
how
you'd
thin?
make your rocket.
Yeah, I'm trying to
out
answer
of.
you, but this other guy's talking.
No, I just want to. Don't worry about the spiel. I just want the number of the gauge of steel.
Yeah, I don't know offhand. I can go find it if you want, but I know that it was fairly thin.
Before you go further into it, we need to know the gauge of steel because I work with steel all the time. So
sure,
I want to know how.
I'll try and find you.
I want to know how
1/64th of something like
in the wind, like it's just sheet. So it doesn't work like that, dude. You've never worked with do you work with sheet metal or anything like that?
I have, yes.
I have too.
Yeah. What gauge?
I don't work in gauge.
He's trying to
It heavily depends on whatever I'm working on.
I can tell
you don't know what
my brain is working in 3 dimensions, not 2.
I can
on
tell
this
you
shit.
that,
So
I can tell you that the fucking grain silos that I've seen collapse and the tin roofs that I've seen get blown off flap around like fucking paper in the wind, dude.
Yeah, 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, and one day at band camp. Is that what you're gonna tell us? Tell us about band camp.
Yeah, have you got that? Have you got the gauge of steel? The thickness of the steel? I'll rephrase it. Thickness of the steel.
yeah, 0.1 to 0.4 inches depending on where on the rocket.
Okay, what's that in millimeters?
2 millimeters roughly to
0.4 of an inch.
0.1 to 0.4, depending on where.
1 to 0.4. So this was on the head. The part that fell off was the cone of the rocket. So what's the thickness?
And it
there?
collapsed at the fuel tank, so more like 0.1.
0.4 is 10 millimeters.
Yeah, exactly. That's really, really thick.
Yes, it didn't collapse at the thickest point, though. It's collapsing at the fuel tank, which is where you have the thinnest.
Even 0.1, what's that? 3 millimeters?
Yeah, 2.5.
Yeah, 3 millimeter stainless steel does not flap around like that.
Except it's a piece like the size of a car.
Yeah,
and it's already been warped and contorted. But it's not being flapped. It's been bent, and then it's broken off, and it's like drifting with the wind a little bit.
And acts like a sheet.
It just got pushed to the side.
It doesn't work like that.
It just got pushed to the side.
Oh my god!
That's
you
all that
the
happens in this video. Yes. So we see the rocket collapse, right? We see a sheet of metal get sheared off, right? We see it's already bent and contorted and twisted. We don't see the shape continuing to twist and contort and bend after it's separated from the rocket. We just see that one.
Okay, you need to watch the video again. It's the first scene on the video. So you'll have to watch the part that falls off the top and contorts and twists like it's a sheet in the wind. All right? When you've watched that again, then you can tell me that I'm not telling the truth. All right?
I've definitely seen what do we call it, 2 millimeter thick steel flap like that.
Where?
Grain silos collapsing.
They're not made out of steel.
Wait.
Not
You're
made out of
talking about
stainless.
the.
They're not made out of stainless steel.
You're talking. Pause. You are talking not.
You fucking pause. Tell me to fucking pause.
God, I'm okay. You're talking about the fairing, right? The top bit of the rocket that comes off.
Yes.
Yes. That is not made of metal.
What's that made out of?
Usually composite. Very thin composite.
Okay,
and the
fair enough.
even earlier fucking like 50s and
That's
60s.
why I was asking.
Okay. I thought you were talking about the body chunks that are coming off.
No, I was talking about the piece that's flapping around in the wind.
Gotcha. Yeah. No, that's the fairing.
Cool.
As for the shit earlier about the Apollo computer, its memory is literally hardwired. You can't fucking wipe it.
Yeah, the sense wire
I don't know.
dude. That's the problem.
I think we've heard enough from this guy. He just fucking makes shit up.
Yeah. I mean, like the link I posted literally has the wiring diagram, and it even has a graphic animation of how it worked. So there's a sense wire to read it, but that sense wire shorts it out when it's activated, which would erase the memory. He's like, yeah, that's not how it works. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
So you're saying the sense wire would like kill itself?
No, the sense wire would erase the memory every time they frickin' activated it.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, you are right because it's undoing the magnetic charge on the coil. That's why it is then re-energized after it has been read to rewrite the same byte back or the same bit. Excuse me.
Yeah, it wasn't writable, dude. They didn't write it in space. They weren't programming the fucking rope memory in space.
No, the rope memory was already programmed, so it's an automatic system where the data is pulled from it. Right, you pulse your sense line, right? You get the response. It then repulses the connecting wire, the second one, to re-energize the coil, right? The fucking loop to recharge the coil to whether it was charged or not. So if it wasn't charged, right, then it would by sensing it, you've charged it. So then you are having to like remove that, and then vice versa. It's an automatic process that was done every time a bit was read.
Yeah, you just
it's not actually wiping its memory.
No, holy
fuck! I can go. Yes,
no,
I read
read.
Oh my god, you guys can.
There's no way you read that whole fucking thing. Stop lying.
The whole time we were talking, I sat here for 15 minutes muted. I had plenty of time to go through all the shit y'all were sending. I watched every video you guys sent.
No, I'm talking about the article I posted. The article.
Yes, I clicked your article, the Aulus.com one. I have it open in my fucking browser right now.
Yeah, but you never read it.
Oh my god.
I think he has a reading speed above that of a like 8th grader.
It's a long article.
I read like 300-page books in an afternoon. I'm a pretty fast reader.
Oh, here we go.
Dude, when I was in New York City recently,
can you like take the quotation where they said they wrote it back? Can you like quote that?
Sure, I can go find you stuff. It's not from your article.
No. Yeah, no. I don't want your imagination shit.
Oh my
God. I want what's in the article.
Hold on,
dude. This is why you were fucking muted. Because you're full of shit. You're a fucking nasty liar, dude.
Hold on. Why would he have to go and quote from the guy that is like refuting what other people are saying?
What other people?
Well, apparently, according to like what NASA claims and how it works in their diagrams, why do I like? Why does he need to like quote directly from?
No,
the guy
he's
as a way. No, can I finish my statement? Please?
No, he's not contradicting NASA. You're mischaracterizing it. He's saying this is what NASA says they did. This is the result.
And he is saying that it doesn't work. So why would he quote from the guy who is saying it doesn't work as a way to try and show that it does work? Please make that make logical sense.
Well, if you saw an equation that said 1 + 1 = 3, you don't need to be an expert to know that doesn't work, right?
Okay, why would he need to go and find a quote in the guy's article saying that it does work when the guy is saying that it doesn't work.
Okay, well, I'll tell you why.
It's like asking to find a quote from the H-man saying that Jews are good people. It's like, well, you know his stance, so you know he's not going to say that. So, like, why would you have me go digging for that quote?
Well, he said, listen, the article has the entire wiring diagram, right? I want to know where in the wiring diagram it says that they're writing back what they erased. Doesn't say that anywhere. Okay? Anywhere. Doesn't say it in the original documentation. Now, he might be able to go find some fucktard after Googling for a fucking hour that says, yes, this guy is all wrong. Well, the thing is, he already believes it. He doesn't even know what the evidence is, but he already believes something happened that he has no evidence for. But he's going to go find it. This is what you clowns always do. You make a statement, then you have to go find the evidence to back your statement up. And you guys freaking throw a Hail Mary and hope and pray you'll actually find it.
Also, what I'm really concerned about is you think
that
change the subject. Article? No, I'm still reading through here. I'm looking. But I see it's mostly diagrams. It's not even a long read.
Yeah, okay. Whatever you say.
What's your
Not a long read. What's it say? What's it say, genius?
Let's read it. Let's read it.
Yeah, you read it. Get back to us. You must be wrong because they said it didn't happen. This guy actually speculates that because it was the Cold War, that they intentionally obfuscated the freaking wiring diagram to hide its true purpose. But there's no way it could have possibly worked.
It must be wrong because it's not a long read either.
No, I'm just laughing at like, oh, it's a super long read. There's no way you read it already.
He didn't.
That whole thing.
He was typing in the chat the whole fucking time, retard.
And this has 14
Dude, like say one more fucking stupid thing and I'm gonna boot you. I swear to God. You're a fucking troll, dude. Your username certainly checks out.
Yeah, Yakubina does this thing where he comes in and then he's just trying to be a contrarian.
That's he's hiding his name. That's great.
He's just trying to be a contrarian to flat earthers. Yeah, but
this thing has a grand.
It's Wednesday. It's not Wednesday in Australia.
He's got that disease. Everything a flat earther says is wrong.
That's right.
Hard Force is smart. You want to argue with me about that?
What's up, Woz?
Hello there.
What's up, Woz? Welcome to the dentist's office where we're in here pulling fucking teeth.
Yeah,
for 4 hours.
Hey, does the original 24/7 still exist?
Yeah, man. You want to meet me over there?
Yeah. Your mom's in my DMs over there, so I don't know. Yeah, I think it does.
So why'd you ask?
I literally didn't know if it existed or not.
Okay, cool. Where do we go now?
The moon.
The moon? But we lost the telemetry data.
I think we should just start making claims, and then when people call us on, we'll go look for the evidence.
Yeah.
Prove that space is fake.
Here's a good one. We lost we lost the technology, but so and so said that earlier that it's all public knowledge.
Why would we have to prove that space is fake? Isn't that like a reversal of the burden of proof? Why do we have to prove it?
There is.
All right, but I made the claim, and I want someone to back up my claim that it's fake.
Wait, you made the claim, and you want someone else? What?
Dude,
say that again.
Yeah, he's like fucking trying to outsource his brain.
You heard me.
Well, I think that we have refutable people that have shown that space is in fact not fake. But I think it's up to you to disprove them, to bring up some sort of counter evidence.
Yeah, nobody cares.
How'd they do that?
Who, what, Timbo?
How'd they do that?
How'd they do that? Apparently they sent stuff up there.
Oh, yeah. How do you verify that?
Who's that? Who sent stuff up there?
The Russians.
No, that have been in this chat. That have been in this chat that refuted it.
I know Ariel there has sent stuff up way high up.
No, he said that he didn't.
Yeah, he said
no,
his
rockets up.
No,
he said his stuff's just got nothing to do with that. The vacuum.
And that was like pulling teeth just to get him to say that.
Yeah, he didn't want to admit what he does.
So I wonder why you thought that he sent rockets to space. Do you think he was trying to give you that?
Space.
Well, whatever. Whatever you implied with what you just said.
Well.
Right? You snake.
And what is
implied
space?
with what you just said, right? You believe something about Ariel, and I think he gave you that impression on purpose, even though Timbo got it out of him that what he does has nothing to do. He said it would work in any environment. Flat, globe, pineapple, nothing existing at all. He said what he does would work.
Yeah, I imagine rockets would work.
Yeah, that's all you have is imagine.
Paraplegic still has his nose in the corner. Just saying, in case someone forgot about him.
I am muting him. I don't think he realized his mic was open or something. I didn't mute him in the first place, but whatever. It's not important.
It's okay, Ariel.
White Knight has entered the chat. Do you have any substance? Do you have any substance, Tard Force? Any substance at all?
Yeah.
You got anything of substance?
Yeah.
Do ships go over the horizon?
Yeah, they do.
What's the horizon?
It appears to be where water's curving. Yeah.
Here we go.
I've never seen something disappear behind nothing before.
Well, so it's physical?
It appears so.
It appears so?
Yeah.
What happens when it's in the wrong place and the ship doesn't disappear over the horizon? What is it then?
I imagine if I just let it keep going, it eventually will.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine that.
Well,
you ever done that observation?
Yeah, I've seen ships go over the horizon.
Yeah? Where were you at?
Galveston.
Galveston has shoaling, right?
Has a what?
Shoaling. Where the water piles up on the shore.
Yeah.
It makes a hump of water. That's why you have those fucking barriers and shit.
Yeah, I've also been on the 4th floor of an apartment complex by the beach.
And?
I still see ships go over the water, and I don't think that there's a 40-foot shoal of water.
Well, it doesn't have to be, depending on how far away it is, right? So 1 meter will block, 1 meter a kilometer away will block 10 meters, 10 kilometers away, right? You know that, right?
How high would a wave have to be, or a shoal of water?
I just said 1 meter, so even 1 meter will block 10 meters.
If I'm at 40 meters high, not 40 meters, I'm sorry, 40 feet high. So I'm at 40 feet, not at ground level, not at observer height of 6 feet above the water level. How high would that water have to be to obscure a 30-foot trolling boat from, let's say, a 40-foot tall observer?
Well, I don't understand the question because we don't claim the horizon is physical. That would be your eyes. So why are you asking me what?
Okay, so what is the horizon then?
Where the sky appears to meet the ground.
Okay, so why do things disappear?
Completely optical. Well, I've never observed that, and I go by the ocean too.
Oh, so
I watched a boat go 30 miles from me. Never disappeared over any horizon. Oh, it's called marinetraffic.com. You should actually check it out.
How do you know you got the right boat?
Well, because I watched it for 3.5 hours.
Oh.
There was no other boats out there. Kind of weird.
Maybe you just couldn't see it because it's already behind the boat, behind the fucking horizon.
I did see it. It never disappeared, ever.
Oh.
Tard, were you using your eyes?
Yeah, I was using my eyes.
Nice.
Sure.
What if he used a telescope?
He didn't do anything.
What if he
He's
zoomed
lying.
in a bit?
Tard is making shit up,
still
and
wanna
he
know
knows
why
he's.
it
Well, why
disappeared
don't
from
you
the
post a
bottom up.
picture? Why don't you post a picture
I
of
just
your
want to know why
observation?
Oblivion the
He used
bottom.
his
Tard,
eyes.
Tard, hold on, no, Tard, post a picture of your
Why
observation.
do I need to post the picture?
Yeah,
I
because
can't-
you're
I
a
can't
liar.
Screenshot with my
Because
eyes.
you're a liar, and we
Okay,
all
I think
know you're a liar.
How do I know you're
Well,
not
I
a
can
liar?
actually post a picture. You can't.
Okay, you
I
can
can
post
post
a
pictures.
picture of a
I
boat
can
30
post a
miles
pic.
away?
Yeah, I can post a picture.
Okay, go ahead and post a
of the.
picture of a
I
boat
can
30
post a
miles away,
picture of the
please.
ship. I can post a screenshot from marinetraffic.com. I can post a compass heading, right? So I can post all this shit. What can you
So
post?
hold on. How can you verify that the ship on the tracking was the ship you were looking at?
I already told you that. I
No,
watched
you
it
can't.
continuously for 3.5 hours.
Maybe there's a ship behind that ship you weren't seeing. Have you considered
Well,
that
that
one?
would be in the marinetraffic.com because those ships are tracked by radar out of Gloucester,
And
which
Tard,
is
you sound like
26 miles away. Which also all those ships should have been over the curvature from Gloucester too.
Maybe
Tard,
that
you're
ship
sounding
just
like a
wasn't on
conspiracy
the-
theorist
Maybe that
over
ship just
there.
wasn't on the radar.
You're a
Maybe just
conspiracy
wasn't being
theorist,
tracked.
Tard.
Well, it was on the radar because you can click on the boat, right, and it gives you the name of the boat, which happens to be identical to the boat that I was watching, and it will give you its coordinates.
Okay, I'll wait to see that.
No, I'm waiting for yours, dude. I'm waiting for yours, bro.
Well, I'm not claiming to have physical evidence I can show you. I can't screenshot
Yeah, you don't
my
have any.
eyes. So I'll just
Yeah.
wait for you to show yours now.
Yeah. Oh, well, Pixar didn't happen.
Okay, that's fine. I'll just talk with the other guy then. I saw a boat go over the horizon.
You won't be talking in here much longer.
Tard's a troll. He's totally
I
a
know he
troll, man.
So let me take
Not
a
for
look
long.
here. When we take a look at these pictures of a boat going over horizon, like this cruise ship, why is that cruise ship disappearing from the bottom up?
I don't see it.
Let me see. Let me just go into some Google images here.
Hey, well, let me ask you. Can
Going
a
into
ship?
the same things again.
Well, yeah.
Every night.
Let me. Hold on, dude. Let me ask you, Tard Force. Can a ship disappear bottom up on a flat surface?
No, I've never been able to recreate that. No.
Yeah. Well,
are you gonna show me where they have like a camera just
we
below the
have
table?
We have. Look in the chat. We have.
Oh, so it's the water is obscuring it?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
cool. Water might be curving then.
Yeah. The problem with that is this lake is only 1,000 feet long, and the horizon is supposed to be 2,600 feet away. How can it disappear behind a horizon it can't reach? Yeah.
Who knows, dude?
Who knows?
Yeah.
You see, we know this lake is flat, right? The
How do you
drop
know the
across
lake
the
is flat?
entire lake would be 2 millimeters.
Well, how do you know the lake is flat?
Well, because it's too short to be curvature. Too short to be curving.
What am I even looking at? Is that like a toy boat?
Yeah, that's a toy boat. The
so like
camera's
2
2.5 inches off the water. Yeah. I can post the whole video. You can watch it. This has been replicated about 20, 25 times, something like that.
So maybe
They've
some
used
water
different
swell?
toy boats. They stick lights on top, flags, all sorts of things. And they sail the boat away, and it completely disappears. And they sail the boat back. And this lake is only, like I said, it's only 1,000 feet long. So your claim that this can only happen on like a curved surface,
Maybe we got
utter
some water bolts
nonsense.
going on.
Doesn't even matter why it happens.
Okay.
You realize that, right? It doesn't matter why it happens. We know it can't be. It can't be Earth curve.
We are talking about, or we are arguing over the either the flatness or the curvature of water, and you're pointing to water and assuming that it is flat.
Well,
whereas I would like you to point to something of known flatness and make something disappear.
That is known flat.
That is not known flatness. You even said yourself that there is a projected 2 millimeters. So that is not known flatness, and there could be other factors like some
it's
sort
flat.
of
It's flat within 2 millimeters.
So
why
not
is the
flat
boat
then.
So why does the boat disappear?
So hold on. So not flat then.
Yeah. So why is the boat? No, theoretically not flat.
Well,
why does the boat disappear?
Well, objectively not flat. That's why there's little waves there.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool and everything. And I'll give you another screenshot that shows that this these waves are actually just smooth, right? So this is just an artifact of the screenshot. You get a bunch of glints and make it look like it's wavy, but this is actually smooth water. Okay. So here's the funny thing. Why don't you see the bottom of the boat, bro? It can't be Earth curve.
Well, it might be Earth curve.
How could it be Earth curve?
Maybe the camera isn't as high up as they say.
Well, they took pictures of all that too. They also took water temperature, air temperature. They've done this test a bunch of times.
So they take a picture and then they lower the camera. Wow, I'm a magician.
No. They take a picture of the camera.
Okay, what is that supposed to show me? They take a picture.
The height of the camera. Height of the camera.
So they take a picture of themselves taking a picture.
Yeah, that's what you have to do for fucking globetards.
Well, I would.
Then you got to take a picture of the person taking a picture of the taking the picture.
I would
rather. And they still don't believe it. And you have an endless chain of people photographing fucking each other.
Yeah, I would rather a video of like them showing them taking.
Oh, there is a video. There is a video.
Okay, cool. Let's see it. So they have a video of them actively filming.
Yeah, you gonna tell me why we can't see the bottom of the boat though?
Yeah, maybe.
No, tell me now because this lake's 1,000 feet long.
Well,
from a 2-inch camera
little waves there. Maybe that has something to do. Maybe the water's swelling a bit due to
but not Earth curve, right?
Some sort of tide.
But not Earth curve, right?
It could be a bit of Earth curve, and you said there's 2 millimeters involved there, so that might have a play.
It's an 8-inch boat. Do you know how long 2 millimeters are? Did you go pee
you
today?
Said 1,000 miles away.
So yes, you do know how long 2 millimeters is. You went pee today. You looked down.
I did go pee.
You saw 2 millimeters.
Well, that might be 3.
Well, I mean, saw you had 2 pairs, so you pissed out of one.
Hold on, let's take a look at this video.
So yeah, there's plenty more after that too, if you want. Tons and tons and tons and tons of them. Plenty. But the thing is, we know it can't be Earth curve because blocking the boat because the horizon can't be in this lake. Well, if the lake was 2.5 times bigger, then the lake would have a horizon.
Well, I see the entirety of the boat there, dude.
Yeah, that's right. You will. Until they sail the boat away.
Until they zoom it, like they lose focus of it.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah, I mean,
does this stick actually work in some places?
I mean, does your thing work? I mean, maybe to like people who don't know much, but like I can make shit like really wavy when I zoom shit out. I can make a coin kind of like fuck off whenever I lose focus.
Yeah, who's talking about coins?
Well,
hey,
I'm just talking
smoke
about
and mirrors, red herrings have nothing to do with each other.
Yeah, objects have nothing to do with each other, right? I'm just saying I can make like things kind of warp around whenever I lose focus of it.
Yeah, well, that's not that's not the case here.
That is exactly the case here from the video I'm looking at. It seems that the boat only really fucks off whenever focus is lost on the boat. But again, smoke.
But not Earth curve, right? But not Earth curve, right?
Again, we're talking about focus.
But not Earth curve, right?
Yeah, not Earth curve. We're talking about
okay,
focus,
yeah, so things can't disappear without Earth curve, bottom up, right?
Well, that thing's not disappearing bottom up. It looks like it's disappearing all around.
Dude, you're fucking out of here, dude.
So hold on, let's take a look. Let's take a look at how clear the boat is. So I'll take a screenshot. I know you don't like it, and you're really scared by what I'm about to bring up, and it terrifies you. You might be peeing yourself a little bit. But whenever we take a look at the video of the boat you so kindly posted, it seems as if the top of the boat really fucks off at the same rate as the bottom of the boat, which is something I would like you to explain to me. Now that I'm actually getting a look at this video you posted, I am so glad you posted this for me, because this proves everything that I'm saying about
false bravado ain't gonna work, dude. You need another better stick.
Okay.
Yeah, false bravado won't work.
Okay, that's okay.
Anybody can watch this video. Like, who do you think you're fucking fooling?
Nobody. I'm talking to the guy who
damn right.
this video who didn't even notice that the top of the boat is like merging into the sky at the same rate the bottom of the boat is merging into the water when the guy unfocuses his camera.
What does that even mean? What does that even mean?
It means that this little observation...
The top of the boat is merging into the sky, and the bottom of the boat is merging into the water? What does that mean?
Okay. Whenever you're trying to explain why things are disappearing from the bottom up, you would...
No, listen, I asked you what you said, what it means.
I'm trying to get there if you let me explain. But I know that you like to cut me off, but it's okay. Whenever you describe something as disappearing from the bottom up, you are describing it as merging into the water, correct?
No.
Visually.
What are you talking about?
Okay, I'll slow it down for you, no problem. Things disappear from the bottom up when we see them on the horizon, and you would say the boat is merging into the water visually, like in this image here. Correct?
Yeah. Well, I think of it as like if you were looking at a giraffe at the other side of a 10-foot wall, right? And the giraffe's head was sticking out above the wall, and the giraffe started walking away. What did that look like?
It would look like the
giraffe's head would get lower and lower and lower and lower and lower. And like you wouldn't be able to see it behind the wall eventually, but the giraffe's head is still higher than the wall, ain't it?
Bro, that's a great analogy. I love that.
Yeah, and so it seems as if here.
Yeah, so it's not merging into anything, man.
It quite literally is merging.
I don't even know what that means. I'm still waiting for you to find that.
Yeah, and so I take a look here, and the angular resolution of the top of the boat is being lost at the same rate as the resolution below the boat.
Resolution of the top. Where it's salad much, bro?
No.
Yeah.
Whenever you lose focus of something, whenever you're
focus has nothing to do with fucking angular resolution.
It does.
No, it don't.
Yes, it does.
No, focus is whether you're projecting your image, and whether the focal point is on the sensor or film.
Yeah, and so your angles
has nothing to do with it.
Yes, it does.
You don't know what you're talking about, Turk.
I know exactly.
Start embarrassing yourself. Just stop, dude.
Yeah, so angular resolution is right in the fucking name, the resolution.
Yeah.
And your ability to make things out based on the angles at which light is permeating into the medium. Not medium, I'm sorry. It's like colliding into the observer. And whenever you are unfocusing, and so whenever you are taking it off focus, you are allowing more interference, thus lowering your angle, like your angular resolution of what you're looking at.
No,
because now
how it works, bro.
Yeah, that's exactly how that works.
No, when you're out of focus, that means that the focal point of the image that's on the other side of the objective lens is not on the sensor. It's either in front of it or behind it.
Okay, and how do you think that affects the equation for angular resolution?
Doesn't. It's not even in the mathematics.
So diameter doesn't affect it?
You don't change the diameter when you fucking zoom in and out, bro.
Yes, you do. Are you retarded?
What the hell are you talking about? So your objective lens size changes when you zoom in and out. The objective lens is the outer lens.
No. So again, let's take a look.
Yeah, no. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yes.
See, you're conflating focus and focal length and magnification with angular resolution. You guys always do this because you're fucking stupid.
Maybe you're just the one who's like
no, because you're fucking stupid. They're not even the same equation.
Maybe if like 20 people come in here saying one thing and you're the one person saying the other thing.
Listen, no.
Maybe you're just the wrong one.
No, I don't think so.
What is changing diameter then? Tell us what is changing diameter. The ocular lens, the objective lens, what?
Yeah, the ocular lens, if I remember correctly.
It's changing diameter.
Oh yeah, that's typically what is being described. Whenever you go from one zoom to another.
I don't know if I should let this continue because it's
maybe
so
I have
the lens is shrinking.
Sorry, the focal point. I mean, I'm sorry. Not the focal lens. My fault.
Focal lens.
Yeah, let me look up the exact phrasing here. Because words are hard, but I know the concept, right?
The force is strong with this one.
You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
I understand. Hold on. The aperture. My fault. There we go. That's why when we're taking a look at the P1000, they're talking about how it can be anywhere between like 30 millimeters to like 3,000 millimeters.
Yeah, it's the zoom.
Yeah, the zoom. So whenever you take a look
at angular resolution, it's magnification. They're not even the same formula, dude.
Mm-hmm. So actually, I'm taking a look here.
D in that formula, D in the magnification formula is distance, not diameter.
No, it is in fact diameter.
No, it's distance. You stupid
okay, let's
fuck.
take a look up here. Rayleigh criterion.
The Rayleigh criterion for angular resolution, not fucking
Which
magnification.
Which is what I brought up earlier.
Yeah, listen, bro. You brought up angular resolution to talk about fucking being in focus and out of focus.
Yeah.
That has to do with magnification. The focal
D
length.
is
So
let's
you have
see,
to distance the
diameter.
lenses away from the sensor. Okay?
So yeah,
That's
whenever
the focal
you
length.
whenever you are changing the focal length, you are now changing the big D that is on the bottom. Oh, sorry, not the bottom. The what's we call it? The denominator of this formula, 1.22 times what is that one? Wavelength divided by diameter. So when you are zooming out or you are lowering the focus, you are decreasing diameter. Therefore, you are giving yourself a smaller angular resolution.
Can't change the diameter of the fucking lens, dumbass.
Okay, so I guess when I zoom in with my P1000 and it goes from 30 millimeters to 3000
Look in the
millimeters.
chat, dumbass. It's the equation for magnification. Okay? D is the distance from the lens to the in-focus projected image.
Why are we talking
D0 is the distance from the object to the lens. Now, the Rayleigh criterion, D means diameter, not so magnification, as you can see here, right? Focus, in focus. See the word focus. Try and focus. Focus. So when something's out of focus or in focus, it's only where the focal point is on the sensor. Sometimes that focal point, based upon the geometry, how far away the objective lens is from the sensor, sometimes it'll be too far, sometimes it'll be close, sometimes it'll be like fucking Goldilocks, it'll be just right. When it's just right, it's in focus, okay? The angular resolution can't be changed without changing your fucking camera, your optical system.
What is focal range?
Oh, God. Can't take any more of that. Anybody else want to interact with him? Because I'm fucking done with his shit.
Hey, man, you
Coca-Cola?
Dude, man, like,
What are
some of these dudes
street
want to make me start
signs?
doing drugs, like, fucking for real.
What is popcorn?
It's corn that's undergone heat and turned into pop.
Corn Pop was a bad dude.
Corn Pop was a bad Corn Pop was a bad dude. What do you say after that?
Oh shit, I don't remember.
Oh, it's like Corn Pop is a bad dude.
He had a chain or something. I don't know. Speaking of popcorn, not to change the subject, I just recently learned that sorghum pops like popcorn, but it makes mini popcorns.
Sorghum is like sorghum gum or whatever.
The grain sorghum, usually found in birdseed.
Interesting. I always thought it was some kind of grass.
Yeah, they use the stalk as similar to sugar cane, and they make like a molasses.
These were cow feed. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's huge crops in lots of places. Well, I guess that's like, I mean, wheat you can use for, you can use the stalk for. I guess the cows can eat that crap too, but I guess with the sorghum you've got the heads, and then you have a use for the stalk. Also, is what you're saying.
I think wheat straw is straw. Hay, what you're thinking of. Hay is what they eat.
Dude,
yeah, but grass. I think that's different. Hay can be I don't think hay is considered wheat straw. I don't think so.
No. I said
it can be.
No. I mean wheat is wheat, the grain, but the straw is the stalk, and that's
yeah. I'm
hay.
sure they could.
That's
I don't
hay.
know if they could classify that as hay. Is it? Because you can grow hay. It's not wheat. My grandpa used to grow alfalfa, and he grew hay, and it wasn't wheat. I don't know. That's weird that I don't know that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was like, well, my grandfather grew freaking hay, and he grew alfalfa. and neither of them were wheat, as far as I knew.
Yeah.
I mean, I watched them bale the shit. Yeah, I think you can use the wheat stalk though, and they can eat it probably just as well as hay.
Who was asking Crit a question? Someone said.
Someone asked, "What is popcorn?"
No, I said that. I was just teasing. Card Force's upper inflection. What's it? What is popcorn?
Sorry.
Whoop.
Hello?
Hello?
They get banned or did they leave?
Don't know. Who was it? Hello, heretic.
Yo.
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 Yeah, I thought it.
Time Dash. Who's Time Dash? Time Dash. You have your mic open.
Yo, what's up?
What's happening?
Not too much. Just kind of.
I don't think I've seen you in here before.
I'll pop in every once in a while for a couple minutes. So what's going on?
Oh, not much. Just finishing up work. Ready for a weekend. It's Friday night here. So.
Have you seen me in here before?
Who was that?
That's Neil Nye, the science guy.
No, I haven't. I don't really pay much attention to the screen though. Most of the time when I'm in here, I'm working, so I have my headphones on and my phone in my pocket, so I don't really see who's talking. I know people's voices if they've been in a few times, so I don't really need to check the screen.
So he doesn't know who's speaking right now. All right, Timbo's a massive cunt.
Well, yeah, I know. We're having a bit of a beef at the moment, aren't we, Jekyll?
Jekyll?
You piss me off the way you argue. I hate it.
Is it the sarcasm?
Yes, it is. It's that British sarcastic fucking accent.
And overly pedanticness.
Yes, that too.
Probably the name too.
And also,
Supreme
you know what
Gentleman.
else it is? What else it is, Jekyll? It's the you're very good at weaseling away from questions you don't want to answer.
Yes. Spent many years perfecting my trade, you know.
I feel like there's some kind of job that would be really good at that, but I can't think of it. Maybe
It's
some
called a
sales
politician.
job? Oh, yeah. Politician.
Actually, you'd probably be better spin doctor.
Yeah.
That's
snake oil salesman.
Yeah, spin doctor is like somebody a politician uses to like spin something into a good way.
They write their speeches and stuff, don't they?
Right, yeah. They take something that would be seen as bad and try to spin it in a way that would be good.
Yeah, well, I did my master's
euphemism.
in politics, so you know, maybe you're onto something.
Like, for example, calling the atom bomb the peacekeeper. That's a good example. Built to destroy and kill everything in sight, but it's the peacekeeper.
You should have.
It's just like calling a blimp the space shuttle.
We're not going back. No way we're going back to that. We're not going back to that.
Wait, this is the first I've heard of this. Y'all are saying the space shuttles are blimps.
No, we're not doing it. No.
I want to hear it. Give me the
it's
rundown.
nothing. It's all good.
QRD.
Yo, you see that Goodwill blimp?
It's a space shuttle.
Could have
fuck with me.
Could have illegal aliens on it for all we know.
Yeah,
Coming in
nowadays
from
they use
cosmic
gaslighting.
space.
They don't spin the gaslight nowadays.
Yeah, it's not as good as it used to be.
Yeah. Or they just blame the other party. Previous government put this into play, you know.
Our
So now
borders
we
are
have to deal
safe
with
and
the
secure.
repercussions of their moronic decisions. And no one ever takes any accountability, because then next, you know, how the other party will get voted in, and they'll say we're dealing with the repercussions of the previous government.
Always. Our economy is high, record high.
Best it's ever been.
Best it's ever been.
Couldn't possibly be any better.
Best it will ever be.
Borders are safe and secure.
Everything is great. In fact, I don't even know why anyone's complaining. And if anything, everyone should just be like happy.
They're racist.
Yeah, there's only a minimum amount of people getting across the border.
Everything is great, and if you don't believe me, then you're just a big old doubter, and nobody likes you.
Yeah. I was just at the store the other day, and grapefruits are $2.75 for a decent pink grapefruit.
Who eats
Unbelievable.
grapefruit? Paraplegic.
Me, damn it. And freaking mangoes. You could pay like freaking $2 a piece for a decent mango. I'm not even talking about a crappy red and green mango. I'm talking about a good golden champagne yellow mango.
I bought
the white
6
man's
boxes
mango.
of strawberries for $12 the other day, which isn't too bad.
Well, you know what strawberries are? They were kind of cheap today. They're like $1.60 for a. I don't know.
We get our mangoes. We grow all our mangoes here. We're not allowed to import them. So yeah, of course. We grow all our avocados, mangoes, everything. We're not allowed to import any of that stuff. So they're all cheap, man. We pay a dollar, maybe a dollar Australian for a mango. So.
What do y'all pay for bananas?
We grow them here as well. So
yeah. So what do you pay for
them?
Well, they're cheap here. Ours are about 59 cents a pound for regular, and maybe 79 cents a pound for organic. So bananas are they're cheap. But you know, there's so much stuff that isn't. It's so ridiculous. Like just I
think
don't know.
our money should be based on the price of a banana, and that'd
be better. That'd be better.
Yeah, instead of
the
$100,
Banana
you just
Republic.
give 100 bananas.
Coffee's fucking expensive. No, I'm just kidding.
You better call me, man.
Hey, you don't have to drink coffee. That's just poison.
Hey, no, it is not. Don't you freaking badmouth coffee.
Coffee is poison, alright?
Coffee's not poison. It's poison if you freaking over roast it and you burn it. Then it becomes freaking really bad for you. But if you're freaking a genius
you're raw
and you know how to roast it, yeah, you're damn right.
I was just shit stirring, guys. I'm sorry.
Shit.
Might not be poison, but you sure as hell don't need it.
I need it.
I like coffee.
Good, man.
I mean, you probably say that because you have youth.
Dude, I'm 54. I sell coffee. I roast coffee all day long. I have amazing beans. My beans are unrivaled, man. Roasted on a flat, stationary, non-rotating plane, by the way.
Hey, my latte art's way better than yours ever will be.
Yeah, your what?
My latte art, bro. Don't tell me you can't do latte art.
I don't freaking make fancy fag pictures of my freaking coffee.
So you don't You don't actually like drink coffee.
I drink coffee. Yes, I drink coffee, but I just drink it, man, because it's amazing. I don't have time to make fancy freaking gay pictures of my coffee.
Well, you're missing out.
Well, actually,
I'm just making fun because I don't know how to do it, though.
lattes and stuff like that, I think, is more like dessert.
It depends on what you're doing, you know.
Well, I used to work at a coffee shop. I did it all the time.
Well, that's so much. So much.
Like,
Depends on how much sticky crap you put in it, you know?
Well, I mean, if you think about it, like if you ever go to any coffee shop, like one of the name brand ones, Starbucks, since everyone knows what that is. Well, I mean, like
doesn't have anything in it but just the cheapest, most. Just shouldn't even be called coffee.
I'll say that for Starbucks. However, you shouldn't think of them as a place that sells coffee because what they really sell is coffee flavored dessert.
That's
yeah, they do. Don't they?
Call coffee.
Yeah.
Black coffee.
Because everything, like they make those
sweetened bullshit.
Yeah, you can't drink their stuff black. Ugh.
They make all
Yeah,
those.
you can. It's pretty damn good, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Even McDonald's black coffee ain't that bad.
Ew. Go ahead, finish your statement. We cut him off 3 times. Go ahead.
That's all right. I don't mind.
Made sure.
I get to
he
talk
was
whenever I want.
How about a discussion on the actual
I'll let you
runtime?
guys talk about coffee.
Yeah. Listen to Heretic, damn it. After you buy some coffee, get back to the topic.
I blame myself. I
So
started this shit.
You two new guys in here. Do you believe the Earth is flat, or do you think it's
Nah, it's bumpy as shit, bro. I don't know
spherical ball floating in the outer space, rotating it? What? What'd you say?
I said that shit's bumpy, bro.
I think the world is cubed.
Yeah, I know. Okay, we're working on a horizontal reference plane. We know it's got hills and fucking valleys and shit like that. But if it's got a horizontal reference plane, that's what we're referencing as flat. So is it flat or is it a sphere?
You're gonna have to define flat for me.
Horizontal reference plane.
Why do you want the word flat defined? You struggle with basic words?
Are you non-binary?
Are you having trouble, sir?
I need
I'm
help.
just waiting for him to say what
Fucking
does
hell,
the
dude.
word is.
Hey, what does the word "the" mean? When you say "the," what does that mean?
Oh, nigga, you missed it, man.
Yeah,
Dude, it's been an absolute train wreck in here all night, man. It's a dentist office tonight. It's pulling teeth all night.
Fucking basic concepts, dude. I mean, when they come into the flat Earth room, they're like, "Well, I need to know what flat means. I don't know what it means."
Well,
Really?
you probably just don't know what you mean by flat.
No, I think you don't know what flat means in general. To
Well,
be
I know what
honest,
flat means.
What does it mean?
Well, it just means an even surface.
Really? Is there any curving on that even surface?
On a flat surface?
Yeah.
Well, not if it's flat.
Okay.
Well,
then Bob's
but
your
I mean,
uncle, isn't
I'm
it?
just assuming shape-wise.
Shape-wise? No, we're not talking about a shape. You just said surface right now.
That's not a shape.
I'm thinking if you think of like a surface of something, like
hang on,
like if you think
Bubba,
of your
you
table.
just said surface.
Well, I feel like you're going on a tyrant that some argument I didn't
tyrant?
make.
You mean a tangent? But listen, when you
yeah, a tangent.
Yeah, when you said the surface, I agreed with you. Yeah, that's fine. What's wrong with that? You understood what flat means, so do I. We agree.
Oh, you guys should get jobs, all of you.
Okay. Because you said so, we'll go ahead and do that.
Wait, Jeff Bezos called me once.
Your mom put us on break, so.
Oh yeah, fucking boomer, bro. Oh my god.
Who gives a shit? Hey, is the Earth a globe?
Like I'm a flat earther. You guys can debate me if you want. 170 IQ, like
That's some bullshit right there.
Okay, bro, I'll pull up my fucking tests right now, full name.
Yeah,
and
let's see
everything.
them. Put them in the
Alright.
text channel.
All right, bro.
I call bullshit.
Well, let me report you for racism first.
Oh, racism. Shut your dumb ass up.
God, I'm not even. I'm just booting this dumbass.
Yeah,
not
get
even,
rid of
not
him,
even
man.
worth it, dude.
He doesn't want to debate me. He's afraid.
You couldn't debate.
Smells like trouble.
Typical, bro. Typical.
You're
Typical
never.
boomer.
Actually, you know what? Turned me.
Do it then.
You're part of
stupid
cancel
name.
culture, dude. You guys are a scourge. Cancel culture? It's a scourge.
I'm pro cancel.
Racism.
Yeah, pro cancel. You're a scourge too. Little candy ass fucking cancel culture bullshit.
Agreement.
Yeah. And if you're trolling, you can leave if you want.
Still, the topic on the table is: do you know that the Earth is a globe? And if you do, where's your evidence?
Silence says it all.
Oh, tiny time dash. Could we agree with each other and you still troll me?
He doesn't know what flat means, Indio.
I know that. No, like is trolling independent of agreeing versus disagreeing?
Oh man, it could be anything really.
Yeah,
I think it's just general button pushing.
We got a winner here.
What do you get out of it?
Another fucking genius.
170 IQ?
Must be.
Maybe.
What, just doing button
Why
pushing?
stop there?
Yeah, what do you get out of trolling?
Well, I suppose you don't get anything out of trolling. It's just
What's
do
the
it.
point of it?
I think enjoyment is the main point.
I don't know why trolls do what they do. I mean, they probably just want to be jerks for no reason.
Trolls got a troll.
Yeah,
you know, why does a lion hunt the gazelle?
For food.
All right, but
trolls
how
are
many
more
of you
like the
guys?
hyena.
Yeah, you think that most of the people in here in this day and age would have, since they have a library at their fingertips, they'd be able to be well educated on telling us how the Earth's a globe. Pretty easy, right? I mean, knockdown win.
Well,
yeah,
I mean, you would think so.
You would think so. That's what I'm saying.
If the Earth is a globe, then it should be easy.
Yeah, but the word flat has got them stymie. They come in here. Oh, what's the word flat mean? I don't know.
Well, I just think it's. You're not 100% sure what you're talking about by
You're
flat.
not 100% sure. How do you know that? Are you divining my thoughts? What am I thinking about right now?
No, not your thoughts. Their thoughts.
Well, what do you think? What are their thoughts?
Well,
so
when you
from
say
a young age, no one knows what flat means. Then is that what you're saying?
it's not what he's saying. It's the context of what he's saying. Like, like when you say flat, it's like, well, what are you talking about? Because like the surface of the Earth isn't flat.
The water. Do you mean level?
What's up?
Do you mean level? That's what you're asking, right?
Yeah, it's not flat as in it's not level. You know, it's
it is
covered
flat because it's from a flat. It's from a flat horizontal baseline. So the reference
that's over.
Hang on, the reference plane is flat. So any measurements you take from that is an elevation change. Yep. So the reference plane is flat. So it is a flat plane that we live on.
But when people think flat, they also think flat and smooth.
Yeah, but everyone knows the Earth's got mountains and shit.
Well, I know but you know they don't know that in the question.
Well, so they think that we don't. So you're saying that they think that we don't think there's mountains.
No, they probably just don't know what you're talking about in general. Because that was the first thing I thought of when you asked me if something.
But why
it was
can't
flat.
we ask them though? I don't understand. Why can't we just ask them and they'll tell us where their confusion lies?
Right? I don't know.
Wouldn't that be easier? Just ask them. They're like, hey, what do you guys think? Is flat confusing you?
Well, no,
we know for sure.
No, just when you mean flat, is it because my first thought was when he means flat, does he mean flat and smooth? Or
Yeah,
is he
but
just
that was
talking
you. That
dimensionally?
wasn't them.
Well, I know that's here's the thing: is I am them.
Are you? Well, then we're talking
You are
to you. Then?
they. You are they.
Yeah,
and
he is they. They
they
are them.
Right.
you.
Right. I like you know, them as in like a stranger.
Okay.
You know, like some rando who comes in here is like, hey, I don't really know exactly what you're talking about. Like,
I think they
it's
do.
just the context of the question.
This is all much to do about like them not wanting for us to put in context what the word flat means, because they do understand that we live in the same world that they do. We're not as ridiculous as to say that the Earth is flat in the sense of saying something smooth. That's taking it a bit too much.
Obviously.
Well, I mean,
a
random person probably has random person has no idea what flat Earth is.
You'd have to be some kind of special to think that, oh, I've never seen a hill. Everything is totally flat. Really? I've seen a hill. I've seen a sand dune.
Yeah, debunked.
I've seen a mountain.
You might conjure up the Bevites that come in here, and they're going to be like, well, we've seen a mountain, therefore the Earth is not flat. Like, what the?
How do you define something as flat with bumps? Like, what's the definition of flat? Like, ignoring the
Didn't I just tell everyone?
Yeah, he just said it, but let's say it again for the guys who were falling asleep at the back of the class, Timbo.
All right. So it's a horizontal reference plane. Everything that is measured from the horizontal reference plane is a raise in elevation. So base level is flat. I.e. sea level.
Did you get it, Neil?
Otherwise,
my question would be like, how do you define sea level? Like normally, not in respect to like reality, but
the level at what the sea is.
Yeah, so it'd be like this. Check it out. You could use mean sea level, right? The average of high and low tide. That'd be fine. The vertical point at which high and low tide converge, you could say the average that you take from those. That'd be the horizontal reference that you would say at that point. Because any point that you connect from that point would be connecting a plane. You'd be making the plane. So let's say
Yeah,
go on.
Sorry. No, I was just going to say, think of do you guys know what a water level is?
air bubble, and some water.
No, that's a spirit level. Water level is just a clear tube. You just got a clear tube. You fill it up with water. You pick up both ends of it, and that water level will be exactly the same as the other one. So that's your horizontal reference plane.
Do you know what it means, Neil? Or no? He can show you a diagram.
Yeah, show me a diagram.
Google image that shit. It's that easy.
Yeah, I'm driving. I can't get a picture. Just Google water level.
Yeah.
If not, I'll do it if you don't want to do it. It's pretty simple. Let me see. There's some images here I can pull up. This one seems to be. Here, give me a second. I'll put a few in there, maybe for the gentleman, so you could put it in context. Give me a second.
Gotta spoon feed the trolls.
Yeah, it's about time they get fed. Here you go.
Oh, thanks, man. I was hungry.
Answer my riddle if you want to cross my
bridge.
on.
Let me put another one in there. It just isn't like a diagram if there's not some, some people in there. Right, here's this one. That plastic tubing's in the way. Forgive that plastic tubing. It's not supposed to be in that frame. But you get the gist. If I can find another one. Oh, this one seems to be good. How about this? I'll put one without the little plastic tubing in there. All right. There you
go. I like how the last two are like the same thing.
Yeah, but the plastic, the top right hand corner with the plastic tubing was obstructing what the second guy was doing, so I just put the one that didn't obstruct it. There you go. That's what Timble's talking about.
And this works every time. So this works without line of sight. This works better than laser levels and dumpy levels and stuff like that. So for instance, you're going to go and lay a sewer pipe, right? You need to have grade on that sewer pipe. So maybe 100 mil over 6 meters. So what you can do is you can take your whole run of sewer, draw the line out, and then take your water level to the other end. Say you're going 100 meters, and you get your 2 points. They're your datum point. From that, you measure down from those points, and then you've got your grade over distance of where you got to set your sewer pipe. So it works every single time. There you've got full. Your water runs downhill.
Pretty cool, huh, guys?
In the U.S., it's 1/8 inch per foot.
Earth is flat, my friends. Ain't no question. Well, you can't question it, but
that's how your shit flows downhill.
Yep. You don't want that shit and toilet paper sitting in those pipes. It goes like concrete.
Oh, was that easier?
Now, if the Earth were curved, barrel drains, the big concrete ones they do on the roads, you'd be absolutely fucked setting them up.
Even with like gravity and all that?
Gravity?
Well, that's what we're talking about, really, isn't it? Gravity's just down. Yeah? So you're talking about gravity going around a curve. That doesn't really work. Yeah, so if you're on a flat plane, well, towards the center of mass, that's just a made-up story. So really what we're talking about is just down, aren't we? Because you've got no observation of gravity going to the center of a ball. Do you?
No, I can't observe it.
They're just saying, yeah. So they're just saying, okay, things go down, and because we live on a ball, then it must go to the center of mass, because that's how people in Australia are upside down and don't feel like they're upside down, because it's a ball. Therefore, we need gravity.
The Australians are definitely upside down.
Center of the Earth. Yeah, of course.
Looks like Time Dash boot scooted.
Well, if it is a ball, then how do you describe a longer line not being level from point to point then? At some length, you have to show deviation.
It's just a really big ball, dude. You just can't grasp the concept of how big it is.
How big is it?
It's not that big.
3,959 miles at its radius.
Okay. Have you ever seen the drop over distance on this magical ball?
Yeah, on this really, really, really tall tower. I can see it a little bit. Just a little.
Which tall tower?
No, you can't.
Which tall tower? Which tall tower?
Burj Khalifa. That's what's going to come out of your mouth.
What? What did he say? Neil?
Hello? I think he's having an aneurysm.
What tower?
The Wiz Khalifa.
Wiz Khalifa.
Wiz Khalifa.
It's not Wiz Khalifa, dude.
He's funny, though.
Khalifa? Queef?
Did you see this curvature of the Earth?
No, my friend did. He said he could see it.
Yeah.
So you could
saw the curvature.
You could see curvature from the top of a building.
No, I couldn't. Not personally, but my friend did.
Yeah, but
and he
was
wasn't
that
like lying to me.
what? Yeah, he has to be, because you can't see curvature from a building. You can't see curvature from an airplane. You can't see curvature from 120,000 feet.
Yeah, but you can see things that at least look
elevation.
like curve.
No, you cannot see curvature from the top of a building.
I said things that look like curve. Might not
The
actually
things
be.
that look like curve. We're talking about the curvature of the Earth, not things that look like curve, Neil. Do you understand? Or is there some type of comprehension error here?
I don't know.
No, I think so.
You eating Cheetos?
Quesadilla.
That's the thing, dude. You believe of your friend seeing curvature when your friend doesn't even know if he saw curvature. That's a big problem.
Well, he couldn't have.
Yeah, but you think there's like a tour guide in his head, like, look at that curve, just putting it in there, or do you think he just saw it?
No, I think he's imagining shit. That's what I think.
I think you're making up the
Because
friend.
that's the only thing that can happen on an Earth that he cannot measure from the ground, from a top of a building. Everybody knows that it's not possible that you could see curvature. That stuff is flat, according to the Earth being the size that it is. So he did not see curvature, and he damn sure didn't tell you he saw curvature. Because if he did tell you that, then how did you verify it? You're just like, cool story, man. Earth is curved. Is that what you said? Because that's the only thing you could have said. You didn't say, hey, hold on, man. You saw curvature? No, bullshit. I call bullshit. Let me see. You didn't do that, did you?
Yeah, but he wasn't incentivized to tell me, and I don't see why most of the people I know would be, or not people I know, sorry, but people in the mainstream would be incentivized to say so.
People in the mainstream, like who?
None of them say they see curvature from a building either.
Yeah, like who, Neil? Go ahead. Like who?
Like the Red Bull guy.
The Red Bull guy.
The guy who shoots basketballs for a living. He went in the plane and
said, "You're digging yourself a freaking deep hole, dude."
What's that YouTube series called?
Yeah, Cody doesn't know anything. So first of all, you have to look at the Red Bull space jump at 120,000 feet. He didn't see curvature. That was a fisheye lens, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, who debunked it and said, "Nah, that wasn't curvature. That was the lens. You have to be much higher than that to see the curve. That stuff is flat from 120,000 feet.
Watch the plane before it takes off, dude. The same curvature you're seeing at 30 feet.
That paraplegic. Do you hear me on a point, brother? I don't understand. So, if at 120,000 feet you cannot see curvature, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, who is a scientific communicator, what do you think your friend's going to see from a top of a building? Curvature? No, I don't think so. Not possible.
So what, you think you think the window was curved?
Listen, I don't know if he was wearing goggles, the windows curved, or he just imagined the shit, because it damn sure isn't the curvature of the Earth.
Anecdotal evidence.
So it doesn't matter what the person. I don't give a shit about anecdote. Listen, it's not measured to see curvature at the altitude or the elevation he was. So if the elevation was at the top of Burj Khalifa, he did not see curvature. It's impossible. Yeah, it's impossible. You can't see curve from the top of that damn building. You couldn't see it at 120,000 feet. The building's not that tall.
When would you be able to see curvature mathematically?
Well, barely at the height of the ISS. Barely.
Yeah, but like, why do you say that? Why do you say there?
Because that's what all of the consensus of the scientific communicators who talk about the size of the Earth say, that you can see it barely at the altitude of the altitude of the ISS, which is 255 miles above the Earth's surface.
I think it's around about 900 plus. Is that between 900 and 1100? That's
so check it
out.
out.
Larson said, yeah.
Yeah, you could barely see the curvature. Barely. Very little bit from the ISS. So there ain't nobody on the Earth that's in an airplane on top of a building, on top of a mountain that is seeing curvature. It's not possible. Everybody, even the globers on your side, not the bobblehead idiots that come in here and say the Earth is curving, but the guys at the top, the ones you guys appeal to, those guys are saying it's not possible to see curvature at these heights. You got to be much higher. And that's according to them. So everybody else who says, I see curvature. No, you're not. I don't know what you're seeing, but it damn sure isn't curvature. It's not. Mathematically, it's not possible. Put that in your pipe and smoke it, because that's the only thing you got. There's nothing going on the top of a building, or on top of a mountain, or on an airplane, or on the gondola of the Red Bull space jump. Stuff is flat. So what do we do from here? Start just keep believing people? I mean, it's up to you. You could just discredit everybody else in academia and all the people that are telling you that, and just believe the rest of the people who just religiously believe that the Earth is a ball, and you could see curvature. You can do that. Discard all that other stuff. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, but I feel like if I accepted flat Earth, then I would have to accept, 9/11 was an inside job.
You don't.
That diseases aren't real.
Check this out. No, but check this out, man. I think you got it. You got us all wrong. Really.
That nukes aren't real.
Dude, like everything, and I'll put it to you like this, man. Everything, any kind of information that gets told to you, you have to pass it through your critical thinking, right? Whatever. I don't give a shit what information. Flat Earth is a part of it, right? But whatever somebody tells you, man, 9/11 was an inside job, or whatever the case, whatever they say, you have to actually look into the information and kind of look at whatever people are saying that the agenda is, or whatever somebody says against it. Like, weigh it out. You're the one that kind of is the arbiter of whether or not you're going to believe it or not, right? At some point, you're going to be able to say, you know what, I can validate this information. I can know for sure if this is the case or not. But in the times where you can't, then it's either you're just going to believe it or not. It never goes into the realm of something that you know. So it's not like an automatic, like, okay, now that you know the Earth is flat, well, go ahead and take all the rest of the baggage. You have to, all the conspiracies that ever were said at any time, you got to accept all of them too. No, you don't have to accept anything. Everything that gets told to you, you have to pass it through your critical thinking. Everything. That just, what it does is it awakens the side of your mind that you always took for granted, where people were always telling you shit and you just believed it just on whatever they said. That's the issue that's going on. So every time somebody tells you something, you can think about it. You can say, like, you know what? I never heard of that perspective. That's weird, but let me look into it. Let me do some research. That's what you got to do, man. Like, that's obviously, man.
I feel like at that point, I would end up accepting everything except for aliens exist.
Dude, I'm not you, so I couldn't tell you like that's good or bad. Like, you do you. If that's what you feel like you're gonna do, then that's you.
You can have these things independent of each other. You don't have to throw them all in together.
Well, that's true.
Give me a minute, just a second. He mentioned the Red Bull jump, and I gotta say that was a big thing when I first heard of flat Earth, and I was like, nah, man, I saw the curvature, man. I was sitting there eating lunch, watching TV. I saw the Red Bull jump. I saw curvature, and then I looked into it, and I looked at the footage. It was all of what was it, Arizona or New Mexico? Anyway,
Arizona.
It was
New Mexico.
It was pure. It was pure desert. And the whole curve, and it was just pure desert. It's like, give me a break. That's lens distortion. So disregard
New
that
Mexico.
bullshit. Exactly. Disregard that bullshit. Look it up for yourself. That was the first thing.
You can actually do the same thing with any of those ISS images too, because
well,
just complete that circle. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Miggy.
No,
Yeah, there's
just the most.
pictures in the chat.
The most, yeah, look at the chat too, because the guys are putting stuff in there for you to look at, Neil. The most important thing at the end of the day is that you challenge yourself on the things people are saying. Don't give a shit about somebody saying, dude, I saw the curvature. And you're like, all right, cool, bro. You saw the Earth is a globe. I'm good. Like, wait a minute. You're fine with that? You didn't even know how big the Earth was. They say, hold on, dude. Let's just see. Can we just check the math to see if that would fit your observation? Because according to like how big the Earth is, I don't think it's possible that you could see it from that height. It's not possible. At least challenge them. Like, you can't just be accepting everything.
How do you think satellites work?
Who cares?
What do you mean? How do I think satellites work?
Yeah, like how do they stay up there? Then it's not an orbital thing.
What do you mean it's not an orbital thing? I don't get what that means. Like, are you saying because the Earth is not a globe? You have to kind of put some context to it.
If the Earth's not a globe and it's not a centrifugal force thing,
well, it's not a centrifugal force thing. It's not. So basically, what they're doing, they're falling around the Earth. It's called a decaying orbit. So they're falling around the Earth, and allegedly, or idiotic numbers they give us, 17,500 miles per hour, falling around the Earth for over 20 years. If you could believe that.
Yeah, but isn't that a balance of the centrifugal force and gravity, or centripetal, whatever it is?
Yeah, it's sky magic. But of course, it happens to be that because this sky magic is working, therefore you can believe all the other fantastic stories about the Earth being whatever they say it is. Because you have to be in the realm of this mystical belief system. And once you do, all kinds of ridiculous speeds ensue, right? Well, I mean, the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. It's circling the sun at 66,000 miles per hour? Going around the galactic center at who knows what ungodly speeds it should be going at. So, because of this fantastic story, all kinds of new lore come out, just like any fantastic story, any like fable or myth. You hear all kinds of weird lore that come out within that.
Yeah, but I feel like you're ignoring the question of like either how do they work or what's going on with the things that we see.
It's simple, because you can't explain it, and we have to explain it.
Yeah, but technology that exists, dude, like you know about solar powered things, right? You can have things that are unmanned, flying above your head. You do know that, right? Void of me telling you like it has some kind of flat Earth mystical force that's keeping it up there. You do know that the practical things that you know of right now, like solar powered, you got balloons that are up there.
Anything you can have geostationary balloons as well. You just raise and lower in altitude to get into different winds. You can keep them geostationary.
Now, this information that we're telling you right now of how things could be up there, are you gonna say that that's also hooey?
It's public information.
Neil?
Hooey meaning what?
It's just like, flat Earth magic. If I told you that,
balloons could keep them up, but like, how are they kept up there so long?
Oh, that's easy. I want you to. Yeah, there's a website called Project X. It was Google Loon project before Starlink bought them out. So Google Loon was going to bring internet to all the world. Exactly what Starlink is doing. So basically, he just copied Google Loon project. Now, Project X is the website. Go ahead and type in Project X in your Google search bar. It'll take you right to the website. And that will explain how it works in detail. And there you go. And it shows diagrams. It shows diagrams. It shows, it tells you how the balloons operate.
I'm not pulling up whatever you're trying to put down.
Really?
It's giving me like Project X, the movie, or whenever I just did projectx.com, it was nothing.
Oh, shit. Hang on.
You can put in NASA Satelloon program.
Hang on.
That'll work.
Now let's keep them on track.
Give me a second.
Also, Neil, where you're getting here is really fast paced. You got to pick one thing like that Red Bull jump. Look into it yourself. Take your time. Look into it. You'll see the photos are retarded.
Yeah. But there's also the Dude Perfect guy who also did it. They paying them.
Look into that. No, the photos, dude. You're missing out. Like I said,
I'm not talking about the photos. I'm talking about his personal claim. And when he comes back down, he's like, "Oh yeah, there's curves."
Yeah, he's not high enough to see that curve, dude. He saw the. He said
that is only
if you
according
heard
to Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil, listen to
No,
what
it's
I'm
Paul
saying,
Larson.
dude. If you allow me to speak without you interrupting, I think you can get the context of what I'm saying. It's some bullshit when you jump in right in the middle of my sentences and I can't finish what I'm saying. All right. So if he's going up there at 200,000, because we saw when that happened, actually it was like 4 days or maybe like 3 days after it happened. He is, I would say, one of the most prolific YouTubers. One of them. He has right now. It's probably over 60 million subscribers, if not more. So if somebody's chosen to do anything, it's because they have a large viewer base. So because of that, they'll choose him for a specific reason, and that's because they want to keep the indoctrination going. The agenda is to make spaceflight something that every man can do, right? So they're choosing this person who is YouTube famous to be a poster child for this kind of rocket launch or whatever. So when they were putting him on there, that rocket can only go so high, right? Because they were only going to go to a certain altitude. And as soon as they got to that altitude, it was about like 200 and some thousand feet in the air. It's close to, I think, about close to the Kármán line. The Kármán line is somewhere like 300,000, or somewhere like that. It's like 62 miles above the Earth's surface. That's still not far enough to see the entire surface of the Earth, like in its entirety. When he came down, he said, "I saw the whole Earth, and it's pretty round. I can confirm it's round." That's what he said. The Earth is not flat. I can confirm it's round. These were his words. Now, what's interesting about what he said was that he didn't need to denote that it was not flat. See, this was a jab to flat Earth, unbeknownst to you probably because you don't care. But that was a jab to flat Earth to say, aha, we're sending somebody up there who's, just your average Joe on the internet. But he wasn't, because his viewer base was up to 60 million, probably a lot more now. But because of that, they used him as a poster child for getting people into space, just your average Joe, right? So now that they got him there, it made it known to the people who are like you looking into this, like, well, spaceflight is real, guys. It'll be only about 10 more years and we'll have it available to everybody. But this kind of thing
And the Earth is not flat.
Right. This kind of thing has been promised to people ever since I was a young child. That spaceflight would be available for everyone. And it wasn't just going to be for the astronauts who only have the right stuff to be in a program to go to that region. And so now people like you look at something like that, and because it sounds fantastic, you're like, dudes, this is it right here, man. We're going to space. And your mind's all wrapped up in this idea. Meanwhile, there's no real way for you to actually do that. You think you're going to be able to. This is some kind of like, I don't know. It's like a when you put a carrot on a string and you put it in front of the donkey, and the donkey's just trying to get that carrot, but he never can because he doesn't know that it's on a string that the guy's holding with a pole. That's what it's like to you guys. You're chasing something that you're never going to have. But you believe it wholeheartedly because of the way it's presented to you. Listen to the background music when it's playing. The production value is on point. It got everybody to have like the moment when Cody lands, everybody's crying and cheering. Oh my God, it was so wonderful. And then the music's playing it almost sounds like, if you hear those church songs, it sounds like a little church background music going on, and it's an experience and everybody's laughing and crying, and you're wrapped up in the emotions, man. And you don't even know it. You're caught up in this whole wonderful feeling. So of course you're going to believe it because it's wrapped up in emotional state. And so what you do with that information is like, oh my God, we are such awesome, people, and humanity is amazing. Look at what we've done. You forget the fact to ask any important questions. How high do you have to be to see the curvature of the earth, Cody? Like, what is it? What did you see out your window? And of course, if you saw something out your window, was that camera actually seeing the same thing on the ground level? You don't even know any of these questions because you're so blinded with the faith that he actually did what he did. So once you start looking into it with the critical eye, you'll start to see that, yeah, the camera's actually showing some curvature even on the ground level. The fuck? He didn't show any curvature. He damn sure didn't see any curvature over no 200,000 feet. Are you kidding me?
And a couple years ago, they took William Shatner up with Blue Origin, took him up, and then he came down crying with tears. I saw the curvature of the earth. It's some Captain Kirk, Star Trek.
Yeah, it's a big fish story, and you're the ones buying it because you're like, here's the thing, dude. Nobody needs to convince you anymore that the earth is a globe. You believe it with all your heart. You think that that's just the way it is. Why do they have to make it over the top production value? Like he's coming back. Oh my God, the earth is not flat. We can confirm it's round. Really? What's that line about? Why did you have to say that? You could have just left out the whole flat earth thing altogether and just said that the earth is such a globe. But even then, why did you say it's such a globe? Everybody already believes it. It's appealing to your emotional side. So you can have such a tie into it with such strong emotions that when somebody tells you, hey, have you looked at the earth to see if it's a globe? Oh, fuck no, dude. Cody went to space. What the fuck are you talking about, man? I know he went there. Bro's just a regular YouTuber doing trick shots, and he got picked to go to the Blue Origin rocket ride. That's what's the real case right here. That's what it is. And you're all caught up in that emotional state that you can't see past it. You got that globe goggles on.
Who owns Blue Origin?
Jeff Bezos.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. You see, I got two friends. One that's in Space Force currently, and the other, his father took a flight on Blue Origin and went up there. So I have a lot of things that like kind of hurt my.
Yeah, what's the altitude at which what's the maximum altitude? Did he orbit the Earth? Did he just go up as high as he possibly could and then came back down? What's the story behind what was like? Did he tell you something?
He said 330,000 feet.
All right, that's about 60 some miles above the Earth's surface. But if that's the case, and he's got some kind of evidence to show you guys, and because like you got the ISS sitting at like 255 miles above the Earth's surface, and then of course you got the exaggerated curvature that they show, but then we got conflicting views from like the Chinese. The Chinese had an image recently about like the horizon looking pretty flat from one of their cameras. There's a lot of things that don't add up when we're starting to actually look at things through a critical eye. Because most of the information that we get is filtered through those who are giving us a worldview that is probably nothing we could validate. You and I, we have to trust these guys who actually go do this, right? We have to like, okay, well, my faith is such that if you tell me that's the case, I'll just go ahead and believe you. Like, why would I say no? You said you work for, Space Force. You go on your rocket rides and you come back and then you tell me a story about like how you've seen the curvature of the Earth. And I can't see it for myself. So from this point forward, I believe you on pure faith that you're telling me the truth.
But wait, Neil, did you say that you know somebody who is on a wait? Didn't you say that your best case was your friend went on a building and saw curvature? Now all of a sudden you have a friend that went on Blue Origin?
Yeah, my friend's dad.
His friend's dad went on Blue Origin.
Oh, really?
Bullshit.
I hear bullshit.
That's fine. Listen, because people on the internet, they can say they're professors or PhDs. We don't fucking know, and there's no way to know that.
Professor Dave. Yeah.
people. This is the internet, folks. People can say whatever they want. Although we don't know what they really are, we can take everything as if it were the case. So for me, it's like if he's saying the truth, then he's gonna have to deal with it at some point. Like, okay, fine with me. I can't tell if he's telling me the truth or he's lying. I wouldn't know, but I just have to take him at his word because all we can do is that. If we were to hear, if we were to be here in this call and say, "Ah, that's some bullshit. I'm not gonna believe you." Now, next, please. Like, we'll never get anywhere. We're just like, yeah, it's fine. If he says that's the case, that's the fucking case.
Until he says that his other friend was on the ISS.
No,
He's shifting the goalpost.
So a friend met a guy who was in the Air Force, and he used to do high altitude things.
You said Space Force.
You said Space Force.
This is separate.
Oh, it's a separate guy.
Yeah, I don't know this person. They were high altitude, and they were just like, dude, that shit's retarded. Essentially about FE.
Oh, he said that to the guy?
Yeah, he said it to my friend who was asking. My friend was asking a guy who was in the Air Force, who apparently in the Air Force flies for under the title of high altitude flights.
Oh, and he's kind of saying, no, well, that's not high altitude. You weren't high enough.
No, he's saying from that high altitude he could see it.
Oh, really? What was his altitude at? Because Concorde flies at 90,000 when it used to fly.
I'm not sure. It's like whatever the Air Force designates as high altitude.
I think it's 100,000.
Well, like I said before, there's these levels where you can actually get to, and according to the mainstream rhetoric and the size of the Earth with the numbers that they give, the radius value, it's supposed to be seen barely at a specific altitude. So anything below that, according to mainstream, would be flat, in your vision. But that's not what we see. We don't see that. So, just tell you right now, in Cody's case, right, and the guy does trick shots. When you would look at that video, and we have some stills of the video where it shows like outside of his window on the ground, it was curving already. And what shocks me is that none of you guys are like, dude, why is it curving right now on the ground? Like looking out the window.
And then that same curve matches when they're up in the air.
Yeah. It matches when he's up there in high altitude. And nobody bats an eye. They're not like, oh shit, that's weird. Why was it curving the same type of curvature on the ground that it was when he's in high altitude? Nobody asks any questions. They don't bat an eye. They're just like, oh, that's fine.
The video curvature wasn't the claim. It was him claiming that he saw it.
Sure.
That's the claim.
Yeah, sure. We can go any way you want, whether or not it's the claim or whether or not it was being seen by the cameras that were taking it, which is both of them are bunk, because if he saw curvature and that altitude, he still wasn't as high as the ISS. So, low Earth orbit.
Well, why does that okay? Wait, why is not being as high as the ISS?
Because the ISS
thematically.
The ISS is allegedly supposed to barely start to see the Earth's curvature, and not even as pronounced as it is from where they're showing the live stream video. It's really pronounced when you see the live stream video from the ISS, and they're not supposed to be seeing that much curvature. That's too much. So
yeah, but they can be on fish islands too for practical reasons.
Yeah, so you can capture more of what you're seeing. But that's the problem, right? We as the viewing audience don't know this. Which one of us are saying, dude, what type of camera they're using? Like nobody thinks, they're just looking at shit like, oh man, look at that, it's pretty cool. Like, and that's probably as good as it gets for us. You're not going to be looking at which one of you who have grown up with the thought of the Earth being a globe all your life are going to question whether or not they have a camera that's distorting the image. Like nobody, dude. That's like, everybody's going to be like, yeah, of course that's curved. Duh. You're not going to be like, nah, that's bullshit, dude. What camera are they using? And you think the Earth's a globe. You're not going to do that. So logically, no one's going to ask the question until you come to a place like this where we were telling you, like, it's not curvature, man. So, and then Cody, he was saying, like, no, man, we saw the Earth and it's indeed round. Really? You're going to say that shit, Cody, to everybody? How the fuck can you see curvature? Yeah, how the fuck can you see the whole Earth from that altitude? It is not even possible. The ISS isn't even seeing the whole Earth. You kidding me? So, I mean, what do you do with that? It's bullshit, dude. So the claim is bullshit. The image or the video that's taken is bullshit, and it's all wrapped up in this emotional kind of like dramatic just production that was done, so that now everybody's like, oh dude, yeah, regular people are really going to have a space flight available to them pretty soon. It's right around the corner. And they're just kicking the cat. Richard Branson has been promising this shit from a long time ago. What is it, in the 90s? He was saying this shit. This shit has been going on forever. All they do is
I reckon
kick the damn
he's
can
been
down the
talking
road.
about. He's been trying to get that shit going before he even opened fucking that airplane.
Virgin
Airways. Yeah, Virgin Galactic was before he had Virgin Airways.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the image that Critical Inception put in the text chat. That's from the Chinese. That's still from the Chinese, actually. It was a video. I mean, of course, throughout that video, it shows that, you see the curvature of the lens, but that one particular image that was taken from one of the cameras was of the horizon. I mean,
yeah, but that was a reverse fisheye.
Yeah, you can make that. You can make of that what you
want.
Reverse
fisheye now.
I would still say this, man. Like, even if that was presented the way it is, I would still say that we can't go based on that. And yeah, it looks pretty flat, but still, we're not going based on that, because that's not the
reality.
That's not the validation that we need, or reality. But it's not the validation we need. So when somebody presents something to you like that and says, "Hey, man, this is the Earth," you need to question. Okay, I'm on the ground. Whatever it looks like up there needs to match what it is down here. You got me? So if they shows flat, then let's check it out down here. If it shows curve, let's check it out down here. Whatever it is they're showing you, you got to match it. It's got to comport over to what you have down on the ground level. You get what I'm saying?
Because you've got to admit, right? You've got to admit, sometimes you see they show you pictures of curve, and sometimes they show you pictures of flat. So we go, okay, well, we're stuck now. Which one is it? So you've got to have a way to be able to go, okay, well, if the Earth is curving, then we should be able to measure it from where we stand. The place where we are is the place that's supposed to be fucking curving.
Yeah.
So we can measure it, yeah?
And we should be able to.
Yeah.
It's all logical, man. There's nothing here. There's no gimmick. It's not some kind of trick. We're not trying to confuse anyone. We're just pointing out the facts. If something can be done to measure it, by God, it should be able to be done.
Yeah, we don't care if you become a flat earther or not. You go along your merry ways and believe in the globe. We're not here to convert people.
Nope.
Just present information. That's all we're here to do.
Sure you are.
Nope. Renee, you need to understand, nobody in here cares if anybody, like if Neil leaves this voice call and he says, you know what, those guys are pretty nuts. I'm going to go back to my life. We're like, that's fine. We don't care. So sure you are doesn't happen here, Renee. We don't care. The most important thing is that he can use his critical thinking mind. And if he comes back and is like, you know what, I did more research, it's all bullshit, and appreciate you guys for challenging me, then yeah, that's good too. We appreciate it. We're like, yeah, welcome, snacks are in the back, DJ's playing requests. Like, that's fine. We don't give a shit. We're happy. But that's not the goal.
Hopefully he learns throughout his life to question things instead of just believing what he's been given. Even if he stays with the globe, who gives a shit?
Yep.
Hopefully he thinks better next time someone tells him something. Don't believe it full-heartedly. Go and look at it yourself. That's all we're doing, Renee.
That's it.
There's not a problem in the world with questioning things.
All right.
Exactly.
Well, then we struck an accord then.
Any vet in the house?
So do y'all think the Earth is accelerating upwards?
No.
Definitely not. It's not moving at all.
How come when you drop a bottle of water, the water stays still. But then when you go any other motion, like forward or backwards, the water will like move opposite of the accelerating force.
Yeah, whatever mechanics are being done here on Earth or motion being perceived we're doing so on a valid reference frame of us not moving. So any motion perceived has to be something that's imparted to the thing that you're doing, right? Because I'll tell you this way: when you have that same bottled water, you set it on your table and you do absolutely nothing to it. Is there any motion perceived?
No, but same as if I get rid of the table, it's on and let it drop. Motion's not perceived until it hits.
Yeah, but so no, you've done something.
Silly. The water's
you've
falling
taken,
at the same rate as the bottle anyway.
You've taken the table away. You've taken
Yeah, but if I move that bottle forwards, right, the water is moving in the same rate as the bottle.
Yeah, but you're moving the bottle. You're doing the motion. You're acting upon that bottled water. If you don't do anything to that water, what does it do?
Stays the same. So my question is, how come when it drops?
No, we don't. Listen, you're doing something. When you do nothing, then you can understand the simplicity of the valid reference frame that you're in. The simplicity is there is no motion detected when nothing is happening. Nothing is happening. Nothing is detected.
I am detecting the motion of that bottle drop.
No,
what you're saying doesn't make sense anyway. If you're changing, if you're moving it from left to right, you're accelerating the water. So you're changing the water inside the bottle. Yeah. But when you're dropping it down, the bottle, it's already down. So when you drop the bottle with the water in it down, the water's going to stay with the bottle. Is it what you're saying? Doesn't even what are you thinking though? It doesn't even make sense.
Yeah,
you dropped it.
Yeah, there you go, Oblivion. Timbo. He's talking about. Well, what's the cause then? It's malformed how he's saying it. I guess for us to kind of reform what he's saying, he's trying to figure out, because he's doing something to the bottled water. He sees something happening to the bottled water. Now he's saying, well, I think I can determine the cause by this shady inference that I'm giving right now, which is I see something happening or reaction happen when I move that bottled water. Now I'm going to say that because I moved the bottled water, I can tell you the cause of that. Get it? So now
you changed its vector.
Yeah.
That's all you did.
Yeah,
I'm still a little confused. I'm not gonna lie. So
I know because you overcomplicate things when it's so simple, right? Things are really simple to understand. When you overcomplicate them, you get confused, and I can see why. Because you don't need to add those extra steps. Okay, so we're talking about an equilibrium state, and so when we say that we're not moving, are we moving, Neil? Let's say you're. Yeah. So if you're standing still, you're not moving. Are you actually are you in motion? No, you're not in motion. You can perceive that because there's no movement happening. When you start to move, then motion occurs. Like it just is like the laws of motion. So you can start to realize what motion is because you're in a valid reference frame, right? So you can determine things like, okay, if I'm on a car, or say vehicle, if I'm on a vehicle or if I'm off of the vehicle, I can determine whether or not I'm on a valid reference frame. So if I'm on the car, on the vehicle, I'm not in a valid reference frame because it's relative. The car is moving relative to me because I'm on the car too, so I'm moving as well. And when I see things on the outside, the tree's moving past me. But the tree's moving past me because I'm on something that's in motion. So relative to me, the tree's in motion, right? But it's not really. So when you're on a valid reference frame, like standing still on the earth, then you can actually determine, hey, I see that vehicle moving past me. So I know that it's in motion and I am not. So I'm in a valid reference frame. When relativity comes into play is when you're on that same reference frame of the vehicle. You get me? So relativity becomes like, well, I don't know. Relative to me, it looks like that tree's moving. But you wouldn't be able to know that until you actually got off of the vehicle and were able to determine whether or not the tree is moving or the vehicle is moving. Now you understand you're in a valid reference frame.
I still don't get like on a fundamental level how the water does not displace when it drops, but only when I go forward or backwards. I guess that.
All right. So when you're imparting motion to the bottled water, is there a reaction happening in that bottled water? I'll just make it simple so you don't get confused.
Only on forward and backwards, not when I let it drop.
I know, but something is happening though, right?
Yeah, I let it drop. I let it go forward. I let it go backwards.
All right, let's take that bottled water, do nothing to it, set it on the ground. Now, can you tell me if something's happening to it?
If it's just on the ground, nothing's happening.
Okay, so could you determine whether or not there's something, that the Earth is doing by just the bottled water sitting there?
That's not really relevant to the question of why it's different when I go forward or left.
No, it is.
When
It is. Because the part where you start to think about other things is when you start to move that bottled water. You imparted motion to it. You did. It wasn't moving prior to you moving it. So when you started to see it move, it started to do something. You saw something happening. And now you're questioning, what is really the case here? Are we moving or are we still? I don't know, because I just moved a bottle of water and it seemed like it's doing something in there that's making me question. Well, you're questioning it because you moved it. If you don't move it, no motion is perceived, nothing will be thought of. It will just lie there and you'll say, well, the water looks like at its equilibrium state. There's no motion detected. I don't see it doing anything. So we're good. But until you move it, until you do something, then you start to think. When you don't do anything, you don't think because there's nothing to think about. Do you get it?
It is dropping, not doing anything. It is dropping it, not doing anything.
Dropping is doing something. It's dropping.
Yeah, but then nothing happens to the water. But when I move that water,
no, that's wrong. Something is happening to the water. It's dropping. What? It's dropping.
Yeah, but I don't see the effects of it in the same sense.
What do you mean? What effects? No, it doesn't matter about seeing effects. The water itself is moving. It's dropping. It doesn't matter if you start saying, I see effects. Who cares? It's moving.
Why is it different than forward or backwards?
Why is it different? Well, that's another question.
You're changing the velocity.
Yeah. That's another question. Hold on. That's another question. That has nothing to do with what I am saying. So when you do nothing to the water, nothing is detected and you don't think of anything. When you make that bottled water move in a specific vector, whatever it is that you're doing, you see some type of reaction.
Not when I make it move in the vector of down.
It doesn't matter. Whatever you do where you see the reaction that you think something is happening, in every case, something is happening. You're dropping it. It's moving left to right. It's moving diagonally. Whatever you're doing, you're actually imparting some type of motion to it.
Why would you expect it to see anything going down? It's already contained. What the fuck are you talking about?
Do you get what I'm saying, though, Neil?
No, I don't.
Yeah, you need to, because when you do nothing to the water, nothing is happening, nothing is thought of. When you do something to the water, doesn't matter if you're dropping it, moving left to right, diagonally, it doesn't matter. You start to see something happening. So you start to think of what the things could be. So you're overcomplicating the situation, meaning you don't have to. When the bottled water is not doing anything, you can't tell anything else. You can't determine whether or not you're thinking of something. There's nothing happening.
Well, it is doing something though. It's going down or up, and it's different
when it's settled. Listen, okay. So when nothing is happening, wait a minute. So when you have the bottled water sitting in the middle of the room and nothing's happened to it, what are you thinking of?
It's stationary.
And what else?
That's it, man.
Okay. So that would be the end of the story. That would be it. That's it.
Yeah. So you're saying when it's dropping, it's stationary at the same time, which would imply that the Earth
say that. I did not say that. I did not say that. You did. I did not say that. You're dropping the water. It is in motion. How hard is this? Really? Is this really?
Yeah, but how come there's not an effect on the water like there is on the forward and backwards?
Who gives a shit, dude? It's in motion. The water is dropping. It is in motion. When there is no motion, nothing is happening. Nothing is thought of. When it is in motion, things start to be thought of.
Yeah, but I'm saying there's a difference in the motion of up and down versus front and back.
That's a
left and
different
right.
question once again. That's a different question.
This is the same question I've been asking
No, it's
this
not.
entire
No,
time.
it's not. Because what we're talking about is detecting whether or not we are in motion when we're not moving. Okay, this was the major question. So when I'm on a valid reference frame, like the one I'm on right now, I'm still. There's nothing moving, right? I'm still. I have a bottle of water in front of me. That water is still. It's not moving. It's not dropping. It's not moving in any vector whatsoever. It's still. It's just sitting there. It's not doing anything. I'm still. I'm sitting here. So if there is no motion detected, if there's nothing happening, nothing is thought of. We're good. Now, when you start to, well, let me just drop this water. Let me move this water diagonally. Let me move it to this. You start seeing some type of reaction. And then another question pops up. Why does it do that? Well, it has nothing to do with you not doing anything. It has something to do with the water in motion. Do you get it? Like, I mean, this is
why
as
does
basic
water
as it
dropping
gets.
appear the same as water stationary?
That's different, right? That's a different question. So what
It's what I've been
main
asking,
thing,
man.
yeah, the whole main thing, Neil, and it is getting tedious. The whole main thing is that you understand when we say we know we're not moving, that's because of what I outlined for you. When nothing is happening, there is no motion detected, nobody thinks of anything. That's how we know. I'm telling you that right now. That's what you need to understand. Don't move the damn bottle of water. Just leave it alone. Could you think of anything happening to the earth? No, because nothing is happening. So you can't possibly think that you're in motion when there is no motion detected. When you drop the damn thing or you move it diagonally, then shit happens. Not until then. So when nothing is happening, you can't fucking tell if you're moving. That's my point. I'm trying to bring it home to you, but you're just, well, let's move it again. Like, you don't need to. That question
I'm
is
just
not
gonna
even a part of it.
disengage. This isn't going anywhere.
No, it's not going anywhere, and that's the way it should be. Like, we're not going anywhere. We're not moving. So we can be 100% sure there's no motion detected. When you ain't doing shit, no motion's detected. You're not thinking of anything. I can't spell it out for you any more clear, man. That's just how it is. When somebody says, well, shit, I dropped the bottle of water and it ain't doing something, but when I moved it diagonally, shit, it's like not doing that.
It sounds to me like Neil's looking for cause and effect. So he might be looking for somebody who has the Nobel Prize for proving the Earth is round. Hey, Neil, Google it.
Yeah.
The entire question was on the framework that the Earth is flat. So the question is, what is happening when the Earth, when the water bottle falls? When nothing happens.
It's not
So
when the
that would
water
imply
bottle
that there's
falls.
an upward.
No, you asked this question at the very beginning, and I'm going to say it because I remember. Is the Earth moving upwards? Didn't you say that?
Wait, what? Why would it
That's
imply
what I was
that?
getting to was my question.
Neil,
All right. So
why would it imply that? Why would it imply that the Earth's moving up?
Because then the bottle is staying stationary, and that means the water is not reacting to the relative motion. I guess you could.
Relative motion. Yeah, but
Well,
you
because
remember.
things fall down.
All right. So here's it doesn't get no easier than this. When the water doesn't move and it's sitting there, you can't tell if the Earth is moving up, sideways, backwards, or forward, or anything. Because you would say this: the water's still; it's not moving. Therefore, I don't think of anything. I just think that it's all still. We're in a valid reference frame. We can say there's no motion detected. If that water was in some type of motion constantly and it was never at rest, then you could say what you're saying is true. But since you don't see any motion detected and you don't think of anything, it's not in fucking motion.
I can detect the motion of the bottle falling.
When it's dropping, dumbass. Not when it's not doing anything.
How is dropping not doing anything?
I said when it is dropping. When you're dropping the damn thing, then yeah, it's motion detected. When it's sitting still in the middle of your room, not doing a fucking thing, it isn't doing shit. And you're not thinking of anything. You're not thinking of upwards moving Earth. You're not thinking of a spinning Earth. What?
Well, actually, due to fluid dynamics, the water is still actually moving, even if the bottle of water is sitting still.
Is it moving in any way, shape, or form in a direction?
The water molecules are. I'm just pointing out that the water molecules are within the water that can make up the water. They are moving.
All right. So
due to fluid dynamics.
Yeah, fluid dynamics. That's great. But usually when water's in motion, what do you see happen to the surface of the, like when you see that flat surface with surface tension, you would see some type of effect.
I had nowhere to pull over.
I'm just going to leave you with that. That's all.
Yeah, I already know. But that's not what we're talking about. In the case of something happening to the water or some type of motion being imparted, there is no motion detected. And that was the question. Was something happening when that bottled water is just sitting there still? Can we determine whether or not the Earth is moving in a specific direction, upward, sideways, whatever vector you want to think about, spinning? And the answer is absolutely no. When I drop it, when I move it, then you can start to think of dumb shit. Well, it could be the Earth's moving around because I'm doing something to the water. But if you don't do anything to the water, it's just sitting there. It ain't doing shit. So we could say we're not moving. We're in a valid reference frame to say absolutely that nothing's moving relative to us because we're basically still on the surface. So it's just that simple. I mean, we seem to be just round and round. Like seriously, man, if you could see something always occurring with water just being lying at rest, then yeah, I would give that it would lend credence to what you're saying. But since it lies still and flat and motionless when it's not being moved, any force being moved upon it, then you have no case because nothing is happening. So nothing is thought of. I don't know much more what we can do with this. I mean, that's it. Should be it. You're pretty much done on this point. You can think of all the magical things that happen when you start throwing water to the wall or throwing a bottle of water up in the air, whatever, dude. Do whatever you want with water. But when it lies still and no motion is being imparted, there ain't shit you can say about it. Except for it's not moving.
Yeah, that was painful, Alpha and Tim both, that you had to explain that so many times.
Yeah, I've seen. I've actually argued with the unit.
All right, Skinny Vet, explain it for us one more time.
No, he don't have to do that. Yeah, Skinny, you don't have to do that. But listen, the upwards moving earthers that I've dealt with in the 24/7, they were actually work. There was a guy that was in there. He had like silver, I think. Fucking hell. And I was debating him on this very topic because he had saying the same thing Neil was saying. He was all about it, man, because he was like, "Yeah, the Earth is flat, but it's moving up." I was like, "The fuck." And he put a video in, I think by Dell or some shit. They were dropping a bottle of water with a little weight, and it's got a bobber inside or some shit, off of an apartment building or some shit. And they were recording it as it was going down, and Earth is moving up to meet the bottled water. I was like, this is some bullshit right here, man.
I remember
it
that
is.
shit,
It's like
bro.
fucking bullshit, dude. And then what it did was... Yeah, go on, Skinny.
Sorry, Alpha, I wasn't trying to interrupt, mate. I thought you were done. I was just going to say quickly as well, like, this is one of the lies perpetuated by, what is it called? The Flat Earth Society, which is run by a bunch of globies to make people look fucking stupid, that we're traveling upwards at the speed of gravity, and that's how you explain it. And
it could be,
interesting.
It could be interesting to invite Dell onto this channel to have him explain why he thinks that.
Dude, you don't fucking want.
Dell.
Yeah, he likes to scream and yell and say a bunch of bullshit. You'd get muted right away. There would be no way you could stand in this fucking... I'm not gonna listen to people fucking blow V8 on some bullshit. Here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said before, when the water is at rest and it's not doing anything, what the fuck can we learn about it? That it's doing something? No, it's lying still. So a guy coming in there saying, well, we're dropping bottled waters with floats and shit. Now we know that the Earth's moving up. What are you doing, you idiots? And then we got a lot of flat earthers like, oh, dude, Dell's got a point. The fuck point does he have? There's like no motion detected. End of story. I don't know, Waz. Like, what are we going to get from Dell coming in and telling us his side of the... There's videos out there that exclaim these guys' point of view. It's the same Flat Earth Society bullshit that you would hear those guys saying.
I'm just interested in what the sort of rebuttal would be from this channel.
It's painful. That's what it is. They weren't on this tip like I want to say a couple years ago. They just got a hold of it. It's like the Bevites. They got the hold of the Earth is not flat or round. It's just like they're trying to figure out what it is. That's their shtick. It's the same. It's just another gimmick. So we're stuck with like having to undo the fucking whammy that get a bunch of the flat earthers, like they're coming in. Like there was a couple that just a small little group that holds to that. Some of the Dell's crowd. I think they're more convinced because he's really passionate in the way he speaks. But the most important thing is the information, the message, the context. What is he saying? Because it also agrees with the Flat Earth Society bullshit.
Oh, one funny. I heard you mention Professor Dave. What was the context of it?
Professor Dave?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was yesterday. I think I was.
No, you just mentioned him just now.
No. Dell.
No. Before that, when you were having the conversation with this guy, you had to repeat yourself like 20
I don't think I mentioned Professor Dave. I don't think I mentioned him.
Nah, you did. I remember seeing it because when you mentioned that, I was gonna say something about him.
Did I say Dave? I don't think I did, but
no, you never did.
I'm telling you did. I remember here.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't think I said it. I know I said it earlier yesterday. I was mentioning it. You might have been listening. You might have been listening to the VOD or some shit because not in here.
No. I was here when you were talking to him. Yeah, and the reason why I remember because when you said Professor Dave, I wanted to tell you something that happened the day. Well, probably like a month ago. He said something and he's not a professor, something like that. But anyways, when my kid's science class, right? He was doing chemistry, high school. And in his there's something for they go online for that the teachers put together the tutorial, not tutorials, but kind of like reference stuff. And one of the videos was Professor Dave talking about chemistry, man. That's totally trippy. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. These teachers don't actually look into what videos they're putting for references?
I think they might have just used something that because he does like other types of videos. So
yeah. He had a chemistry videos in there.
That's weird.
in high school, bro. As a teacher who uses videos in high school.
Professor Dave, no way.
Professor Dave, bro.
Yeah, I'm lately, man. I've been hearing these arguments that come through here. Like, who was it? And I did mention Professor Dave actually on this one. I'm gonna show you guys. If you missed it, check this out. I posted in here because the other guy left, so it's probably don't need to talk about that upwards moving earther anymore. But here, check this out. You might have seen this. It's off one of Professor Dave's videos, and Matt Nuclear was using this, and Parmesan is another anti-flat earther, was using this argument too. But if you see it, you can see that their argument was to deal with how flat earthers would see the moon. Now, I didn't know exactly, because I don't pay attention to this bullshit anyways, but I didn't know it was being challenged to us that we wouldn't see the face upside down from the north and the south viewing the moon at the same time. They said you would see the moon this way in the image that I put up. Now, and I'll give that image a little context based upon what they said. So a flat earther, like the fuchsia and the purple guy, are looking at the face of the moon. The blue guy and the orange guy are looking at the back side of the moon, which is like, you guys probably would think of it like the dark side of the moon. Like that's what they're looking at. So the ones in the front are seeing the face. The ones in the back would be looking at the backside of the moon. So they say, "Oh, so this doesn't work for flat Earth. So if you're a flat earther, you seeing the moon wouldn't work because you're looking at the moon, going around the Earth. And if it was doing that, then you would see the backside of the moon." And I was like, "What the fuck?" Because it was stupid. I was like, "Wait a minute." So let's say we all go outside for an observation of the moon. Like let's say all of us in here, we're all from different countries. Some of us are from different areas. But if we were to all go see the moon, as it moves across our sky, are we gonna see anyone gonna see the backside of the moon? Not the face, but the other side of where the face is. Anyone. So if nobody chimes in and they say, "I see the backside of the moon," that means that nobody's seeing the backside of the moon. That doesn't instantly make it a globe. Okay, so that argument is all based on that we couldn't, because even I think Professor Dave, what he wrote in the video is they can't all see the same face at once. That's what he fucking put in that weasel, put in the video, and the little caption on the top. You see that? And on the bottom, it has like where he, I guess was had the subtitles. People on the opposite sides of an object can't see the same face of the object. So he built a straw man argument out of this whole fucking thing. And I wasn't really like, because I didn't pay attention to it. I was like, dude, why aren't you getting that people in the South would see the moon face flipped upside down? So it's like, and I asked him, so how does the moon look like if you're all standing on the globe and you're seeing the moon, and somebody on the South is standing on the globe seeing the moon? Would it be looking at the same face? And he's like, I don't want to answer that. That's obfuscation. Matt Nuclear was saying that. That's obfuscation. I don't want to answer that. I was like, wait a minute. You don't want to be honest to me and answer the question, like what people would see altogether if the Earth, like as you say, was a globe? Because according to the globe, the moon is tidally locked and we only see the face of the moon. So what you're asking flat Earth here is that because we can't say that we see the backside of the moon, that the Earth isn't flat. And that's his whole shtick. He wanted us to say that. But that straw man argument he built was designed so that we wouldn't be able to say that we all see the same face. Do you get it? This was, of course, Professor Dave's argument with his video and shit, but you guys get the argument? Like from that Professor Dave? Yes, no, maybe so. Okay. I just thought it was.
Yeah, saw it in the chat. Saw it in the chat, and you explained it. Thanks for that.
Yeah, it's a straw man argument. And Professor Dave comes in here with that, so I just thought I'd let you know. You probably hear it. These guys in here saying that argument, but now that I've exposed him, I was like, dude, you're not gonna come in with this bullshit straw man again. Because none of us here say that. No, we're not saying that you would see the backside of the moon. Like that's dumb. Everybody sees the face of the moon. Maybe in a different orientation, but we all see the face of the moon.
Yeah, Bob, I couldn't answer, but yeah, that definitely seems a big ass straw man.
Yeah, dude, and like, and they were. I didn't know, like, because he was on about this argument for like 2 days straight. He was coming in here. He was talking. I want to talk about the moon, and I was like, dude, like, what are you? And there was even some other glober. There was a ITR that was. He's studying to be an astrophysicist. He was even telling him, no, I mean, if you conceptualize this, like everybody would see the face of the moon. Like it's just, if you had a curved surface or a flat surface, you would still see the face. Everyone would see the face of the moon. And then Matt Nuclear was calling him a kiss ass, and he's just like trying to be on our side. I'm like, no, that's just what it would be. Like everybody was like, the whole room was like, that's just how we view it. Timbo was upset about it. I mean, we're all just, we didn't understand why he didn't get it. Like, so I didn't know that it was just a complete straw man until I figured out, like, I got it out of him. It was weird.
It's funny when other globers in chat are telling them, shut up, you're not doing us any favors.
Yeah. Well, it's the same like Talon. Talon he's another one, dude. He's off the rails.
100% agreed. And you're getting invaded by Aussies again, Alpha, I see.
Yeah, it's all right by me, man. I need to get more of your countrymen in here. Go out there, wake them up.
I got one of my closest brothers. He's listening in right now. He's not convinced, but the times that I have logged in, the few times I have the last few weeks, he's been listening in, and he finds it very interesting. So
yeah, it's cool, man, when you get people in here and just kind of, because we've had it before where people bring their friends onto the same mic and we talk to them too and stuff, and that's kind of cool.
Cam isn't here in the voice chat, but he's listening on my device. And but yeah, we're blood brothers. We go back to School of Infantry, but he's finding it very interesting, and he has an open mind. So, but yeah, no, it's great to see you guys again, man.
It's good to see you, man. Yeah, you were out for a while, so it's good to see you back. We don't have your buddies aren't coming in here anymore, so.
Oh yeah, I don't give a fuck about them, man. That actually gave me that gave me the fucking jigglies actually a lot of the time. I think the last time I was on here when good old Elder Bear was on here, fucking I triggered into the fucking nines. I didn't have to say much at all. It was hilarious. But
he had it
it's
in for your ass, dude. Like every time he never skipped a beat. Every time he saw you, just jab at you, jab at you, jab at you. I'm like, dude, that's fucking boring, dude. We're not here for that shit.
Yeah, but I got a wife, man. You know, I'm not really that way inclined. I have nothing against people that are that way inclined, but I got a wife, man. Sorry. Fucking yeah. Anyways.
But yeah. So we've gone over a few fallacious. Today was I don't know, something in the water. Maybe it's a full moon. It's not a full moon, but yeah, we had just a bunch of shit going on. People were saying that a shoe is a natural phenomenon. I mean, they were siding with Brenda today. There was a lot of people that were siding with Brenda. Shoe is a natural phenomenon. Wow,
Brenda, dude. How is Brenda? How is Brenda?
Well, still agrees that a shoe is a natural phenomenon. So.
Well, that's something.
And Eratosthenes is doing an experiment according to Talon earlier today.
Oh, I trace my lineage back to Eratosthenes.
Say again?
I trace my lineage back to him.
Sorry to hear that. We we were dealing with Talon about that whole freaking Eratosthenes is not doing a scientific experiment, but
yeah, that's yeah, it definitely took a long time for me to be able to pronounce that fucker's name properly. So thank you guys for that. What was it? Eratosthenes, I think is how you guys taught me how to say that.
Yeah. Eratosthenes. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, some people are just a bit more pedantic to say his name, and not Eratosthenes, because I think that was what the other pronunciation of his name was. Eratosthenes. It's Eratosthenes.
Doesn't matter how it's said. He was still full of shit.
Yeah, but it wasn't a scientific experiment, and so we're kind of Talon. He's holding to it. He didn't let it go. He did not let it go. He's holding to it. It's Eratosthenes is doing a scientific experiment. It was crazy. He was on here. He was going full on, dude. He did not relent. I think he even sided with also, and I could be wrong, but he was siding with the shoe as a natural phenomenon. He was saying as much as he could, and he even called himself the top glober. Like, I'm the top glober. You guys know it. It's just, I don't know, man. Today the bravado was like at its peak. Most of the globers are in here just like they're really on one.
Yeah, so just put two sticks in the fucking ground. That means shit fucking round. It's not like you do the same thing on a flat surface with a fucking light above.
Hey, will you chill on the custom?
What is this? Huh? Happen? Yeah, go ahead, man. Did you want to say something? I don't know. I think I might have just talked when somebody talked. Go ahead, man.
Like, I don't know, man. No, that was just fucking. That was just me. Sorry, I was just saying. You put two sticks in the fucking ground. A couple of miles away, and that proved that shit fucking round. No, my people invented that 80 million years ago, you know? Fucking hell.
You can say anything
Sorry.
you want at that point, man. Like, really. Because if you're saying that much, it could be 80 million years ago, yeah. You believe in it? If you believe that, you believe anything. No, I think Rolling My Boulder is asking, is a shoe isn't a phenomena? What is it? Well, are you saying that shoe is a phenomenon? I don't want to get into that with you, Roland. Don't answer that, because then I have to ask you questions, and I don't want to do that either.
So, Alpha, do you remember me bringing up Willebrord Snellius with you?
Perhaps. Refresh my memory.
His use of triangulation to determine both Earth curve and circumference.
I want to say I know what was the context? What were we talking about?
He used Willebrord Snellius was able to determine both the Earth curve and circumference using triangulation back in 1615.
I feel like I remember that conversation, but it's very vague, dude.
Well, just to bring it up to speed even further, Willebrord Snellius is also has been shortened throughout time as Willebrord Snell, as in Snell's law of refraction.
Snellius, yeah.
Yeah. Very, very bright mathematician.
Right.
I just thought I'd throw in a couple.
Alpha, can you hear me?
I got you, man.
Alpha, right? So this guy, right? They were asking him about what Eratosthenes was 5% off of, right? And he kept on saying the actual size, and they say, and where did you get that measurement
just
from?
to take a little bit.
And he couldn't understand how we don't get it. He couldn't give the actual measurement, right? Which Eratosthenes was 5% off of, right?
Oh wait, we got two people.
Yeah, he's just going to talk right through the embarrassing summary of what happened, right?
Do you hear T-Dub?
No, I can't hear him.
Oh, dude, yeah.
I'm talking.
I don't know. This audio chaos, man, because you both were talking, and I couldn't hear what he said, and I couldn't hear what you said. So I don't know if you got him.
Jedi and Timbo had him on the ropes about what Eratosthenes was 3% off of.
I don't have anybody muted. I never muted anybody.
Just couldn't get it. He just could not get it.
So okay, well, I don't know. Renee, you might need to log out and log back in, man, because he was definitely talking. He still was talking.
I'll try a refresh.
Yeah, do that. No, okay, wait. Test 1, 2. All right, Renee, do you hear T-Dub say something, man? Because that audio chaos.
Yeah, hello.
Can you hear him now?
Yeah, I can hear him.
All right, yeah. All right, so. All right, T-Dub.
Because Eratosthenes was 4% off of the actual size, right? And this, what was the other guy's name that did the triangulation?
Willebrord Snellius.
Yeah, he was
right.
Off by he was off by 3.5%.
There you go, 3.5%. And then when we get to 3.5% of what, doesn't supply us with that information. It's just, you're idiots, you don't understand.
Oh, he didn't go through it with you. He just said, you're idiots, you don't understand.
Yes, that's basically it.
Okay.
He doesn't understand what we're asking of him. We're saying, okay, so it's 3% in error of the actual measurement, the actual correct size, right? And he's like, yeah, where did that come from? You're just idiots, you don't understand.
And you guys never drilled down to whether or not he knew, or?
That's not
he just wouldn't get there with us. He just doesn't understand what we're asking of him.
We can let him vindicate himself if he wants to. Renee, do you understand what's being asked? I don't know if you.
Yes, I absolutely understand what's being asked.
Okay.
Absolutes are not ever 100% when it comes to science.
Okay. Well, was that it?
That's pretty much it. Absolutes are not 100% all the time in regards to science.
All right, man. Yeah, I'm good with that. I mean, if you feel like that was your, oh, but I get you, T-Dub. Yeah, he's.
I mean, I'm not taking that's not taking an easy out. That's the truth.
Okay.
Jedi must have asked him like 7 times. Okay, so what is it 3%? Off of? And he said the actual size, right, or the actual measurement. And Jedi would say, and how did they get that measurement?
Yeah.
You couldn't get an answer.
It's all good. I don't want to walk that path, but I know what you mean. I'm just choosing not to go down that path. There's some things that I want to engage with, and I don't think that's. I'll leave that door shut for now.
Just a quick question, T-Dub, everyone else, and Alpha. T-Dub, great to see you, mate. Timbo, Matrix, all yous. Alpha. Who the fuck is Alpha's prodigy? Is that like a twin profile or something?
Nah, it's just
The
Matt Nuclear.
sycophant.
It's Matt Nuclear.
Matt Nuclear, yeah.
We
right.
We had a spat this morning, but I don't know.
Right, just curious. Sorry.
That's all good. I don't think we got some new people in here like Says. I don't think I spoke to you, Says. But if you're in here, yeah, I would like to hear from you. Who else is in here brand new? Well, we've been talking with Neil and I. We got Pockfish. Pockfish, welcome to the channel. If you want to engage with us, go ahead and open up your mic and say what's up. If you want to know any questions about Flat Earth, we can talk to you about that too.
Can we get back to the water bottle?
Oh God, no. Then we can talk to maybe later, Neil. I mean, I don't know how much time you have or how long you're gonna hang around, but I'll let these guys kind of bat that information around if they want. I already went through it as much as I possibly could, but if you're so inclined to keep talking about it, I don't mind you maybe engaging with somebody else. I just want to see if there's anybody else brand new in here. If not, you can probably take that argument back up again. I don't mind. Somebody else can engage with you if they want. But let's see. I just want to open up the floor to the new people, like Pockfish. Pockfish, if you're there, I'd like to say what's up to you. We got people in the chat. Raymond Rod, what's up, brother? Rolling My Boulder was asking some questions I do not want to engage with at the moment about a shoe being a natural phenomenon. But we got Skinny Vet back from a short stint away. Welcome back. We got TY. I know he's a fiery one. He's kind of upset with the Flat Earth being in politics server, but yeah, what are you gonna do? T-Dub, the homie. You used to be. You were all about being spicy and.
We've gotten to some heated arguments, but I don't have anything with you guys being here.
Anyways, be that as may, maybe it's just water under the bridge. Warpy Darpy, Miss Doves, welcome to the chat. You know what we do when we do what we do? We're just hanging out, hanging loose.
You have a prodigy now?
Nah, he's just Matt Nuclear. He's a man of many faces. But yeah, if you guys want to chime in, go ahead. Apocryphon's in here. What's up, dude? Crit, are you here? Your mic's unmuted. I think Crit's not around. It's 1:49 in the AM over here where I'm at in this part of the world. So I know the Aussie's in full effect, so it must be dinner time for those guys.
It's getting there.
Yeah, yeah, 4:45 here where I am up in North Queensland. What about you guys?
Yeah, 10 to 5, yeah.
10 to 5. You guys are ending the workday. Maybe. And we got Dyer 4126 that just jumped in. Welcome, Dyer. Do you have any questions for this channel?
Not really. Just here to listen. I just finished work, so.
Oh, Aussie, huh?
Fuck yeah.
Oh, we got the Aussie crowd coming in. That's okay.
I told you, boy, you guys getting invaded, eh? Fucking you guys getting invaded. You better look out.
Yeah, but we got the west and we got the east. So I don't know. Are you east or west?
Of what? Australia?
Yeah.
East Coast.
Okay, you're all right then.
Not many people out west.
He's acceptable.
You're acceptable.
I'm North Queensland personally, Dyer, and my mate Cam, my blood brother from infantry, just asked what the fuck's wrong with the West Coast. He's a sand groper, so.
Oh, whoa.
Uh-oh. Them's fighting
Shots
words.
fired.
Yeah, we don't speak
Also-
about the West over here, so we don't do that.
Also known as west of Australia, not Western
West.
Australia.
Yeah, west of.
Cam just laughed at that. No, Cam just said, yeah, Queensland and WA are all right. It's all the other cunts that are fucked.
Damn.
Jokes, guys, jokes. Good to see you all. That's all.
So long as no Bogans join the chat, we'll be all right.
Oh,
what the fuck are you talking about, boy?
I'm just kidding.
Skinny vet.
He just lost half the crowd.
That's just half the people in here. What's up, man?
Skinny vet. I got my posting, mate. I'm going up to 2CR.
Hey, fucking congrats, bro. So that's Gallipoli Barracks in Inogra. Fucking congrats, man. Always a pleasure to meet another digger, man. Good on you.
Cheers, mate.
APOC, you there?
What are your... I was just going to say, what do you reckon about the chat, bro? What we're talking about?
About what specifically, sorry?
Yeah, I'm here.
Flat Earth, mate.
I got you, man.
Oh, no, I don't know much about it, so just listening.
The hell?
He's a boltard.
Well, we don't... There's no parking on the dance floor, man. You gotta pick a song and dance, because that's what we do.
No, he's just a combat engineer. He's a combat engineer. He just got out of training.
Is he
So they
all right?
build shit and blow shit up. So, yeah.
Is he all right?
Oh, on a ball.
Infantry's heroes.
On a ball.
Yeah, but...
I'm just fucking with you, mate.
So you're military, huh?
Yeah.
You're getting mad respect.
Only recently, but...
You're getting mad respect from Skinny Vet, so, we gotta respect that, too.
We've spoken once, I think, recently. Yeah, I only been in like 6 months. Nothing crazy.
That's all right, man, but you're still served, so that says something. Anyway, so, I mean, you've been thinking all your life that the Earth is a globe? Because that's kind of crazy.
Suppose I have been, yeah.
Okay. Is there any way that you've utilized the Earth as a globe, being that you've been through the military, in any way? And if you have, go ahead and tell me in what way.
Not directly, unless you count like map reading, like magnetic north and shit.
Well, I mean, getting around on the Earth, I don't think that's really something that we can look to say that that's definite direct measurements or anything. But what would you say would be the best evidence for the Earth being a globe, Dyer?
Best evidence? Fuck knows. I don't know any off the top of my head. Sorry, mate.
It's all good, man. But here's the thing: they're telling us, the information that's put out for everyone to consume is that the Earth is of a radius of 3959 miles, a circumference of 24,901 miles. So there's a definite size to the shape of the Earth, right? They give us metrics. So with that information, we could probably say that the size of the Earth is known in that sense, right? Like as a globe.
Sure.
All right. So if we have like the metrics to know the size of the Earth, do you think that it's possible that if we have those numbers, we would be able to measure the surface of the Earth in some kind of way?
As in what?
Well, I mean, like if this surface is curving like a globe, like a sphere, we'd be able to measure it.
Sure.
Okay. And how do you think that they've done that?
How have they done it?
Yeah. Do you know of any way in history, of any anybody that's ever measured that surface to be curving. Hey, it's cool if you don't, man. I'm just like, I want to
Yeah,
know where you
nah.
stand with all this stuff. It's all good.
I know like fuck all about.
It's all good. Yeah. Okay. So, and of course, I'll add the next one, which is the spin of the Earth. You know, they're telling us that the Earth is spinning on its axis. It's in motion.
Sure.
Do you know if anybody that's ever measured that the Earth's spinning on its axis?
No.
Okay. And the last one would be, because there's like only 3 main questions I ask everyone. The last one is if you think that we are in a cosmic vacuum, or do you believe that we're in one?
As in space.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Oh, do you believe it or do you know it?
Well, I haven't personally observed it, so I'd have to say believe.
Believe? Okay. So, and this is what I always do with everyone, because it's what the knowledge I get from you is just your honesty. You sound like a stand-up guy. You're not gonna cut any corners. You're just like, yeah, if I know it, I know it. I don't, I don't. It's just kind of cool, because a lot of people, I would say, identify with that the Earth is a globe, like with that information. So it's a bit more harder for them, or they're more reluctant to let the information go like that. So it's kind of cool that you took it that way, because when
I'm not going to pretend to know stuff I don't.
That's cool, man. So I would say that in closing, the Earth as a globe spinning in the vacuum of space is just a blind belief that people propagate, or they have. So you probably didn't even think twice about like whether or not it's a globe or not. You just do a job, or you get up every day, you do what you do naturally. Without it's not like a big considering thing that you do, like, oh man, I really have to consider how much curvature there is from here to work. Like you don't there's not the Earth as a globe doesn't pop into your mind in that way. Like you're practically going to need to use it in any way. That's why I was asking the question, have you ever utilized the Earth, as a globe in anything that you do? Because that to me would have been at least signifying that you participated in knowing a bit about how you could utilize it, right?
Sure.
Right. So it hasn't been done in your mind, and so it's just, these are things people say. Really, the globe is an imagination. I can point it out to you as more people come in here and they'll engage with me. I can prove it to you, and that's what I can show you. I'm gonna show you if you just like stay here for a couple of sessions, or if you're inclined to kind of see what's going on in this room. I'm gonna keep showing you over and over again with many conversations over and over again that the people I speak to won't have an answer to those 3 questions that I asked you. They'll fight back a little bit because they don't like to be. Some people, they don't like to be wrong. Let's put it that way. They really want to be right in everything they say, especially if they somehow figured out that they really love space, or they know the Earth's a globe in their mind. So those are the guys that will kind of fight me on the points down the line. But I would say it this way, Dyer. No one knows the information that those 3 questions that I gave you. They don't know how to substantiate it. They'll give me some ideas of how it's been done, but when we dig into those things that they think would solidify the point, we find out that it's not really conclusive. Neither of the things they bring up. So whatever it is. And like I said,
I'll be happy to stick around and have a listen.
Yeah, I've been doing this for like 9 years, dude, going on 10. So I've talked to many people, had thousands of conversations, and every single time I engage with somebody, I mean, I honestly, I figure out where they're at with their mind. I can tell you like this person is going to be genuine or not just by like, engaging with them for a little bit. I'll be able to say, oh, this guy, this one's a live one, like he's going to give us some trouble. Like he's not going to let points go and stuff. You'll notice it because they'll do a couple of things. I think one of the biggest things that they'll say is, what do you mean by the word flat? Like they'll do some shit like that, or they'll be like, well, so I want to know how the Earth is flat. And you're like, okay, cool. Well, we can talk about that, but let's first see if you know if the Earth is a globe. No, I don't want to talk about that. I want to know how the Earth is flat. And they don't want to realize whether or not they know that the Earth is a globe. So they start to deflect. They start to project. like as if, no, you're the one being disingenuous. You don't want to talk about the Earth as flat, and they'll start putting us into this like mindset that we don't want to engage in good faith and so forth. But I think all of that has to deal more with psychology than anything, because a person is offended that they've been thinking that the Earth is a globe this whole time and they haven't ever questioned it, or that, and because they don't want me to quiz them on how they know, and we all find out that they don't really know, right? So it's kind of like one of those things. To the people that really are objective against this, they don't want me to say anything about it. So,
yeah.
But like it sounded to me like you feel pretty good and confident where you're at. So it's like none of this is really something like that's on your radar. It's just like, yeah, it's just a chat I'm in, so what?
Yeah, I suppose, yeah.
Yeah.
I just finished work, so.
Yeah, it's good to have a chat with you, man, and I appreciate your time. I mean, of course, you giving us your time in that.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I'll be happy to stick around and listen to a few combos.
Yeah, and if anybody stops by or whatever, but feel free to use this place like a podcast. You can come in here, just put yourself on mute and just listen. However, I think there's a time limit, if I'm not mistaken. People get booted off to the AFK channel.
Yeah, right.
If you're inactive. So yeah, every now and again, just kind of move the screen a little bit so it doesn't time you out. All right, so if we do have people in here though that are listening in. So if anybody else wants to chime in, yeah, go ahead, ask your question. If we got people listening right now on the 24/7 live channel on YouTube, because we're always live streaming 24/7. We've been doing so for like 6 years now. So we got thousands of hours of recorded content 24/7. I think to me it's like a brand, because we have like a group of people that come in here. And I'm just a part of it, but I'm honored to be a part of the group that are here, because these guys are.
All we need is the t-shirts now. Some
If it could
24/7
Dude,
flatter
I
t-shirts.
have one.
You do?
I have one. On the front of it, it says hoax, and it has the SpaceX like X on it, like for the hoax, and I think the H is the ISS. So I have that shirt.
That's
Actually, I had put it up in a long time ago. So there's some people that are in the 24/7 that have it.
I thought you were going to say, Alpha, that you had one with a 6 on the front and a 9 on the back.
Oh shit, dude, that would have been the ultimate one. Nah, but I do have the shirt. It says 24/7.
How long have you guys been getting questions about the 6 and a 9 thing?
That's pretty old, dude. To be honest, that's a pretty old one. That question. What do you reckon, guys? That's what? Shit, dude. I think that one goes all the way back. To be honest, the very beginning.
The moon upside down in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, I think so. Because I thought that was
unique to me.
No,
man.
no. It doesn't. No, dude, it doesn't usually get brought up. I'm being honest. It doesn't usually get brought up.
Yeah, that's the thing. It doesn't. Yeah.
So probably that's why you thought it was, some new.
Yeah.
But for us,
I've seen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's, dude, we've fucking. We used to have, and now unbeknownst to you, we used to have 5-on-5s, 4-on-4s. I had the arena, and we'd have people marked as gladiators if you're a globe earther, and Spartans if you're a flat earther. And so the arena was set up to. Yeah, I had Flat Earth Arena. We used to do it Friday night fights. It was epic, dude. It was like, oh, fuck, dude, that was back in 2017, 2018.
I remember being a Spartan, bro. That was fun back then. That was a long time ago.
It was like blood pressure, like to the max, dude. Like everybody was in there, but it was not just like, it wasn't just shouting. It was like fucking firing off missiles at the other guy. Like it was both sides. We were like engaged with like this cage match, dude, like a 5-on-5. Like we would like tag team, and the way it works was you'd have to say objection, kind of like at court, but we like, okay, let's say me and you were debating, Matt, and if I strawmanned you in any way, and if you said objection, the referee, so to speak, would have to say, okay, say, or if I didn't, like if I was just talking through you, I would get muted. And then the referee would hear your objection. If your objection, was not valid, you have 3 objections, right? 3 valid objections. If your objection was not valid, then he would take one away from you. Like, let's say you said, okay, Alpha's making a straw man of my argument. I didn't say that. And if the referee was listening, his job only was to validate whether or not it was a straw man or whatever fallacy. And if you called it out correctly, then they would take away. They would give you a minute to explain over. Like, in other words, I would be muted, and you would get to have the minute to explain why it was a straw man. So you would get to like silence me if I straw manned you. Like, if I was straw manning you and you said objection, and then the referee, when he paused the conversation, if I was still talking, I would get muted, and then they would give you the floor. They would give you 60 seconds to explain what it was. And if you could do it in a concise way, then they would give you another minute to tell everybody what the straw man was about. And then I'd have to recant what I said. Like, it was a glorious thing, dude. I'm telling you. But it was unlike your standard debate formats, which is bullshit. You get 10 minutes, I get 10 minutes. I'm gonna say a whole bunch of things, and by the time you get to your 10 minutes, you have to undo my whole bunch of things that I said. So it was really, the formats now.
How did we know whether or not the referee was corrupt or something?
No, because of the fact that everybody was like, it was basically it was a code of honor. Like, you have to, like, in other words, if I called straw man and the referee was like on my side, let's say, then everybody would know. Like, it was not about being on a side or another. It was like somebody just knowing that the fallacy that was used correctly. That's all. So it had nothing to do with I think AI was the referee. I think at one time we had a couple of referees. But yeah, he wouldn't care. It was like, no, if you were in the wrong and you said it, you'd get muted and you get your timeout, and that's just the way it was. But it would always fall to us that we were usually staying on point with logic, and the fallacies were mostly, I would say, there was a couple of times flat earthers were silenced and they would lose their objection. One of the times, I think I was a referee, I took Jedi's objections away from him. I had to, because it was one time because it was I think the conversation was like a 2-on-3 or something, and he was over talking, and I couldn't hear the guys in between because he was jumping in. I don't remember the context, but I know that I had to take 2 of his objections away. But he didn't care, because he was at some point, I think he was he wanted that. He wanted me to take him away because he wanted to just be over talking and stuff. So anyway, it just fell down to where he got eliminated. That's what happens once your 3 objections get taken away. You're eliminated from the group. So you would be like a 2-on-3.
That sounds like a fun thing to do.
Yeah, and if let's say for this case, right? Let's say you had 3 Globers and 3 Flat Earthers. If, for instance, the Flat Earthers were over talking, and the referee said, you can't over talk or whatever, and if the Flat Earther kept doing it, he would get silenced, and then the opposing side would get to continue to talk. It was like a battleground. You have to know how to work the system, and it was not easy. I'm telling you, because passions run high. So I don't know. APOC was there. I think there was a few other guys in here. It was a really awesome format.
Yeah, I really liked it. It was fun.
That would be fun. I'm just picturing it. I'm just visualizing me and the 3 Globers going against 3 Flat Earthers.
Yeah, but you could only
objection.
But when you said that, when you called out an objection, if your team wasn't somebody you actually jive with, let's say it's just some random Glober that come in here, they would mess up your flow, because you don't know who if you just in other words, you know how you back up other Globers in here just for the sake of backing them up? You couldn't do that in the arena. You'd have to actually have some kind of cohesion with them, like a teammate kind of thing. Because if there was somebody that you just randomly picked, they would be over talking you and shit. They would mess up your flow, because then you couldn't get your words. You know what I mean? So you'd have to kind of work. Okay, so what it was, I know I'm going on a little bit about the arena, but what it was is that you'd have to work with the guys that you're going to be in debate with. So your team had to know, okay, look, we're going to have to work together. Either you're going to take point or I take point, but either way, one of us can't overtalk the other when we're doing this because it's going to mess up the flow. So if, let's say, you were taking point and on the topic, because the topics were given, okay, so the topic is the curvature of the Earth, whatever, and so we get you get your opening, and you have to choose who's going to do the opening, amongst the team. And then Flat Earth would do the same, and then those two people would interlock with each other. It was awesome, dude. I'm telling you.
That sounds fun. Yeah, it does sound interesting. It sounds like there's a lot of pressure there too.
It is. It's pressure to be on point, and so that's where most of us came from. Most of us came from that style of debating. So when we're in here, the Flat Earth, we're like fucking a cogwheels in motion. When we get somebody who's not of the team and they're from Flat Earth, they call themselves Flat Earthers, but they're not of like the 24/7 team, then we don't gel. Like there's like this mad fucking over talking bullshit that goes, you could tell. But when you get those of us who jive, we fucking like we work with such like awesome teammate, like kind of like I'll shut up with Jedi's. If I hear his voice, I'll shut up. If he hears my voice, he shuts up. Timbo hears like we know we know how to back away. That's how, the arena was like that, dude.
I mean, the one thing I do notice in here though is like a lot of Globers sometimes get jumped. You know how like if there's two Globers going on like one Flat Earther about something and they're both like jumping on him and they're kind of pressing him. I see the Glober usually get muted and he gets kind of like pressed by he gets encircled kind of by the Flat Earthers. That's what I noticed in here a lot.
Well,
it's kind of unfair, but I know you know that for sure it happens.
Yeah, this format is different though, because like this is an open format. We used to even say like when the arena would go down, the spectators could not speak. No spectator joining the arena could not speak. So you could only spectate, and you couldn't raise your hand. You couldn't say anything. So basically, you had to have a ticket to get into the arena. It was awesome. That you get a ticket, you get to be in the stands, the bleachers or whatever, so to speak. But you could only partake in listening and be in that. You'd have your own separate text channel. You could comment on it, but the debaters would have their own text channel where we'd be posting the information relevant to our discussions, or debates. And then like that was live streamed. I think we had it it was on, I don't know if it was YouTube. I think it was YouTube. Helio's old YouTube channel that got taken off had all of our old shit. I think it had most of the arena shit there too.
Have you guys ever genuinely lost a debate in there? Like genuinely, be honest.
Fuck, dude. I could honestly like we had so many fucking debates, dude. Like so many, and most of them, I think they were on some bullshit topics, to be honest with you, because we were coming into 24/7 had a lot of different people that were a part of it at the time, so the topics also were a bit more broad because we were still trying to get our. I would say we were starting to figure out like what were the main topics at that time because it was like almost like anything goes kind of thing. We were talking about everything, and so it was a bit more open, I think you could say. Because a lot of shit was being brought in there that we don't use these days. Like most of these fallacious, like AE maps were a part of it, I think, at some point.
Oh,
shit like that.
Maps,
yeah, it was Globe against AE and shit. It was like, all right, let's go 3v3 and shit. And it was like how do flight maps work. And I remember, dude, it was
AE map. The thing is, I mean, it's kind of great that you guys dropped it. Although I think it's like obviously it makes it. So you guys aren't held to it, because if you guys started claiming the AE map, we'd hold you to it, and I think most of the debate would kind of switch to you guys having the burden of proof or like to trying to prove your point, because we'd have a model to hold you to. So we'd be asking you here 24/7, how does this work? How does this work? How come this wouldn't work?
But I'm telling you, I think it was.
But when you don't have a model. You don't have a model, we can't hold you to any of that.
It was open. It was open to that. It was open to a lot of other things, man. It was more things that were included into what we were putting it, because the three topics were picked by both sides, and so I would say it this way: there was 3 topics, or maybe less. I'm not sure. We had some topics, but both sides would have their own topics. To like, Globers would pick their most important topics, Flat Earth would pick their most important topics, and then we got to delineate which topics would actually be the ones in the actual debate. So it would be like okay. let the referee decide which ones are going to be, or some shit. Or I don't know if it's like a coin flip or some shit, but one or two of the debate topics from either side was getting chosen into the mix, and then we'd have to debate whatever the Globers wanted to talk about, and then we would debate whatever we wanted to talk about based on the ones we chose, but only I think 3 at maximum, because we had a time limit. I think it was 2 hours or an hour and a half, and it was hard to hold to that time limit, dude. I'm telling you. But the referee's job, I think, was a lot harder. So if you became a referee, you were like the ultimate mod. Nobody could challenge. I don't give a shit who you were. You weren't. The referee was the ultimate mod. Like the referee could mute everyone if he wanted to, or let one person speak or the other one not. He had to have that power, that muting power. Everybody else did not have any muting power whatsoever. There was no muting power. So the only muting power was the referee. And he's the only one with the key. So I'm telling you, it was pretty awesome.
Seems interesting for sure.
Yeah, APOC was a part of it too. It was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was a while back. Matter of fact, I think that's I don't know how or why, but one day it was just like, yo, let's go to the Coliseum. It was like a Friday or something, like, let's do Coliseum. And then I was like, like, all right, cool. Like, what is that? Like, that's when I had first like joined in.
Dude, we had some big names come through there, didn't we? I think Mark Sargent came through there. There was like some fucking guys coming through.
Yeah, there's some big names. And then that's what I think was Michael one of the mods in it? Was Mike? Yeah, huh?
Battle
mod? Yeah.
I think so. It was Battle Mod, AI. I think I ran mod one time, or referee one time.
Yeah, but matter of fact, one time, that's how I met Mike. He was like, he's gonna ref one of them, and that's when he gave me the what do you call it? The role, because you had to have a role to see it and get in there and participate.
Were you? Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. So, and you could probably tell Matt, there was the referee's job was not to take sides, flat earth or globe earth. He was just there to arbitrate the bout. That's his only job, and he would mute like who he had to. That was no. You guys might think that it was biased and shit. There's no bias. There's no fucking bias. Like he knew his job. Like he had to like like I said, sometimes you'd have to mute the flat earther. Like that's just the way it was.
Yeah. The that was actually, so I made the Apocryphon account is because I forgot my old login and I got a new phone, and I like when I did the Discord, I couldn't transfer it for some reason, so I had to get a new account, and that's when I created Apocryphon. But back then though, I was under, I think I was under like Fusion somethings. I forgot what it was, but and I usually just listened. I never really talked anywhere. Like I always just like I like listening, but it would be cool to, like, if you guys did have like old recordings of it. I would like to like look to see if like, oh wait, what was my username back then? I forgot my username that I had then. But maybe if I looked at
think I have like maybe 2 recordings. I think.
I might see my old username in there.
Yeah, it feels weird to even look at those old recordings. I think I might just do that for nostalgia.
All right.
Look back at that.
Hey, was I dreaming, or did you call me earlier? I had just woke up and okay.
No, I did. I called you earlier, but you said hey in like a sleepy voice. So I was like, oh
yeah, I just woke up. I'm like, yeah, I'm here. What's up? Like literally, like right when I woke up, I heard you go, "Is the Apocryphon here?" And I was like, shit, I just woke up.
I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know. We got Aries in the chat. What's up, Aries?
Good, G.
You're on the road again?
Yeah, bro. Just started working.
On the road again.
Yeah, he's a trucker, man. He's got many miles before him, and many miles behind him.
Right.
Driving and shit. So what's the topic for today? None yet?
Nostalgia.
Sure.
Going down memory lane. Yeah, but I'll mute myself. But yeah, I just woke up, so I'm gonna be awake all morning. I fell asleep earlier and got my 4 hours. Wait, yeah, it was like around 9, so 3 hours. Got my 3 hours of sleep, and now I'll be awake for the rest of the day.
I work nights, so that's why I'm awake.
Yeah, my sleep schedule's all backwards right now. It's all off. So here I am.
I think somebody was requesting the Google Loon satellite website. They couldn't get to it. I think it's called Project X that got discontinued.
That's who it was. It was Google had that, and then did Elon Musk buy it, and then he started Starlink.
Yeah, let me post the link because the guy wanted the link, but if you guys want it, I'll post it right now. You guys can save it.
Project X? That's an
Yeah.
interesting name for a company that Elon Musk ended up buying.
Right? Check this out, T-Dub. That link that I just put in is the link to it, though. And then all you got to do is look at it. Look at the first image that you see. I'll post it in.
Yeah.
I'll take a screenshot and then I'll post it for you guys. This is when you go straight to the website, what you see.
Balloon to balloon communication.
Check it out. Watch this. I'm going to post another one.
Every 30 minutes they were launching one.
You guys can save these little snippets that I'm going to post. Because this is, I'm going to say verbatim what Elon Musk was saying about it. Check it out. I feel like he was even reading it from off the website.
Hmm. What year did Eon launch Starlink?
I'm not really sure, but it was not, I don't think it was too far after this.
Yeah, it's after he bought it. Probably.
Let me just, I like to read a little bit of this because I think it's important. Like we put it into some context. Let me see. Let me take one more snippet. All right. I'll put that one there and then that image.
Of course, Elon was just simply buying out the competition, right?
Pretty
I'd
much.
say. It says expanding internet connectivity with the stratospheric balloons. Billions of people across the globe still don't have a reliable, affordable access to the internet. The internet has transformed the way the world communicates, learns, governs, and exchanges ideas, but billions of people across the globe lack reliable, affordable access. Loon was a radical approach to expanding internet connectivity. Instead of trying to extend the internet with traditional ground-based infrastructure like fiber optics, cables, or cell phone towers, Loon took to the sky with a network of balloons. Loon's balloons traveled along the edge of space to expand internet connectivity to rural areas, fill coverage gaps, and improve network resilience in the event of a disaster. Loon spent 9 years developing technologies to deliver connectivity from the stratosphere. Hold on. All right, I had something in my throat. Let's see. And it shows that image that I just posted in the chat. Loon balloons traveled along the edge of space to deliver internet to the ground below. Connecting the unconnected. You grab a hold of this. Loon team began with a question. Could a network of stratospheric internet beaming balloons be the radical idea that might finally bring abundant, affordable internet access? Not to just the next billion, but to the last billion. To the last unconnected communities and those least able to pay. To explore this idea, the Loon team started out flying and chasing early prototypes through California's Central Valley to see if the idea had promise. In 2013, the team found some friendly New Zealanders who were the first in the world to connect to the internet via a stratospheric balloon. These early tests demonstrated Loon's promise, and after more development, the team beamed the first LTE connection from the stratosphere to a school in Brazil, showing that it was possible for balloons to connect directly to people's phones. Over the years, Loon knocked over one technical hurdle after another, doing things previously thought impossible, like using lasers to beam connectivity and copy of the film Real Genius between balloons in the stratosphere or creating a mesh network in the sky. In 2017, when flooding in Peru and major hurricane in Puerto Rico knocked out critical ground infrastructure, the Loon team navigated balloons to the disaster regions and provided emergency connectivity to hundreds of thousands of people. In 2018, Loon became an independent business with Alphabet, and in 2020, the team co-founded the HAPS Alliance, which aims to accelerate innovation and connectivity efforts in the stratosphere. In 2020, Loon launched the world's first internet via balloon service with partners to people in unserved regions of Kenya. Building a balloon that lasts. The Loon team had a lofty goal, designing a balloon that could last for hundreds of days in the harsh conditions of the stratosphere, where winds can reach about 100 kilometers an hour and temperatures can drop to minus 90 degrees Celsius, all while delivering constant connectivity. The team spent years refining their designs and eventually set a record with a balloon that flew for more than 300 days before it came down to Earth. Launching the balloons. While prototyping and refining the balloons, the team were also focused on another big challenge: how to get them up in the air reliably, safely, and quickly. To achieve this, the team designed and custom built auto launchers that they affectionately called Chicken Little and Big Bird. These large cranes were capable of filling and launching a balloon every 30 minutes into the stratosphere, high above airplanes, birds, and the weather. Sailing the stratosphere. Wind patterns in the stratosphere are layered, with prevailing winds at one altitude varying in speed and direction from those slightly different altitudes. One of the original insights from the Loon team was to take advantage of this variability to sail the winds rather than to fly against them. By designing a balloon capable of ascending or descending to catch a favorable wind, the Loon team could sail through the stratosphere with no propulsion. reaching locations around the world. To identify helpful wind patterns, Loon used advanced predictive models to create interactive maps of the skies. These maps allowed the team to determine the wind speed and direction of specific altitudes, times, and locations. The team then developed smart algorithms to help determine the most effective flight paths through the varying wind layers. With aid of these algorithms, the balloons could accurately sail the winds over thousands of kilometers to reach a desired location and remain clustered around those destinations in order to deliver consistent connectivity below. It's giving like these diagrams of what the balloon looked like and how it achieved this. And it says rough conditions. While in the stratosphere, balloons encountered 150 degrees Celsius temperature swings, with temperatures reaching as low as minus 90 degrees Celsius. The scale, each tennis court-sized polyurethane balloon was built to survive for hundreds of days in the stratosphere's harsh conditions. Altitude control. Changing the airflow into a smaller inner balloon called the balloonet would cause a balloon to change altitude and, by catching a different wind current, its direction as well. It says expanding internet coverage, the Loon communication system. Solar panels. Solar panels powered the communications equipment during the day and charged onboard batteries for the nighttime operation. Flight avionics. The avionics system contained the technical brains that controlled and command the balloon. Parachute. An onboard parachute allowed for controlled descent and safe landing. Communications payload. Transceivers and antennas relayed a high-speed internet signal across the balloon network and to people below. Sharing Loon's lessons with the world. Despite Loon's extraordinary technical progress, the path to commercial viability proved much longer and riskier than hoped. So in 2021, Loon's journey came to an end. To help further stratospheric research and innovation, the team published the Loon Collection, a catalog of Loon's technical, operational, and scientific insights. The collection includes flight data from all 2,100 of Loon's flights, including sensor data and electrical measurements for scientific and climate research. Some of Loon's technology, like the high bandwidth optical communication links first used to beam a connection between balloons bopping in the stratosphere, lives on Project Tara. To support ongoing innovation, the High Altitude Platform Station, HAPS, communications industry, the Loon transferred a number of stratospheric ballooning and networking patents to partners working in similar fields. Loon also made a non-assertion pledge for free use of more than 200 other patents related to launching, navigating, fleet management, and more. Just as Loon's technology is to build on the pioneering work of others, we hope that these resources will support future exploration in the skies and keep stratospheric research and innovation aloft. The end. Pretty crazy.
I was reading, looking into it, and it said that when they were, like active, they're only delivering like 0.5 megabytes a second, like that. And then Elon Musk, he launched Starlink, and he was like at 85 megabytes per second, something like that. I forgot the numbers, but it was just like way faster. So it said that like the CEO was just like, we can't compete. So he just shut it down. Like he just gave up. Said it's not sustainable because they didn't have the same speeds.
Yeah, and that was Loon's big hurdle too. They couldn't get the consistent speeds.
Right.
But it was internet in places where internet wasn't capable to reach because they didn't have the infrastructure of the cables laid.
Yeah, yeah. Like in remote areas and stuff.
But this outlines everything that a satellite would have exact capabilities of edge of space stratospheric high altitude balloon. So this is possible. The technology is there. I just read you everything from that website.
Right, they're able to do it.
So
yeah.
stationary satellites and satellites in motion with no propulsion. There's nothing to there's no propulsion system. Are you guys listening to what is being said here? This is the answer. Like, why are people like saying that that's not possible? Like, it is.
Right.
It's outlined.
Yeah, they even like learned currents and wind and stuff where they could even they could just put it in there and just it just was fine. Like they didn't have to do nothing.
I don't know how this isn't knocking a Glober's socks off right now. I don't know.
It'd be cool to launch a balloon, high weather balloon, just like at the edge of the wall, and just see what it sees when it goes way up.
I'm so sorry, Apocryphon, great to see you, champion. Alpha, again, great to see you. Look in the chat right now about this dude having a whinge about it. See, Alpha Veritas show. Really?
Yeah, he's all up in his feelings. That's okay.
he's why didn't he speak? Yeah.
Hey, I don't drive people away. They leave because they want to. Well, see, they don't have any truth. So once after they exhaust all their gimmicks, they don't have nothing else left.
Yeah, you Americans might not like this, but I'll drop a bit of Letterkenny in here right now. Yeah. Give your boss a tug, you tit fucker.
Tit fucker. That's funny.
All right, Dyer. Catch you in a bit, bud.
Quant'è persona? Huh? Yalla ba insane.
Yeah, so
How you doing, James?
Goodness. Jums.
Hello? Are you there? James, are you there? I don't think he's there. Hey, let's do a pulse check.
Yalla.
We'll figure out if he's here or not.
yeah, there was a guy answering for a little bit there. Yeah, Alpha. Yeah, sorry, I had to duck away a little bit before. I hope the conversation went all right with Dyer. You know, the young fella in the army. He's a combat engineer. I'm sure you guys know what they are in America. They blow shit up. They build shit. They search for. They do the metal detectors. They search for shit. They got the bomb sniffer dogs, and like in the movie The Hurt Locker, you know, they put on the bomb suits and go in and defuse bombs. But yeah, young digger, and I'm surprised to see him here actually, but it's good. He just said he's going to go away to the mess to get a feed, and he'll be back in a half hour. So
Yeah, he didn't have any skin in the game, man. He's not like saying that he's a total globe or anything. He's just here for a chat, you know. So I asked him the 3 questions about like the Earth being a globe, and he's like, "Yeah, I don't know," but he really just he didn't identify with the Earth as a globe. But like, "Yeah, man, the Earth's a globe," and all. He didn't. He's just like, "Yeah, I don't know any of that." Being honest, you know. So
yeah, welcome to the military, bro. They get you to question everything in a way because you get that fucking destroyed.
yeah, no,
I love it when people. I love it when people try and hurt your feelings and shit. And this is what I could never get through to people like Elder Bear.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, you're trying to hurt something that the military destroyed years ago. Like,
there's nothing there. Yeah.
yeah, no, it's yeah, no, just it's good to see you guys again. It's great to see all the Aussies here as well. We got all the fucking usual characters, usual suspects here. It's fucking awesome, dude. And yeah, you've been through some shit obviously today, by the sounds of it. Having to repeat and re-explain really basic shit.
Yeah, the upwards moving Earth thing is kind of like redundant. Because we're going through it, and it's like they're wanting there to be something with the water. You know, it's like, well, if I drop water, then I can say that something's happening. Oh yeah, because you're dropping the water. Duh. You know, if put water on the ground and don't do anything to it. Do you see it doing anything? No. Okay. Can you think of anything that the water's doing? No. Okay. So if nothing's happening when water's not moving, is the Earth moving just by looking at water? No. So it's like, then when you start moving water and throwing it and dropping it and doing all kinds of vector movements, then you start to think of things. Well, if I do this vector and the water does this, that means the Earth is moving. No, it don't. It means that you just moved the water and now something else is happening to it. That means you can't just say something's happening to the Earth because you're starting to move water around. Like, that's pretty dumb.
Yeah, it's like, you pull your boat up on the lake, or you pull your boat up in a very calm bay, and drop your fishing lines out. But someone's dumb enough to get on the edge of the boat, and everything's still and everything like that, and it's going great. And then someone's dumb enough to step up on the gunwale of the boat or some shit and tips it over. Then something's happening, but everyone sits still and it's fucking fine.
Yeah, it should be intuitive, man, but it seems like some people need that extra help to think about. If we're not moving, we're not moving. We're pretty still. When something's in motion, it's moving. That seems pretty intuitive, you know?
Yeah, it's just like for the same kind of thing. Like I don't know how many of you guys have been in helicopters, but I did a lot of time in helicopters in my time in the military. Mostly the Hueys, the Iroquois, and the Black Hawk, and yeah, like even when they're moving, like when they're moving slow, it's imperceptible. And the only time you can actually realize they're moving when they're moving slow is that holy shit, everything outside of that's moving, like you were explaining to the guy earlier. When they go fast, yeah, you got the G-force and you can feel them moving. But generally speaking, no, you can't. And when they hover, no, you can't. You can feel the vibration and shit like that, but you don't feel like you're actually moving. And anyway, yeah, same kind of thing. We're flogging a dead horse here, but yeah, that was painful. Well done with your patience, as always, man.
Yeah, sometimes people just take the long way around. That's fine. I think mostly it's because of their cognitive dissonance. They identify with the globe in some way, so I guess it's the hill they choose to die on. Really is.
Good point, bro. Good point. Good point.
Got Warpy Darpy in the chat. What's up, Warpy Darpy? Reckonor in the chat. What's up, Reckonor? Quad, what's up, Quad?
I mean, I ain't never heard so much globe evidence in my entire life.
Hmm. Jojo. Jojo, you there? Jojo.
JoJo, sleep.
No. Dang, okay, never mind. Let's see who we have here today. The usual flat earthers and globe earthers alike. Oh, Kenny Felix just dropped in. Hello, sir.
Hello, hello.
Welcome back.
I've got a bit of time off, so I'm gonna drop in. Hopefully, hear some well-reasoned and well-made arguments. Not holding my breath, mind you.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's a lot of arguments made, just not well-reasoned ones.
I'd say that's fair.
Yeah, but tonight is a very quiet night, so
Maybe they only work 5 days a week, 2 days off.
I mean, we got, let's see, we got Eggshells and Scott Mackey, our resident glowers. Aside from that, oh, Skinny Vet just dropped in, but I don't know if he's a glower or not.
Skinny Vet, I think he's Australian, so he's upside down right now.
Oh. Are you upside down, Skinny Vet?
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, eh? You got to get up for your morning glory and you got to take a piss beforehand, and yeah, it runs up your nostrils. It's really interesting.
Okay, I understood half of that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, I am ex-infantry, and therefore I do talk in part retard.
Okay, that makes me feel a lot better. Thank you.
Sorry, I just popped in again. My internet dropped out. What's the conversation that I missed here?
Oh, you just missed a very interesting conversation. But we could start a new one. So, are you a glober or a flat earther?
Just give me a sec. You might hear it in the background. There's a train going past. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm a
Can you
shade of
hear
the
it in the
receipts.
background? Can you hear that in the background?
Yeah, but it doesn't bother me. I don't know about but then I do have you on the lower end of my volume, so
All right, the train's
maybe
gone. Sorry, what were you saying? Warpy Dwarpy. What were you saying? Sorry.
I asked you if you were a globe earther or a flat earther.
Flat.
Flat. Okay. Why?
I should have recognised it from 2003 onwards when I joined infantry. From the navigation work we did, but everything is based off of flat. Everything is literally based off of flat that we do in the military, and pretty much everything that we do on Earth is based off of flat.
But I thought military accounted for the curve when you guys are firing the missiles and targeting stuff. Don't you guys have to calculate that stuff in?
No, we didn't do that in mortars. I'm infantry, and therefore I did mortars, but we didn't do that. I worked a lot with snipers. They don't calculate for it. I did a bit of work with four field regiment, the artillery. They don't calculate for it either. So, yeah, no. And as for firing missiles, I trained to fire the javelin, and that doesn't actually account for it either. As for Air Force and that, I don't know, but I probably guarantee you that pretty safely that no, they don't account for that either.
Sappers don't either. And again, there's
which
nothing
ones
to
don't?
account. Engineers, combat engineers.
Oh, okay. Okay.
If
Interesting.
you're
Because
building a railway from like London to Manchester, and you look at the mileage between London and Manchester, and there is a rail that goes direct from London to Manchester. You look at the mileage and you think, right, surely they'd have to calculate and account for curvature when they're laying down, miles upon miles upon miles upon miles of railway. And from what I'm told, not an engineer myself, never built a railway, but they don't.
Yeah, my wife was also before she moved to Australia from Japan. Her family is surveyors, and they don't account for that either. So that's very interesting too.
Scott, you're hot micing.
Thank you for saying that. I was about to say that, Scott. Yeah, you are, buddy. You're hot, Mike and buddy.
What about
So
snipers?
snipers, no, they don't. They account for windage. They account for drop over distance. They account for the round that they're actually firing, which is a 7.62 Lapua round. You pick up the casings after too because you don't want to know where you've been. But no, they don't account for curvature. They don't account for Coriolis, any of that kind of shit. Now, Dyer here, he's a young digger. Combat engineers, they build shit and they blow shit up. So I doubt that comes. Yeah, fuck yeah, yep, Dyer. There we go, man. Like assault pioneers and infantry. Assault pioneers and infantry are basically a third trained combat engineer. But yeah, no, none of the shit that we did in military factors in curvature, Coriolis, any of that shit. Yeah, it's artillery doesn't, mortars doesn't, snipers don't, none of them at all. And if you can find me a sniper manual, an artillery manual, if you can find me anything to do with firing kinetic weapons that accounts for curvature of the Earth in the actual manual, all ears. Because all I've heard so far in the months and months that I've been on here is people bring up articles and shooter magazines or something like that. And at the end of the day, it all turns out to be a bunch of bullshit. So, yeah.
Interesting.
I heard that Kobe Bryant died because the helicopter pilot misjudged the Coriolis.
Who's Kobe Bryant and what helicopter pilot? Sorry.
Oh, dang, dude.
I think he might be memeing. I'm fairly sure. It's a good one, though, to be fair. It made me smile. Kobe Bryant was a basketballer who died in a helicopter crash. I don't know much more than that, to be honest. I'm not like a big basketball guy. But I feel like the only way that could possibly be true is if the helicopter pilot is kind of like losing control of the helicopter, and he's open micing with the communications tower, and just before he's about to crash, he goes, "Oh shit, I've misjudged the Coriolis effect." Because otherwise, I just feel like, how else to get to that story?
That's really interesting. Look, I can only speak for the Huey, the Iroquois, and the Black Hawk. Okay, those are the two helicopters that I served in. And I hate flying in planes because that's like a metal tube, and when something goes wrong, that's it. You're fucked. You crash into the ground. Helicopters I like a lot more because there's a lot more you can do before you crash. As for Coriolis, yeah, no, they don't factor that in at all. They don't factor in curvature at all. I know that for a fact. They navigate the same as we do on the ground. It's just their maps are bigger and less resolution. We use 1 in 25,000 maps as infantry. Sometimes we're forced to use 1 in 50,000, which is a lot less resolution. And then it's 1 to 100,000 for the fucking pilots. And yeah. For example, the A-10 Warthog, which is like the biggest beast for close air support in the American military, and I wish to God we had them in Australia. They use 1 to 100,000 maps, and how they drop so accurately is beyond me, but they do. They got the 30mm cannon in the nose, and they got a whole heap of fucking 500-pound and 1,000-pound bombs on the wings, and I'd love to see one of them in action, but they don't account for curvature either. It's just that's a motherfucker on the ground we got to kill, and it's linear. So yeah.
Do you think they could account for curvature at a longer distance? Maybe you didn't account it because it's a shorter distance for your target.
That's a fair question, Warpy. Do you think that maybe if the curvature actually existed, and obviously curvature, it's 1.22 miles times the square root of the height of the observer, meaning that, let's be really, really, calm, collected, and nice here, and say, okay, that means that 3 miles, right? 3 miles would be around 5 point something kilometers. You'd think that that would be in effect. Now, the mortars that I operated, they go out to 5 kilometers, sometimes to 7, depending on what ammunition you use. You'd think that that would come into effect. No, it doesn't. Artillery, no, it doesn't. Naval artillery, no, it doesn't. There is no weapon system that factors in for any of that.
What's the longest distance some of these things have been fired, where you've got personal experience or specific knowledge? 3 miles, 4 miles, 5 miles. What's the maximum distance?
For me personally,
Howitzers up to 14 k's or something.
So the reason I'm asking is because when you go to the beach and you see a boat and it starts to disappear hull first, which happens 3-4 miles away from you're stood on the beach 3-4 miles away, the boat is disappearing from the hull first, and that's because of curvature, quote unquote. So if we can physically see, I understand why it happens, don't worry. But if we can physically see the effect of curvature at 3 miles, the point I'm making is that if you're launching shit for 7, 8, 9, 10, then absolutely, if 3 miles is enough for curvature to kick in, and you can physically see it with your own eyes at 3 miles, then 10, 9, 11, etc., you'd absolutely have to be factoring in for curvature over those distances.
Okay, in answer to your question, that's a fair enough question and very, very well put, mate. Firstly, I'd say when you can see the target, it's called direct lay. It doesn't matter if you're Navy, artillery, mortars, any indirect weapon. That's called direct lay. You can see the target. Okay. Now, when you can see the target, you are talking hundreds of meters. Depending on the visibility, you're talking up to about maybe 1,200 meters, a bit over a kilometer. Now, when you factor in what you're talking about, okay, when you're factoring in much longer distances. So, for example, with naval warfare, 15 miles is considered point blank range in naval warfare. You can't even see the other ship. And ships are designed to be as low profile as possible to reduce the amount of hits on the side of the hull. Are you with me so far?
Yep.
All right, sweet. And so you kind of had to factor in the curvature of the Earth to hit them accurately, is kind of what I'm getting from what you said, yeah?
Well, it's just more you'd have to. If we're talking, if 3 miles is enough for curvature to be kicking in, for want of a better phrase, and you're shooting at shit that's 12 miles away, then it stands to reason you'd have to be factoring in for curvature to hit something, a ship, for argument's sake, a submarine, whatever it is, that's 10 plus miles away. Because when you do the maths using the given radius, we're talking. I haven't done the maths myself right now for this specific distance, but we're talking significant amounts of curvature in between you and that target, in theory.
Yeah, the problem with this argument is, and I've heard it a million times here on this particular server and on others, is that according to the radius of the Earth, apparently as it stands with the globe model, it should be in effect from, again, 1.22 miles times the square root of the height of the observer. So again, if we're being kind here, let's be really, really kind here and say 3 miles, okay? And artillery goes up to, 14K? I think it's gone, actually, we call them 25-mile snipers, but that's not really correct. But it goes out a fair way. All target acquisition, all marksmanship techniques work off of flat, which is how far is the target, how much elevation do I need to hit them, what's the windage, what's the temperature. That's basically all it goes off of. And again, every military manual will show you this. It's not factored in at all with practical shooting. At all. It's all based off of flat. Just like with the pilots when they are dumping ordnance on an enemy for close air support. It is the same thing. It's all based off of flat. Just because you can't see something doesn't mean you can't hit it. And just because you can't see something and you can hit it doesn't mean you factor in curvature or Coriolis, because surprise fucking surprise, when you're a mortarman or an artilleryman, you don't factor any of that in whatsoever. You factor in, what is my bearing, the direction my enemy's in, what's my elevation to make sure that what I'm firing hits the enemy, what's the met, meaning the meteorology, the windage, etc. What are the characters of the type of ammunition that I'm firing? Like there is a lot that goes into it, for sure, but curvature and Coriolis definitely do not come in. Period. And this has been disproved so many fucking times on this particular platform. It keeps getting brought up, man.
It's what people get taught, isn't it? And most people don't have the experience, the first-hand expertise of firing artillery, do they? So it's why I wanted to ask about it, because I understand completely the arguments, but like I said, I personally never launched a shell for 10 plus miles, etc. So it's just interesting to get your your perspective on it as somebody who's
Oh, look,
got first-hand experience.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Sorry, I'm not trying to fucking talk over you, can you, Felix? At all. I do appreciate you getting a perspective, but look, literally, it's okay. This is on a mortar line, okay, for example, and this thing can fire out to 7K now. It was about 5K, 5 kilometers when I was in. You know, bearing 1162, elevation 1345, charge 3 at my command, fire. Like, and that's how it works. And then you got the MSC on the other end, because this is the other thing that people forget. You need a spotter on the other end to make sure that your rounds are lit. It's not like you fire from the weapon system, and then it's like, yeah, no, we definitely hit that guy. It's you have someone on the other end spotting for you at all times, and they walk whatever you're firing onto the target. And 9 times out of 10, you're going to miss the first time. And yeah, sorry, yeah. Anyway, yeah, you got a spotter on the other end too, man. Nearly every fucking time, nearly every single time. Sorry.
No, it's fine. So it's just interesting. Like I say, it's not experience I've got, and a lot of what I find difficult about this particular topic, this particular debate, is me right now, sat in my living room with a cup of coffee. I've got very, very limited access to tools, to technology, to resources, and there is a lot of having to just take people's word for it, unfortunately. So when you get to speak to people with, lived experience in a particular field, it's not like I can just sit and chat with a guy who works for NASA. Do you know what I mean? Look him in the eye, hear him speak. I'm like, come on, be real with me right now. Are you lying? Did you really go to the moon? It's just not a conversation you get to have, is it? And you're trying to kind of piece things together based off of what you've read on the internet, YouTube videos.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, you don't have to take my word for it, and I'm not asking anybody here to take my word for anything whatsoever. Look it up yourself. You can actually find, every sniper manual, every mortars manual, every artillery manual, every naval artillery manual. You can find them on the internet. You know why? Because fuckwits don't understand OPSEC, and they upload them to look cool.
Yep.
It's fucking literally that simple. And why Dyer 4126 is laughing here? Okay, and this is a new digger. He's only a young digger. He's still in training. He's going to go to his unit shortly. Is because everything he's being taught in his combat engineer school right now. So he's in his IETs, initial employment training. He's being taught how to build shit and blow shit up. But every fucking thing that they're teaching him in his school right now, you can Google that shit. Yeah. And that's why he laughed. And this is the thing. Fucking, you can Google all this shit, man. And again, in no sniper manual, naval gunnery manual, artillery manual, fucking anything is Coriolis, is fucking curvature factored in, period. It is direction to the enemy, elevation you need to hit the fucking enemy, windage, temperature, etc., etc. There's none of that other shit is factored in, period. And don't take my word for it. Look into it, man. Seriously, that's what I tell everybody about anything.
When I first started looking into this, I'll be honest. When I first started joining, the 24/7 server, and then somebody told me about this one, which seems to be busier. I kind of went into it almost as, okay, so I'm going to join, and I'm going to hear flat earthers getting absolutely schooled. Do you know what I mean? Like, obviously, this is just ridiculous, and I'm going to hear people come in, slap them about, put it to bed, and then you hear people talk about, for example, these manuals, just as one particular case, and they say, look it up, and I go, okay, I will, because that's how the internet works. Like, if you're curious enough, you can just go and look, and then you go, oh, okay. So it does say in the pilot's manual to treat the Earth as stationary and flat. And you go, surely it's not going to say that in the sniper manual or the helicopters or the engineers or the surveyors. But when you look into it, same with canals, you think, gosh, they'd have to factor the curvature of the Earth into canals. But then you look it up, the little segment in the Surveyor's Weekly or whatever it is, where people have saved it for future reference, and there it is again. that they don't at any point
Yeah, but
factor in.
it's like I've seen the So in front of you have two flyers in every helicopter, right? And I've actually seen when I'm sitting behind them, I've seen the fake horizon they have in there, which makes that keeps them level, and things like that. And apparently the same thing it exists in planes, and that's what I'm saying though. Like, and thank you so much, buddy. Like, for reinforcing my point with that. Everybody here, okay, who's skeptical, who has research it yourself. Research it yourself. Don't take anyone's word for it on either side. Research it yourself. Anyway, sorry, buddy.
No, that's fine. And on that point, to be fair, I bought a P900 not that long ago because I thought, right, I'm going to put this to bed because this is just ridiculous. This is just ridiculous. So I bought a P900 secondhand. They're not that expensive. And there's a lake in England, Lake Windermere, 10.5 miles across, the largest lake in England. And when you do the maths on it, you go, right, there's going to be detectable, visible, and obvious curvature across a body of water, 10.5 miles. And you're looking at it with your own eyes, your own camera, not a picture on the internet. And I don't know, maybe I did my experiment wrong, but it wasn't there. Like, I've personally been to a lake, done the maths on said lake, go, right, let's have a look. It's not there. And the counter argument there then is, oh, well, it's refraction, but what's happening is the fourth mile is refracting up 1 mile exactly to give the illusion of a level body of water. The fifth mile is refracting up that little bit more, once again, to the perfect height to give the illusion of a level body of water. That's the kind of quote-unquote scientific counter-argument. But I'll be honest, it did it did kind of shock me a little bit, because when I bought my P900, I kind of expected that I'd go to the lake, come back with a few pictures, so I can say, do you know what, there it is. I've put it to bed. What a ridiculous rabbit hole to have even given the time of day to. But I've satisfied my curiosity now, because I've just proven that water does curve. I've just proven it. But, I came back from the Lake District, just kind of like, feeling.
Well, right, look, this is the thing, man. This is what I love about you right now, man, because you've actually got the fucking intellectual fortitude, you got the intestinal fortitude, and you've got the fucking honesty to do that, and fucking well done. Like, this is the other thing as well. Like, for example, okay, Mag 58, the Americans call it the 240. Okay, it's a 7.62 machine gun that was designed. It got put into production by the Czechs in 1958. We still use them in the Australian military. Now,
Such a sick
besides, what was that? Sorry, Dyer?
I got told on it the other week. It's fucking fun.
Yeah, it gets fun too. You have to clean it, motherfucker, without a diesel bath.
Fucking cunt.
But anyway, fucking. So, point being, even at the highest gas setting, you've got the fucking sights on the 58, and these sights go up to 2,000, I believe, 2,500 meters. And I'm like, holy fuck, that's a bit optimistic. Now, if it was a curved Earth with 7.62 military NATO round, 7.62 by 51 or 7.62 by 54, I think it is. Sorry, I'm really rusty, man. I've been out for 11 years. I think it's 7.62 by 54. That's a bit optimistic, dude. Like,
isn't NATO 5.56 by 4.5?
I think it's 51.
Is it? Okay.
51 maybe. Yeah, 7.62. It's basically a fucking 308. Okay, that's essentially what it is. It's a 308 high velocity round. Point being, I was thinking, fucking, that's a bit optimistic when you can barely hit shit in 600 meters. But if you had the curvature of the Earth, fucking, most definitely you can hit shit at that range, and you can probably hit it fucking accurately. But the fact is that you actually can't. And it's things like this, this is what I'm saying, man. From 03, when I first joined the army at 17 years old, as an infantryman, and the weapons systems that I fired from then, it should have become apparent. And then when we do navigation as well, it should have become apparent. Everything is based off flat. Sorry, I wasn't trying to go on a rant, but yeah. But no, good on you, man. Can you, Felix, man? Good on you.
I think it's important to look into things for yourself. Like, if people, I was in here the other day and somebody's trying to like railroad me into a particular like, no, pin your colours to a particular mast. Like, what are you? And so, well, I don't know. I'm curious. I'm skeptical, and I don't trust anything or anyone because since I know we don't, it's kind of, you don't really go into the topic here, but since 2020, I'll say no more. The idea of arbitrary authority has just completely dissolved, and my position on pretty much everything now is I don't know unless I've seen it myself and I can test it and verify it myself. Yeah. I'm in the box of I do not know, and that's okay.
I'm sorry, man. I'm just going to say again, dude, you put the biggest fucking smile on my face. I love to hear that. Fucking good on you. Absolute kudos. Absolute hats off. Good on you, man. Doesn't matter what side of the fence you sit on or whether you're a fence sitter. Don't give a fuck. But just the fact that you just said that, you got a working fucking brain. You research shit for yourself, and that's all I ask, man, for fucking anyone. Go for it, man. Kudos to you.
So people think it's such a bad thing. I do not know, and it happens all the time. It happens on both sides of the debate. From what I've seen, to be fair, somebody will join and they'll be saying, let's talk about X, and they get really into the minutiae, really into the weeds on this one little kind of tiny technicality, and the other person keeps trying to drag them back to it, and the other person's trying to get away from it, and rather than just saying, I don't know. But then when people say I don't know, it's almost like this, you don't know the specific technicalities of this one particular thing that I read about for hours that you've never read about once. Checkmate, case closed, the earth is, insert finishing line here.
Mate, I would like to apologise on behalf of, if you've met FE like that, I'm sorry. There's not a lot of us that are like that, but there are some that get a bit over the top at times. It's usually the
it gets heated.
They come in to do that. Sorry?
It does get heated, but from what I've seen, it is usually people are kind of sat in here, calmly waiting for a hopefully intellectual conversation, or just a conversation at best. Just a conversation, full stop. And then people join, start throwing around the retard word, which, in my personal experience, always settles any debate. And then people kind of rise to that level. They rise to the energy, or lower themselves, if you want to look at it that way, to the energy of what's been brought to the table. So if people join and they're just happy to have a rational, sensible conversation, to be like, hey, what the fuck is this? Let's talk about it together. Let's figure it out. Then they're met with the same energy. It's only when people, you're all fucking retards. It's my cat says it's a pyramid. And then people just think, I've got no patience for this.
It doesn't matter what axiom you're talking, okay? Whether it's FE, whether it's economics, whether it's geopolitics, whatever the case may be. You're going to find people that are like that. And I have been guilty of that myself in the past. I'm 40 this year. I'm the last to say I know everything. I would never say that anyway. And look, I've been guilty of that when I was younger. I was so fucking entrenched in. But when you have a sacred cow slaughtered, and then another slaughtered, and then another slaughtered, sacred cow meaning things that you hold very dear, very close. It gets easier to have these conversations. Yeah. But yeah, anyway, but good on you, man. That's what I'm saying. Good on, and anyone in here right now before you go on, as well, can you, Felix? I'm going to shut the fuck up very shortly, but I'm just going to say, anyone in here, just fucking do your own research and look into shit. That's all that I and most people in here are asking. Do your own research.
Skinny Vet, though, there's a chance that you do your own research, but sort of but would you agree that people on both sides say that? Because I agree with what both of you guys have been saying. I think it's bang on, which is the way I put it is that certainty is maladaptive. Maladaptive being this psychology word for like it's bad for you. Like being very disagreeable is maladaptive, or being very forgetful is maladaptive. Being, you know,
I'm all about maladaptive coping mechanisms. I know the word
Right.
maladaptive very well.
And what you're saying, Felix, and it sounds like you're saying as well, Skinny Vet, that I would agree with, is like certainty is maladaptive. Once you say I know X, you've
100%.
closed down your mind to the possibility that, like, I could have got it wrong, I could have done research, but not known what question to ask or where I might find that information, like whether that was just sort of a you know, essentially we all have this information at our fingertips and we disagree about the results sometimes.
I've done my research.
Yeah, eggshells.
Found that it's not.
Perfect. Yeah, that's a perfect way to say it, eggshells. And look, man, fellow Aussie, obviously. Yeah, look,
Yeah.
I get that. No, but yeah, the sacred cows, man. Like when you slaughter them, and do your own research. And you're right. From both sides, people go do your own research and get entrenched and all that kind of shit. I get that. I fully understand that. All I would say is that there's things we can't talk about, obviously, on the server without violating TOS with the misinformation, disinformation, but. There's something that happened like, fucking 3-4 years ago. We've all figured out it's bullshit, right? There's so much shit that's fucking happened in the last 20, 30 years that you figure out later on it's absolute bullshit. And there's a delineation here in the world, okay? There's two types of people. There's those that blindly believe what they're told, and there's those that question shit. And what I would say is, for those that question shit, don't be a contrarian, because being a contrarian is not healthy at all. If your first instinct against something is to, I'm going to automatically go the opposite way, you're no better than a rebellious fucking kid, a rebellious fucking teenager. If that's the automatic response.
I would say there's three types of people: those who can count and those who can't.
Yeah, I like it.
I would say there's actually two types of people: those that can make, those that are unable to make predictions based upon limited data.
This is some highbrow stuff, guys. I like it.
We've got some good probability jokes coming in here.
Yeah.
I worded that one so poorly. I really should have got that prepared in my head before starting to speak.
No. Look,
But Skinny Vet, what about, like, if see, the problem is with people who believe a lot of conspiracy theories, they usually haven't done research. All they do is watch some guy on YouTube tell them that this is.
I don't agree with that. I've been a conspiracy theorist in my time, and I have done insane amounts of research. I've spent hour upon hour consuming videos, reading Wikipedia pages, chasing sources, downloading PDFs, highlighting things, cutting them out, comparing them with other things.
Where did that lead you?
I think what we really need to do is crack what we mean when we say research, because I think we all think we're thinking the same thing, but I think we all just draw research as a circle around what we do. I'm not a researcher, so I don't know. How do you define research?
Before you go to research, it's important to define. It sounds like I'm nitpicking. You'd then be having to define conspiracy theorist as well, because I take umbrage in the idea of using their weaponized words, because when you use their weaponized, take for example, I think we can get into this. I don't think this is breaking any TOS, but if I was to complain about the level of immigration within England, hypothetically speaking, somebody might then say, okay, so can you, Felix, is a massive racist? And if I was to take that label and say, and use that when I'm talking, well, speaking as a massive racist, once that label is applied to you, what that does to the minds of other people is it closes down, because they now know I don't need to listen to anything.
Invalidates that worldview.
I don't need to listen to anything the racist is saying. The racist could be saying 2 + 2 = 4, but the mind is so closed. Well, 2 + 2 can't possibly equal 4 because it came from the mouth of a racist. So if you take that back to conspiracy theorist, a conspiracy theorist in 2024 is anybody who doesn't 100% believe BBC News. And I just get a bit
I think it's sort of
wary
thrown
about
at
applying that
people.
label. Yeah, 100%. That's where I was going with
You
this.
slur that just goes, "Oh, don't listen to them. They're an X."
Do you really think that the label has been sort of abused that much?
Literally, yeah.
I think it does, and I think the other point to raise in defense of that is everybody's a conspiracy theorist. If you find somebody who thinks that powerful people don't work for their own benefit in devious ways behind the scenes, away from prying eyes, you're a fucking idiot. Let's be clear about it. Obviously, powerful people conspire, and what we know is that power coalesces. Right, if you're somewhat powerful, it's easy to become a little bit more powerful and suddenly be in charge of like all of this country's gas or something like that. But if you are weak, it's very hard to get anything better than slightly weak. Right, power coalesces. It's kind of like the Pareto principle about like how fast a river flows.
So I guess that goes back.
Hey, Excels and Parmesan. Sorry, I dropped out for a bit there. If it's okay, I'd like to answer Parmesan's question from earlier, if that's okay. I dropped out. Sorry, my internet's really bad here. If that's okay?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, go for
it. Okay, buddy. You lost me at conspiracy theory and Wikipedia, to be perfectly honest. And
Do you want me to...
I'm kind of running out of conspiracy theories, to be honest. I'd actually like some new ones because the ones that I've gotten into have mostly been proven correct. Again, including what happened a few years ago was the last one. Yeah, look, there are people that go, oh, okay, there's lightning over here, and this planet's here, and therefore the sky's purple, and therefore fucking your baby's going to be born with two heads. Like, there are people like that for fucking sure, and they make us all look like fucking. However, just to clarify exactly what I was saying, okay, before, I don't care what kind of research, I don't care, honestly, like, I don't want to control anybody else, but all I am after, and all most people here are after, that are on our side, is just do a bit of your own research and do a bit of your own, use your own logic, use your own.
What is the research, though? How do we know? How do we know?
Hold on a second. Use your own bullshit meter, because the thing is, the truth is not subjective. There is no my truth, your truth. There is truth,
right?
And there is not.
But your bullshit meter is.
You're absolutely right, and intelligent people disagree on the facts of life. So it must be that intelligent people can get it wrong because they disagree. If you can pick a topic upon which two people disagree, if you anonymize the people and you anonymize the issue, we immediately go, it must be 50%, right? If I don't know the topic yet about like whether you should put hot rice in the fridge and whether you should cover it with Glad wrap and whether you should put rice in the fridge at all, on any issue which two people disagree, if I don't know the issue and don't know the people, it's maximum 50%. It's in fact worse than that. Because they could both be wrong. They could be not asking the same question, so they have picked this small thing of, you got to put, Glad wrap over your, cling film over your rice before putting it in the fridge, and somebody else is like, actually, it'll grow salmonella. You shouldn't put it in the fridge at all. There's not a correct way to put it in the fridge. You're asking a broken question. So you could both be wrong. And what that says is like, I shouldn't be confident about anything. I should think that I'm able to do research for hours and hours on end. And I believe this now because I believed in the moon landing, and then I denied the moon landing, and I went back to believing in the moon landing. I thought 9/11 was done by 18 Saudis, and I thought it was an inside job, and then I went back to think it's probably done by 18 Saudis, maybe possibly with foreknowledge. So it's possible to change your mind on topics.
What you're talking about is essentially fucking nihilism. Nothing's true, nothing's false. Not nihilism, postmodernism. Nothing's true, nothing's false. Nothing's
True and
right.
false does exist. It's just we could be wrong about it. Obviously, we must be able to be wrong about it, because if you and I disagree on 50 topics, it's very unlikely that you're right about all 50 topics. Right? The chance that it's 25-25 or like 10-3 is more than you're right about 50 and I'm right about 0. Do you get what I mean? So you must go, we don't know which topics we're wrong on, but maybe I'm right, maybe you're right. Probabilistically speaking, it would be dumb to be confident about any given position, except, and here's the only exception I would give, if you started telling me about the way the military operated overseas, unit numbers, what it means to go outside the wire, how many mags you bring when you're rucking or whatever the fuck you call it. I don't know any of that shit. On that topic, you would be expert, and I would listen to you on any for hours and hours and hours on end and be confident that all the information I was getting was correct. On any topic that anybody is an expert on, I think they're going to be wrong. I think their research could lead them up the garden path. I will not listen to them if they are not like, I do this for 10,000 hours. If they do this for 10,000 hours, then I listen.
I think he lost connection.
Oh, did I?
He lost. But it's a good point though, because that's something you need to be mindful of. If somebody talks with authority on any particular subject and you don't know anything about that subject, let's take for example the military thing. Not picking on Skinny Vet here in particular, but if you look at that probability, so if I was to confidently declare X about the way artillery works, and he was to confidently declare X about the way artillery works, smart money is going to be on his version of events.
No, I disagree there. I would say, how many times did you calculate artillery fire? What targets size, area of effect were you having at what distance, and what was the difference from Coriolis? And if I could get all those bits of information from him, because he worked in field gunnery or something like that, 100%, 20%, I'm on your side. But if he worked in a theatre, military theatre, I don't know much about the military, but I work a lot with large organisations, and I can tell you from department to department, they know not a fucking jot what the other people do unless they do the same thing. So all of the same things like the saluting and what uniform you wear and where mess hall is, sure. But when it comes to, there are guys that calculate these tables, that's the guy I would take that information from.
Yeah, but that's the point I'm making. So that guy there versus me, you're going to take his word for it.
Yes.
Every day of the week over mine, because I've done it zero. Even if that guy's only done it once, gun to your head, you've got to pick who are you betting your money on.
Yeah.
It's still him over me.
Well
So I've done it zero, he's done it once. And that's something I think people need to be mindful of, because I challenge my own beliefs on things, and you run the risk of being contrarian for the sake of it, which I do think is dangerous.
Anything the media says, I believe the opposite, is like, well, that's a silly way. Then you're still having somebody else control what you think.
If the news tells me the grass is green, I'm not going to go, fuck me. BBC says the grass is green, it means it's red. Like you do have to be careful about not being contrarian for the sake of being contrarian. And what's difficult is that all we can really do, and it comes back to the research piece you were talking about, most people, let's use space, because I was a complete and total NASA fanboy. When I arrived at the conclusion the moon landing was fake, it was not willingly. I was kind of dragged there kicking and screaming. And it genuinely felt like a piece of my childhood dying. People talk about the loss of innocence. Like for me, that was in my late 20s, realising there was no, the moon landing didn't happen. I say realising, that's a bit of a long
realising. No, well caught, actually. That's a great example of exactly what we're discussing, and you noticed it in real time. I train that in people, and it's a really useful skill.
I came to
self-editing in real time.
Came to the conclusion that
well said.
Didn't happen. But then when we look at research, okay, so let's say us in here, yeah. The vibe is quite, people are respectful. There's, I think between us, if we put our heads together, we could probably come up with a fairly good standard of research, except, okay, let's pop to the moon. Oh, wait, you can't. Let's go and visit NASA.
I'd go celestial navigation if you wanted it from me.
So, Felix,
I would be going, can we calculate latitude and longitude and know that? And then you can measure the Earth very easily because you know distances from one another. So you know how far you are from where you were standing, thousands of kilometers ago. And you can go, is in the south, are the lines of longitude converging? And longitude is just time. So if you've got a watch and you know whether you're in Sydney or Darwin, or, South America, Punta Arenas versus like Mexico, somewhere near the border, you'll nail it. You'll be able to go, okay, are these points getting closer or further apart? And you can test that all yourself and know your latitude and longitude with just a clock and a book. Like a sextant will help. That's the one I go for. Like Captain Cook's diaries.
In your example with two people, I would say you shouldn't take the word of either one of them, and you should
Exactly. They could both be
seek
wrong.
more evidence to support one or the other, even if one is an expert and one isn't. I would say just one person's word isn't enough.
Sure.
You want a broad range of information that corroborates.
What I try to go for is what is the most compelling case either side made. So, like, find the best arguer for that. And I'm now wary since 9/11 of getting the other side's information presented to me, because a much less dissonance-inducing way. Like, if I want to go, what's the Glober argument on this? Or when I throw the CellNav argument at people, the first time they hear it, they usually go, I'm just going to have a think about this. And the next time I talk to them about it, they're saying the same thing all the other flat earthers are doing. And that's because I think we do this, and I know I did this and still do this. And that is, I don't want to hear the argument from you, because I won't, if I don't know the rebuttal yet, it'll cause dissonance. I'll be hearing it going, that does sound good. So what I do is I go and find it from somebody who's on my side. I have Nathan Oakley explain to me what gravity is about, so that he can go, which gravity are you talking about? And they go, right, okay, which they don't even know which gravity they're talking about, so I can throw out the whole gravity argument. And there's a risk, I think, that if we look for, I want to find the strongest argument. So I want to go, like, what's the best argument for flat Earth or the existence of this giant, invisible, undetectable container? Like, if I have the strongest argument for that and then the strongest argument against it, which is tough because it's a negative, right? How do I prove there isn't a container? You could just say it's further away or doesn't bounce radar or whatever.
That's where I'm at with it. The reason I started getting involved in these circles, or whatever you want to call it, is because it's been one of those things that have been in the back of my mind for years and years and years and years. And I just had this this kind of moments where I thought, well, again, I know we can't really get into it properly, but you know exactly what I'm talking about. If I say my faith in experts recently got absolutely annihilated, and it just kind of hit me. Well, what other things have I just completely outright discounted without even hearing the arguments for?
Yeah.
You know what? And then there was the moon landing, because I'd never really looked into why people doubt the moon landing. I knew they were crackpots. I knew they were stupid. But I'd never
Right, you already hear that argument from, the pro-moon side. Oh, don't listen to Bart Zabrell, he's an idiot. Is it Bart Zabrell? I think it was.
I'm not sure, to be honest. But you know, I'd never actually looked into it in earnest. And what I wanted to find is who out there are, you know, the intelligent, articulate, well-researched people, because they have to exist, arguing for this particular viewpoint. So that I can hear, like you were talking about there, what is their best evidence? What is their best argument? What is their number one kind of, you know, mic drop moment for this particular theory? What's the best evidence on the other side of the fence? Kind of compare them, so you can kind of ask yourself, well, you know, what feels right to me? What sits right with me? And coming into it, I thought the best evidence for, you know, doubting heliocentrism, I thought the best evidence. I thought the best evidence was going to be my Bible. I genuinely thought that was like.
Why does it have to feel right? Like, why does feeling have to be part of it?
Maybe feeling's the wrong word. Just more what sits right within my own mind. I'm definitely more of a thinker over a feeler. But just what sits right with me, what makes sense to me.
I mean, a lot of things don't. In the universe, don't make sense in the way we see our day-to-day life, right? So
completely.
It doesn't have to make sense. It just has to match observations or predictions based on whatever you say is probably happening. Have to match observations. It doesn't have to make be you know, how do I put it? It doesn't have to make sense or be easy to understand.
Yeah, I can go with that. Something being indigestible doesn't suddenly make it untrue. I do completely agree with that. The difficulty I've got on the observation point is, and this is probably the most unscientific thing anyone's ever done as far as, you know, quote unquote research goes. But I can sit in my garden, I look at the sun, and I'm like, right. So I am flying around that. What I can see of the sky there, it's 93 million miles away. And and I am flying around it at 66,600 miles an hour. But my observations do not match what I, quote unquote, know is happening. So then I'm like, okay.
Which observation specifically doesn't match?
Any of it. So if I sit in my garden, yeah. So I sit in my garden. I look at the sun. That sun is a ball of gas, 93 million miles away. I am on a smaller ball of rock and water, and I am flying up. That thing I can see looks quite small to my eye, but it's because it's so far away. I am flying around it at 66,000 miles an hour, spinning. I don't know. I'm in England, so maybe 600 miles an hour.
Well, no.
There are no observations I can make.
Revolutions per minute, not in miles.
Yeah. But there's no observations I can make personally, physically, where I can go, okay, yeah, I see it. So then what I'm looking for is the evidence of the claim.
But then what observations don't match? You said it doesn't match. So what doesn't match?
The movements, the rotation. Like I don't see it. My personal observations.
Okay, I'm struggling to understand what you mean when you say I don't. This is happening. This is what the heliocentric model is. We're flying around, fine. And then you say it doesn't match my observations, and I'm still struggling to understand what observations.
So which, if you're in your garden, if you're anywhere,
yep.
What movement do you see?
Sun across the sky.
Yeah. So that's what I observe. I observe the sun moving across the sky. I know from school, I know from physics that that's not what's happening. The sun isn't moving across the sky. I am traveling around the sun at great speeds. So that's where there's that disconnect there. Well, hold on a minute. So I see the sun moving across the sky, but that doesn't match up with what we're told is going on. So then what I look for is, well, okay.
Well, again, I just need hold on. I just need to understand why you think it doesn't match up, because that, to me, that matches up perfectly, and I'm struggling to understand why you think it doesn't match up. So could you explain that bit?
Because I observe the sun move across the sky.
Right.
I'm told the sun does not move.
Right.
I mean, it does. It kind of takes the whole universe with it and blah, blah, blah. Let's just ignore that bit. But just for all intents and purposes, it's at a fixed point.
Right.
Relative to all the other planets within our galaxy. The sun does not move, but I see the sun moving.
Yeah, because you're moving.
Yeah, but this again is my observations, what I see, what I experience, what I feel.
Okay, I see what you mean.
Yeah. So you're saying you are moving, and let's just take that you could take that as a fact, and you could run with it, and you go, well, I'm moving, of course I am, but how do I know?
That's a different question, though. So just to go back to what you would expect to see, or matching this. So if, in the same way, if I'm inside of a train, I see trees moving in the window, I know that the trees are stationary and I'm moving, right? Same thing here. So for me, it perfectly matches the expectation. We are rotating, which is what causes the sun to appear to move in the sky, whereas actually it's us rotating. For me, it's perfectly as expected. Do you not agree with that?
That's the issue with it. I've had 30 plus years with this is what's happening. You're rotating, it makes the sun appear to move, and that kind of makes sense in your head. It makes sense as an idea. I never doubted it for even a second for 30 plus years. But the where I'm at with it now is when I look for the receipts, as it were. How can I prove? What experiment can I do personally to prove the sun does not move? It is us that is moving. And the difficulty with that is even, you talked about relativity there, I kind of touched on it as an idea. Even the father of that theory himself said there is no experiment anybody can do.
Optical experiment,
to prove the Earth's moving. So if I kind of sit with it and think, well, okay, let's just stew on it as an idea, if I can't prove it, if I can't observe the movement of the Earth, how can I, as just a guy sat in his garden, or sitting anywhere at the time of asking myself this question, what can I do to personally know it is the sun that is stationary and not the Earth?
So it's a combination of all the observations that we have. The day-night cycle, the sunset, the fact that the sun's angular resolution is this, or angular size is the same throughout the day, changes slightly throughout the year. The rotation of the stars. There's so many things that point towards it, and when you fit it into this into the heliocentric model, it all comes together and is predictable, is matching any prediction you make based on our understanding matches what you would then go and observe. So that's, for me, that's why it is. You can't, you might be, well, I'll agree with you that there's no one bit that you can split out and say just by this bit alone I can tell. But if you take maybe two things, the moon and rotation of the stars, that's probably enough to work out that
when you say the rotation of your stars, are you talking about how there's clockwise versus anti-clockwise, southern versus northern hemisphere? So the issue is, and I didn't fully understand this until I started looking more and more and more into flat Earth. I arrived at this, at this discussion with the exact same viewpoints as you. I know the heliocentric model fairly well. We've got straight A's in physics, only at A level, but that's more than most people get educated in physics. So you'd have to look at it and say, I understand the model pretty well. And in my mind, the different stars. Do you know what? If I jump on paint, probably easier, because I put that same question to a flat earther, and they'd say, "Well, have you considered this?" And unfortunately, and it is unfortunate because it's not what I wanted to happen, their kind of "have you considered this?" It works as an idea just as well as the heliocentric argument works as an idea. And because I can't go into space and check, all I really have is those kind of imagine this, think about this.
Okay, can you tell us what this is?
Yeah. So if we picture, call it a big giant pond, let's just go with that. And the way they try and put forward the star argument is Polaris, the North Star, smack bang in the middle of the Earth. So let's just picture the Earth as a big giant pond, Antarctica being the shoreline of said pond. So you can't fall off. Nobody falls off a pond, do they? They just step up onto the land. Smack bang in the middle of this pond is Polaris, the North Star. All of the stars rotate around Polaris, fixed in their positions relative to each other. Now, depending on where you're stood in said pond, if I'm stood in the middle, I'm going to see the stars rotating one way. But then if you're stood towards the edges of said pond, you're going to see those same stars rotating in the opposite direction. It's like the whole thing about if I draw a 6 on the ceiling, I say it's a 6, you say it's a 9.
No, that doesn't work. Right, spatial thinking here. You have a clock that rotates clockwise. You put it in a room, stick it to the ceiling. Where do you have to stand in the room to make it rotate anti-clockwise?
Let me picture this now.
Yeah, the 6 and the 9 example is for the moon, not for the rotation of the stars.
I'm not the most versed on every argument, but I was just trying to make the point that from all of these things that I thought were like, there you go, it's over, it's obviously a ball. There's always the argument where it's like, well, you haven't considered this though. And whenever I hear that argument, I'm always like, well, actually, yeah, that's a better argument
a lot of
than
them
I was
are
expecting
still
to hear.
relatively convincing.
I've tried to listen and explore all of these arguments. I've not come across a single one that makes sense, to be honest.
I think the fundamental problem is that, for a lot of these things, you can find, not for all of them, but for a lot of them, you can find some way to wiggle out of it. But it's always something different, or it's very, very, very often something different, right? It's like, well, you have this phenomenon that works on either a globe or a flat Earth. And the flat Earth explanation is this, and the globe Earth explanation is we're on a globe that's spinning. And then flat Earth one, some other phenomenon, there's a different explanation. And the globe explanation is still we're on a globe that's rotating, right? It's the same explanation every time versus 100 bespoke conflicting explanations, which may or may not work individually, but are certainly not cohesive.
And for some of the basic things like rotation, I've not actually heard any reasonable explanation. The closest I've ever heard to something is something like personalized domes, and every person gets their own dome.
I've heard that phrase, personal atmospheric dome.
Can I just stop you guys for a second though?
I'm just gonna jump in too. Sorry.
Yeah, go for it, Tito.
Well, I was gonna say, get this right. Flat earthers aren't burdened with any type of explanation of sky phenomenon. Right? If a glober comes along and says, "I base my worldview on," right, and then they point at the sky and say star rotation, sun motion, the moon, whatever, right? That is their burden to bear, alone, all by itself, out in the open, up for scrutiny, up for looking at and criticizing, right? And that's what we're going to do. And there will be no burden shifting back onto the flat earther to say, you explain it then because mine makes sense. But wait, yours doesn't make sense because you're saying, if Earth is a sphere, then this is why I see the stars rotating, right? We see the stars rotating thus, therefore Earth is a sphere, which is a formal logical fallacy called affirming the consequent. And that's all the globers will have when they look at the sky and affirm the cause for what they're seeing.
It's kind of not what's happening, because the question was, we look at the rotation of the stars, what can we conclude from it? And that's you go that way as a chain of thought. Stars and the moon together, for me, that's enough to work out that it's a globe that's spinning.
Yes, and you've affirmed the consequent.
Well, that's part of the general confusion, right?
Starting with no assumptions.
I don't think anyone.
It's not logical reasoning.
I can't speak for everyone, but I think I personally would not look at the stars and say, yes, I consider the Earth being a globe to be formally, logically proven. That's not my intention. It's not my interest, right? The point is that the evidence supports it, which is all that I'm interested in.
No, you don't have, that is not evidence that you can add to anything else. It's thrown out.
Why?
So then you go on to the next bit of evidence. It stands out alone by itself, open for scrutiny, up for criticism, right? It's not being stacked upon anything else. No. How it works. Sorry.
And can I also add to what you said about the consistency of your argument being the globe? It's a spinning globe. It's a spinning globe. We have the same consistent saying that it's a motionless plane. So regardless of what our worldview may be, all of us agree on the same thing, which is it's a motionless plane. You can talk to any flat earther, at least a real flat earther, that that you come across. They will always tell you it's a motionless plane. And also, we've been doing this, not me personally, but the quote-unquote movement of flat earth has been going on for about 10 years, right? Like in the modern sense, actively been going on for almost 10 years, or a little bit over 10 years. So we are still barely just scratching the surface of what we are trying to figure out what this world is. We've been indoctrinated for, all our lives, right? I don't know anybody here that has grown up thinking it's a flat Earth. So we are unbrainwashing ourselves. I don't know if that's a word, but unbrainwashing ourselves, and then at the same time trying to figure out what this world is. So the fact that you guys come here and then expect us to know everything about what our reality is, when you guys are force-fed this information, you know what I mean? You guys are just repeating what you have been told. So again, I'll go back to what I initially wanted to address was that all of us have the same claim, which is a plain, motionless Earth.
I think you misunderstood me slightly. I'm not saying that flat earthers don't all have the same claim. What I'm saying is that claim requires many additional, little minutia to explain things, right? So it's like, okay, well, why doesn't the sun change angular size as it sets? Well, that might be due to this thing. But in the
That
globe
is the
Earth, it's
same
due to
thing
the
for the
fact that
globe.
we're...
No, but that's the same thing for the globe. You can say it's a spinning ball, but you have to also, you can't just say it's a spinning ball and just stand on those two things to prove that it's a spinning ball. You have things to explain how you're on a spinning ball, right? So as I said though, I get your point, like we have different explanations, but as I said, we're all trying to figure out, okay, what does all of this mean? How does all of this work? When we know for the fact that it's not a spinning ball. So that's where we differ. As I said, we're barely scratching the surface. Everybody's trying to figure out where we're at. So
That sounds like you are making an assumption, whereas we aren't.
no,
Because you're already making an assumption that it is not spinning.
it's not an assumption. There is no curvature to be
Whereas-
measured. Therefore, if you can give us a curvature to be measured, then I'll go along and say, okay, maybe
But you see, you're
there's
starting
some
with
sort
that
of curvature.
premise. You're starting with it's not.
That premise isn't necessary for a sphere.
So-
for your
so-
ball to be there. You have to have
So
curvature.
hold on, just let me finish my point, okay? What I'm saying is you're starting with we know it's not that, whereas we are starting with we don't know what it is, and we're going to look at the observations and the evidence and work out what it is.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Everything you do
Yes,
is based
that's
on the
what I do,
assumption
at
that is a spinning ball.
No, I start with no assumptions and I work it out. Like in the case of rotation of the stars and the way the moon is observed.
You said it yourself. Rotation of stars.
Just quickly on that, I need to make a coffee, and I will be back because I'm loving this. The idea of starting with no assumptions, I don't think we can. I don't think we can go there because, rightly or wrongly, before we've even spoken our first words, the heliocentric model, the globe, the sun, the Earth flying around the sun. This is all promoted and taught to you while you're still shitting into nappies. So I don't think it's fair to say we start with no assumptions because most of us, our starting premise is that it's very, very, very obviously a ball. The heliocentric model is very, very, very obviously true because that's what gets ingrained within us, again, rightly or wrongly, let's discuss it, from a really young age. Like I've got nieces and nephews who live with me and every single Disney film they ever watch ever, like there was one about little mermaid people who live under the water, and this little mermaid kid, he wants to go to school so he can study the solar system. And even in a film about mermaid people living under the water, they're just getting in those little, don't forget, it's definitely a globe. And most people's starting point is so heavily weighted towards the heliocentric model because of that.
But that doesn't mean you can't just start your logical argument with no assumptions.
It doesn't mean you can't.
Maybe I should have been more specific.
No, it doesn't mean you can't. It's just I don't think most people do that. From hearing you talk, I do actually believe you when you say you do. I do actually believe you when you say you're able to kind of challenge your own thoughts, where they come from, how you arrived there. But I think most people just take it as read, take it as a given. Let's face it, most people wouldn't be here at 10:30 in the morning discussing whether or not the heliocentric model is, is correct.
I'd like to see one person who came to it through their own sense of reality.
Fair point. It's not a conclusion you would arrive at if you weren't taught it from day one.
Yeah, I don't think it exists. I think it's always pumped into the person's head.
Nice to meet you, heretic.
I know what you would say, Scott, but you're one of those cases where it was pumped into your head, so I can't use you for this.
Taking my dog for a piss. Be right back.
Scott's one of those cases to
By
where
that token. Well, by that token, it was pumped into my head too, but I came out with an alternate conclusion in the end. But anyway, who by their own senses would have decided, hey, this thing's a spinning ball? None of us are really at the...
I think anyone who would look at the things we see logically, like the day and night cycle, the moon,
Aristarchus,
and the rotations of the stars. That in itself is enough, I think, for anybody to logically determine that it's
You're doing it again, sir. Look, you can come up with as many things as you like, which you think the reason for is Earth being a globe, right? But the only thing that will validate your explanation, your idea, your theory, whatever you want to call it, is the validation of the Earth being a sphere, being a globe, of having curvature. To validate that would lend your idea, your explanation, credence and merit. Nothing else. Not the explanation itself doesn't lend that idea, either idea, the Earth being a sphere, or your idea of why that something is happening because Earth is a sphere, is not lent any merit by your explanation itself. You think it does all you like, but you're deluded if you think it does.
Yeah, it's interesting what you said, heretic. It's like this whole idea of if we were born out in nature and wild, like away from civilization in the jungle, would we ever come to the conclusion that the Earth is a globe? Or would we have to have that idea imprinted in our heads first before having that conclusion? You know?
it definitely would require that, because there's nowhere in your lifetime do you feel anything spinning. The Earth only moves when there's an earthquake, and to have something that's hurling and changing speeds, even though even in the same breath, they'll argue that only velocity is what you feel, right? Or acceleration. But then, they will tell you that, but there is a slowdown and a speed up. But then how do you not have acceleration in that? And they go, oh, it's so big, it's negligible. But dude, they're in their own paradigm. It doesn't even make sense. Dude, you would feel this thing slowing down or speeding up in one way or another, but you never do, ever, ever, ever. And I don't know why they just can't. I guess it's because they're just holding on to the globe so tight that they can't. That logic can't break free through their mind. I guess they can't. They can't come to a conclusion on that. They can't see it.
I have a question for ITR, because you put that you're always willing to change your mind with good evidence, right? What kind of evidence are you looking for? I guess what would you consider good evidence, I should say?
That's fair. I don't have anything particular in mind. I just don't consider anything that I've seen in this regard to be particularly compelling.
Okay, so a lack of curvature, you don't think that's compelling enough?
No.
Think of it this way: if you were on the jury, right, and you were, there was a man being convicted of murder, but there was no weapon. The guy, there's no proof, there's no video, there's no. All there is someone just saying, "I saw that guy murder that guy," but there's no evidence at all, and there's nothing you can provide. there's maybe some shady witnesses, like the druggie or the friend of the friend. Like maybe there's money about. You could go deeper into why is there a lie? Why would they be lying about it? But still, that doesn't take away from there's no evidence for this guy to be. So if you're on the jury, would you say? What would you go by? What would you go based on? Would you base it on because that witness is saying he did, or would you actually be like, well, we need evidence that he did, even though they're saying it, we still need evidence. Now you have the globe, and there's lack of evidence of it. So how do you still come to the conclusion it must be spinning or there must be curve, even though she just asked you, is there any evidence of curve? You're like, no. Okay, well then.
Well, that's the thing though, APOC. That's a bit kind of amazing to me, because if lack of curvature is not going to convince you that it is not a globe, then I don't think anything else will. To be honest,
perhaps that was a little bit of a pithy answer. I guess what I should have said is that I don't consider the lack of curvature photos that I've seen here to be evidence of lack of curvature. Does that make sense?
So if you're on the jury, you would tell them, well, I don't think because there's a lack of a murder weapon or fingerprints or DNA.
I don't think this analogy that you're doing is particularly helpful.
It's not helpful in your case. I agree, because the fact is, no, the reason why it's helpful is because you're taking a position without evidence to support your position, and then you're just not even willing to hear that.
Well, I think there's an overwhelming amount of evidence to support my position.
Oh, well, she asked you, and you said, okay, so maybe you should ask him again. I'll mute up. I just could have swore that you said no when it came to curvature, but maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe I misheard. You said there's a lot of evidence for what?
The Earth being a globe.
Okay, please provide.
You have photographs of the Earth as a globe.
Okay, anything that's verifiable?
Yeah, it's not really evidence. It's just another claim, which in itself would require evidence.
Well, it kind of is, if you read the definition.
Okay, so Terra was the one making the claim, and you're just jumping in, so shut the hell up.
No, I'm just trying to... Okay, whatever. I'm not going to keep quiet, sure.
Oh, it's Waz. I'm sorry. I thought...
No,
I thought it was a white knight glober. My bad.
Yeah, it's all... I did interrupt, but the reason I interrupted is because there might be like a misunderstanding of the definition of evidence. Technically, anything that's information towards the claim is evidence, but it's not necessarily proof.
That's why I said verifiable. Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you, Waz.
No. I actually interrupted. Heretic was right, but I'm just trying to clarify that.
That's fine. We get the white knighters that just suddenly elbow in. It's a rando, and he's like, "I'm just going to take this over." And I thought that's what was happening. I didn't recognize your voice. It's my bad. Sorry.
Yeah, you sounded like a glober. Okay, sorry.
If he's got a fair critique, that's cool. We just get it all too often. Anyway, I've said it like 3 times now, so I'll stop saying it.
True. So...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just waiting for ITR to answer.
Was there an outstanding question? Sorry.
You said there's a lot of photos, and I said, do you have anything that's verifiable?
I mean, I don't require everything that I understand to be verified by me personally.
Okay. Okay, so you have pictures from outside of the Earth, like as the entirety of the Earth being a globe, right?
Yes.
And okay, so I guess that's I got nothing on that one.
Yeah, you're back to like if he's believing what we've been showed because it was in a textbook as a child, he saw it, then he believes it, and he has no reason not to believe that what he's been told is not true, because that is the narrative, that is the agenda, within our curriculum to teach you that the world is a globe. Why would they lie?
Sounds very scientific.
Right. Why would they lie though? Like they tell you 2 + 2 is 4, and that Christopher Columbus came over and discovered America. Like, why would they lie to you? Because they're telling you other facts, right? So then when they say that the Earth is a globe, oh, that must be a fact too, right? Because you learned about things in science class and you trusted them in that. Why would the globe be any different? So I get why we all were brainwashed and why we all fell for it. It's just a matter of those that are on the other side of the coin now, we look back at it and said, wow, how can we fall for that lie? Doesn't make sense logically. All he has is a photo, nothing else, no proof. It's like, wow, imagine a guy getting charged for murder because they just have a photo of him in the area. Don't have a photo of him being stabbed or nothing, but just a photo of him in the area and saying, oh, that's good enough. Doesn't have
Well,
actual
Yeah.
proof.
All they have is a
yeah.
photo of him shooting the guy or a video of him killing the guy, but that's all they have is a video. That video's
You
obviously
don't
fake.
have you don't have a
No,
true
we
photo.
do. That's
It's
exactly what we
false.
have.
It's a fake photo. It's a fake photo though. That's the
There
whole
you
point.
go. Yeah, like I
Yeah,
said, they have,
it's a fake photo.
they have a video of the guy killing someone, and you say it's fake.
Then no, well, actually nowadays it's going to get to that point because now with AI, you could put anyone's face on anyone's body. That's
There
going
you
to be a
go. Thank
future
you.
thing. Yeah, that's going to be a future thing that we are going to have to be dealing with.
Yeah.
So now no evidence is good enough for you because it's all faked.
It's going to be hard.
Wait, wait. Hold on. I want to go back to ITR. I do want to ask him though. Is there anything? Okay, let's forget the photos from space because I don't think you can believe them. That's fine. You can take them at their word. But is there anything that me and you, as just normal citizens going out, that can test or that you can show me that will tell me it's a globe?
When you say, tell me that it's a globe, what does that mean to you?
That could present evidence. You said there's a lot of evidence, so that could be presented as evidence that it's a globe.
So not like an experiment that logically proves beyond all doubt that it's a globe, but just evidence.
Well, okay, empirical evidence would be nice, but just give me something, whatever you got.
I like sunsets.
Okay, I like sunsets as well. Okay. I don't get it.
Well, look at the sunset. I might wonder what's going on with that. Why is that happening? How does that work?
Mm-hmm.
And I might ask some scientists, hey, what's going on there? They say, oh, well, the Earth is rotating and the sun is going behind the Earth. They go, oh, interesting. Okay, cool. What if the Earth is flat? How does that work? And then one goes, well, it's doing this thing, the angular size thing. Like, oh, that's interesting, but it doesn't really change its size. So how does that work? Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, okay, interesting. Well, all right. Well, looks like what's happening is the Earth's spinning.
Okay, so you look at something and then there's an explanation associated with it, and then that's the evidence?
A piece of evidence.
Okay, and I think I sent you a video of like that candle thing that goes down when it's actually just going away due to like the lensing effect. Do you remember that one?
I don't think you've sent me anything that fits that description.
Oh, maybe it wasn't you. I sent it to a lot of Globers. I'll put it in chat. Give me 1 second.
There is a really good video that I can't send because I asked the same question. Explain sunsets, and there was a guy who he termed it the flat Earth kitchen. I don't know if anybody's got that and can post it. Don't have it to hand myself. I really should start saving some of these links. That's on me. But he shows how with a piece of string to prove it's a level. It's a perfectly horizontal piece of string, and then there's a light bulb on this piece of string, to represent the sun. The camera's set up to represent somebody at a terrestrial height, viewing a celestial object. And as the light moves away, it looks like it's going down. But then not only that, there's things that are set up to maybe look like buildings or whatever else it might be. Could be a building, could be a mountain, could just be a particularly opaque cloud deck. And from the view of the observer on the ground, it looks exactly like a sunset. You see it going down, you see it going away. Then when I saw that, it was just like, it's not like all of a sudden, oh, there we go, proof either way. But it did just help me to visualize what else could be going on. So if anybody's got the Flat Earth Kitchen, they can whack it in chat. I think it'd be useful.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. Unfortunately, I don't have that one, but that one is really nice as well. The one I just found, what I'm looking for, I'll post it in the link. It's not as good as what you just mentioned, Felix, but it's I like it. I think it kind of presents, it gets the job done anyway. So I put it in chat. Are you sure you haven't seen this before? I'm sure somebody must have sent it to you.
I don't know, maybe. I've seen a lot of interesting little GIFs here. So you've got this lenticular sheet here. The candle goes down.
Yeah, but do you see that in the way that it looks like it's going down, when in actuality it's just moving away on a flat surface?
I see it.
Okay, so I just wanted to, from what you explained about sunsets, you have an explanation for it. And first of all, I have seen sunsets where the sun actually does shrink away. I don't know if you've ever seen those videos, but I've seen it myself in real life when I was a kid. And
with your eyes.
Yeah, with my eyes.
But your eyes are not capable of making that measurement, right? Because you need to be able to compare it when it's at full brightness and when it's sunning, and that'll hurt quite a bit. You need a solar filter on a camera to be sure that it's same
No,
sun.
I'm just telling you. You said that when you look at a sunset, it's going down, right? And I'm telling you, I've seen sunsets where it doesn't go down; it just shrinks away. So, my point being is that you've experienced something, and
it doesn't touch the horizon.
No, it just kind of just shrinks away until it just kind of fades out into the distance.
Who all was looking for that video? I'm sorry to interrupt. Who all was looking for it?
Which one?
The video of the string. I have it right here, but I'm tagging you guys. I'm sorry to interrupt, but
go post it in the. You can post it in the chat. That would be nice.
Okay. All right, there's a link. I'll just tag you then.
Yeah, that's also a nice one to check out. If you get a chance, it kind of portrays the same idea.
That's what you guys are looking for, the Flat Earth Kitchen.
Yeah, give me 1 minute.
Like, if you watch that, that's just the perfect, like, dude, that logic, bro, like, come on. If you want to go back to where does the sun go on a flat earth after seeing this, like, dude, there's, I don't know, maybe just that seed's not ready to crack and start growing in the ground, I guess. I don't know. But there's no way you can watch that and be like, no, where does the sun go on a flat earth? Like, you can't say that anymore. Like, if you can't grasp this, I'm sorry. Like, as Crit will say, you're bricked. There's probably no help for you for now, right? At the moment now, you know. But maybe in time, I don't know.
In my experience, every single flat earther is somebody who came to tell flat earthers how stupid they are.
And then learned. And then was shown fucking something you never saw before, and you're like, your brain, like a light fucking turns on, and like logic starts running, you know, like it's crazy, bro. It's crazy.
I've seen a lot of things here that I've never seen before. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, that's why it's important that, you know, you have people like saying, oh, flat earth is like dangerous and you should have your kids taken away from you if you're teaching them. Like, dude, come on, bro. Like, so people are against people learning like the truth and logic and reason, and like just because you've been forced to lie, like, no, you have to believe that lie. Just that's it, nothing else. Like, dude, that's dangerous. I think that's the fucking dangerous one.
But I just wanted to ask or get back to the sunset thing. Were you able to watch the video Apocryphon posted?
I skipped through it, yeah.
Okay, so that one is also again
I think your
portraying the
lens
same
looks a
idea.
lot better.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Depending on the atmospheric condition, you can have different types of sunsets, right? So the way how we perceive the sun can change based on the weather, not necessarily based on the curve. So us showing you this is because you're saying sunsets are not the best evidence, but one of the evidences that you would put forth to show it's a curved Earth. I would say it kind of works against you actually, because it portrays that you can have different types of sunsets. And I'm trying to
Certainly you
find
can have
the
different types of
stringing.
sunsets. I don't think anyone would disagree with that.
Yeah, but I mean, like the shrinking away. Some places it looks huge when it's setting. Some places it just kind of is moving away from you. And I'm trying to find that video, the shrinking sun.
Most sunsets look similar. There are certainly weird days, and we all know
It
the
does.
atmosphere does weird things. But generally, I've seen a lot of sunsets. Generally, they look pretty similar.
No,
Some of them
but
are
that
weird,
depends
and some
on
of them
where
aren't.
depends on where your location is. Where I grew up before, I saw the sunsets. Most of my sunsets were the sun shrinking away, and that used to be a very typical thing. When I came to the States, we had the big, ginormous suns just kind of sinking into the ground. So I get that, and so that's why I'm saying when I was a kid, I didn't think not when I was a kid. Sorry, when I became a flat earther and people were talking about the concept of a shrinking sun, a lot of people were like, "That happens? That never happens." And I was just thinking in my head, I guess people have, if you've never actually been exposed to it to a different location, I can see why that sounds like an abnormal phenomenon. But if you go to the other side of the world, everybody's having this every day. So I wouldn't say that's a typical sunset that you're experiencing. It might be for your area.
Sounds like an interesting kind of sunset. Do you have a video? Old dude just posted
Yeah, I'm
one.
trying
Thank
to
you, old
find.
dude.
Oh, there we go. That's one of them. Yes.
But you need a sun filter.
Yeah,
What
I'm
you're
not
seeing
talking.
here
I'm
is
not talking
shrinking.
about. Yeah, but Parmesan. I'm not talking about like whether there's angular
Hold on, this video
difference
is
or whatever. I'm talking
this is
about
not a very good
what you
video for flat Earth.
actually see. Okay, what you actually see
Yeah.
as a sunset.
So what you're seeing is the amount of glare shrinking as the sun goes below the horizon. You're not actually seeing the sun shrinking. It's the glare around it, which is because this camera
Yeah.
doesn't have a sun filter.
Okay. Again, that point was already brought up. My point is not about whether you need a sun filter or not. My point was that people experience different types of sunsets a lot of different places. And so if you don't always get that gigantic sun that's just sinking into the floor every day, everywhere in the earth.
Well, here's the problem I have with that statement is if you remove the glare, you always get everywhere, every point in the planet, you get this sun sinking pretty much everywhere.
Okay, that's your claim. So you could stick with that. I get that. But my point, again, that wasn't my point.
Okay.
And also, whatever. Anyway, I'm going to try to find a I think there's another sun shrinking one out there. I'm going to try to find that one as well.
But also, talking about sunsets, have you seen where you can see a silhouette of a city in the sun, in front of the sun?
Is that in China?
I think the one. Well, I've seen quite a few. There are a few in the United States. Let me see if I can find one. Here's one. I've just posted. Can't remember where this is.
Just while people are looking for links and what have you, I'm curious because you've come here as somebody who very clearly on the the side of heliocentrism, intelligent, well reasoned, well argued. You've not come here to troll. What could people show you? So I like to ask people on both sides of the debate this question. I just kind of sit in the middle, hoping for some kind of mic drop moment. What could somebody show you for you to go, holy shit, I had it wrong? Or at the minimum, make a huge, dent, really break through
Some
your currently held beliefs.
Yeah, some evidence of something testable, repeatable, that provides evidence that demonstrates clearly that the surface of the Earth is flat. And I don't mean evidence that some prediction doesn't match the globe. I actually want the actual flatness measurement or something along those lines.
I would have to interject though there, because the way it's happening now is when once upon a time you had the geometric horizon, it was so far away, then for sure everything was going behind that point because it's a curved ball away from your position. When that got destroyed, because now you're seeing things, because today's technology, we are able to see 5 times even greater further than that geometric point. But all the people that are convinced that the globe did was just look on a piece of paper, write in formulas, do some math, and then said, yes, with this math, you're able to see 5 times further than you should be. So that's where I have to interject and say, you can't just say, oh, show me. You've already been shown that it's flat. But it gets excused simply by a pen stroke, by saying, oh, I could math, pencil whip this paper real quick and put some math numbers and formulas that's going to say, if the conditions are right, I can see the back of my head mathematically. But that's where I think there's a line drawn, because that's where you have to step out of this, indoctrination, the brainwashing, whatever you want to call it, and say, wait, this just doesn't make logical sense. Even though I get it, mathematically, you can fucking see the back of your head. But logically, that's not fucking reality. And it's
Are you suggesting that people made up new math or whatever you might want to call it as a response to the
They
flat Earth
literally have a mathematical refraction slider bar.
Mhm.
Literally. And all it is, it's an increase to a number to where numerically it will say, yes, you should be able to see that. If the refraction is this, then you can see this. So remember, it's completely behind the hill, curve, water, mountain, whatever you believe in, right? And then all you have to do is slide that bar and whoop, comes right into your view perfectly. Be like, yep, we predicted that on a globe. That works out mathematically. But
people who study
What
optics
we
and
observed, sorry, go on.
people who study optics and that kind of physics have, understood refraction and been interested in it for a long time. I'm sure you could go back 5-10 years and find people publishing unrelated to flat Earth discussions of how light propagates in an atmosphere, and how you can have these ducts, right? That is a well-known phenomenon where light adheres to the surface essentially. Probably go back a while and find these things long before these discussions were happening.
These
5-10
discussions, though, about the Earth have been way before 2015, and I think that's kind of another misrepresentation of what's going on. Everybody believes flat Earth came around just 10 years ago. Dude, they've been fucking arguing this since people were saying, hey guys, look, it's a globe. And there were scientists back then saying, what are you talking about? Literal news articles from the 1800s saying you have to be stupid if you believe the world is a ball. Literally in the printed text. The 1800s. Obviously, we're way over here now, and we're like, those guys were idiots, right? They knew nothing in 1800s. But because look how far advanced we are, and they didn't know this stuff. But the fact of the matter is that you can't just say people that study optics, dude. Well, great if they do, and we have learned and we understand that light does some crazy, amazing optical phenomenons where people's heads look like they're off their body if you look at them from the side of a fish tank type deal. But the thing is, though, is that when you start putting math into it and then saying, well, we don't have any evidence of it, other than a mathematical equation, but that's just illogical, bro. You're saying, so to give you an example,
So,
I always
just can I clarify before? Can I clarify?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
There's
go ahead.
no evidence that refraction occurs.
No, that's refraction is a very real thing. Refraction is a very real thing. It's just grotesquely misrepresented with math to make refraction do something that it doesn't even do. That's not what refraction
Look,
is.
what I would say is when he says something like that, just give him the answer. No, that's not what I would say.
Okay. Sounds good. So just for quick, the example that I've used many times, and I'll constantly use this because I think it's a good example. If you are on the other side of a hill,
why don't you see where he's going to take it next? He has an angle he's going to try to work.
Oh yeah.
Do you think refraction exists? Well, yeah, it exists. What does he want to say next? Where are you trying to go?
I was asking. I was just clarifying what he meant.
Okay, fine.
He said,
fine. You don't have an angle. Okay, my bad. Never mind. Carry on.
Okay, so with knowing, we understand refraction, right? We get it. Light fucking does some cool things in the air, but just take yourself outside of globe Earth, flat Earth, okay? Just think of it logically. If you have someone on the other side of a hill where they walked over the hill and now all you can see is their head, do you think that just because mathematically you can work how light refracts, do you think in your real world experience that your buddy will be lifted up over the other side of the mountain and then somehow look flat to your perspective, now raised above, and even the hill, the land will even come up, and then it'll look like, instead of a hill, it's now going to look like a checkerboard? Just because you can do it mathematically, can you just pull yourself to think logically? Is that a thing? Would you ever see that? Now you're seeing his feet and his kneecaps and his waist. Just think of that. Can you do that?
So my answer would be the conditions. it is possible under certain conditions, but the conditions would be so out of this world that it wouldn't actually happen. The conditions would never happen.
In fact, the math will tell you what those conditions are.
Exactly. Yeah, the math will tell you what the conditions are.
Okay. So you just said those conditions will be out of this world, but the math will tell you it works. Okay, now let's rewind. We just talked about how they use a refraction slider bar to make it work, but we don't have those conditions though. For instance, like they have recordings of like they pour a very, very cold gaseous liquid
nitrogen. Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah. So where in the world is it negative 220 degrees above the ocean? Where? Let me know, because I want to go there and do some tests.
Antarctica.
It's okay. So guess what? Off the coast of right here, off the coast of California, when it's a cool 70 degrees, bro, maybe even 80 degrees, guess what we see? We see the same effects that the negative 220 degrees below zero can create. But how does that work for you in your head, logically? How is that possible? If it took such an extreme...
Right?
What was that?
It's because the Earth is flat, bro.
Well, I mean, that's where we're getting to. But the point here is, though, like, do you understand the logic, though? Like, that I'm trying to share with you? Like, your buddy over the hill, you literally said, yeah, you can see your buddy over the hill if the conditions were right. Like, dude, that means you can see through dirt? No, you're saying that the whole the backside of that hill and his body is being lifted up into the air for you to see. And you believe that? For real? Is that your stance, your position?
I believe looming occurs, yes, to various extents. Sometimes more, sometimes less. It depends on the conditions of how the conditions will determine how much looming you see. Yeah.
Okay, so just let me point something out. So looming, like if you go to Sky Free, right? Their YouTube, they have a really cool video that shows looming, miraging, all the cool refraction, phenomena. But one of the key things, though, is that they're taking these visual experimentations to where they're doing on a flat floor, and then they're introducing, just opening up the door just to change it to a cold, which is more of a realistic condition, right? Not just fucking introducing negative 220 degrees below zero. They just open up the door and let like cold air come in. It drops to like 40 degrees, and you can see these things disappear, and it raises the floor optically. It doesn't do it physically, obviously. It raises the floor, and then as the temperature is now equalizing in the room and it's starting to get warmer again, then it looks like those houses are not houses, the little plastic pins, they're stretched because, again, optical phenomena is going on. And then finally you see them again normally once everything equalizes and the room temperature is good, and then you're just looking to the camera again. But you can see the looming effects, the miraging effect. Like, you see all the optical effects that they go. Just go check out their videos, bro, and you're gonna see that.
Yeah,
you're gonna see that. You're gonna see that looming doesn't mean it can raise something over a curve with our normal conditions that we can. Sure, it does get very cold. Sure, it does get very hot, but nothing to the degree that it would require for you to see, 30 miles away and it to loom up over the hill over 1,000 feet. What is it? 20 miles is what, like 1,400 feet? I forgot the measurements. But anyways, that's how far down below it is behind the hill. That's like saying all you can see is eyes, but then all of a sudden you can see his toes. Like, dude, that makes zero sense. Come on, just logically.
All right, Parmesan, do you have a response or rebuttal to any of that?
Yeah, I've seen those videos. They don't. There's nothing unexpected in them. The effects they demonstrate work exactly like I understand them to work. And the amount of looming this is where as you say, maths comes in, where you can calculate how far, how much the object will be raised in your view. So if you take the conditions, the most important part really is the difference in pressure and pressure differential, which is obviously affected by temperature. And you calculate what you should see, it matches every time. And the slider bar is just because that's the coefficient that in cases where you don't know exactly what the conditions are, because you can't, you haven't gone along the whole path of the light and measured temperature or the pressure gradient between just above, let's say, the water level and 1 meter above the water level or whatever. So you can't precisely say this is exactly what it is, so this is exactly how much. So you have to make estimates, and you know.
But you yourself said it's going to be conditions that are out of this world.
In your example, where you're on a hill and you're very close by, so the amount of light bending would have to be quite significant.
Well, okay. I'm glad you said that. So okay, I'm glad you said that. So the black swan, where you're hold on. No, there is, but you see, that's the point. That's the point I'm trying to make. It is definitely out of its fucking normal conditions, but because they introduced this thing, nobody knew what the fuck about a refraction bar was before this shit. Because it seems like the powers that be had to go back to the drawing and create this just to make it make sense. Literally,
what year is the black swan photo taken?
I think it was 2000. I think it was 2019 or 2020. I think 2019. And
I interrupted you. Please go on.
No, I'm just saying. Before then, everybody had a very good understanding that there was what was called a geometric horizon, and a lot of globers in these arenas on Discord, they would argue that we see boats going over the curve, and that was a slam dunk case for globers, like boats disappearing bottom up, like slam dunk, dude. That was like the ace in the sleeve. And there was always the argument, though, well, the horizon is apparent and it changes, from day to day, from even within one day, from the morning to the evening. That distance can change depending on the conditions, over the ocean for that day. If it's hot, if it's cold, regardless, no matter what it is, it's that apparent position can change. So one day the boat might disappear when it's 1 mile away. The other day, because of the conditions are really bad, and then another day, you might see the boat not until it's 14 miles out, if the conditions were really good. But the point of that being, though, is that, well, what is it? Is it a geometric horizon or not? Because technically, it should be behind the water mountain that you believe exists. But this is where the nonsense comes in, and you say, oh, I can see the backside of a mountain. Because with looming and refraction, somehow magically it lifts up this other side of this water hill and makes it look flat. It makes it look like a checkerboard into its own horizon. Dude, I don't know. Maybe that's what makes flat earthers, like, in a blink of an eye. Once someone gets that, it's like you never go back to the globe, because you know what? You can just tell how much fucking bullshit the whole curve of boats disappearing over the water is. And that's the point. And then all Globers do is, oh, we have the math. We could calculate for that. Yeah, so you're gonna piss on my leg, tell me it's raining, and stay in a lie. I mean, it is what it is.
Technically, the black swan is just an example, right? If the claim was all swans are white, all you would need is one black swan to prove that claim wrong. You could go out in your own area and make your own black swan. But since the black swan was created, there was a whole bunch of claims like, well, you got to know the temperature and all of this other weather stuff, right? So the black swan with the oil rigs has been, like, beaten like a dead horse, and all the information has already been accumulated, right? And then it's like some people have the information saved in their little folders in their computer, and then some people just remember the argument off the top of their head, right? But the point is that you can go and make your own observation. You can find your own black swan, which is why in the modus tollens they give you the equation for the distance to the horizon on a sphere with the geometric shape of 3,959-mile radius.
Yeah, but the equation needs to include refraction to be accurate. And the equations I've seen flat earthers use doesn't.
Dude,
so it's not an
that's
accurate
crazy.
prediction.
That's just crazy, bro. I just don't think you're not getting it. That's all. I just think you're not ready yet. You know what I mean? Like, you're just not ready to break the soil. You're still a seed in the ground. Haven't broke the soil yet. That's okay.
So-
maybe in time, stick around. Maybe you'll hear something that will finally click, and then you'll get it.
To go back to that point, then, I was curious what your view would be on it. You talked about doing your own measurements, finding your own black swan. So when I went to Lake Windermere, which is 10.5 miles across, the curvature calculator suggests, what would it be, like 60 feet of curvature or something like that? I'm doing it off the top of my head, not with a calculator, but something like that, 60 feet, 60-something feet. When I go there with a P900, which I did, I was curious, so I bought one, and I see it looks like there's, never mind 60-something feet, that I don't even see 60-something millimeters of curvature. I see nothing. It looks completely 100% level. Is that to say then that the fourth mile is refracting up the perfect amount, and the temperature was just the right temperature, even though I did it on 2 separate days? The temperature was just the right temperature to cause the fourth mile to refract up the perfect amount to give the illusion of flat and level. The fifth mile refracted up that little bit more, once again, to the perfect amount. The sixth, the seventh, the eighth, all refracting up with the perfect temperature, the perfect amount, the perfect conditions to simulate and give the illusion of a flattened body, of a flattened level body of water. Is that the kind of the scientific explanation for what I observe when I take a super zoom camera to a large body of water?
I don't know. I'd need like, well, I'd like if you've got the details of what you did. So things like where you were standing, or not where you were standing, the position of the camera, the position of some marker, some object, the distance to the object, the height of the object, things like that. We can plug that into curvature calculator that accounts for refraction, and see whether you saw something that's different to expectations or not.
It's
that's fair. But what I'd say is, if you're here, you're curious. At a minimum, you're curious. You wouldn't be here otherwise. I don't know what your financial situation's like. From the way you speak, I imagine you're not on the dole. Yeah, you don't need to go into specifics. Buy yourself a P900 secondhand. They're quite cheap. You're obviously an intellectually minded guy. Go and buy yourself a secondhand P900. Yeah, there you go. And just test it. Give it a go.
What's crazy?
The things I've looked at, the things I've checked out, all match the expectation of that you would get from a heliocentric model. So that's where it is. Show me something that I can test which wouldn't match.
Yeah, you're still not getting it, unfortunately.
So within your paradigm, if somebody, these long distance explanation, these long distance observations, is what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said earlier, the fourth mile is refracting up the exact perfect amount to give the illusion of flat and level. The fifth mile, because it would have to, refracts up a little bit more, and obviously growing exponentially, because that's what happens, because it's the square root of the mile. And by the time you get to the 12th mile, it's refracting up massively more compared to the fifth mile, but it's refracting up to the exact amount required to give the appearance of flat and level when it is in fact curved. Is that within the scientific paradigm? Is that what's happening with these long distance observations?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean by refracting the right amount, but with the long distance observations that I've seen something like this mountain peak was seen from this far away. This is the height of the observer, right? I plug that in, and the amount of mountain you should be seeing matches what you see in the picture. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I understand what you mean. So that's based on the light refracting up to the exact amount required to give that picture, basically, to give that image from where you stood.
Yes, and you use for those images that are relatively high altitude, most of the ones I've been shown, you can assume standard refraction coefficient, which is 0.17, right? Which is fairly low amount of refraction. But even with that, you see exactly, well, very, very close to the reality. So that's why I say whatever I've looked into it, it matches. I've not seen it where it doesn't match.
Yeah.
So like Black Swan, would you say it matches there?
Matches expectations, yeah.
Nope.
With such a severe level of refraction, yeah.
Well, you just said it would match up with standard conditions.
I was talking about different images, not the Black Swan.
Okay. So generally what you haven't seen doesn't actually just seem to match up with standard so-called refraction.
Everything I've seen matches with what we'd expect.
So that would just be anything then. Because if it's not going to be within the standard, you'll just say, well, it's extreme now.
Exactly.
Well, it depends on the conditions.
Well, I mean, how do you know what those even are? I mean, you're just going to post hoc it, right? You're just going to say, well, that's so far out from what we would expect geometrically that, well, the refraction must have been extreme.
Well, you can check, you can control, well, not control for it, but you can check for it by doing pressure measurements or temperature measurements. As an example, another
but you didn't do
sign,
that for Black Swan, though, to demonstrate directly, hey, the refraction, it's all fucked up, it's extreme. You're just looking at it not matching the geometry of the claim of the globe and then going, well, refraction must have been crazy.
So for Black Swan, you don't even need to make assumptions that refraction was crazy, because you just need to look at the wonky cranes and you see that refraction is crazy on that day.
Okay, and that translates to the horizon?
Translates to severe conditions for refraction, yeah.
Okay, and that translates to the horizon, because it doesn't really look wonky or fucked up at all.
It translates to... What do you mean, translates to the horizon?
Well, I mean, you're looking at the rig and then applying what you saw there to the horizon, even though the horizon doesn't look wonky.
You apply it to the whole picture because conditions on the day apply to all of the light that travels to the camera.
A warbly-durbly looking rig, and then I go, okay, well, that horizon, which is further than that 9.4 mile rig, geometrically, in fact, must have been at 1.2, but that warbly-durbly rig is telling me that the light refraction going on here actually took that 1.2 mile geometric horizon, distorted it so that it looked like a flat, further than 9 mile horizon.
There's a lot of refraction, so it's difficult to tell.
By BMLS B69, where he went there in the evening time, and the rigs were not warbly-durbly. And the horizon of them.
Just don't think warbly-durbly rig is a good enough gauge for all of this.
Did you say law of refraction? Because that's not what you're supposed to be claiming is happening. Not Snell's law.
Yeah, you need multiple media and an interface, yeah.
Exactly. What it is it's light changing direction in the way that fits the idea of Earth being a larger radius. So you're essentially turning your curved line of sight into the surface of the Earth. And then saying, if Earth was X big, which is bigger than the claimed radius, right, 3,959 miles. So let's say, if Earth was had a radius of 250,000 miles, then yes, this observation fits my expectations. That's essentially what's going on there.
Well, I would say that's just one way of thinking about how the calculations for it work. That's not what's actually going on.
No, the problem is there's no predictive model for your idea of light bending through the single isotropic media of air, and it has no predictive capabilities. No, it's post hoc. It's all just added in afterwards to explain the observation.
Well, no.
That's what you're doing with the black swan. That's what you're doing with the black swan, sir. That is exactly what you're doing with the black swan, sir.
Yeah, because I mean, where you would have to start is actually measuring the globe in the first place, and that's the only way you could ever get to the conclusion that's what's there, even though we didn't see it.
That's what I'm saying.
So to go back to I guess I'll end on this. If you want to make a prediction using the globe model, you need to take into account all of the factors, including refraction. Then make a prediction, and then check whether it matches against the observations. If it doesn't match, then yes, I'd say.
Well, when have you actually done that, though? When have you ever gone out and taken into account all of the factors, including the globe geometry and the pressure, temperature, and refractive index at the time, and gone, oh, there we go?
Have you guys ever been on boats before?
Yeah.
What about boats? I don't know why I've never brought this up before. What's the big science with flat Earth and boats?
Good question. What about boats? Yeah, that's my question.
If I'm on a boat,
I spent a lot of times on ships, and
if I'm on that boat, how come like all of a sudden the country comes up?
Ships.
Yeah, one speaker at a time, please.
Oh, sorry.
He was speaking first, so I'll let him speak.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
if I'm moving on that boat, right, and then their boats, and I'm like approaching Europe, how come I can physically see it slowly come up the horizon?
Because you wouldn't have been able to see it when you set off, and there's going to be a point eventually at which you do begin to see it because you don't see forever. You can't see the entire extent of the whole Earth all at once in one eyeful. So there's going to come a point where suddenly it does come into grasp.
So in the flat Earth science, there's like it's like video games, right? How you have like a field of view setting. And the max, when things come in the frame from the max field of view setting, it comes up from down the up instead of just spawning in or fading into existence?
No. But the closer that you get to something, the higher in your field of view it will appear.
But
so it's not necessarily coming up. Might appear
have you ever been on a boat?
Yeah.
Well, probably not. Because if you're on a boat, you would see, like, if you see a landmass very far away, it will slowly rise. Like you will see it come over the horizon.
You ever looked at a row of streetlights before?
A row of streetlights?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Are they descending in your field of view because they're going over the Earth curvature?
No, because there's probably like a hill or something.
Oh, there's a hill, so there's a physical drop. It's not perspective.
No, the difference is they don't get
but the water's flat. The water is... It doesn't matter whether there's hills below it or not. It's going to be a flat, smooth street.
You said it.
Wait, it's flat?
Yeah, you said it.
Yeah, it is
there
flat.
We go.
Yeah, the water's flat.
Shit. Holy fuck. God
Back it up, boys. It's over.
I don't think you guys are like listening to any words that are coming out of my mouth.
I heard you.
You guys are focusing on the word flat. You guys are focusing on
the
word
exactly. That's
flat.
what you said. So I listened to you. Unlike
okay.
I listened to that too.
I'm listening to you guys too. If the water is flat, how come things just rise up from the edge of the Earth? How's that happen?
Well, do they actually physically rise, or do they just appear to?
They rise. They appear like they rise. You're right. They appear like they rise. Why do they appear like they rise?
Okay, so they just appear.
Is there an elevator?
Well, why do streetlights appear that they're descending the further away from you they are?
That's a good
Even
question.
Though they're the
Why
same
do they
physical
descend?
level, right? Same elevation, right?
Well,
but they appear to descend.
Weren't we just literally just dealing with this argument?
Were you guys? I don't know.
if you're going to claim that that's what you're seeing is occurring due to physical Earth curvature, then it has to,
Mhm.
it must, by necessity, be occurring at a specific set distance according to observer height and the radius of the Earth. There is no other way around it. And if it's not doing that, then it's not because of that.
I don't get exactly what you're saying, but sure, go for it, bud.
Yeah, I know
But
you don't.
what I'm saying is, if I'm on a boat, I know for a fact because I've gone fishing quite a bit, you know. But if I'm
Quite a
like
bit.
far out there,
Where you from,
quite
man?
a bit there, bud.
Well,
I'm from
wait.
them there. Oh, you know where I'm from, Sean. I'm from Florida. Where are you from?
I'm from Oklahoma.
Oh, you
I'm
go
not-
So
fishing?
you sound like two truckers having a conversation over the CB.
And then you still
Yeah.
think the Earth?
Hey, first of all, if you talk shit like
Well,
that
I don't
again, I'll
think the
fucking suck
world
your
is
cock
curving,
dry.
man.
So
I don't think the world is I don't think I'm like, unless it's like the Truman Show, and when I fly out, when I go out
you
there,
don't have
they're like raising the land and shit, and like morphing the waters just for me.
I don't
feel
believe
pretty
it.
damn special if they did that.
I don't believe the Earth
I don't know.
exists.
I agree.
Yeah.
It's a figment of our imagination.
You know what I think? I think it would be more fun if the
comes
world
the
was like
spirals, right?
the Vikings, how we're living on a big ass fucking tree. That'd be pretty damn dope. I like that a lot. That'd be a lot more fucking interesting than a big circle
spirals is
circling around
fascinating
a hot
globe
ball. But I don't know if it's exactly like that, you know? Google
Just talking
weird yoke Schickel Stellen Das Nick von dem
I'm kind of wondering,
when.
hasn't AI been updated yet with like the whole refraction thing, to explain, the horizon appearing, like orders of magnitude further than it should be according to the claimed geometry of the Earth? Because I asked AI, is it possible for a 1 foot observer to observe and measure a horizon distance of greater than 9 miles? And it said no. It would have to be at 100 or 130 feet. See something like that.
What? So I wasn't listening. I was watching those little videos and them side chats.
Yeah, mate, you're not going to get it. You've already said this is over your head.
Over my head. I never said that. Those words never came out of my mouth.
Boat half cut off. Earth sphere now.
Earth sphere. What are you talking about?
That's the extent.
Oh, because I was spitting facts. Now you're getting all butthurt.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to hurt your little intellect or anything. I didn't mean to offend you in any way. I was just telling you that, like, when I go fishing, it definitely looks like that there's a curved Earth if you ever gone fishing before. I know you city folk.
No, the horizon looks flat.
Like there before, but
you go fishing.
Yeah, but like roads.
You're saying,
but even
flat
like with
looks curved. Flat looks curved, does it?
Flat looks curved. No. So here's what I'm trying to explain to you, right? Because you're focusing your entire argument on them like the ground, right? And whenever like you get disproven with the ground, the excuse is always like, "Oh, there's a hill," and you're like, "Yeah, well, that makes sense. Yeah, the Earth is not smooth. It's not like a flat surface. So what on the Earth is perfectly flat, indisputable? The ocean, right? The ocean is not going to form
Let me correct you.
a hill. It's going to even out.
The water, the ocean is level. It's not flat because there's a difference. Because the ocean
well, that's
curves
what I mean.
with the earth.
Sorry, that's that Florida
Yeah,
education.
and that's what they're going to pick you up on. Yeah. So
but I'm not
use
wrong.
the word level.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Level.
Horizontal, yeah, that's right.
It's
level.
It's level.
Horizontally
horizontal
level.
Yeah.
There you go.
No, it's not horizontal. Horizontal and level.
Yes, as is described in the study of hydrostatics, as is described, the surface of liquid at rest being horizontal and level.
No, in geodesics, sea level is not level. It is not horizontal.
In the study of hydrostatics, right? That would be the study of the behavior of liquid at rest, right? It's described as it being horizontal and level.
in the study of
I don't think
geodesic
whoever
surveying,
made that terminology is a flat
curve.
earther. So I'm not exactly
Who burped in the mic? Mind your fucking manners, eh?
Holy shit.
Aye, I'm awake.
My bad.
Thank you.
Holy shit, dude. That dude's
Who's the one that's fishing? Who's the fisher from Florida?
I like fishing.
What?
James.
James?
Take it away, man.
I'm gonna tag something to him. What's your name in here? I'm not looking at on the list.
What's my real name?
No. What's your handle in here?
Oh, James. It's James. J-Dog. Call me for short.
I know, but there's like 3 James that I'm seeing here.
I got like a little squiggly line on my name. It's like kind of like a fishing hook.
Okay. Is this you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I said it's so curved that it looks flat. This is what you would see out in when you go out to the ocean, and those wind. I think they're called wind farms because there's a bunch of towers with propellers and
what are
they.
those?
Yeah, they're here. I'll get the other photo for you. I'll show you the top of them. But what they are though, they look like like a windmill, or how like for wind energy.
I think I know
what
what
are they
you're
called?
talking about. Maybe.
What the fuck? They're not solar. They're
I
wind.
think there's a wind farm.
Wind. Yeah, you can put wind farm, but they're called something. They're not like they're a windmill, but they're not called something specifically because they generate electricity. What the fuck are they called? I'm like lost for words. Anyway.
Hydro.
Yes, there you go. No, wind turbine. No, that's the word. Right? They're wind turbines, right? And they are. Wait, is it? Yeah. Okay, whatever. But they're. If you notice that the one that's 8.4 miles away, that's already fucking okay. That's too far, right? It should be behind the curve of the water. It's coming out of the water. They're built into the ocean floor. Okay, so
that's the ocean
they're not.
floor.
No. They're built in, so it goes underwater. Can you imagine like digging into a 4-inch, puddle of water?
All that.
Okay, got it. Okay, so the one at 8.4 miles is already that's already too far. You shouldn't see at 8.4 miles because this camera is set up 1.5 off of the water. So mathematically, you should only see not even with refraction, 2 to 3 miles. Even with refraction, because of the weird
figures are accurate.
Yeah. There's a whole video on this. The guy, you can see, he even looks back, where he's at. Me and another Glober we went and we even Google mapped his, Google Earth his position, and we saw okay, this is exactly where he was at, and we got down.
The observer height is 1 foot.
He shows it in the video. He literally shows it where he's at. Yeah. Let me find it for you.
Thank you.
It's a very strange screenshot. I can't really pinpoint too much with this.
Yeah, so before I go find the video, let me just explain it real quick. So he should only see, technically, you should only see no more than 2 to 3 miles, because I think it's only around there. That's where because he's so low to the ground, he should see only so far. Now that first one is 8.4 miles, so that's already an anomaly there. But if you notice, even the one that's 11 miles in his view, and I'll get the video, you'll see all of it. But the point here is that the reason why I said it's so curved that it looks flat is because if you notice, they all look flat. That this crazy refraction is going to bend everything up to a checkerboard. It's just once you get to this point, because maybe one of you guys you'll realize, oh, fuck, how stupid, how could I not get this? You watch, maybe one day you'll be there.
Well, maybe, I don't know. I mean, I'm no Einstein's or something, but I could probably tell you that maybe the maths is wrong about the curve then. Maybe it's not that the Earth is necessarily flat. I mean, I'm not going to disprove that the Earth isn't flat, but I'm just saying, I don't know. I mean, that's just a weird image. I can't really tell what's going on. I mean, okay, so I'm looking at the image right now. So you got the line, the thin blue line going across right where the little letters and numbers are. And then above that, you see the little poles or whatever. They're doing their little windmill stuff. And then in between that, where the sky goes from like yellow to blue, is that the line of the sea level?
That's the horizon. That's the horizon, the apparent position.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Where the sky is meeting, but it's apparent, so it could even go further. It's just the atmospheric, condition.
But if that's the water behind it, there's here
it's all
like
water.
2 things going on here. All is water. The entire screen, except for the buildings, are water.
Right.
I don't know about that. I think there's the sky where the yellow is. Right?
Let me get the video. Once you see the video, you'll understand.
Show me the video. But I'll just say from
Video's already posted.
Oh, he did it?
Is it the Black Swan?
And it's got all the information he's going to ask for built into the video already.
This is an hour-long video.
I'll have a look into it.
Oh, no. Learning is so horrible.
Yeah, but I can't be in here for an hour long. Listen to this. And
you can break it down between potty break, right? You spend enough time on the potty that you can watch an hour-long video or however long.
Did you spend your whole life getting to this point? Take an hour some other day or later on today?
He's Irish.
No, he's Scottish. Yes. Take an hour.
You're here. I thought this was the video. Well,
take an hour some other time, bro. Take the time. Don't be rushed. Don't be stressed. Don't be led into false argument is my point.
Led into false arguments.
Yeah, the data is supplied for you. Make the most of it. Take the time. Maybe you don't have the time just now, but take the time and go into this fully.
I can tell you right now, I don't. Maybe it is. I don't know.
Gary, I'll tell you what, buddy. Look, let me do the legwork for you because I feel like you need to hear this, bro. Look at what you could do is on the video itself. What if I gave you a timestamp? Okay, fast forward to 4 minutes and 57 seconds.
Watching it right now.
Go to 4 minutes and 57 seconds and start there, just because you wanted to see like the height, right? So I'm going to give you just the numbers and then the video, the position of it, like showing them while he's recording. Let me scrub through this and try to find this for you. But okay, now and then go to 9 minutes and 34 seconds, and that's going to be him zooming in on it. Okay, so those are your 2 time frames right there. Okay, but I do highly implore you to when you're fucking whatever, instead of just go watch the whole video, bro, because this might be the thing that turns a fucking light on in your head and makes you realize, yeah, it's not a fucking globe. It cannot be. So when they say like, would you bet your life on it? I would bet my life on it, based off this.
Also, if you can spend an hour arguing with us in here about things that you don't understand, you can spend an hour watching a video.
Oh yeah,
that's a weird argument, but I watch this video. I don't mind watching it. I was saying I don't think I'm going to be able to watch it today, or I will watch it today, but I don't expect like having criticism about the video.
I gave you I gave you marks though. I gave you timestamps. 9 minutes and 34 seconds is when he's zooming into it, because you're like, what is this? I don't get it. Watch that. It's like 15 seconds right there. Just watch how he zooms in, and then when you're looking, and then when you want to know like what's his measurements. 1.5. I said 1.5. It's actually less because 1.5 meters is 3 feet, right? It was actually only 2 feet, so I was actually going a foot too high there. You got to correct my fucking presentation here.
Well, I gotta Google this stuff. My lonesomes. I don't know.
See,
this video.
The biggest problem I have with this one is
I'll be honest with you, Chief, because there was a moment where like someone went in front of the camera and didn't look like it was that zoomed in. This is probably like a half a mile out. These little.
No. Okay, look it. So maybe you need to rewind to when he walks up on it and he's literally setting up in the rocks. So go to 8 minutes and 59 seconds, maybe even a little bit before that, when he's looking back. 8 minutes and 49 seconds. He's looking back at the building, and you're going to see him set up on the rocks on the ground. Okay, and he's roughly 2 feet above sea level. Now, don't fucking miss the forest through the trees here, bro. The fact that he's 2 feet off the water, it gives you the math. You know, when you multiply it by the 1.77 in your
fucking. It's not 2 feet off the water though. It's 2 feet off on the shore. It's not water
which is
level.
which is roughly 2 feet off the. That's literally water when the tide comes up right there.
Oh,
That
right.
water
The
will
tide
be
comes up.
that water will fill that space because all those rocks right there, they'll get covered with water. So
Right.
he's technically roughly around 2 feet above sea level.
No, I don't think you can
The camera is.
state that, and that's my problem with most of these videos and stuff like that. They don't provide actual measurements of the or geodetic markers to measure the actual height of the observer. Whereas whenever I see somebody for the globe side provide evidence of that, they actually do. They get GPS data to provide actual observer height. Position.
So guess what?
Whereas here it's just like, oh, we think it's roughly 2 meters, 2 feet.
Okay.
But it might be
so hold on,
40 feet.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. You're a skeptic. That's fine. But here's the point, though. Okay, what if he was actually 4 feet off the water? Does that then allow him to see 11 miles away because now he's 4 feet? Does that extra 2 feet, is that going to give him an extra 5 miles or 6 miles?
What if it's extra 20 feet? Then yeah.
I'm also looking at this. I don't know. Is it
You
actually
think?
fucking 11
Hey,
miles?
I'll tell you what. There's a website.
Question. Is it actually
I'll tell you
far?
what.
Because it looks like it's like 2 miles, maybe.
Look. I'll tell you what.
Max.
You could find
does
his
not look
position.
that far from the shore.
Look at. I know. It's so crazy, right?
I've seen
You can
10 miles.
find his position. You can do the same thing that I did with the other glober. We literally went on Google Earth and we found his exact position. We found his exact spot, like where he looks back and shows it. And you can get that point, and then you can drag your mouse to all the way to those the wind turbines, and you'll see that there's 8 miles and 11 miles away. But also the cool thing is you can actually do an elevation check, because there's an elevation website where you can check anywhere in the world that's elevation according to sea level. And if you want, you can find his position and then find his elevation. And then you can make that determination.
Where is he at? Where is he claiming he's at right in that video,
How come he didn't state the elevation in the video?
Hold on, dude.
They do say the elevation.
Right, I have a question for the guy that they use Google Maps or whatever, right? Isn't that based on a globe Earth? So all the measurements you get is probably wrong. Don't trust that shit.
Incorrect.
Come on, bro.
Why are you trusting that? No, the things that we do, for instance, when you use it from one point to another, it's almost like it's just a mathematical footprint, if you will, over a globe. So it makes sense, but if you stretch it
you're trusting Google, bro. I don't take you seriously.
Let me finish.
A $1 billion company that's
Okay, thank you. When you're measuring across the oceans on the southern hemisphere, that's where I think that is not accurate. That's just a sad distance to make a globe. If you were to measure from the bottom of Africa to the southernmost part of Africa to the southernmost part of South America, I don't believe that measurement is what they tell us, because they made it a ball mathematically. But I don't believe in that. But in the north, the measurements do check out for the most part.
Yeah, man, I would have believed you if you measure it yourself, right? I don't trust a $1 billion company to do anything, but you do you, man.
Right. Yeah. So, anyways, the Google Earth is just going to give you the position.
What about
that's
in
the
the south?
that's the whole point,
Do
right?
measurements match up in the south?
No, that's what I'm saying. On the lands, yes, perhaps, but on the oceans, who's to know? Because they're just saying this is how far. And if you talk to people that are let's say they're shippers of a boat, let's say they're captains of a boat or whatever, and they they're always on a ship, they'll tell you that south of the equator that things don't line up, things don't match up to the time and and the way you're traveling and everything. It's just always a longer route than expected. They'll tell you. I mean, we've heard them before. We talked to them before. They've been in this arena, if you will, and people that actually get on boats and they've been interviewed before. Mark Sargent, he's interviewed them before.
Let's just go back to this this video then.
I don't know if I've heard exactly.
Where
I
is
mean, I think I've heard
this
briefly.
location?
I kind
Because
of
the
stuff about it a little bit. But...
So
hold on.
Okay, I'm gonna find the location for you.
Here's my problem. Throughout the video, I noticed there were some images of a map, and the image of a map pointed to Worthing, southern England, somewhere near the pier. I'm just looking at Google Maps. I can't see any windmills here.
Yeah, no worries. I'm going to give you the
It's a
exact location.
A red flag for me.
I'll give you the
me from to say where it actually is.
I'll give you the exact location. Give me a second, okay? I'll hold on. Just I got to research it again. Believe me, I've done this. I've done this dance before, and the Glober had the same, he had the same questions as you, or he had the same doubts as you. He didn't believe it. Once we showed him the position, he saw it himself. He was able to find the elevation himself. He had to go back to the drawing board because it didn't make sense in his world. So maybe that will happen with you right now. But hold on, give me a second.
Maybe, but it has to be repeatable though as well.
Yeah, then go repeat it then.
Sure. Whenever I try, it doesn't work. That's my problem. All
right, here you go. There it is right there. So it's off. We want to call that Worthing, between Shoreham and Worthing. Let me get the coordinates for you. I'll give it to you. It's between Shoreham and Worthing. Shoreham and
Worthing. The point
Worthing.
that an object would disappear in your field of vision would be 19 miles. That's when things would be gone.
Yeah, with the refraction bar. Yeah, I know. We know that they mathematically have stretched out to make you be able to see the backside of a mountain. We know that they've done that. It's fucking. That's kind of the argument in 2024 now, because that wasn't the argument 6, 7, 8 years ago. They weren't saying that. That wasn't the argument before. They literally changed the globe post because they had to, because now the Black Swan came out.
Better research.
Go ahead. Forehand.
I mean, when I was younger, I've even noticed this. Also that video. I mean, we can find the Google Maps or whatever. Where are they? Where is he claiming he's at? Is he in Los Angeles or something?
No. Here, I got it right here. Hold on, I'm going to give you there's Shoreham. I'm looking for Worthington, which is right around. Let me see here. The Widewater Lagoon, the Barn Caravan Park. I will find his position. Give me a second. It's going to take me a second, or maybe a minute. I'm going to see. I'll go back to it. Worthing. Okay, so there's that. I want to look for Worthing. Okay. Mark. Okay. I'm going to search.
Also, to that logic. Well, no, that's something else.
UK.
How far away is the sky?
The sky is right above your head, bro. Just put your hand up. You can touch
there? If I jump, it touches it. I can feel
it. The way it works.
I'm just thinking about also the field of view logic. Does that mean the sky is closer than what's around me?
Here. Then we gotta press play and see his position again.
I guess a Glober would say our field of view is pretty far out. We could see for pretty much thousands of light years,
So have you ever stared at the clouds? When you stare at the clouds and watch the parallax.
The hell's a parallax?
You know how you lose sense of all distance and scale the further up you look? I mean, when you look at these clouds, you really have no idea how high they are, how big they are, but you can see them moving just fine.
Yeah.
So now, what are stars? They're way beyond the clouds. Things just get really weird and different the further out you look in your field of view.
You think of in the same vein as a rainbow.
So how far away are stars?
Well, how far away is the rainbow?
Yeah. We don't know. So the rainbow appears in your eyeball.
Yeah, it's not real, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, so we don't really know what stars are either.
That's the best part of flat Earth. I didn't
globe
make
or flat earthers. What do you guys call each other? You guys call it
flat Earth is fine. Well, the best part of flat Earth is I didn't make any claims to sky magic. The globe side did. That was a heavy burden of proof they added to their model, their idea. When they told you that Polaris is X distance apart, and they can't even decide amongst themselves how far away it is. Then to come in here and be like, hey, flat earthers, the globe size knows what Polaris is. I go, dude, they don't even know how far away it is. Like, is it 1 star? Is it 2 stars? Is it 3 stars?
Well,
I've had globalists tell me that Polaris is an unlimited number of stars, all perfectly in sync with each other, lined up in a complete row that is somewhere between 300 light years and 400 light years away. Like, dude, that claim is so, like, come on, talk about Texas sharpshooter. That claim could really just fit, like, okay, it turned out to be 100 stars, not 101 or whatever. See, that's why the globalists come in here. They act like they've got the sky figured out. They have no clue what they're looking at.
I think it's not that, as a glober, I'd say. I don't think the idea is that, like, we know everything about the sky, that we know, like, the sky is this, everything is this is how life is, Earth round, fucking stars bright, billions, gazillions miles away. Where it's more of that we, I guess, trust whatever science is telling us, whatever research for the past couple 100 years has been showing us, more than a couple. But
right. Well, the problem is they show us interpretations.
Yeah, you have a huge problem.
We're just trust. Yeah, they're like interpretations.
No, hold on.
Right,
listen.
Actually.
Yeah, listen. Okay. Astronomy doesn't make any claims to what Earth is. If you're Copernicus has a very powerful quote about this. Astronomy, right? If you're looking up, are you looking at Earth or not at Earth?
Well, I mean, we have looked at Earth as well, but I mean,
from where?
That's reaching to
where'd
my
you see
second
Earth?
point.
Where'd you see Earth from? What planet are you from?
The moon.
You from Mars? Are you?
Space station. I think there's a picture from Mars. They have Earth. They have a singular picture. Maybe more than a singular, actually, because they have like.
Yeah, they have a helicopter there too.
Well, they got a whole satellite orbiting Mars. Let's take pictures of Mars, and sometimes takes pictures of Earth. Well, if you want to believe the globalists, or globers, not globalists, that's a whole different thing.
That's the same thing. You gotta believe the globe first before you believe in globalism.
There we go.
And then you take the globalists who believe that flat earthers are like harmful misinformation, need to be eliminated. See, the globalist worldview is an anti-science worldview. Their worldview is based on violence, coercion, force.
I think we're getting sidetracked here.
No, but it tells you when it comes the anti-flat earther who comes in here, the anti-flat earth globalist who comes in here, they want to exterminate. That's their main goal. Their main goal is extermination of any idea that they seem offensive to their agenda. So if they see somebody who's out there thinking on their own, they can't allow that because that will lead to an anti-globalist position, individuality, free think.
I think you're thinking a little too deep into it. I think it's more like a lot of the glober people that come in here. They're probably more just like interested of why do you think it's flat? Like what would make you think that? So that's why they come in here. They're picking your brains a little bit. They're like, okay, well, this is their. They say this is the reason.
You know how many times they've tried to shut this channel down just on this server?
Oh well, I believe it. I
4.
Kind of see why.
4 times. You see why? Why would it? What would be the purpose of shutting down this channel? Does that improve the globe? by shutting his channel down?
It gets a little heated in here sometimes.
It gets heated in all the channels. It's like that. It gets heated.
Well, they get shut down too.
No, they don't. They don't shut channels down.
Muslim servers get shut.
Yeah, when they die, because what happens is you get some crazy ass moderator who just like bans anyone who disagrees with them, and they kill their channel. And they say in a couple of months they open the channel up again anyway.
That's just what happens. I mean, that's what happens with all these little snickers. But my point though is with the whole what is it? Global mentality is that we follow science and all the shit
you don't.
Shoved down
you don't even know what science is. Get out of here, dude.
Well, see, science is the theory of how the world works. The most updated and accurate theory mankind has come up to.
That's science? Is it just a theory?
It's all theories. Oh yeah. You don't want to make it fact, because then when you make it fact, then if new idea comes in the gene pool, then it won't mix. They're going to reject it. You don't want to reject it. You want to progress science. So it's all theories. All theories that somebody big and smart needs to come in and disprove it. And if you disprove it, you did good. You added to science.
What about proving it?
Proving it? Well, if you prove it, good on you, I guess.
Does science prove things?
It does. I mean, that's the point of it, I guess. But I think it's more of like for scientists, their whole idea is to try to disprove things and see if maybe the world works in a different way, because that's how we progress with understanding how the world works. Because if we're like,
think it works like what the way the sky does, the sky and the ground are connected.
Back in Yay Yonder, if you believe in the Glober mentality, they say, well, little Wiener McShitdicks told me that, hey, that sun, that little ball of fire, it revolves around me. And then some other Wiener McShitdicks came along and was like, what if we revolve around it? And then he got put in prison and tortured and almost died. And then
he got sentenced to he got sentenced to his room with dinner. Yeah, Galileo. A lot of people don't know this about the history. Is that the Pope?
That's what happened at all.
Yeah, the Pope said, "Don't release this information. If you release this information, it will make the Catholic Church look like a bunch of quacks, like our modern day Scientology." At that time, telling people the Earth was a heliocentric globe, telling them that was akin to people hearing about Scientology today.
Yeah.
So the Pope said,
a specific quote in the Bible.
So Pope said, keep your mouth shut. Okay. And Galileo said, hold my beer. I'm going to open my mouth even louder now. And then for disobeying the Pope at the height of the Spanish Inquisition, when people are getting burnt to the stake for having the lazy eye, for fuck's sake, he disobeyed the word of God, and he got sent to his room with dinner. He got sent.
There's tons of studies saying that that's not true.
He
got sent to a
house arrest.
No, he disobeyed the word of the Pope.
He got sent to his. He was put on.
The word of the Pope is.
He was put on house arrest.
We have an idolater.
He was put on house arrest.
Idolater? I just know my Catholic lore.
The Pope
so,
is the word God.
There's a really good lecture that was given by a Jesuit conference, and one of the Jesuit researchers was talking about the Galileo story, and he was recounting in this lecture, I think it was somewhere in Europe, to like the Council of Jesuits. He was saying the same exact thing that you are right now, Britt. I wonder if we can find that lecture, that video, because it's been tossed around our server before.
Yeah, it's like when people think this idea that somehow Galileo was punished, he was already sick and almost bedbound anyway. He was going to spend the rest of his life on his compound. His basically had an indoor and outdoor pool. Lavish by today's standards.
I don't know what your point is exactly.
To make it seem like he got sent to prison, dude. He didn't get sent to prison at all.
Well, even though I'm very.
What do you think prisons were like back then?
Pretty bad.
Yeah.
Very bad.
Okay. So what do you think Galileo got sent to? Prison or his home?
Well, okay. Let's disregard that. I think we're going to the wrong direction here.
Because you want to cut through the propaganda.
It's propaganda.
Like somehow Galileo died for science.
That's not what I was getting at all. My point of all
like he's
that
some sort of
was
closeted atheist.
What?
Was he a
I think-
closeted atheist, you think?
I don't know. He could have been homosexual, the most I care about. What I'm talking about is that the world, right, closed their mind off to progressing science. And he said, let's poke at this a little bit and wonder, what if we're revolving around it? And instead of being like, okay, well, that's an interesting thought. Let's see if we can do anything to try to figure this out. They said, no, that's stupid. And they silenced him. Whether they sent him into the Taj Mahal and had him have like butler services and catering, it doesn't matter. They still silenced him. They said, you cannot tell people this. This is stupid. It goes against everything we believe in, so obviously it isn't true.
No, against observation. It goes against actual science based off naturally observed phenomenon.
Well, that's your opinion, I guess. I can't change that, but that's how.
He said what you're doing is you're speaking directly against people's observations.
Well, no, that's not why. That's not exactly why they did it. The main reason was because in the Bible it says the four corners of the world. So.
No, just that they don't need the Bible at all.
The world being flat.
Copernicus used the Bible as his fireproof or his firepower for why the Earth is a globe. He just interpreted it a little bit differently. He added in biblical terms into his models, like all 16.
Cool, but I will tell you the whole reason why that is the major number one reason why they bashed down Galileo is because he said that, and that was the specific verse that.
No, because he said the Pope said to jump. And he didn't say how high. That's why they bashed Galileo. He challenged the Pope. That's it.
How high?
Yeah, the Pope told him not to do something, or to do something. Keep your mouth shut. And Galileo was like, "No, I'm going to do what I want to do."
I mean,
that's the whole story right there.
I'm not saying that that's not true, but he did it anyway. But why the Pope was telling him not to was because
it would weaken the church.
Bible.
No, it would weaken.
But why would it weaken the church? How would that weaken the church?
Because people see a world much differently using science, using scientific method.
How would a circle world make everyone lose faith in God?
Because the church is like Scientology. By them going out and saying, "You live," yeah. If they would have said, "Hey, check this out. You live in this massive space model, the whole universe." People are like, "What the? Are you guys like drunk again? Like, what's going on here?" They would have started mocking the church instead of accepting it. They had the faith to believe. They had faith to believe in a God. They didn't have enough faith to believe in some sort of heliocentric model. They not enough faith for that. The church was already really kind of floundering in its power, which is why they did the Spanish Inquisition anyway. They started burning heretics. They wanted to rule by fear.
Okay. Well, my point is, from all this shebang, is that science, fake science, if that helps me progress this thought, is that fake science was
pseudoscience
being halted and being silenced because people weren't open to the idea of change.
No, they would be open to it. That's the issue. They'd be so open to it that they'd be like,
if they were open to it, they wouldn't dismantle the church.
No, they would have. Yeah, you were right. They would have, when they said, "You know what? This church is so crazy. Let's look it up and see how right and how wrong they are." Because this is so antithetical to our lived experience. Everyone in the Middle Ages knew the Earth was flat and stationary. It was not even up for debate or contention. That's why they call it the Copernicus revolution. It supposedly changed the way the Earth was viewed as a globe.
People in the Middle Ages also thought the cure to your abusive wife was bloodletting her. Or not abusive, but your disobedient wife was bloodletting.
I can add some additional context.
Spirits in her head.
In the Middle Ages,
the cause of diseases was smell.
So the inquisitors in the Spanish Inquisition were uncovering all kinds of Gnostic texts, all kinds of occultism. One of the things that they kept uncovering again and again and again were variations of the Kabbalistic tree of life and all the philosophy that goes with it that supposes that Earth is a sphere. And all of this comes out of the Greek schools of philosophy, the old ones, including Epicurus and even Aristotle, that suggested that spheres are the perfect form, maybe echoing Plato a bit, and that it's basically the base shape of the universe, the most ideal form, and so on and so forth. So it's all space balls, right? So the Catholic Church inquisitors are uncovering space balls amongst all these heretics. They're like, no, this is crazy. And a lot of those texts that the Spanish Inquisition recovered found its way to the Vatican archives and the libraries. But a lot of these are also squirreled away by Masonic groups and Rosicrucian groups who still have them and perpetuate them today.
Dope as fuck. So what happened with the apple and shit? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, an apple hit him on the head and he saw stars.
Who that happened to?
Newton.
Newton's?
Yeah, Isaac Newton. An apple fell from the tree, hit him in the head. He saw stars. Then he decided to play with dolls for the rest of his life. And
he's a bullshitter too, because he thought gravity, didn't he? That's his whole thing.
And then he drank mercury because he thought he would shit gold.
Yep.
And he played with dolls. He had a large doll collection. And he never married. He's basically
man for his pleasures.
He's basically the first or a common incel. He was like what they call an incel today.
Hey man, I wouldn't diss him for that. Just because he had a little bit of a bad kind of life, doesn't mean you gotta be making fun of him for it, I mean,
no, I'm not making fun of him.
If we fast forward 1,000 years, if he become a world genius, there'd be like, did you know that he just talked to a computer screen for like 3 hours, 4 hours a day?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He wasn't a genius. He was the Darwin Award. He drank mercury. Okay, I'm not sure if you know this, but mercury is a heavy metal.
Yeah, I know what mercury is.
Okay, he drank the mercury because he thought he would shit gold.
Well, did you know that mercury during that time period was a medical item that they thought healed people?
Still today, right?
They thought it had medical.
Without going into it, don't say the word.
Still today.
Yeah, don't say the word. But people get mercury today still.
Not for medical reasons.
Yeah, don't say the word. There's a word that you can't say because it's a TOS violation.
What the fuck? What are you talking about? Anyway,
I'm not even sure how to tell this guy. Here, I'll DM you.
Medical vacations.
Anyway,
I'll tell you, in the 1800s, they gave. If it's against TOS, they're still going to ban you if you message it
for YouTube. For YouTube.
Oh, what? You recorded?
There it is.
Oh shit!
I DM'd it to you.
Being recorded.
Yeah, we're live on YouTube.
Well, hello, fellas. Hello there. My name's James. I'm like, single, ready to mingle. Catch me in Orlando, Florida.
Calm down, Mr. Famous.
All right,
James,
I thought you were gone, Scottish boy.
Profile picture looks like it's showed.
I'm always here, son.
Yeah, James, if you look at your DMs, I sent you the word that you're not. It's the word that should not be said.
Yeah, check your DMs, James. I've linked you a couple of things, man, and if you want, I can link you more stuff. Yeah.
Well, I was about to say it out loud, but I remember this whole point was that you're telling me not to say it. So
if you say it, we have to ban you. Otherwise, we get in trouble. They could shut the channel down.
Yeah. Please read all channel advisories and rules, sir. We don't want to remove your voice from here. It's just we've got to be really cautious.
Okay. Well, my point is, I will refrain from using that specific word, which has, by the way, I don't know. I don't understand why that would get. I don't understand how that would get you banned on YouTube. Doesn't make any sense. There's tons of YouTube videos based around.
Yeah, the simple fact of it is that our mission statement and the server statement and YouTube all advise no medical advice. So that's the parameters that we play within. We just don't go there. We just don't touch on it. We don't talk on it. It's a hard left turn, bro.
They don't trust you guys? Is that what it is?
No, it's just purely that we could be closed down for it. We're not here to talk about these things. Other streams have been taken down for it. We've lost platforms in the past for it, so we're really not willing to risk it. There's other places we can talk about such things at the end of the day.
100% Sono. I got you. So, in a non-medical related way, this has nothing to do with medical or medication, but a non-medical way they used mercury back in the day, which ended up not being very good for you, is that they would put it under your bed sheets to kill bed bugs. And they realized that's not very good for you. So they stopped doing that. That was before, they did that for a long time before maybe like the 1890s. So that's something interesting, you know. Maybe he thought that drinking it would make him shit gold, you know, because why not? Everything tells me these things are not bad for you, so why should I, not drink it?
Well, I could advise not drinking it at all. Take any medical advice you want from proper medical professionals before trying such
No medical. Can't go down that route. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah, but I mean these are the things that people in history did. But they're labelled as crazy or whatever. There was a guy who swam in the reactor waters in a nuclear reactor in the 50s or something to try and prove that it was perfectly fine and didn't harm him at all. But like that, these are the wild things that people do in the names of science. But it's not necessarily as it's written today. Some of it's out of context as well. But yeah, some of them are labelled as crazy. Look what they did to Airy. Do you know about Airy's failure?
I don't know who that is. Izzy Azalea? She's like a music artist?
No. This was a dude a long, long time ago. And they call it Airy's failure because he failed to detect Earth spin. What he actually discovered is that the stars are moving above us. But they called it a failure to sort of push him out of the science community. To make people think that his test to prove Earth is, hurtling through the galaxy didn't work. But in actual fact, he showed that the stars are moving above us. So, they rewrite history and they pillory some of the people from history, and it's rewritten. Like Crit was saying, like house arrest back in the day was literally you weren't allowed into the science pantheon of society, of the greater part of society. So you were under house arrest and your servants went and got everything you needed because you weren't part of the gang anymore. But that man was still treated as a king back then. And he's still referred to as, his word is law. But in actual fact, it's not quite true.
You know what? I'm with you on that one. I am.
History's written by the winners, dude. It's always the same. And then you get a war and it annihilates half of the story.
I wish I was a winner, honestly.
You are, mate. You're here asking about where you live. You're wondering why all these people are talking about where you live. You've gotten into a calm, reasonable conversation. You're researching information. You're on the right path, bro. There's nothing wrong with doing what you're doing.
You know who aren't winners? Scotland. Y'all lost against the British, didn't you? Y'all win. Wait, y'all gonna take it back though? I have faith in you.
Do you not know what the Scottish Rite is, sir? We own the world, bro. Just deal with it.
Real. I've heard about what was it called? Wait, do you guys believe in fucking Terraria or whatever it's called? Arterania? Terranitaria? Terrataria? I'm getting close to it, I feel. Tartaria. Hell yeah, brother.
Possibly. Yeah, it was possibly in existence, yeah. It was. Yep. Possibly.
Well, there's something to it, but I think you can throw out 80% of it. It's people who don't know what they're talking about or looking at, who didn't really do their own research or investigation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, silence him. Get him out of here.
Well, a lot of people just bang it all together and go, oh, free energy and, great existence and everything was brought in. It's all myth and magic at that point. No. We don't know exactly if they had free energy. We don't know if some of these buildings are really from a mud flood time. We don't know if it was one sort of Pangea kind of like society. It's myth.
I think what's interesting about it is that whatever evidence you try to come and combat it, it's always disregarded because history was changed. So everything you know is just changed. So how do you know that all the evidence you use is just like that's changed? So it was changed by the Catholic Church or whatever. There's no proof. You can't prove that because the proof is that.
Can't even rely on religion because it's been so split apart. We can only take the basic elements from it and go with what we feel is true and how we feel it should, which doctrine fits for us. And to be honest, there's a lot of people just gone beyond the doctrines of religion now.
Mm-hmm. I think what would be interesting, though, is how you feel about Tartaria. Do you believe in Tartaria?
It could have been a possibility, bro. I don't know.
Like a full heart? Well, the idea of Tartaria, from what I've heard, is that there's like lore, the real lore of the world, is that Hebrews didn't exist until like a certain period of point when the big change happened. And all that we've heard, like in World War I, everything we've ever heard about Hebrews of being like persecuted and killed and lands can take it from them has actually happened to the Irish people, and that the world comes from the Irish people. And that they've invented everything, and they're the ones that created the big Tartarian empire that stretched across the world and like combated the Catholic Church or something. And then like a big war happened, and they beat the Catholic Church beat them, and out of spite, the Catholic Church erased them from history. And this was like 200 years ago or some shit.
Yeah, it's pretty close to a few stories that I know of. Yeah, but basically, it's our island, it's our Earth.
So how do you feel that you're basically just Irish? It's all a lie. You're not actually Scottish. You sound similar to them. It's not a coincidence. It's because you come from them. They are your ancestors.
Ireland, or more predominantly the island of Iona, was where they settled on their way down. If you watch the story or read the stories of the monks and whatnot, yeah, I know all about it, bro. I do. I understand my heritage and the truth of it, and where it's been lost in myth and religion and law. Yeah, there was a people moved from the Norse and came down across here and mixed with the Angles and the Gaels. Yeah. Society's been written by the winners, man. But it's also been hidden.
Yeah. I've heard about it. I saw a video I was talking about Tartaria. The guy was kind of making fun of it though. But I saw like I mean, I don't believe exactly in Tartaria, but I think it's interesting. It's an interesting idea. I mean, it's fun to think, but unfortunately it's kind of unrealistic because it's like the proof of its existence is that all the evidence we know is fake. So you can't prove its existence, but you also can't prove it doesn't exist because whatever evidence you provide is fake.
I think a good place to start is the Dark Ages, and particularly the schism between Rome and the rest of the Christian world that included not just the Patriarch of Constantinople, but the other churches. So basically, the Byzantine Empire had just over 1,000-year run, and they spanned from Scotland all the way out to Indonesia. A lot of their history has been subsumed and erased and doctored by the Romans, who took advantage of this when the Byzantine Empire was started to collapse under Ottoman invasions. And the Roman Church ended up becoming the predominant form of Christianity as the Byzantines spread out and fled. By the way, they took their technology into places like Italy, and the Italian Renaissance was really just a progression of the technology that was built by the Byzantines. Like you can look up the Byzantine Emperor's throne room, And it's all about steam-powered mechanical androids and robots and elephants and doing plays and shows. It's crazy, the technology they had.
That does sound
So
crazy.
really what kind of happened is, I think the Dark Ages was the Roman Catholic Church attempt to subvert the Byzantine Empire and subsume a lot of their history, appropriate it for themselves, and they did a bad job at it. So they also did not have much history at all there. I mean, Europe was a backwater to the empire at the time. And it was also a battlefield. You had all these, Anglo-Saxons coming in and beating up on the French and beating up on the Germans and the Northern Italians. So it was a real chaotic time. So there wouldn't have been a lot of European history to be coming out of all that death and destruction. But the Byzantine Empire thrived, and they've recorded a lot of their history in something called the Synaxis. And you can pick up volumes of this. And it's basically the history of the Christian world during the Dark Ages. There's a lot to it. It's amazing to read what happened. Anyway, I got to go. I'll be listening later.
I was listening.
Yeah, there's lots of people compare the March of Rome to the Tartaria in its grip and its control.
Yeah, they compare a lot to Tartaria. Like, I think the biggest one, probably, I think it's the start of the whole Tartarian thing, right? Is the world tour in like the late 1800s. I think it was like 1890 or something. Maybe 1900 on the dot. Where a bunch of there was kind of like a contest around the world where people converted like cities into these like big, huge, monolithic, kind of beautiful places. And it was all for show. Like, it wasn't like real materials. It was like cardboard and stuff. But just for base, like the cameras, they it was called the World Tour. They had like big like statues and stuff. But the belief is that it actually wasn't a world tour, and that was like part of the whole like changing moment or whatever. And it was the Tartarian Empire that was like, I guess it ruled the world. It was like in the United States and all that.
Yep. If you look into heraldry and law and control, it's a lot to do with staging events and planting your flag, and it all means something. It shows your allegiance, it shows your intent, it shows your history. It's brandishing your clan, if you like, to say we're doing this. Here's how we say it happened. This is what's going to be. And it's put out in this sort of world event, like you say, the world shows where where these amazing things like pyramids and stuff were constructed. Like you say, it was all faked. And people wonder where the hell did all that stuff go? There's a whole side of the Mandela thing that people are going, oh, wasn't there a world stage there or something once? And where did all that go? But people are confused because it was, this is what they do. And it's the same with the obelisks. The obelisks were put out across Earth with the March of Rome, and the same with all the Romanesque style buildings, like the White House and such. It's statements of power and landmarks and saying, we're here, this is our law in place now.
Yeah. Benzona. Yeah. I believe it. I got you.
It's strange because, like, I'm from the end of the 60s. I'm in my 50s now, and I remember a little bit of Latin being taught in school with the inflections on things, and it actually showed me a lot more than people understand nowadays. They took that out of the mainstream schooling, and people don't understand what they're saying or how they're saying things. It's actually an allegiance to a government. It's weird. It's wild. People don't know what they're signing up for anymore.
Yeah. That's interesting.
But hey ho, we're still here.
Well, that's not very
like
crazy to me, as an American, especially growing up. Stand up, put my right hand over my heart, I sing the Pledge of Allegiance. One flag under God, indivisible, one nation, liberty and justice for all.
It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful concept, man.
Yeah. It's a shame though. They're taking it away.
Yeah. It's a shame when innocence of children grow up with that in their heart, and literally written on your soul as how to be and what to be, and then build man's laws. You're forced to do other things and be other things, but you've still got that allegiance to honour and truth and freedom. And it's a contradiction to it. And I understand why people go crazy and do horrendous things because of these reasons. You know what I'm talking about? All the nasty things that humans go and do. All the crazy things we end up doing. Because, in actual fact, we're in a constant state of cognitive dissonance. Laws say we can't do things when we actually know things should be done. So we're stuck.
No? What kind of things do you want to do?
Put stuff back into education that's been removed. Take stuff from education that doesn't belong there, man. I don't need to go into the specifics. You know what I'm talking about.
I got you real
Treat
good.
children like children. There's a time for them being children and not to have adult choices presented to them. Put the truth in front of people, like the whole heliocentric thing, being an idea masked out on a model that's actually designed on a flat stationary plane. They forget this flat stationary plane thing. It's now put up as a archaic, outdated, antiquated idea.
Okay. You almost, some parts you lost me, but I got you. I get the overarching, or was it over covering theme here. I can dig. Maybe the details within are a little bit spotty, but I got you. I see what you're talking about.
I mean, the whole heliocentrism thing is an idea that's built from maths on a concept. And they don't teach that. They don't teach that its celestial navigation actually works on a flat and stationary Earth. That's all taught as, we used to think Earth was flat and stationary and you could fall off the edge. Ha ha ha, children, ha ha ha. But now we know, because we've been to space and such, it's a globe. Yay, space, children, yay. Now that's fucking wrong, mate. Excuse my language. That's conditioning. Language should be put back into education. All language should be put back into education. The ability to explore all religions without being coerced should be put back into education at the right time. Yeah, dude, I'd fix this place rapid, smart, overnight. Believe me, I would.
What are stars, though?
Lights
in the sky.
Yeah, lights in the sky. Easy.
Pretty.
Yeah, but why? Why are there lights in the sky? Who made them?
That's what they are.
That's just it?
Yeah, do you think it's something other than that?
Well, according to the Earthers, or whatever we call them, globers, it's like other stars, other suns, the big ball of fire that's also following us. That looks
based on what?
Just based on like patterns, I guess, of shit's McDougans. I don't know. It's like recurrent, like I said, science is like theory, so it's like the current running theory.
That they're giant balls of gas that are on fire?
I don't really know what suns are made out of. I can't answer you on that one, but I'm sure they have their reasons of why they believe the other stars are the same things. It's better than probably
what would be a reason you would use?
Well, would you say that just balls of gas sounds worse than just saying they're just lights in the sky just because?
Yeah, because how does gas work in a vacuum?
Well, how does lights work in nothing? How does that work? Why are they there?
Yeah, I mean, if you got a meth-fueled symposium about the sky, that has nothing to do with the Earth.
Meth-filled
Yeah,
symposium?
you know what methamphetamine is?
It's just meth? You have
Yeah.
methamphetamine in the air?
No, people
That's
like
the
a
flat
meth-fueled
theory?
a meth-fueled symposium about the sky.
Oh, maybe it is. I don't know.
So if it's a ball of gas or not a ball of gas, does it change the surface of the Earth?
I don't know. Well, if it's a ball of gas or not a ball of gas, that it's something about the Earth. What?
This is what I think is kind of interesting. Is like when the flat earthers are talking about the surface of the Earth, and the surface of this Earth is flat, and then the globalists say, "How about that giant ball of gas up in the sky?" And you're like, "What? What about What about the giant sky gas ball?
What is the sky, though, is the point.
Yeah, does that have anything to do with
Does space exist?
Say space exists or space doesn't exist. Does that change the surface of the Earth?
Yeah, dramatically.
How so?
Because if space exists and all the other things are around, which is exactly, I'm pretty sure, what Galileo said when he looked at his little telescopes, was that if all the other things out there are around, then why wouldn't we be around?
So is everything out there covered with life?
Depends.
You say, it's too hostile. I mean, there's things that
there's
live
plenty
on
of science and different areas of that. Like
the
depends
thing
on
that Earth is like the moon. Do they share anything in common other than you say like they got kind of a vague shape, a vague oblate spheroid-ish ball shape? Is there anything else they have in common?
The moon came from the Earth at some point. Pretty sure is the running theory.
So what, you got like microbial hitchhikers and whatnot?
There might be. I don't know. I think that's what they're trying to figure out with all the moon studies and stuff.
See, my take is here, the globalist wants to distract you from the surface of the Earth. Look at that black hole. Look at that moon. Look at that sun. Look at that galaxy. Look at the rotation of this orbit. Look at that transition. Look at all these things other than the surface of the Earth as their proof of what the surface of the Earth is.
I think you just got a little mixed up. It's not a matter of that. It's not distractions because it's different fields of science is what you're.
Why not just look at the surface of the Earth and make an observation?
Because they do. They have scientists that look at. They wouldn't just. Well, what you're saying is that we should just have all scientists on Earth stop looking at the sky and only look at the Earth. So what you're saying is that we should do the opposite. We should forget what's in the sky and just focus on the Earth.
Here, let me get the quote from Copernicus. He said
there's scientists that are like studying Earth, and there are scientists that are studying marine life. You know, there's scientists in every field. It's just currently we're bored of Earth as a human consumer, so we're more focused on what's going on with space. I want to go to space one day. That'd be cool.
The difference is, sorry to jump in, Kit. The difference is that like we're focusing on the stars. That's fine. But we can only experiment with what we've got on Earth and theoretically come to ideas from that. We can only theorise, like things like star in a jar and sonoluminescence, we can mess around with down here. But to imply that that's what's going on up there is wrong. And also to imply that because we are standing on something here, what up there, that must be the same. That's also wrong. So, I agree with Crit. We can only find stuff out.
There's a big factor I know you guys don't believe in, but it's the fact that we have been up there and we go up there pretty regularly.
I got this. That's an easy fix. Take me out of that, not me. Maybe you, but not me. I haven't been.
I haven't been up there. I mean, if I have been up there, you guys would just say I'm probably like an actor, a lad, or something.
No. Take your word, sir.
No, I'd have a series of questions.
The only way to truly believe you're up there is to go up there yourself and then be like, "Whoa, Earth is round," but I can't ever come back to the flat Earth community because they'll think I'm lying.
I have a series of questions for you. Like, what did it mean? Oh, yeah. What did you see here? Come back and give me the whole. I want to hear the whole story, front to back, cover to cover.
Yes, please.
So it started in the summer of '85. I took me my little rocket ship. I went up there. Me and my
Okay,
girlfriend
dude.
named Sharniqua.
Now, if you lie about it, then I know what. That answers the question: why would they lie? So right here, here's Copernicus. So far as hypotheses are concerned, let no one expect anything certain from astronomy, which cannot furnish it. Least he accept as truth ideals conceived for another purpose, and depart from this study a greater fool than when he entered. So someone's looking up at the sky, but they think they're looking at the earth. They're foolish. Because the sky is the wrong direction.
What's the poem? Nicholas Copernicus.
Yeah, Copernicus. He's the guy who came up with the first heliocentric model, the Copernicus revolution.
That's probably why he said that.
Because he's letting you know that this model is not telling you about the Earth. It's telling
he's
you
trying
about
to sell his idea. Why would he? It would be weird if he said that you shouldn't. Like, it'd be weird if he was like, "My flat Earth sucks. Don't buy it." That was his life quote. Of course, he's gonna be like, "Buy this model."
No, he's saying the exact opposite. Don't buy it. Don't buy it if you're going to make a claim about the Earth. Buy it if you're talking about the greater cosmology as a whole.
Yeah, but his takeaway from that quote is the Earth is flat, and just because science says everything above us is round, don't compare that to my Earth.
Yeah, there you go.
So buy this map. That's
yeah, you got it.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, because someone says that. Hey,
of course he'd say that. He's trying to sell a model to you.
Yeah,
if say that would be the progressor of science.
Yeah, he's like a used car salesman.
Yeah. Now, are used car salesmen always wrong? No.
Do you know that Buzz Aldrin, the second guy on the moon, he spent the rest of his life as a used car salesman?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's kind of part of the lore that people don't think about. Like, supposedly, you went to the moon, what'd you do next? You became a used car salesman? What?
Well, I guess going to the moon doesn't really translate well into any other career field, you know?
Yeah, he didn't get paid very much for that either. I can't remember the exact figure, but it was like $30,000 or something like that.
It's like, what have you dedicated your entire life to, and what's your trade? Oh, you can walk
Guys,
in low gravity.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but there's breaking news on Israel. Here's the following what's being said.
Got him.
Who was that?
I don't know. Someone tried to blur it, but I got him before he got it out.
Breaking news of Israel.
It was a troll.
There was no breaking news. He was a little troll. He got me. It took me a little bit to click. My brain's not very fast. Just like, he's a global. He's probably one of the
Parmesan left, right? Parmesan left.
Mm-hmm. That was
unbelievable.
One of the globers. They're coming to silence us.
Oh my god, dude, this guy's a fucking idiot. Hey, so, hey, Crit, you there?
No, I'm the only one.
Oh, Crit was just here. He left
idiot.
too.
The idiot's the only one left.
No, Parmesan is the idiot here. He's even trying to change shit. It's like he's retarded. I give up on him. I give him every fucking thing he needed. He was the guy that was questioning the Black Swan video that we're talking about. It was an hour shit, and I told him, okay, here, do this.
You mean the garbage video?
Wow. Let me see here. And then he's trying to change it. He's a fucking moron.
Did you set the Google Maps? Someone sent Parmesan did?
Yeah, so I posted I took the actual position that the guy was at, and he was actually at a point on the beach where it's -7. Okay, it's -7 feet to sea level, because at this time when he did the video, it must have been low tide, because he's all the way on the rock. Like you can literally see it in the video. He's in the rock. And the problem that I'm having with this knucklehead is he's trying to say that he was at 6 feet above sea level. And no, dude, like you can literally tell where he's at. He's on the rock. And where the rocks are, it's -7. But he's not underwater. Obviously, the tide was low. And then in the video, you can see the water right there right there in front of him. It's like it's fucking. He's 2 feet. He's 2 feet above it, bro. Not fucking hard.
Okay. How am I going to explain this? Well, I don't know. I don't even know how to explain it because I don't really know exactly what you guys are talking about. I need like can I get like a link to that Google Maps location? Because I've been kind of interested in that.
Yeah, I have it here. It's right up
too,
above.
like how the tides
I'll
work,
just do
right?
it again. Yes. Okay. So here. Let me just do this. I'm going to repost it again. Oh my god, it's so crazy, bro. Okay.
So the beaches can be lower than the actual sea level. Like if you're on the beach, right, you're standing on actual solid land,
right?
Like where that solid land is, it could be below sea level, like where you're physically standing.
Exactly. So
because the water, moves. And
right. So what he's saying is he's trying to say that he was at 6 feet above sea level. No, dude, he was deep in the water where the rocks are. Like if the photo I dropped, you see my drop pin, and I gave the location.
Send the coordinates?
Yeah, it's on the photo. You don't see it.
Oh fuck! I gotta type that in. How do I type that in?
50 degrees, 48 feet, 19 inches.
Hold on. Where's degrees?
You're better off just putting 50, 48, 19, and 0, 24, 22 W. And then put the feet in inches, and then it can throw the degrees in there for you. Or you can copy paste a degree under a Google search, copy paste the symbol, and you can paste it if you want, and it will work. But either way, go to that position, and you can see that position. I think it says it's 3 feet above the ocean, or above sea level. But the dude, if you watch the video, at 8 minutes and 39 seconds, he's in the rock, which is on the photo I posted. You can see where the rocks are. They're in the greenish area. But obviously, this Google photo is when the tide was higher, and then when the tide lows, you can actually go to those rocks because as the tide goes out, away from the shore, as it goes low tide. But this guy, it's frustrating when Globers, and no insult to you if you're a Glober, but I'm just telling you, it's frustrating when Globers try to they just don't get it, and then they try to steer things into to make sense to them back to a globe. Like they revert. He's trying to prove the globe again. That's why he said, "Mate, I looked up elevation data and it tells me that the location they gave me has elevation of 2 meters, which is 6.6 feet." Like, dude, he's not fucking going according to the actual position. I told him the actual position.
Hey, I got something I was going to bring up a couple days ago, but I forgot. It just reminded me now when you're talking about this. So they say that tides, measurement of tides, right? It's all the oceans, Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, and they say it doesn't affect fresh water.
I accept it. Flat Earth real, whatever. I can't find that spot. What were you guys talking about the tides?
Yeah, the tides, right? They tell you tides are affected by the moon. And then you ask about why aren't fresh water? Why is there not fresh water for tides? Well, because there's not enough mass. Okay, you need salt water. It turns out that the Mediterranean doesn't have tides either, and that's salt water.
Yeah, but interesting.
Yeah, they said the average tide is 1 centimeter. Like, how are they going to notice that?
You know what it could actually
How do they measure that? How do they measure a 1 centimeter tide?
Wait, what's the flat Earth theory? Tides.
Yeah, just water finding its level. A dynamic system that kind of
it will never ever find its level. It will always.
Yeah, you got to understand, flat earthers don't replace anything in physics with some never heard of before theories.
Some things they do.
Why, if your explanation is caused by the moon, if the explanation is, hey, tides are caused by the moon, okay, why is it so selective? Why is lunar gravity so? That only affects certain water? Why not people? How come I don't weigh less when the moon's above me? I'm supposedly the human body is 70% water. If water is the only substance in all of creation affected by lunar gravity, then how come it's only salt water? So what's it about salt and water? See, their explanations, quite frankly, don't hold up. They don't hold water. They got holes in them. It's very vague correlation between some spots on Earth that have tides and the moon. A very vague correlation, and he just ran with it. It becomes a mantra. It becomes like just this mantra. Flat earthers can't explain tides. Well, can you explain why the Mediterranean has no tide? Can you explain why the Great Lakes have no tides? Why not rivers?
Does the Mediterranean have no tides?
Yeah, I thought it did, but then I looked it up, and it's like they said the average is 1 centimeter. So that means some of it's lower than 1 centimeter, and some of it's maybe a little bit higher.
You know, it's also weird, Crit, is how there are these tidal nodes, amphidromic points on Earth. These are fixed locations where the high and low tides cycling seems to originate.
Yeah, that's what the flat Earth explanation is, or not the explanation, but like the observation. I observe this. What do you observe?
It's not exclusive to flat Earth. It's also the greater point. Is we're not like coming up with some alternate dimension of science. I mean, you can read about amphidromic points through mainstream sources. We can just pick up mainstream right where it left us off and
I'm not
report on
saying
it honestly.
all of it's Horschnauzers.
I helped you out.
I'm sure you guys have logic coming from somewhere, but I'm just saying, there's some lines where it splits off of, is the point.
Crit, I helped you out a little bit.
We just don't accept unverifiable claims.
I found a
Marabella Spain
pie chart.
Well, you don't expect. Well, it's your evidence is what you're looking for. It's not like, because there are evidence, but it's just you just don't accept that evidence. You need a different type.
Right, and there's a reason. There's a reason why we don't accept evidence that's given to us that can't be verified. It's because we don't want to stand by evidence that can't be verified.
But you probably could verify it if you tried it yourself, or.
No, we do. We can't verify anything about the globe. Like literally anything about the globe is unverifiable. It has stories, it has ideas, conjectures, it has ad hoc excuses and mathematical formulas. But when we examine the actual observations, the merit of the claims themselves and what people are interpreting their observations to be, we go fact check that. And we can't find the globe existing in reality.
So I fact-checked the whole fact that Mediterranean Sea doesn't have tides. I found Marabella in Spain, which is in the Mediterranean Sea. It has tides. Therefore, the Mediterranean Sea does have tides. There you go.
He's a deep booker.
It has low tides, though. But also, I was looking into that, too. I was looking at it, too. It is, I mean, you're still not wrong entirely of, like, where the direction you're going, because it says that the reason why it has tides because it has a small connection to the Atlantic Ocean. Which is kind of interesting. Not that.
Yeah, why would that be a fact? I thought the moon caused it. The moon, if the moon was the cause, why is that even a data point? It's barely connected to the Atlantic Ocean. So what? That doesn't mean anything at all. If the moon is the cause of tides, it doesn't matter if it's connected to the Atlantic Ocean or not.
Well, we could even give them the moon causing tides and gravity. We still have flat Earth.
Yeah, even better.
So we're just being really brutally honest about everything.
What were we at before moon and wind and stuff? We're saying something. Can't remember it.
Yeah, like lost history.
Oh, wait, no, not that far back. I was just saying a few seconds ago. I forgot. Before we went back to oceans and stuff. Me and that one guy were saying something. I just can't remember it.
Yeah, with the explanations and evidence and proof.
We were talking about the.
Yeah, you're
Google
right. Well, yeah, about the ice wall though. Is there any evidence for the ice wall? Any pictures? Or?
That's a Glober claim. That's what the National Geographic Society says.
Oh wait, so you guys don't even believe in an ice wall?
Well, I mean, I don't have to believe or not believe in it. The National Geographic Society describes the Antarctic coastline as ice 97%. It's on it's in Wikipedia, and it's in their own literature. So, I mean, it's not our claim.
What is the national
Yeah, I mean, it's just one source. You can find like the U.S. Geological Survey, I think, went down to Antarctica and surveyed it too, and they came back with these results, and they discussed it at the National Geologic Society, Geographic Society. I mean, this is the kind of stuff going on. We're pulling up mainstream claims, and we're showing how they don't hold up to mainstream reality.
Oh,
they are contradictory all the time. So we've got like the National Oceanographic Aeronautic Administration, NOAA, NOAA. They simultaneously claim that the moon is responsible for tides, and the moon has no correlation to tides whatsoever, like on two different web pages on their same website. So we can pull this stuff up, right? It's insane.
Hold on, I wasn't listening.
So people think we're making up crap about the flat Earth ice walls, and that's what you guys claim, and we have to educate you on what your own literature says about your beliefs.
Last time last time I checked the globe, I don't never ever talked about no flat or big ass ice wall or some shit that's blocking. Because if there's an ice wall,
right? Because you never looked into it before until you heard a flat earther bring it up. Yeah, well, I mean, you heard a flat earther bring it up, but the flat earther looked at the globe literature.
Well, an ice wall itself, that implies that the Earth is flat. If there is a big ice wall surrounding our existence. So
yeah, you know what the greatest American expedition of Antarctica was called? It was called Operation High Jump, because they had to jump really high to get up on the shelf. They had to use cranes to lift things off of their boats and onto the shelf of Antarctica.
Well, I think
they call it the Ross Ice Shelf, for crying out loud.
I think now you're just talking about the actual Antarctica itself, of like that it's a big sheet of ice.
Reality. Yeah, reality has claimed to be in reality an ice wall.
We're not saying there's a ginormous, but okay, so you're not okay. Let's hit our little reset button a little bit, because I think we're misunderstanding each other. So I do acknowledge that Antarctica exists. Okay, Antarctica and the Arctic, both of them exist. Do you guys also say they probably exist? At least the mass of ice?
I don't care either way. I mean, yeah, I have no reason to doubt it right now.
Yeah. So ice wall, when you guys talk about the ice wall, you're just referencing like the edge of Antarctica?
Yeah, for like the 10th time, we're referencing what mainstream explorers have surveyed about Antarctica, and they reported the coastline is 97% ice walls. And we can provide references. I can't because I'm driving right now, but I could. If anybody else is listening,
I
and has
see
access,
now. I've always heard the ice wall thing, and I never really got what you guys were talking about.
It's in the chat, Amish. I've been posting stuff for it. Yeah. The real ice wall, bro, is the law. You're not going anywhere near the place.
I'm looking at what you're posting. I get it. No, I get what you're talking. I didn't know you guys were actually just talking about that, like the like the edge of the. I thought you guys were like talking like Game of Thrones, where they just have a ginormous ice wall.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah,
about that.
So,
I was like,
anti-flat earthers will say you flat earthers are crazy because you think you live in Game of Thrones world, and that is so dishonest, and it pisses us off.
Well, that's what I've always just assumed when you guys talk. Well, I mean, you say that the government.
I mean, yeah, you're hearing anti-flat earthers make fun of us.
Well, no, I've heard flat earthers say this. They just never explained to me that's what they were talking about ever. I always.
There are a lot of bad flat earthers too.
Yeah. A lot of the times, a flat earther.
They never said it was that.
Sometimes a flat earther is really a globalist just having fun because they know some of the globalists are extremely triggered by flat Earth. Like they'll go and they'll try to fact check you, right? As soon as you say something, and then make it seem like it's a gotcha. So what you got here is people who see that. They see that happening, and they think, you know what I would do for shits and giggles? Just start talking about the flat Earth and watch them freak the fuck out.
I mean, that's funny, but
It is kind of funny.
I wouldn't
yeah.
doubt that is. Well, I wouldn't doubt that maybe some people I talk to were trolls. I mean, I've been on the internet for quite a bit, so I can probably understand.
It's kind of like a lol. You ever heard the term a lol cow?
Yeah. A low cow.
Someone, yeah, where,
cow?
yeah, someone where they can make fun of somebody, and the joke's on them.
Those are like lifelong trolls. Like
I have
the whole
talked
thing.
but this is deeper than that because this is something. I mean, this is good. I like learning. I'm a learning man.
Oh yeah,
But
this is deep for sure. This challenges all the power structures of the world.
What?
I'm still not convinced the Earth is flat, but I will say that at least I'm learning what you guys are going at because I've talked to plenty of flat earthers. I'm pretty sure they're true. I've seen little documentaries about people saying the Earth is flat.
We operate on a different level than the throngs of the general public that came to flat Earth because they were pissed off at Democrats or something. You know what I mean? We didn't come to flat Earth because we were pissed off at Democrats.
I don't understand that too much.
Nope.
You guys don't like Democrats.
All right. Well, there's a large community of flat earthers coming to this topic because of the Q movement, and the Q movement assisted by the Tartaria stuff.
What?
Yeah, there are conservatives who believe Donald Trump actually disclosed flat Earth during his presidency covertly to unseat the. I'm dead serious. There are a lot of flat earthers that are saying this.
I think that's the ones who are globalists trolling. Because I've heard Trump talk about. They say Trump Space Force and whatnot, and when they talk about "Make America Great Again," they're talking about the space age.
Yeah, I don't know too much.
Well, okay.
I think "Make America Great Again" is meant to be like bring
the
us back to
talismanic statement.
50s and
the space age. They're talking about the space age, the 1960s.
Yeah.
What?
When they hear flat earthers say, like, my family is really conservative. Okay, like almost like a joke, like a parody. Okay, do you know who Michelle Bachmann is? Do you remember her?
She's my wife.
No, Michelle Bachmann.
No,
she's a really batshit conservative, kind of like right wing shock jock, and she was the representative for the area I live in. So it kind of tells you the type of people that I'm around. They think that flat earthers are like Antifa. It's a communist propaganda meant to grind America, like from the inside. It's subversion. It's direct subversion against the greatness of America, because they see the lunar mission as the glory of God. Like as Nixon said. Nixon said,
you sound like Kanye West right now.
Yeah, that's who you're arguing with, like someone like Kanye West, who thinks that God put man on the moon.
You're associating a lot of things right now.
Like, this is one of the things they'll tell me, that the reason why lunar mission stopped is because Nixon was improperly prosecuted by the liberal media.
This went down a weird path.
Yeah, this is weird.
That's what I'm telling you. When you get people who think this is a conspiracy theory, flat earthers are a conspiracy theory. It drives you into these really weird pipelines. Like the flat earthers are subversive against the glory of God, because make America great again.
Thank you. If I was in power and I had some control over society, I would throw people, like large groups of people, these things so that they would argue with themselves, like till the end of time, and take them out of the running to getting any type of social.
Silence.
Yeah, this whole so if you were in charge of the day, you would find a way to maintain power.
That's what
now you know. Now you know why they would lie.
Well, I think what he was saying was, if he was in power, like the people that would be like, this maybe not exactly where he's going down, but like,
how about this? Would you, if you were in power,
you'd send them to Palestine. People that are flat earther, you'd send them across the ice wall. Get them.
Yeah, if you were in power, would you do things that no one else could do to make yourself seem divine and holy?
I wouldn't need to. If I was divine and holy, it would just like
like going to the moon.
Like
Did we go to the
occurred,
moon?
Going to the moon right after figuring out how satellites orbit.
like going to the moon, Richard Nixon said that God will pick America to win the space race because he said that God told him that God
What'd you
loves
call it?
capitalism.
Oh God.
Yeah, exactly. Oh God! Like, and then the current
Yeah,
director.
you should listen to speeches by like NASA mission directors. They're almost like
We
church
got down like
sermons.
a weird path. What were we talking about before this?
Who knows?
Why
Flat
they
Earth
would
probably.
lie. So you're
Why
talking
did
about why they would lie and why people try to associate flat earthers as a conspiracy theory, and why some of the globalists adopt a flat Earth talking points to troll for entertainment purposes. So they
As
do
a-
this
yeah.
because they think that a lot of like people on the right wing are anti-flat Earth, and they think liberals are pro-flat Earth.
Things are like this because of this.
As a glober, I've never heard any of this.
Yeah, this is silly
at all.
Yeah, I mean, there's all this. You just
Never
got
thought
the very
this
tip
day
of
in
the
my life.
iceberg. We can go into some really weird
Oh.
shit.
Ah.
Like at
Yeah.
one point, they had like this concept that they were going to find out who flat earthers were, and if there were any children in the family, they're going to do false reports to Child Protective
God
Services.
damn it.
That was they called this
Yeah,
initiative the Children of Flat Earth.
They're
And
also
weird-
calling employers of flat earthers that they were doxing and telling their bosses that they're crazy nutcases. And if they're in jobs that in any way kind of look like you might need a globe idea to work within, they wanted to advance the notion that this flat earther is actually dangerous and he's going to result in a loss of life or revenue for the firm.
Nice.
Like they're going to that level of insanity, like against flat earthers.
And that's why some of the globalists see behaviors like that and then pretend to be flat earthers just to get a rise out of somebody. Hey, try to figure out
that's
where I
the
live.
moral of this.
Yeah, like they see this anti-flat Earth like sort of movement, the counter-culture movement, is run by a lot of atheists. So right-wingers also don't like
You're just yapping at this point.
so right-wingers also don't like atheists either.
God
like,
damn it.
So what you got here is a perfect storm for a right-wing troll to troll the piss out of somebody who doesn't like flat Earth by pretending to be a flat earther. Because number one, they get
I
them.
get what you're saying. I
Sounds
will
like a
say
Bev
this
call.
though. I mean,
It really does, doesn't it? That
if you're
they've kind
trying
of
to see that-
defeated, so they became what they hated.
I will say though, every flat earther I've communicated with before you fellas, even here now, have pretty much said all the same exact things. But the only thing that the previous didn't do was elaborate the ice wall. Now I don't think that they were trolling me. I think
They
maybe
could've
they
been.
just all of them.
They
for
could
the
have been
past-
new and uninformed. Like they get their
Ever.
arguments from us and then they mangle them out in the field.
Well, I think it's more like maybe they just assumed that I knew what the flat or the ice wall might have looked like. That what they were talking about is clearly just the edge of Antarctica, and maybe like I just misinterpreted that. That could have just been my intellect. You know, I got them.
Yeah, like
forward
you're
in
talking past each
education.
other.
Could just be my bad.
Yeah, there is no such thing as
I don't
Florida
think I've ever
education.
asked them directly to send me a picture of the ice wall. Actually, I have.
The Department of Education is a federalized thing, so the same level of education you get in Florida is the same level of education everyone gets.
Okay. Well, it's just a joke, but gotcha. I'm just saying, I just never, always whenever anyone said ice wall, I just thought of Game of Thrones. And
Yeah,
was like,
that's what the
it.
anti-flat earthers want you to think, so that you laugh at us and move off the topic.
Yeah. Well, with that being said, why can't you guys cross the ice wall?
Who said
First
you
off, it's
can't?
impractical physically.
Mhm.
And second off, there's legislation that forbids it.
Yeah, who said you can't cross it?
Yeah, that's right. You can try. Now, you're going to suffer consequences either from the natural environment or from the political entities that control Antarctica.
Well, I say these flat earthers get a team of like Blackwater, get like some helicopters.
Get religious for like religious tax breaks and stuff like that. So they could they should like really just like nominate a deity and they could go tax free and then really get some shit done.
There you go. Damn.
All right, that was
kinda
stupid.
onto something.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell that was about. Like that was like a random freak out.
Yeah, so I
Are
muted
you-
him because I don't think he can contain himself responsibly in here.
Yeah, you okay,
Damn.
Claw? That's NASA. You just described NASA right there, like a tax-free
Exactly right.
organization, like a deeply religious tax-free organization who constantly gave the glory to God, which is why atheists in the 1960s sued NASA over and over again, resulting in Carl Sagan giving a public statement that the definition of stupid is atheism. That's stupid.
Wait, is Carl Sagan like an evil flat earther enemy?
No, he was a globalist who came up with the concept of a lot of different concepts that people sort of reject today, mostly on the atheist side. He's been like an enemy of atheism, for a really long
Yeah,
time.
so listen, we don't have an Incan priesthood feasting on the entrails of infants for a state religion. We have something else that's kinder and gentler for a state religion.
Okay.
It's all based on volunteer. Either you choose or you don't choose.
So you think when like the NASA's logo is or motto is Godspeed, you guys think it's like literal?
Yeah,
Look at the
because
names of NASA missions. They're all after like the panoply of Greek and Roman and other gods in their own respective religions.
I don't know if you knew this, but when they landed that Perseverance on Mars, they rickrolled it at the end. In case you didn't watch all the way to the end. But also there was this NASA spokeswoman, and they asked her, "Hey, how did you guys do this? How did you make it possible?" And the first thing she said was, "I want to take a moment and give the glory to God. We owe this to God." The current director of NASA said that he personally spoke to God of the Bible, and God told him to come out of retirement. Bill Nelson was living comfortably. He was an astronaut, became a congressman, went into retirement. He said God personally spoke to him to come out of retirement and lead America back to the moon. Every time Bill Nelson talks, he ends everything he says with "God bless you," or "God bless America," and "God bless you." In that order, he does both. God bless America, God bless you. So he's talking. When you look at people at NASA, you're looking at a deeply theistic organization. Like deeply, I mean, it's so entwined with their ideology that if you go to the JPL, there's a huge sign on the wall when you walk in the door. "In God we trust. Everybody else bring your data." And underneath it, the small letters, "Bring lots of it." So that's what you're up against. And that's kind of why some people will pretend to be flat earthers, because they know the globe side will get triggered very easily by just a simple conversation about the nature of creation.
I mean, I don't know if all that is true. I mean, I'll just take your word for it. But
which part do you want to look up?
What?
Why don't we do it together? What do you want to look up?
Just anything about NASA being deeply tied with church, I guess.
Let's put this to bed right now, Chris. Pull up that
there are
Vice
Christians.
article on Jack Parsons where he was whacking off on top of mystical tablets to get a girlfriend. And he's the founder of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory.
Well, that's
why
crazy.
don't we get into the real details, right? I mean, this is the real sick shit that we normally don't like to talk about, which we're kind of talking around the entire time.
Well, I think the idea is this person, not that they do crazy shit, right? Have they done scientific advancements?
Yeah, he's the one coming up with the names of these NASA launches and naming them after Greek gods and naming celestial objects after Greek deities. And then he's reenacting Greek plays as if he's a Greek deity himself, engaging in these orgies in his mystical temple of the East.
Well, if this is all true,
it is true. Like, dude,
but
Jack Parsons wrote about his own occultism and his exploits. He's a friend of Aleister Crowley.
I mean, if he's doing all that weird shit, I guess as long as he's not hurting nobody, I don't know.
Oh, okay. So you're cool with that? All right.
Or whatever.
Yeah. Well, this supports our point that this is a state religion. This is a religion.
James, here's your citation right here, right from NASA.gov.
If it's not
Exceeding at
harming me, I don't
NASA
necessarily
concept.
have too much
Hey,
of a
listen.
problem.
Here's NASA.gov. Okay, exceeding at NASA's concepts to reality. It says right in there, where the big sign in the wall. It says, "In God we trust."
God we trust.
Yeah. So he says here, as an engineering team is represented through a thing called Mission Evaluation Room, or the MER, that's inside the JPL. Is a famous sign or the door that says, "In God we trust. Everyone else bring your data." If you come in with a problem, they don't want you to hear you say, "I don't like that." What they want you to say, "I have a problem and here's why." And then they Yeah, it goes on. I mean, if you read the whole thing, it explains how it's like deeply intertwined. Like, this is a state-sponsored religion. When they view the NASA as like this shining beacon of American exceptionalism. Thank you, God. God bless America. And this is why, like earlier when we talked about the word that shall not be named, people at the JPL had a record number of exemptions based on religion. It was so the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. This is where they make the rockets. These rocket scientists, which are kind of funny too, because another talking point of this is you'll hear a lot of the anti flat Earth globalists come in here and say flat Earthers are autistic, and you're like, don't you know that if you're using that as an insult, a lot of these most of these rocket scientists are pretty like autistic also. So you're kind of like making fun of people who give you your space lore as somehow less than human, that they're autistic for some reason.
But yeah, they're pretty dumb if they try to say that argument. There's a lot of autistic people that have done some fantastic things. You know, I don't know. I mean, what's the point of all this, though? Is it that people are afraid to speak up against NASA because it's religious or something?
No, the backdrop of this conversation is that there's a lot of right-wing conservatives who pretend to be flat earthers because they're trolling the shit out of left-wingers. They can get milk to squirt out their nose. They find it shits and giggles. They really just literally shits and giggles to get some fedora wearing, man bun having, video game playing, agnostic atheist to just freak the fuck out just by suggesting the earth is flat. They get enjoyment out of making people like that spaz. Okay?
So
and we get to point out who's actually the rational empiricist in this debate and who isn't. When we're up against a bunch of admitted freaks that believe in all this mystical mumbo jumbo, we have quite an uphill battle.
But do you see like where this could be like a complicated thought process? Because
no, this idea was mastered. Flat Earth was mastered by cavemen 10,000 years ago. This is not difficult to understand.
No, I'm just saying that because
flat Earth is very easy. Okay, these concepts and ideas can be mastered with just simple observations. That's it.
Okay. So I mean, like, here's the thing, right? So with that logic, if I eat like a berry on a tree, it tastes delicious, right? But then,
not a berry.
All in a jar.
Okay,
yeah.
Well, you got to think of the hypothetical, okay, not the literal. So if I'm eating it's not hypothetical, it is literal. Anyway, if I'm eating the berry on the tree, okay, I eat like a blueberry, it's good. Eat a red berry, it's good. I see another blueberry and I eat it and I get sick and I die. It looks exactly like the blueberry, right? But science tells me this blueberry is good, but this blueberry is a whole different species that just looks like the other blueberry, but it's poisonous. If I look at it, they look the same. If I'm a caveman, I won't understand that. The point is, caveman science sucks. We shouldn't rely on that just because there's the moral of the story. Because caveman thinks the world is flat doesn't necessarily mean the world is flat. Just because you see the world looks flat doesn't really mean exactly that it's flat.
It means it's not flat. So if you see something as X,
It's
it
not
means
that
it's X or it's not X. If you see it as X,
it doesn't. I'm not saying that just because you see something and that means. I'm not saying that just because the world looks flat to you that it isn't flat. I'm just saying that there's a possibility that it isn't flat.
do you know the government for like 20-something years? The government for 20 years has been telling people if you see something, say something. See something, say something. See something, say something.
Okay. I have a question.
So I see it. I see the Earth as flat, and you'll perceive it as stationary.
I think see something, say something means like terrorism. Like you see a man.
I have a follow-up question to you. Do you think caveman would ever ponder the idea of Earth being a globe in space without somebody telling him? What do you think about that? Yeah.
Me or for who?
Oh. Like caveman?
Yeah, would cavemen ever ponder on the idea of Earth being a globe in like some outer universe without somebody telling him? Without somebody telling him?
No. I don't think he would ever really comprehend what is going on at all.
Why don't you think that?
Well, he just understand that there's a flat surface that he's putting his feet on that has some hills. Some of it's a little wetter than others, and that he needs to find something to kill and eat. That's about the limits of his knowledge of everything in the world.
Can I assume that you're kind of indirectly saying that caveman has nothing in nature to refer to that suggests that the Earth is a globe?
I guess so. Yeah. They have nothing in nature that can refer to that now.
Interesting.
Yeah. Well, that's because they don't understand science. They can't. They don't have like telescopes.
Why didn't they understand science? Didn't the cavemen invent the wheel, invent fire?
That's accidents. Yeah, they just said if I bang this hard enough. Well, that's the beginning of science. That's
exactly.
Bare bones
cavemen.
Beginning.
This is why it's great because a lot of atheists have gone back to the cavemen age to say, "Hey, look at this. Cavemen were around and they functioned normally. They did their normal day-to-day things. They built the backbone of humanity, and none of them knew anything about the Christian God." Perfect. I like that analogy. Atheist logic is easy to explain flat Earth. The cavemen went about their daily life, invented the moon, invented the fire, invented the wheel, invented all these great things for the advancement of humanity, and not nan single one of them use a curve or rotation of the Earth.
Well,
yeah, I wonder why that is.
None of them use the curve or rotation of the Earth.
Yeah, or the sun.
We still don't really use the curve or rotation of the Earth.
Yeah, welcome to flat Earth. Shit.
Well, what would we use it for? What would be the purpose?
Yeah, what day-to-day thing do you ever use a curve or rotation of the Earth for? Nothing.
Nothing. No.
Yeah. So the Earth is, by all practical use, flat and stationary.
That I don't know how to correlate.
So if you
I don't
use the
ants, so they don't exist because I don't use them?
Okay,
there's no practical use for ants.
Can you connect the ants to the curve of the Earth?
Yeah. Because you said because we don't use the curve of the Earth, it doesn't exist because it's flat. So because
like
I don't
for plumbing,
use ants,
for indoor plumbing,
they don't exist.
Like your indoor plumbing.
That's the connection.
Yeah, like your indoor plumbing. Yeah. Do you
don't use ants for indoor plumbing?
And you don't use a curve of the Earth either.
You're absolutely right.
But sometimes if you got a water leak, ants will help you find it because they'll trace down that water leak.
Don't think that's ever been done. Maybe like once or twice by some MacGyver.
No, like you'll see the like early warning system. You got like a leaky faucet, all of a sudden you got a bunch of ants there. We're like, what's going on here?
Dust mites. Dust mites? I don't use dust mites. But it's hurting my brain a little bit.
Yeah, because you went into land of Baltardia.
Land of Baltar. Well, the point is,
what about fish?
I saw that
like,
name
what about the example I use for this is like, well, the Earth is flat. What about fish?
Well, no, that's not what I was saying. My point is because you said no. It's not that the fish. It's that you're saying that because we don't use the curve of the Earth, like for any household items or anything for the daily use of whatever,
plumbing?
Indoor plumbing
It
doesn't exist.
Do you know how indoor plumbing works?
It goes to your toilet.
Yeah, and then do you use like elevation of the water to make it flush?
Probably pressure systems, stuff like that.
Yeah. So does that require the Earth to be curved or rotating?
I don't know. Probably not.
Yeah. How about the aqueducts? You ever seen the aqueducts that go across Europe? They're built by the Romans.
Maybe.
Do you think they used the curve of the Earth when they made those?
I don't think they really had to. I don't think they were that sophisticated.
How about the Suez Canal? Do you think the curve of the Earth was accounted for? Suez Canal?
I don't know what these are. Suez Canal?
The Suez Canal, yeah. It connects the Mediterranean to the Red Sea.
I'm not sure. I'm not an engineer, so I'm really not sure.
How about the St. Lawrence Seaway? Do you think the curve of the Earth was used for that?
My answer before that was not sure, so it's still not sure.
Okay, how about
I don't know. I don't know engineering. Okay.
What about aviation? You think they account for the curvature of the Earth in aviation?
Yeah.
Well, they do that.
They said the reports came out that said that's how Kobe's helicopter went down because the pilot didn't. He misgauged the amount of Coriolis.
Yep, that's real. He actually flew off the Earth for a couple of seconds.
Yeah, flew off the Earth. Yeah, that's what fly means. Yeah, in the air.
Oh, I guess you're right.
Hey, are you? How much time do you got left? Is Nathan coming?
We got all day, brother.
Yeah, Nathan is here.
Oh, Nathan's here already. Okay, good. Yeah, this might be a good conversation. There's we can introduce you, James, to Nathan. He's kind of a new guy to the conversation. Not Nathan, James is. Nathan's like a celebrity flat earther, so this might give you a chance to really talk to somebody.
Oh my God, Nathan!
Yeah, we do it every Friday. He comes here, and he does a show here. So this might be a really good chance for you to really just dive in and talk to somebody who's known, like worldwide as like one of the gurus, one of the experts, subject matter experts of flat Earth. He's produced lots of flat Earth content for years now. He runs a debate show that's in the thousands of episodes. Thousands.
Nathan, you're a guru.
Nathan, why Earth flat?
He's definitely trolling. Look at his profile picture.
James? James has been here. Yeah, James has been here for quite a while. He's a very sensible person. He got a little trollish at the beginning, but he snapped out of it pretty quick.
Trollish.
So yeah.
Listen, my beginning point was that I'm from Florida. I go fishing, right? Quite a bit. Now, while I'm out in the oceans, how come if I'm like really far out and I start getting closer to land, the land slowly starts coming up over the horizon? As I'm approaching, it gets higher and higher, and then eventually I'm up on that, right? That was my original point. No, I really didn't really get too much of an answer. I got like windmills or something on some screenshots.
Why'd you ask? Why is the question being asked in the first place?
Just like, why is that doing it? And then they gave me like a field of view answer. That was what the answer was.
You're not listening.
I was listening.
Well, your question's malformed.
Well, I just want to hear what the flat earther explanation was. That was what I said.
He's trying to walk you through the process, so answer his question.
I did. I just did.
This is going to be really tedious. I can tell already.
I'm trying to ascertain. Yeah,
Listen,
three
all these
words.
new
Words
Okay,
out of my
wait.
mouth. 3 words. You don't want to communicate with me. You want to talk. I'll let you tuck
You're
yourself
getting
out when you're
angry.
done.
You're
You're
getting
still talking.
angry.
You're talking straight through the middle of me telling you off, aren't you? I'm telling you off. That means shut up. When you're done talking, I'll respond.
You don't
can
have to
shut
get
up while I do
disrespectful.
so. But you can't. We
Listen.
haven't even started the conversation. You're already
Yeah, but you're
interrupting me,
getting
telling you to
heated.
shut the hell up after I've got
Can I?
3 words out.
Well,
I
you're talking
disengage
over.
from this conversation.
Okay, I'm
I
talking to
disengage.
you,
Don't
but you're
want to
talking
answer
over.
you. I've got no desire to communicate with you. You're a moron. You can't shut your mouth. I don't want to talk to you. You talk to yourself for a bit, lad.
James,
That
you gotta go
escalated
sit in the
quickly.
corner.
Yeah,
Think about
James,
what you do.
you let me down, dude. I propped it up as some kind of reasonable thinker. You lasted like 10 seconds. You just started rambling on. I mean, like, what's going on, dude?
No, he also had fresh talk over the top of him, which probably also confused Nathan trying to talk to him also. It didn't make it any
Okay.
better.
Yeah, fresh. Hold on, dude. Let Nathan and James talk, okay? So let's reset it. James, you have a question. Nathan has the answers. Now, all you got to do, ask your question and listen to the answers. It said what you wanted when you came here. You had a few questions for flat earthers. So just listen.
Waz, can you go on mute, please?
All right, can I answer now, or ask whatever it is?
Yeah, go ahead and ask again. Like, just say it and then
I guess
listen.
I can start from the top because there was some misunderstanding or something. Because I don't know why I got so heated for pretty much no reason. But I'll start from the top. So I said I'm a fisherman, right? Well, I'm not really a fisherman, but I go fishing. I like going fishing. When I go out to the waters, the deep waters, and I lose sight of the land, right? As I start approaching the land, it slowly comes up over the horizon, and as it gets higher and higher, I come up on the land. Now, my question is, why is that so?
And why are you asking that question? My reply.
All right. And my answer was to hear the flat earther respond. And then you got mad at me and you muted me.
I started talking and you started talking through the answer I gave.
Well, I didn't hear you gave an answer. I just heard you
You
yell
want to know why us flat earthers explain that? Why?
Because you smoke LSD.
Wait, what? I want to know why you're a flat earther.
No, I want to know why you're asking flat earthers that question. What purpose does it serve?
Because want to know what's funny.
I just answered that.
2 people talking. What's going on?
Yeah, look, come on, guys. Just pay attention.
Okay, I literally just answered your question. You asked that a few seconds ago. I just answered.
You want to know why flat earthers explain it? Yeah. Why do you want to know why flat earthers explain this? As you talking through me again. That's why you got told off the last time.
No, that was someone else, Nathan. That was I got him though this time.
I'm just trying to talk to one dude.
Yeah, he's
obviously
muted.
Everybody else has decided that they're just going to wind me up and piss me off the second I open my mouth.
No, he's gone.
Off. I'll open my mic the minute he's in the middle of talking. That'll really piss him off. It will. Right quick.
Okay,
I'm
he's
trying
gone.
to ascertain. Give up.
My good talk now.
By the way.
John.
Sorry. Oh. Being very cautious.
Just saying, your question's malformed.
Very angry.
James thinks his name's John. James doesn't understand his own bloody name, it seems.
Nobody's talking.
James is intolerable and doesn't understand his own name and is now talking through me for a 3rd time. John, not James, just to be absolutely clear for those of lesser intelligence. Not James, but the man named John. Go ahead.
The question was malformed to begin with when he said up over the horizon. That's with respect to a horizontal plane when you say up. You're describing this with respect to a horizontal plane. What do we need to explain about that?
That's what I was trying to find out from him. Are we explaining this? Does it have a practical use? Are you just seriously interested because you want the tutelage of flat earthers? I'm trying to ascertain the motive. Why are you asking? What does this achieve? What does it prove? Why do you want to know? That's what I'm trying to ascertain from you, James.
Well, I was interested in flat Earth. And these gentlemen I've been talking to for probably about 2 hours have been very interesting people to talk to. So that's why. I was interested in talking to them, not particularly you right now.
See, we don't have a positive claim from my perspective in regards to this. So I don't know why I'm being quizzed about it. That's why I'm asking.
Well, they introduced you. They said you were this great guru, this amazing man when you came in here, but all you've been is extremely hostile and, quite honestly, very annoying. So, please...
Don't care how you perceive my behaviour. Couldn't care less.
Well, I'd very much like if I can... Oh, okay, talk over me now.
Okay, we can move forward. You just fancy the tutelage of flat earthers. You're interested in what flat earthers have got to say on this particular subject. You've seen stuff get bigger as you get towards it, and you want to know how we explain that. I don't know why I'm being asked this. I still don't know. Seems like a waste of my time.
Well, I mean, you can leave. You're very free to leave. I was having a great conversation.
You're running a show. This is my show that you are part of. Let's just get that absolutely clear with this James guy. You are now a part of my show. So when you say you can leave, no, it doesn't work like that. I'm in charge here. Maybe you didn't understand that. You think you can tell me off for being, rude? I'll do exactly as I choose. This is my show. So if you can't shut your bloody mouth while I tell you off, because you've chosen to attack my attitude, you've got a stupid question that makes no sense and has no relevance to me. Now you want to attack my attitude towards you. I see you as stupid. You're asking stupid, nonsensical questions to me. That's what I see you as. I didn't attack you as a person. I tried to get clarity on your stupid question without attacking you personally, and now you're telling me about my bloody attitude. I'll do as I like. I still don't know why you're asking me this stupid question, though.
Said why I was asking you this question. Why are you so upset right now? Well, what happened?
It doesn't have any purpose. There's no benefit to it. You just want to know what we've got to say on it. So if I start quizzing you about trimming up sheep shearing, you're going to answer my questions on it. You'd be like quizzing why the relevance of asking questions about sheep shearing. Yeah, and I'm going, why is he asking me this? What does this have to do with the subject of Earth being flat? You haven't told me yet.
So I'm trying to learn, right, flat Earth from flat earthers. That's what I'm getting from this. Happy?
Oh, really? What does it tell us about flat Earth, your question? How's it related in any way, shape or form? That's about the 5th time I've tried to rephrase this and paraphrase it into a different meaning that you can understand. Yeah, you want to learn from flat Earthers and what it is to be flat Earth. Really, what does this question you have asked got to do with flat Earth? 6th time I've asked.
So they answered it, right? About a couple hours ago. Now, I was back when it was civilized.
I heard that. I got that.
Now, the reason
is because
what
anybody else has done. I'm asking you what the relevance is to this subject 7 times. I don't care what anybody else has told you. They've introduced you to me, and you've gone, oh, does stuff get bigger as you get closer to it? And I've gone, what's this got to do with the subject? You've gone, well, you're rude. That's the subject. That's the conversation so far.
Well, maybe if you stop server muting me and stop talking over me, maybe I can tell you why. Mr. No Ego. Okay. So let's silence for a little bit. Okay. Let me talk. So earlier we were talking, right? Now the debate was that for, 8 to 10 miles, 12 miles, something like that. They had these little windmills in the ocean, and that these windmills were separated, but it was separated to a distance that the flat. Okay, so ground Earth, the theory is that if it's far a certain distance, that it's going to leave the horizon. You're not going to see it anymore. All right. But the flat Earth theory is that we have like a field of view.
Why are you telling me what the flat Earth theory is? I'll decide what that is. Number one, you don't know what theory means.
Well, you haven't told me anything.
Don't tell me what my theory is.
10 minutes.
Okay? Excuse me. Don't tell me, your opponent right now, what my argument is. Okay? I got your argument. You think there's a physical geometric sphere edge getting in the way of things. Put it to you that your mathematics for a physical geometric sphere edge horizon at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as laid down in the begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator, is debunked. We debunked it in 2020 by showing that the physical limitation of an Earth hill getting in the way is beyond the limitations of the claim of a hill getting in the way. Meanwhile, the maths itself is a derivation of a flat Earth measurement. It's the derivation between surface level, that's flat, and eye level, that's parallel with it. So you can infer, in mathematics only, that there's a hill below surface level that gets in the way of things, the one we debunked in 2020. If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, every distance to that geometric horizon you're appealing to could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as laid down in your maths. Distance to horizon in the black swan imagery we debunked it with in 2020 is beyond 10 miles rather than 1.2, as laid down in your maths. Ergo, hills that are physically blocking stuff don't physically get up and move behind the things they're supposed to be blocking. We debunked Earth curve. So your question is actually in relation to your globe religion. You inferred that this had something to do with your tutelage from flat Earth. Seems like that was a lie. You wanted to know about your own religion and how it fails according to a flat earther, which is what I've actually given you. How your religion derived from flat earth measurements of surface level fail. Got sod all to do with flat earth beyond my introduction of the mathematical use of a flat earth to make your claim that a hill should get in the way. No, son, there is no hill getting in the way. It's only in existence in your earth curve maths. The way we actually measure the world to give you those maths is flat. That answers your question.
Yeah, he's lost.
Have you ever been on a boat?
And my sister owns several.
So you have been on a boat?
Your family got any boats? How many big boat buyers?
Yeah, I go fishing quite often, actually.
Do your family own boats? Did your family own boats? Do you own boats? You ask me, yes. I'm asking you. Yes, my sister and my former brother-in-law owned several boats. But how about you? You owned any boats?
I said, have you ever rowed on a boat?
Yeah, been on several. My sister owns several. Been out on boats many times. Yes, boats. Yes, family likes boats.
Yeah, so you've seen what I'm talking about. If you've been out in the ocean.
See, no. I explained to you in my answer that it's in maths only. Seeing Earth curve isn't a possibility. It only exists in maths derived from surface level that's flat. What I've seen is flat. And that's how the maths derives your worldview that we've got a hill in the way, that we debunked. Maybe you didn't listen to anything I said.
So what you're telling me is you've never been on a boat?
Right, I tell you that we debunked Earth curve edge horizons with mathematical assertions of geometric blockages that we've demonstrated beyond their physical limitations. You reply, have you been on a boat? Son, you're way out of your depth. Yeah? I think you should sit down and shut up and maybe listen to what others have got to say, because in response to a very clear and concise answer to your question that I had to drag you through a hedge backwards to get the clarity of what you're actually asking. That's about your globe faith and how Earth curve fails, by the way. Nothing to do with flat Earth. Yeah? Once I'd done that, you responded, have you ever been on a boat? You can't keep up with what I'm saying. You don't understand this discussion. Yeah? So sit down, shut up. Let's not discuss whether I've been on boats. I've debunked Earth curve for you, son. I've shown you how Earth must be measured flat to infer it. If you can't take those things in and respond to them, you haven't got a place at this table. That makes sense? That's me, a flat earther, demeaning you. Your stupid globe faith that you wanted clarity on from a flat earther. Me. I gave it you because I know better than you do about your own stupid religion. But you don't have a place at this table. You're not educated enough in your own religion, let alone mine. You believe I've got. It isn't, by the way. I don't have a belief in this stuff. Earth is measured flat. But you weren't asking about that. You were asking about how your Earth curve edge hill getting in the way failed. Well, I've told you. Now you can sit down and shut up.
I was hoping that he would understand that within his question, and he said up over the horizon, his description up is with respect to a horizontal plane. Earth is that horizontal plane. In his description, why would you ever think it's curving if it's a horizontal plane?
I was going to speak the French to him right now.
No offense to the Discord. What he's come and got is loads of ad hoc answers from flat earthers to try and justify and explain why his claim works on a flat Earth. His claim, he'll get in the way. No, he needs to be proving that, and we debunked it in 2020. Why do I explain it? I don't have any need to. He's going to force me into a position where I give a crappy explanation so he can hold it up in false dichotomy with his crappy explanation that uses a flat Earth to claim it. Globe, that is. His globe needs a flat Earth to claim it, and he'll hold up his measurement of a flat Earth inferring a globe against my crap ad hoc explanation for why things get bigger as you get closer to them. You having me on? Yeah, this isn't our first rodeo. We're educating others on how to debate this. This is that education. You're part of it now. Thank you, James. Really appreciate your input. Somebody server
Did he
muted him.
understand anything you said?
I don't know, someone server muted him.
Yeah, I did. I'm not sure if I introduced you guys right. Okay, let me try again. James, this is a panel of experts, the Nathan Oakley Show. These guys know the flat Earth and have articulated the flat Earth to multiple different education levels without fail. Okay, so if you're not able to talk to Nathan Oakley, it's a you problem, James. Not a me problem, not a Nathan Oakley problem. You've been in here for hours already and you've been somewhat reasonable. Why can't you just continue to do that?
Tell you why.
Because we were talking.
Oh. No, go ahead.
Was that James? Go ahead.
We were talking civilized and we're having a civil conversation. That's why it was going so well. And we were actually learning stuff from each other.
Oh, what did you
as
learn?
As this guy came in here, it just became mute me, say I'm retarded, and then laugh, and then unmute me. I respond for 2 seconds, mute me again, say, oh, look at this flat earther, he's stupid. Or not flat earther, Glober, sorry. You looking at this Glober, he's so stupid. That's all it ever became. It wasn't anything. I didn't learn anything from this guy. It's great,
Let's test your stupidity level. Let's test that theory.
Let's test his stupidity level.
Let's test how stupid you are. Repeat one point I made to invalidate your globe claim. Repeat one.
You said
just one aspect.
All right. You said that fucking you debunked this. What was
Please
it?
don't swear.
Fucking 3 months ago.
No.
You had the other guy talk over the
Number
microphone.
one, I've got 2 children in this room. Before I go live, they'll still be here and they'll listen to you swearing. No, don't do that. Number 2, I'm going to be broadcasting this to a live audience shortly. I don't want you to swear. Okay? Do you want to start again without the swearing, please?
All right. I'll try my best. I served, so I got cussing in my blood, but I'll try not to. That's my apologies. But I'm just saying, I came in here. I was chilling with these guys for a little bit. I was learning from them. It was quite interesting. Then immediately when you came in here, that one guy, Grit, I was talking to him for a bit. He's a cool dude. He cheered you, pulled you up on this big pedestal, said you were this great, amazing guy. And I just wanted to pick your brain. So I was like, all right, why is Earth flat? And then immediately you just started attacking. And I'm like, okay. Right. And then you asked me. Well, actually, I barely even could talk. You just started serving me, and I'm like, all right.
We heard that 3 times. I asked you to parrot back one of the points I made because you were demonstrating your own intellect level because you said that we called you stupid. And I demonstrably exampled you being stupid with your non-stop interruption. And now I'm going to demonstrate it further by asking you for a second time, because you failed the first, to repeat back one of the points I used to prove beyond all doubt that Earth is flat. Because I gave them to you, precisely. And I'm going to see if you have the ability to not just jump straight through the top of me like you're ready to do, and actually parrot back that which I have attempted to educate you with. We'll see how you did and how smart you really are. Go ahead, parrot back just one, not all, of the points that I put to you about proving Earth is flat. Go ahead.
All right. You said that the flat earthers, or that the globers, extended the length of the curve of the curve of the Earth, and that was one of the points you made, I guess. You said that it was 36 miles.
That was in no way, shape. No, I'm just saying no. That was in no way, shape, or form.
That is what you said.
Words that crossed my lips at all. It wasn't a point, nor was it in any way. Are you going to keep jabbering because I'm telling you off for being stupid? This is me.
Well, you're cutting me off, but you're getting pissed off
and you
about
won't shut
cutting
up.
you
This
off.
is why
You
you get
understand that?
server muted. This is why you get server muted.
Okay.
Not because I'm unreasonable, rude. No, it's because when you parrot off garbage that I did not say and wasn't even a point from your own lips, I interrupt and go, no, those words didn't cross my lips. That wasn't a point I made. You haven't understood. You are demonstrably stupid. You seem to find that objectionable when I pointed that out. No, it's a fact, mate. No, you are my inferior here. Yeah, that's the fact of the matter. You're stupid, demonstrably. I've just done it. You couldn't listen. You couldn't listen to what I proved to you in terms of Earth's measurements.
Here's the thing.
The word measurement didn't cross your lips. And now you're still incessantly off mute, trying to talk while I'm talking. Another example of stupidity.
Can I
Not
say
listening now, are you? You're just mic wide open, waiting for your turn to talk. You're not listening to me. You don't want to, as you lied about it.
What is this definition of stupidity?
You want to moan and wait for your turn to talk. That's what you're doing now, talking straight through the middle of me. What I'm doing is berating you for your stupidity. Your inability to listen in this instance, another example.
Yeah, but you're a hypocrite. You are a hypocrite.
Your constant, incessant interruptions is an example of belligerence. You know what belligerence means?
You are cutting me off, and then you're getting pissed off.
No, you're chanting
you are a
through the middle of me berating.
Stupidity means unable to
you don't
learn.
like being berated by a
and
flat
you are
earther,
unable
in spite of you claiming you're here to listen to flat earther tutelage. You're not. The minute I point out your demonstrable stupidity, that is to say you can't listen.
I was listening.
And now
to
you're
them.
being belligerent. You will continue to not listen. That is, talk while you're supposed to be
Because
listening.
you're saying I'm belligerent. You're not teaching me anything. You're saying I'm belligerent. You're saying you're speaking fast and fancy words. I never said I wasn't dumb. Look. Can I say something? Can I have some conversation for a second? Listen, I talked. Ask Crit. What did I tell you, Crit?
Yeah. Now, the server eventually will get sick of not being able to hear what I say, and they will server mute him. Something he will moan about. And it doesn't change the fact that I've had to close my Discord line. So my point being made about this stupid idiot, demonstrably so, will be heard by an audience. It'll be broadcast. You won't make it through my gate. Yeah, this chanting won't
care. I never came here to be on some fucking live television.
Hear what he's heard and the Discord server's heard, which is him non-stop chanting, so he doesn't have to listen to me, the flat earther, berating his demonstrable stupidity. He doesn't want to hear it. He wants to talk, then moan that he's getting muted. Yeah, that's the same MO that we get every day of the week, mate. You know why? Well, because we know better than you. And when somebody comes across your path that knows better than you, you want to tell them they're rude. Yeah, I've got the right to be rude to stupid idiots who don't know what they're talking about and can't even listen to a point I've made about Earth being measured flat and paraphrase it back to me 2 minutes after it's been told to them. Demonstrating your stupidity to my audience, son. That's what's happened. Now, you can bleat and moan about how me, the flat earther, the person with a superior intellect, has berated you and told you you're stupid, and how you don't like being demonstrably stupid, by example. You can moan about that all you like. It doesn't change the fact that you weren't able to listen to or parrot back that proof that I gave you about Earth being measured flat with your own example of a curve calculator. You didn't manage to repeat any of the words I said back at all in any shape of order that I gave them you in, because you're stupid and can't listen. Hope that's clear. Maybe you'd like to bleat about my tone.
Do you think
just a quick Gene, you're hot micing.
What was that, John? I'm sorry. I didn't hear you.
I was wondering, does Neil, like what Neil said, do you think what I said to him sounded like French? Or is he just not listening like you said?
To him, it's French. He doesn't want to listen. He's got all the answers. That's why he was engaged in a nice conversation with the guys over there till Nathan came.
I knew there was something fishy about him.
There's nothing fishy going on. He's just not used to somebody telling him what's what. He's used to setting up the stage for a flat earth to give some crap explanation that he can stack up in false dichotomy, and it's all very friendly. Right up until the point that I go, why are you asking this stupid question? What's this got to do with flat earth? Oh, it's got to do with your assertion that we've got a physical hill getting in the way, has it? Yeah, let's just debunk that. No, he doesn't want to listen to that. He couldn't listen to it. He definitely didn't paraphrase it back.
Paraphrase it back? He didn't say one thing. He made up his own Nathan Oakley imitation.
Yeah, but in his description, in the way he was describing what he saw, he was using Earth as a flat plane, and then he wanted to know our explanation for what he sees. You see, a flat plane, you just described it when you said up.
Yeah, John, we understand that. You think he understands that? He has no clue. Ask him again.
I did.
Well, that's
I asked
the
him
thing.
to paraphrase it
Your
back, and he couldn't. I've
explanation.
already done that. I've achieved that. We don't need to demonstrate it again, Neil. I'm way ahead of you.
The fact is, like, because we're all, you know, the Earth is flat and it's measured flat, and we're not taking any nonsense on this year. And it's difficult sometimes because we're not just going to listen to the nonsense anymore. We're going to cut straight to the point. Yeah, maybe if you're willing to listen and you're newbie, we will give you some education, but you have to be coming across that way in the first instance. Otherwise, your legs are going to get chopped off.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using stock accounts. You'll be warmly welcomed back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. Now, we are joined by Neil, Refracted Curvature, and a whole bunch of people in the Politics Flat Earth Debate Discord server, so welcome one and all.
Hey!
How are you?
Good. Spreading the good word of Flat Earth, Neil, you know the deal. Usual stuff. Could ask the Politics server a housekeeping question. Any evidence of you can acquire an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline?
What's an elevation angle?
It's an angle with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. For example, the sun. It'd be the imaginary line between your position and the sun, and the horizontal plane that the observer is standing on.
Right. And say if you were going to describe something coming up over the horizon, you would use elevation angles to do it.
Up is a description with respect to a plane of reference also. Exactly. Perpendicular to it.
But if you got an explanation that has that horizontal frame of reference ending, it's just wrong. You are obviously wrong.
Well, that's all of them. You mean they're wrong about being on a globe surface because there's a horizontal plane of reference? That's a reference that's horizontal, i.e. we reference it. Yes, that's all of them. All of their globe claims need a horizontal reference plane to reference to make their globe claim. That's where the measurements came from in the first place. Earth's measured flat.
All of their claims.
All of them. Yeah, all of them. All of the globe claims require Earth to be measured flat to make them. There is no exception. Unless someone corrects us from Discord. Maybe someone from Discord can tell us how we've actually got globe measurements. We haven't, but feel free to allude to them and I'll point out how flat Earth's being measured in your claim. Like the guy earlier, he was asking us about earth curve hills getting in the way of stuff. And I pointed out that in the earth curve maths, you've got surface level, flat, and eye level, parallel with it, flat. So you need to measure a flat earth to claim there's earth curve getting in the way. I mean, obviously, globe believers are unaware of that. They think the horizon's earth curve.
Plane. Heard of a curved plane of reference?
No.
It's an oxymoron. It's a oxymoron. You cannot curve your Cartesian coordinate systems. You define geometry with straight lines, x and y axes. Such thing as a curved plane.
Take the latitude system that's measured with circles of equal elevation with respect to Polaris. So as you back away from Polaris, you draw an angle, the elevation angle, to it, and it's GP. So the ground runs to the point below Polaris, and the line from your position runs up to Polaris at 1 degree from 90, or from its zenith. As you back away, that star recedes towards the horizon, and the angles to it, that's from you to its baseline, and from you to its position, will decrease towards the horizon as you back away from Polaris. That gives you multitudes of circles of equal elevation, circles of equal altitude. That is what latitude is. A great big circle wrapped around position on a flat plane measured to Polaris at any given point. That is the latitude system. You take those flat circles and wrap them individualistically around a sphere surface, right up to the equator where you can no longer see Polaris, and then simply extrapolate out an inferred radial value for the continuing circles of equal elevation that you cannot measure from that point forth. That is how they produce a globe from flat Earth measurements. Utilization of Polaris, circles of equal elevation, that's flat Earth circles, that you then plop on top of a sphere Earth surface, and then when you actually come to use any measurements, infer that those measurements are with respect to a plane at the center of the Earth. That is how it's done.
You can also take the differential between eye level and surface level, horizontal planes, and calculate the resolution loss, which we were discussing with the gentleman earlier, as you increase or get lower to the surface. That will also calculate out.
He sat off mute, so I don't know if you paid attention the second time, James. Sat off mute, James. Yeah?
Like discipline.
Well, he's the guy we're talking about. I assume you weren't listening. I don't know why I'm even asking. We were literally just talking about you, my friend. Someone serve mute James, because he's just obviously buggered off from his mic, leaving it wide open for the background noise to just destroy my show, because that's how considerate he is, and in lieu of me telling him specifically by name not to do that. Thanks, James. What's the word I'm thinking of? Prick. That's the word I'm thinking of, isn't it? Prick. Yeah, prick. Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat.
The law. The loss of resolution can be described with the Rayleigh criterion, and they've confused the Rayleigh criterion and how information is lost closer to the surface, with the surface being curved.
Indeedy. All roads lead to a flat Earth. There's a misapprehension amongst flat earthers that when some globe believer in pain comes to you and asks you a question, somehow you're obligated to answer it and enter into a happy discussion with them about what? Half the time, the flat earther doesn't even know what he's being asked or she's being asked. They just give an answer anyway. And in this, it's in the pre-show, which you can watch if you're a member, become a member if you're not already. You can hear the guy asking a question of a flat earther, claiming it's because he wants flat earth tutelage and has had a lovely chit-chat with flat earthers up until my arrival. When I say, well, why do you want to know this? After 8 attempts, we ascertain that the reason he wants to know what he wants to know is because Earth curve fails. Got absolutely nothing to do with my tutelage on why Earth's flat, and everything to do with his lack of understanding of his own bloody religion. Now it fails. Now it's formed with geometric assertions of hills getting in the way below surface level. Now we understand all this crap, but the general Joe Normie doesn't. When it irritates me greatly that I'm being asked questions by somebody who constantly interrupts me when I try and answer, and I'm told that I'm rude. Oh, I've spent 10 years learning this crap that you've only just arrived at and feel the need to demand tutelage from me on. What, your religion of Earth curve edges? I should suddenly be the arbiter of your truth or your religion? No, I despise your religion. If you feel that I'm being rude when I've spent 10 years listening to people abuse me like you, when I am actually in the intellectual superior position to tell you about your religion, then I don't want to be interrupted. I certainly don't want to be told how rude I am. If you actually wanted my tutelage, you wouldn't care how I spoke to you, the inferior. You'd listen to what I actually had to teach. That isn't what people come here to when they tell you that they're here for your flat earth tutelage. No, what they actually want is a better education in how their globe works. That's what they're asking about. They're asking you to justify how their globe fails with a false dichotomy answer that you, the flat earther, doesn't even realise you're giving. You start answering how perspective works. Why are you answering how perspective works? Did you have a flat earth claim that involved perspective? No, they had a globe claim of a hill getting in the way that we debunked 4 years ago, didn't they? You're going to be answering about that? That's a burden of proof reversal fallacy that every single flat earther for the last 10 years has fallen victim to. When I hear it coming from my opponent and ask them why the hell I'm being asked, they get quite shirty. Why aren't you accepting this little setup I've got going? It's always worked in the past. I had a lovely chit-chat. Well, everyone gave me crappy answers for 2 hours. And they tried explaining perspective to me. And I said, no, Earth curve. They said perspective. It was lovely. You come along and ask why you're asking. Well, suddenly I've got to justify why I'm asking you about why things get bigger as you get closer to them. Like I've got a flat Earth claim that revolves around it. I haven't. What I have got is flat Earth measurements to shove down your throat. Your dumbass keeps interrupting me. That's what I'll do. With great delight. Having suffered intolerable abuse from people like you for 10 years. So when I do it with a learned disposition and matter-of-fact educational points that I can put to you with disdain in my voice for you, it's because I do have disdain for you. Yeah? Most of you behave exactly the same, and therefore I've got a perfectly justifiable right to hate you. If this was any other subject with people looking in and they didn't have the same globe belief that this man who told me I was abusive to him when I'm merely pointing out how Earth's measured flat, with a tone of disdain as I'm interrupted constantly, would appreciate, had they not had the same exact globe faith, how intolerably we are treated as flat earthers. Totally unreasonable people are towards us. Now,
Have you ever had an honest conversation?
And it's unfair. So I'll be told, you've got a tone with me, everyone else is really nice. Yeah, shocking, innit? Tell flat earthers for 10 years straight that they're stupid idiots for questioning the religious rhetoric of a globe. You want to tell me for 10 years I'm a stupid idiot, and when I know better than you want to talk through me and moan about it on my tone? No, son, I will absolutely berate you and every globe earther that comes before me with knowledge of the subject and a tone when delivering that knowledge to you, the inferior globe numpty who's been deceived, just doesn't know it yet, and won't tolerate me telling them. Well, you'll have to tolerate it, because I will reach the conclusion. I will tell you how Earth is measured flat, regardless of your ability to listen to me. All you've got is an ability to feel persecuted. Oh no, he talked down to me. Yeah, I did. I'm a flat earther and I'm going to demean you for the stupid idiocy that you put before me. And then take that idiocy and prove Earth's flat with it. Get used to it. It's going to happen more and more as time progresses. More and more people will see this happening and go, yeah, why should I consider myself an idiot when I'm told by Simon Dan that looking into the subject makes me stupid? It doesn't. That's what I've been told for 10 years, and you recoil in horror when we do the same to you for your demonstrable stupidity. Yeah, get used to it. There'll be more and more flat earthers telling you globe idiots who have been deceived how wrong you are with facts. Aren't arguable, aren't up for debate. They're facts about how your globe came from a flat earth measurement. The more it happens, the more you'll have to suffer what we've had to suffer for 10 years. And I assure you, you will not like it. But you didn't, when you moaned about it. What did we get when we moaned about it? Oh, we got it ramped up. We got more abuse when we moaned about it. You won't be in that position because you'll have us and our righteous indignation when you do. That's like you got.
If you listen back to some of the old shows, you will hear them confessing that they need a flat Earth anyway. We just didn't pick up on it.
Yes, they've been using a flat Earth for 10 years. It was right under our nose the whole time.
This is so boring.
For the super chat shout outs?
Yes, because
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, someone said it was boring. I said, yes, usually education isn't the funnest thing, but we could fantasize about it. We could fantasize about an area that gas isn't filling, and Star Wars, and all those
Being
things.
screamed at
That'd be
about how
really
how someone was abused is not education.
No, but me telling you how a derivation of surface level and a parallel eye level to infer that we have a ill called Earth curve getting in the way at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet may not be glamorous, but it's absolutely an education how Earth's measured flat. That's what I put to the guy who was just moaning about my tone. Again, validating the point I just put to my audience. Perfect timing, by the way. Thank you so much. I don't want to hear anyone disrespect refracted, says Riffraff. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate the support. Also, shout out to Roger Ledwell, who says, from what surmise the globe doesn't work at all. I don't really understand what that means, but thank you very much for the super chat. I missed the I. I missed the L. Is that an L or an I? I don't know. Thank you for the super chat, though. Really appreciate it, Roger Ledwell. I'm sure someone will decode it for me outside of you super chats, but I really appreciate the support. Any other responses other than, I got shouted at, I'm a victim here? Anybody else want to make victim statements?
We won't get any evidence of Earth curve. Just complaining.
Just victim status, right? Where's the Earth curve proof? I asked for a measurement also. I mean, obviously, this isn't education when I show that the measurement's flat. Yeah, it's educating people who know that they can value the measurement of Earth as a measurement of Earth and it's flat. And they'll take that and shove that down globe believers' throats as we go forward. The more time progresses, the more people will know how the globe needs a flat Earth measurement to claim it. Your belief, your fundy belief. The one that you want to actually address. No, it's whether or not Nathan's got a nice tone in his voice today. Yeah, I've got no respect for any of you. Understand that? I see you as stupid. You globe believers who've come here and don't know what I know.
That's apparent. You don't need to say that. That's apparent.
When you hear me telling you that I just see you as stupid and inferior, you don't like it, right? Yeah, I've had to deal with it for 10 years. Now you'll have to deal with it, but with justification from me with an education in how Earth's measured flat alongside it, proving you stupid and justifying my despising of you.
Which Evans might have some globe proof, apparently.
I'll need a flat Earth for that.
Question. Oh, I don't engage with people who explicitly say they don't have respect
Get lost
for me.
and go away. Well, why are you talking? You're engaging with me. This is my show.
Because he just mentioned my name, so I was.
You're engaging with me because it's my show, and
mentioned.
if you don't want to, you can shut your mouth. You're being told by me, the guy running the show. If you don't want to engage with me, which is what you're inferring, you can shut your mouth. That's what you can do,
you can
son.
shut your mouth. If you're going to just sit here and abuse me, just like I have been through for the past 10 years, then you're going to get abused.
But really, you just want to rant through me, the host, don't you? You want to be in charge and tell people with your victim status that I won't play if the ball's not mine. Yeah, the ball isn't yours, it's mine. I'm in authority here. Yeah, I'm the one telling you you're stupid with justifications for doing so and you don't like it. Yeah, the tables have turned. They turned in 2024 when we figured out that you guys needed a flat Earth to claim your globe with. This is education. I may not be fun, especially if you're a seller. It'll probably be very difficult because we're demonstrating how stupid you all are.
Is it the claim that the opposing of a flat Earth is indoctrination?
No, my claim is that the globe needs a flat Earth to be measured to claim it.
I don't think you heard me clearly.
Maybe.
Would you like me to repeat it again?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it a claim that the opposing of flat Earth is indoctrination?
I did hear you, and I said, no, my claim is that you need to measure a flat Earth to claim a globe. Is it? Answered.
That's
Mine
not what
is.
I asked, man.
Oh, I see. Will it only be your stereotyping fallacy that I must adhere to get a discussion between you and I? You see,
Are you claiming it's an
what I'm saying is
indoctrination?
laying waste, and you're now chanting through me as I unpack your logical fallacy. You see, you're chanting through me. Maybe you'll tell me that I'm rude at the end of this. You were just chanting through me. Do you mind? Yeah, I'll be the one explaining your logical fallacy. Tell me I'm rude. Go ahead. Get it out of your system. Shout out to Roger Ledwell. From what I surmise, the globe doesn't work at all. The only way it does work is with flat Earth measurements. I mean, we'll find out if this guy can address that, or if I have to address his straw man non sequitur with a burden of proof reversal fallacy. We'll see how we get on. Thanks, Roger Ledwell, for the super chat.
No, you're good, man. Like I was just curious.
Okay, you don't want to address my claim that Earth has to be measured flat. You're not into that. It's just your crappy claim with a stereotyping fallacy. Yeah. You don't want to address me.
Oh, okay. When you say flat, how big of a distance are you measuring to get that flat?
Well, in the case of the radial value for a globe Earth, the distance that must be measured flat is 3959 miles. 3,959 miles of completely flat terrain from the position of measurement, you call it the equator, to a ground position below Polaris along a flat reference plane in order to take that measurement. It's called latitude.
No. I understand that. I understand that. What I'm getting to, can you define chant for me, Nathan? Can you define chant for me,
Obviously
Nathan?
requires a man to chant through the middle of the answer. I was in the middle of answering you there, Sunshine. Did you not like my answer about latitude and the measurements 3959 in answer to your question? It's used when measured flat. I gave you the example of how it was measured flat with latitude and Polaris. Minimum elevation angle measurement off a flat baseline to get it. That's the only way to get it. You can only get it from a flat Earth. You must measure Earth flat to get this latitude measurement. You use that for your radial value for a globe Earth. I was nearly there. You got very triggered at the fact that we were measuring flat, and I've got an example. It's got the title latitude, and you use it for your ball. It gives you your outside edge radial value to infer sphericity after measuring Earth flat. I'm done. You incessantly tried to interrupt, so I doubt you listened or comprehended. Like the other guy, probably not very bright. We'll see. Did you hear me? Do you want me to say it again?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Your posse had me
There
muted.
seemed to be a protracted silence and me asking if you needed it repeated, and then you started talking as I started asking if you needed it repeating. Mimicking you.
Your posse had me muted, goofball.
Do you need it repeating?
No, I just want to know how do you know that it's flat by your 0 point?
That's the horizontal plane of reference the observer must be standing on to take an elevation angle measurement. It's two straight lines with 90 degree at the base.
What is the distance? What is the distance that you require to get that flat reference you're claiming?
Ella, who's obviously looking for learned flat Earth proof,
Oh,
needs to
my
talk through the
goodness.
middle of the very triggering answer when I describe how a flat baseline with 90 degrees to Polaris is a flat prerequisite. To have 90 degrees at the base of Polaris from the minimum elevation angle measurement you call radial value or equator, you must have a flat baseline. It cannot be anything other than a flat Earth because you won't have 90 at the base of Polaris at its GP. What's GP again? A ground position between you on the ground and the ground position on the ground of Polaris that you're measuring to. It's flat. It can only be flat. It wouldn't be 90 degrees if it wasn't. So it's a prerequisite that Earth must be flat to take this latitude measurement. I hope that answers your question. Again, for the second time of me trying to educate you, the belligerent same exact memo as the last guy chanting through the middle of my answer that you asked for. Yeah, Earth's measured flat. I know you couldn't tolerate the answer and had to chant through the middle of it. So again, I doubt you're very bright and probably didn't comprehend that which I answered you with. We'll probably moan about the mute button as you chanted through the middle of that answer. Go ahead. See if you can paraphrase back that which I've responded to you with. I doubt you can.
Also, the 0 point he was talking about requires a Cartesian coordinate system, which uses flat planes. X and Y are flat.
Congratulations, you now confirmed that you pointed up to point down. I mean, where does that continuous flat?
I didn't say anything about pointing up or down. I talked about taking an elevation angle measurement with respect to a
You
flat
used
baseline.
Polaris, right? So you're pointing up, right?
That's the third attempt of me
Goofball.
reiterating that which you couldn't listen to the first time, ladies and gentlemen of my audience. This
All
is
right,
why I
peace out.
despise you. Yeah, that's why I hate you. Yeah, you treat us like scum. I'm reiterating that which you failed to paraphrase back, and for the second attempt for me to reiterate it to you because you failed to paraphrase it back, you're talking through me again.
Nathan, I got a question.
I see you as just stupid little idiots, like ranting little children that don't want to hear the bad news that the toy's broken. So you're going to chant through the bad news that your toy's broken incessantly. Like that's going to achieve something. No, it's just your demonstration of your pain at my response. It must be a flat baseline. You can't have 90 below Polaris unless the ground is measured flat. That's my response. Congratulations, what? I've pointed at one place and another place. No, I didn't. Those words didn't cross my lips like the other guy. Exactly the same MO. You just made up some shit that I did not say about pointing places. I didn't say that, you stupid monkey. You stupid globe-believing monkey. I did not say those words. You are fundamentally retarded, and beneath this discussion, I look down on you as my intellectual inferior and despise you for your incessant interruption. And with total justification, as given.
I got a question for you, Nathan.
Up and down on the globe.
Oh, you beat me to it, Neil. You beat me to it. I was going to say, why didn't you say it?
That's
Why didn't you say out and in?
One more time.
Well, I was going to say, why didn't you say you look out and you look in? Doesn't make much sense, does it? You need that horizontal plane to describe what you see. It's just
They don't even have the right to say. They don't even have the right to say up or down.
Dealing with very stupid people, they've been duped into a globe belief because they're easy to manipulate and stupid. And we, the intellectual superiors here, weren't so stupid. We eventually caught onto the lie. Yeah, it took us a while. They're still very much trapped in that lie that they've been deceived with. They haven't researched it. They haven't figured out how Earth must be measured flat to make their globe claim. Us, with an advanced heliocentric knowledge, know how the heliocentric model was made from flat Earth angle measurements to Polaris. They don't. Just dealing with the dross, the stupid masses, the idiots that believe in this religion they've been duped with. That's what we're dealing with. Just stupid people. Yeah, and me as a flat earther, I take great delight in telling those who are more stupid than us how stupid they are as they incessantly interrupt us. You know, demonstrating further how stupid they really are when they should be listening to these answers. From the learned people who've learnt their religion. No, not ask us about how Earth curve fails, and then tell us we're rude when we answer you.
I got a question for you, Nathan.
Oh, go ahead.
How much on average do you make from these super chats during these sessions?
Shout out to Gary Hughes, who sent me £20. Says, this must see TV. Brilliant, Nathan. Keep up what you're doing. Thank you very much indeed for the super chat. That will have probably made me £16. Hope that answers your question.
So one might say you have a financial incentive to keep this going.
Absolutely. This is my job. I pay my mortgage with this. This is what I do for a living. That's absolutely correct. This is a complete non sequitur when I've just described how Earth must be measured flat, and we are the more learned heliocentric understanders than those who oppose us. We know more about your religion than you do. This question about my earnings, and then reply while I'm still answering, again, another belligerent, presumably globe believer, talking through the middle of my answer, is a complete non sequitur. It also would classify as an ad hominem attack, because now you're attacking me, the man, and my living, and what are the whys and wherefores of it. No, that's an ad hominem. And now you're still talking and chanting through me, taking apart your.
You tend to go on for a while.
I haven't taken breath yet. I still haven't taken breath, and this chanting fundy, using his ad hominem attack logical fallacy, wants to talk through the middle of the learned person trying to educate in his error. You've used a logical fallacy. You're attacking me, the man, and my earnings rather than my argument about how Earth's measured flat to claim a globe. You're still interrupting when the devastating facts come to you for a third time. You've interrupted every one of them. That's an ad hominem attack.
You tend to monologue. So what I was trying to point out is that you do have a financial incentive to do this.
It's just being belligerent. I've now got to close my Discord line to conclude my point. It's an ad hominem fallacy. At the man, not at my argument. It's not really an argument, it's a statement of fact. Earth must be measured flat for your globe claim. You're not addressing that. You're asking me about how I am a living. Ad hom.
Also, an appeal to motivation to imply that your money is what decides whether your argument is true or not.
That's right. That's correct.
Correct. Hold on.
If
Let me say
Nathan was
something,
in it
Nathan.
for the
Another
money,
thing is,
What we're doing for whoever is talking
No,
from Discord, I assume it's the guy that we were just critiquing. What we're now doing is justifying our despising you and our position that you are demonstrably stupid. You've just used two fallacies against me in rebuttal to my pointing out how Earth's measured flat. You used two fallacies in a row. Now we're pointing them out. I'm going to dissect them while you listen. That's how little respect we have for you. We are not asking for you to interrupt.
Can I just say one thing?
Nobody's asking for anybody to interrupt us dissecting our despising globe idiots with justifiable reasoning for why we despise them. This man just used two fallacies. Now we're pulling them apart. I don't want any commentary from anybody other than the guy, and if he does pipe up, I'll tell him off and tell him to shut up. And then I'll shout out a few more super chats. People are loving this. The audience is really enjoying themselves. It's earning me my mortgage. I'll just shout out the super chats then if you've already made your points. He's earning £39.59 a minute. Says Unitox Memo. I love it. Absolutely brilliant. Roger Ledwell, here's two more dirty dollars. Are they dirty? I still take them. I'm a total whore. Thank you very much for the super chat. And another super chat from Unitox Femu. Maybe he wants our money. It says Unitox Femu. You guys are brilliant. Thank you so much for all the support. I really appreciate it. 100 people watching. Really, really appreciate all of you who smashed the share button. We are in Politics Discord server today, so hopefully one of the moderators will stick a link in the live stream chat. Go and join the Politics server. We are in the 24/7 Flat Earth section of that Politics Discord server, which you'll get a link hopefully from one of the moderators. No need to share anything, just go and join. It's a really good server.
Nathan, if you were in it for the money, you would be a glober because you'd make a lot more.
Yeah. As soon as Congress put the kibosh on us as flat earthers by inventing this preferred content, I love how they create new words for censorship. Well, the preferred content will go above it. It's not like we're getting rid of it. You just won't find it in the lists unless you scroll through 400 pages. What you'll get is Simon Dan at the top of the list, telling you that you're an idiot if you look into this question of whether or not they're lying about the nature of the world and the sky vacuum and moon travel. You look into it, you're an idiot, and you'll be told by Simon Dan first thing you find. Yeah, we've been getting first-hand accounts from other videographers who have a 1% chance it might not be true, look into it and go, oh, so I'm an idiot for looking into it. That don't work on me, says people who go across this and find that the censorship YouTuber offering isn't really working, as it hasn't slowed the growth of the subject matter one iota. A lot of people think that they're stupid because Simon Dan's told them. Oh no, that doesn't work on most people. Ad homs don't work. Unless you're very low intellect, like the people who come here and tell us they're on a globe. The people we despise, the stupid people.
And technically, we had the argument. We're not keeping anything going.
Well, he's speaking from his paradigm. He believes that he knows it's a globe. He believes that we don't know what we're talking about. Therefore, we're just keeping this absurdity in his mind going. Just odd beliefs.
You better start paying attention then, John.
The shout out to Unisocks for me. Money must be funny in a rich man's world. Thank you very much for the super chat. I've obviously not triggered any of the globe believers, no?
Well, I can real quick. The 0 point that was alluded to earlier is a Cartesian reference, right? 0 at the intersection of X, Y, and Z axes. That means you have horizontal and perpendicular. Those are orientations with respect to Earth. So, not a sphere.
Yeah, Earth is flat.
Horizontal. Yes, horizontal is with respect to the surface of Earth. I don't think the globers understand that fully and how significant that is, or they don't think about it.
Should have researched
the way you experience.
Morning, guys.
All right, John, I cut you off right at your conclusion like I'm moaning about my opponents doing. Go ahead.
Right, but they don't realize how significant that horizontal is, because it is with respect to the Earth's surface.
Oh, Brian!
They,
Oh, sorry, I've done it again, haven't I? I am so sorry.
no, Brian, John. What's up, Brian?
John, hey everyone.
It's Friday. Yes, it's Friday.
Mic
I'm going for a
check,
curry
mic check.
tonight. I often go out.
And I get a mic check.
Yes. Hello, Chocolate.
Lots of chocolate.
Hey, Chocolate.
We're all in a really good mood today.
Morning.
We're having fun in politics server with a load of fundies. It's like the good old days.
Yo, what's up, politics server? What's going on?
It's almost.
Oh, stranger, how you keeping?
Old dude, do you know Chocolate, do you?
Me and Chocolate, yeah, we've got a little bit of history, Nathan.
Old dude. Been a while, man. How you been? Everything good?
I'm always good, bro. You sound well. I hope you are.
You're from Wales,
yeah, man,
right?
It's been a while. Good to hear your voice, brother.
You too, man. You too. Welsh? How very dare you, sir?
That's a fine Scottish voice.
I mean, Nathan, I mean, the horizon is referencing Earth's surface. It's used in navigation when using the sextant tool, the horizon mirror, to establish horizontal on the surface of Earth for the elevation angle. I mean, what more do you want to know about that? It's measured flat.
Yeah. QE said a very similar thing when he came in after the end of yesterday's show. He came in and went, no. Those of you saying you need more to convince a fundamentalist religious zealot who's ingrained in globe belief and has rolled down the hill of anti-flat Earth, you'll need more than an elevation angle. We agreed with that as an entire sentiment. But in reality, all you need is an elevation angle. Without it, there is no globe. And it is a flat Earth measurement. There is no ambiguity. It is what it is. It requires 90 below Polaris. There must be perpendicular to your position. That's a flat Earth. Game over. End of story. It's literally all you need if you understand how an elevation angle measurement works, or not even understand how it works. If you just understand how it's defined, you understand that Earth is measured flat.
Correct you. Hey, chocolate.
That's actually Unisox Femi who says, and money, it also isn't spherical. Thank you for the super chat. Unisox Femi.
I was just Nathan went there before I got in. Is just defining what it is. Kind of wraps it up. That's a nice, tidy little package. But what is an elevation angle again, Nathan?
I'll get a proper definition for you rather than just giving you my own as I did earlier. I'll give Sustainable by Design's definition of an altitude angle. The altitude angle, open brackets, sometimes referred to as, quote, solar elevation angle, end quote, close brackets, describes how the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on, end quote. Sustainable by Design.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Okay, so
is a tangent to a circle or tangent to a sphere a horizontal line?
In this instance, no, because what you need at the end of the line is a ground position. And if you're describing something tangential to a presupposed sphere that isn't being measured because you're measuring the straight line, yeah, you guys need a flat Earth more than we do, measuring straight flat lines. But it won't be a ground position on the end of that line if it's a tangent. It only meets the surface of a sphere that you infer by using flat Earth measurements to get the radial value to infer it. You only got 1 point on the ground. But the ground position of Polaris is out potentially thousands of miles along the ground from your position, and the tangent won't have that ground position on the end of it. So no, not for a globe. Tangent fails. Must be on the ground.
Maybe you misunderstood the question. It was a yes or no question. Is a tangent to a sphere or a circle a horizontal line?
We're measuring from the surface. to an imaginary mathematical sphere that you invent. So from sphere or to surface. Yeah. What we actually need to do is measure in reality. Drawing out tangents to imaginary balls just demonstrates to my audience that you need a flat plane to reference to get what is on screen and in reference to the ground. If the guy in this measurement depiction from a navigation manual was tangent to a sphere and the baseline he's drawing with this triangle went out to space, wouldn't be on the ground anymore. This point wouldn't be a ground position. It'd be out in space. I already addressed this. You're trying to infer that there's tangency to a ball that came from flat Earth measurements, and my response is, no, it won't work in navigation because it won't have a ground position on the end of the tangent.
No, I was just asking you a geometry question. Is the tangent to a circle or a sphere a horizontal line? It's just pure geometry. Forget the Earth, forget everything else, forget all that other stuff. Is the tangent to a circle or a sphere a horizontal line?
I heard the first two times and responded in the context of where we are. We're in a flat Earth debate. That's what the server's called. You seem to be in the wrong place. You seem to be mistaking this for a server that deals with maths. No, we deal with physics here, the physical nature of the world, and in this case, how we physically measure it isn't how you reify a sphere dangling below a single point. In the reification, there's the chanting. It's me correcting the idiot.
I'm
one that's
laughing
worthy
at
of me despising. He's now chanting through me and won't stop as I tell him off for doing so. Yeah. We deal with physics.
I agree. It's a geometry question.
No say it's devastating.
I'm not willing to answer the question. It's okay, man. It's okay.
At least once without this fundamentalist zealot chanting through every word of it. If you're going to infer that something that you're measuring in physical reality, yeah, that's from the surface, yeah, is actually a point that you measure to a sphere in geometric terms on paper in maths, and you're taking that which is done in your abstract reification of a globe that came from flat Earth measurements. This is the third time I've responded, by the way. And then asking me whether or not a tangent, when we detail the physical nature of measuring the ground, can geometrically have a tangent running to a single point that, what if it was a globe, would only be a single point on the ground and wouldn't have ground positions on it. So I've answered him within the context of the debate. I'm not going to answer spurious mathematical questions that aren't in relation to us measuring the ground and needing flat points on the ground. They're called ground positions that are thousands of miles away on the ground from our position measured flat. You say, can I draw out a tangent? No. When the globe draws out a tangent, you've got to transpose the tangential line that won't give you an angle measurement into hell. Again, I understand what he's asking and understand his own religion and how it fails better than he does. But he thinks he's got to chant through me. As I tell him for the fourth time, no, a tangent won't give you ground positions in the context of the debate.
Will it give you one ground position?
Again, just chanting. As soon as I
Will
open
it
the
give you
line,
one ground position?
No, he hasn't listened to a word of me because the moment I opened the Discord line, he was immediately chanting through me, obviously demonstrating he hasn't listened to a single word I've said. Doesn't matter that I've repeated it 4 times. The audience has heard it. My opponent will never, ever, ever respond to it because every attempt, it doesn't matter if it's 50, will get chanted through. He will not listen to it. Tangent, you say? No, you won't have a GP on the end of it.
On the end of it? Why do you need it on the end of it?
We're measuring with respect to a plane for navigation and elevation angle measurements as defined by me only moments earlier. You ask, within the context of definitions of measuring the Earth, about tangents to globes that are surplus to requirements when we measure angles.
Grown-ass man Nathan spurging out like this. Isn't he an adult? Why is he so mad?
I actually didn't mention the Earth once. I said a circle or a sphere and a tangent being a horizontal line. I didn't mention the Earth once. You started talking about the Earth. It's okay.
Fortunately, I can close the Discord line the moment he starts chanting through me so that my audience gets the benefit of my learned position with regards to his zealot belief in a globe and how it's utilised with respect to the ground if he infers that he's drawing out a tangent in a reified mathematical abstract description with a circle dangling below a horizontal plane. Now, he definitely needs the horizontal plane because we're measuring angles from it, but it won't have a GP on the end of it, and it doesn't matter if I tell him 25 times, he will never listen, so he cannot respond to it. He just chants. Typical. That's why I despise these people. I hate them because this is how they treat us. I've learnt this stuff, I've learnt it, and I'm not even detailing a flat Earth. I'm detailing how his tangent plane gets transposed into hell at the equatorial plane. He can't tolerate me better educating him in his own stupid globe faith. Can't tolerate it. That's why I hate all of you. You're all scum.
Well, when you
Justified.
monologue long, it's very
Justified
hard
in
for
my
me to address
feeling
all your
completely
points.
justified.
And if you don't address
You're
the one
chanting
single
to me while
point
I
I
tell my
bring up,
audience that you're all scum. I won't even get to say it. I'm completely justified in describing you as scummy because you won't stop chanting through me. And what am I telling you? I'm telling you how your globe that you don't understand works with respect to equatorial planes at the centre for elevation angle measurements that you can't get from curved surfaces. You need to infer have come from tangent planes to transpose into hell. You're simply not listening. You're not interested in learning better how your globe works. You just want to go la 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 through the top of me telling you how a flat Earth's measured to give you your globe. You're simply not interested. You want your geometric gotcha. That's all you're interested in. Shout out to Theo Megawerty. Water boils at its boiling point, Roger duh. Okay, thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Price of Adam. Tangents. Where curve happens to if level wasn't flat. Level is flat. You need a tangent. They'll bend level at a later stage, Adam. Thank you for the super chat. Go ahead, John.
I was chocolate.
Or chocolate. Whoever.
That's all right. I know John was trying to get in. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying the reason he was asking is a tangent to be horizontal. He's trying to get into dip correction, where your eye level is tangent to the horizon. The point where surface level meets the sky. He wasn't going to define the words or anything. He just wanted you to say yes. Is what he was hoping you would do.
Oh, I think I see. So because I didn't, I see. So because his position, shyster-like position that he needed me to take wasn't fulfilled, he wasn't going to listen to any of the responses. I haven't achieved my ends, so therefore the opponent's not going to get to say anything without me listening to it. I'll chant through every word of it 8 times. Yeah. He failed miserably in his attempt to sucker me, and then he wouldn't listen to anything I had in response. So he wouldn't tolerate it. Yeah, that's kind of like throwing your dummy out the pram, not playing with the other kids because they've taken their ball away. Yeah, all these analogies of.
There is no horizontals on a sphere.
Thank you. See, Brian's my favorite.
At the point I stand at now, I can create a tangent if I'm on a sphere. I take one step forward and create another tangent. Which one of them horizontal? Answer: none of them. Because horizontal is a constant orientation. So how can the two of them be at different degrees to each other? Both of them be horizontal. They can't. And he certainly can't go into dip correction. Like, you're crazy.
I'm sorry. I keep hearing this word tangent. Isn't a tangent a straight line that meets a sphere at one point?
Yeah, single point.
So
Won't have a GP on the end of it.
That would right. So that would require a sphere, right? Well, surely they can't be asking about a tangent with a sphere that they're trying to actually prove, right? That can't be what it is because you need a sphere.
Oh, I see.
So why are you even asking about a
props.
tangent?
Hold on.
Chocolate, eh?
Yeah, chocolate's right on it. It's a straight up begging the question fallacy is what chocolate's pointing out. Carry on.
No, I mean that was the question. You're talking about. I mean the guy that asked about a tangent. What tangent?
To the sphere he's assuming in the first instance. The thing he's trying to prove, he's just assuming straight off the bat.
Okay.
So Nathan, they're constantly not listening or forgetting things. I mean, earlier we've already said this. We're using the horizon. It's referencing Earth's surface. We're using a sextant which has a horizon mirror, which is going to be utilizing the horizon to establish horizontal on sea level. Where's the problem?
No problem here. We're sitting pretty.
Roger Ledwell says you missed 2 more dirty dollars. And then I assume it's Roger Ledwell. Did I miss one of them? I'm really sorry if I missed that super chat. Nathan, what temperature does water boil? Depends where you are. 100 degrees at sea level. Thanks for the super chat. Thanks for both the super chats.
Yeah, the thing is, they want to get lost between the optical plane and the measured plane between what we see and what we conceptualize. They want to lose themselves in that so it can be a globe. So there's going to be a lot of non sequiturs come at you hard and fast because they're using two flat planes to try to describe a curve.
You said plane, John? Not the plane not the horizontal plane that the observer is standing on. Not that plane, is it?
Yeah, the one you get your measurement for elevation angles to Polaris to derive the system that creates the globe. You to then ask about that globe that's been utilised with flat Earth angle measurements and its tangency after you beg the question and, as rightly pointed out by Chocolate, affirm the consequent.
So I'm sorry. So the guy that or the institution or whoever it was that defined that elevation angle, I'm sure they weren't flat earthers per se. So where did they get the idea that we're measuring off of a horizontal plane? Where would you get that from if you think you live on a ball?
So it's an angle. It's an angle.
Right. Huh.
It has to be.
So being that he was able to get an angle off this horizontal plane, because that's what it is, right? A horizontal plane as opposed to a sphere. Yeah. Like I said, if he's a glober, why would he say that you're measuring off of a horizontal plane? That would be weird.
Yeah, obviously he's got a dangling globe beneath it that's completely surplus to requirements and not going to give you a GP on the surface. But, you know, he's asking because he needs just a little bit of flat Earth to get the measurement first. That's why he's got a tangent plane. It just doesn't work in respect to the ground. It hasn't got ground positions on it. It doesn't matter. I'll put that to the guy about 9 times, I believe. Anyway, I never get a response.
All right, what they need is for everyone to go ahead, for them to go ahead and concede the argument in their first statement. Right? They have to concede it in the first statement to be able to argue it in their next. That's the insanity of what we're dealing with.
Could it be that it's just round and you guys are wrong?
One more time?
Could it be that it's just round and you guys are wrong?
No, that would be impossible.
Okay, got it.
Round is not a sphere, anyway.
Hold on, who said that?
Blue. Yeah, Blue, I said that. Yeah.
You said it, sorry?
Blue, I said it, yeah.
I said it isn't much help. Can you just tell me your screen name?
Blue, you fucking retard. I said Blue said it. Me, Blue. BLUE. Like fucking.
Bite your tongue.
Fucking flatter retard.
Are you okay?
So let me get it
Like,
straight.
what the fuck is wrong with you? I literally just told you like 6 times you said it.
I just want to figure out who in a very large room of people was talking.
Me, Blue. I have a blue heart icon. You complete utter fucking moron.
Can someone remove Blue from the conversation, please?
Hey, fucking bitch, snitch. Hey, sugar.
He's very hot in
Bye, Blue. Bye, Blue. Bye.
Well, the funny thing is, the funny thing is, if we're wrong, all the globe homes.
Hold on, John. Sorry to cut you off. We've got a few white knights. A few people who feel they need to ejaculate into this conversation. Cheerlead. Maybe give us some evidence of your stupid, idiotic belief in a globe. Has anybody from this server ran pack full of presumably globe believers actually got any evidence for their stupid globe belief? Or are you just going to tolerate me, a flat earther, telling you how stupid you all are and going on and on and on about how we measure Earth flat for your stupid globe faith? No one going to challenge us on this? Or are you just going to sit there and be demeaned and berated by a flat earther for the whole hour that we're here live? What's going on? Have you got any proof for your belief? What's going on? You're just cheerleading for that dick that was swearing at me. Is that really all you've got?
Be a whole body of science and all of that stuff back in 2015. Where are they all?
Hey, I'll point something out right quick. The reason we know we're not wrong is because if we are wrong, every claim you make about the Earth is wrong also.
Explain.
If Earth's not flat, you're not going to get your measurements for the globe. The globe came from the flat Earth measurements. Therefore, every single win that the globers claim is only a win because they've derived the measurements to back engineer them onto a globe from the original measurements of a flat plane to Polaris. Ergo, every win they claim is a flat Earth win when they say they've won with the globe. Every time they say that the flat Earth loses, they're decrying the origin measurements of their globe faith. It's always a flat Earth win. Every measurement of a globe comes from a flat Earth. You can't not have a flat Earth to have a globe. That's why we're still here. Just draw a big fat line through us if we were actually dangerous. We're not. The premise of having a globe for you to believe in requires we measure Earth flat. This might be news to a lot of you. I don't care. Having spent 10 years being berated and told that I'm stupid, now I'm in a position to berate you bunch of morons for believing this crap about believing you're on a globe when the measurements that give you that faith came from a flat Earth. We know better. We looked into your religion, where you failed to because you're all dumb. Globe-believing dumb, like really dumb. Just go along with any old crap a priest tells you on telly.
It's like flipping a coin, but saying heads I win, tails you lose. Either way, flat Earth wins.
That's the thing about a false dichotomy. Yeah.
Roger Ledwell says, little boy blew his shot. I don't know. They want to shout and swear at me. That's what they want to do. Yeah? And call me an idiot because I can't figure out in a massive server full of people who's talking at any given moment while I'm running a live show and I've got like 25 different boxes open to run different programs.
That's pretty telling how they just shout out from the background. It's really painful. I know. I go through it every night with my son.
Yeah, you go, Blue.
Right, they won't say it.
Berate him because he's telling us we're stupid. Oh, girl.
Yeah, but doesn't that go back to the question that I asked before when you brought up the definition of an elevation angle? Right? That wasn't us that made that definition. Right? That was somebody who believes in the globe. That they're navigating the globe. Right? So your question, what if you guys are wrong? I think it's malformed.
Talk about the elevation angle as globe step one.
Precisely.
Facts.
You're on the plane.
That was excellently put. Hold on, Brian, because he just did that. That was such a good quip. Brian now gets the mic. Everyone else, shut up. Go ahead, Brian.
I'm just saying, you measure a horizontal plane, and then you go about talking about globe. That's how it works.
Facts.
You said it better the first time. Hold on. You said it better the first time. Flat Earth elevation angle measurement is globe step one. Spot on.
Oh yeah, step one. I didn't realize you want me to repeat that. Yeah.
That was epic. I shut everyone up for it. That was the best one-liner ever.
Wait a second. How can it be globe step one? Because Brian said horizontal plane. How is that globe step one?
Listen to them argue it.
Exists in reality.
Yesterday, you were. Hold on, let me answer him. Yesterday, you were listening to Bob the Science Guy, weren't you, Neil? You were here.
Yes, I want you.
Right. Do you remember when he referred to the latitude? Oh God, this is going to be painful. I can tell already. Remember when he referred to latitude, Neil? I'm leading you.
Yeah.
Right, that's yeah. That's a flat Earth measurement, the same that produced the globe claim of a radial value. That's 10th man rising in the chat. He says, "Shh, don't say 90." Good to have you, Ted.
Yeah, so the globe's
flat.
Man is here.
Go ahead, one deck.
Just saying the globe is flat and it was measured like that.
Yes. Go ahead, Brian. It was your point. You get to round this out.
I don't know much. That's step one, isn't it? Step one for all globe things starts with flat plane. That's step one. But the Earth you must treat the Earth as a flat plane before you can start talking about globe or inserting a globe mathematically.
Right.
Just wait it.
Then the second step is to disrespect the plane of reference you took the angle from by using the angle to supposedly debunk that plane of reference.
Step 3 then is to get someone you're talking to accept that you're after measuring a horizontal plane, even though you're talking about a globe.
That's too difficult. You can't achieve that. If all things were equal, you wouldn't be able to achieve that. That begging the question fallacy must be indoctrinated into people from birth in order for those first two steps to be overcome. In other words, you must have it in the mind's eye, the person that believes they're on a globe. It is definitely the case that we are on a globe. It goes without saying from the moment they can speak. That's how you overcome those first two steps.
Well,
how do you manage to get so much wrong?
The Earth isn't flat.
That's someone from. I'm going to give priority to the politics server. I hope you don't take it personally. Was that someone from politics?
Yes. How do you manage to get everything wrong?
It's just a baseless assertion and hand wave.
Great argument.
No, it's
Fantastic rebuttal.
Everything that you've said is completely wrong.
Everything you said was Polaris measurements.
No, latitudes are taken from the angle from the center of the Earth up or down from the equator.
Stop. Just reiterate what Brenda's just said. Elevation angle measurements are taken from the center of the Earth. End quote, Brenda.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
That's true.
The altitude angle, sometimes referred as solar elevation angle, describes how the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun. Okay, so I've got me on the ground and an imaginary line between me and the sun. That's one straight line. Okay, let's just read the rest of this definition of an elevation angle. And the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. According to Brenda, an idiot, someone else I despised, a disgusting human being who will undoubtedly chant through me as I point out how bloody wrong she is. Nobody is measuring angles from the centre of hell. He's just stupid. Say that angle measurements that are taken with respect to the horizontal plane the observer is standing on, as per the definition, are actually measured in the centre of hell. It's just ludicrous and infuriatingly wrong. She's got the gall to come here and tell me that everything I say is wrong, and she says we measure angles from a molten iron core in hell. No, we do not, you stupid idiot. Sit down, shut up. Don't tell me I'm wrong. We don't measure angles from hell. You're an idiot. Now, when the last guy challenged me, I pointed out to him that you'll take an angle that isn't capable of measurement from a curved surface with respect to a tangent plane and transpose it into hell. You think we actually stand in hell with sextant, do you? You stupid buffoon. How dare tell me I'm wrong. I'm not. You are. Idiotic, thinking you can get measurements in hell. How dare you? Bleeding outrage, these despicable scumbag people we despise are when they come here and tell us that we're wrong because we don't understand that angles are measured from hell. We're not wrong. You are. In more ways than one. I absolutely assure you of that, Brenda.
I was talking about latitudes, not elevation.
Now, sit down and shut up. What part of shut up you were wrong? They don't come from hell. Did you not understand?
I'm not wrong.
The discussion after telling me overtly before any claim came out of your mouth that I was wrong. No, I'm not. And with respect to the surface that must be flat, that's how they're measured and defined. You said they came from hell after declaring to my audience I was wrong off the cuff. I'm not. You are. We don't measure angles from hell. Sit down. Shut up.
You can do that from the surface.
Sit down and shut up.
You use the law.
That means I'm not going to tolerate a further conversation with you after demonstrating how wrong you are when you boldly declare how wrong I am off the cuff with an incorrect declaration without citation of measuring angles in hell. You are fundamentally incorrect, love. We don't measure angles from hell. We can't get angles from hell. Stop chanting through me. You don't get to take part in the conversation any further. After telling me I'm wrong off the cuff, I'm not. You are. Now you can shut up. That's an order, not a request.
Look, I'm talking about the definition of a latitude, and it's defined.
You belligerent moron. They don't get measured from hell. That's what you stated. After
That's how it's
declaring them
defined.
wrong, I've just defined them from sustainable by design as requiring a plane to stand on to measure them. You said
It's not an
measured from
authoritative source.
from
That's a
hell. No,
design
they don't.
website.
Now she's chanting through me. Yeah, belligerent moron I despise thinks she's got to talk through the host, who's telling her in no uncertain terms to shut her stupid mouth after insulting me. You don't get to come and tell me I'm wrong and then be demonstrably proven incorrect with your assertion that angles come from hell, end quote. No, they don't. That makes you wrong. That means you don't get to take part anymore. Not, oh no, what I really meant was, no, it means shut your stupid mouth. I'm telling you, as the righteous flat earther who had to correct you after your insubordination and incorrect assertion, I'm wrong. I'm not. You are. Now sit down and shut up.
It's hilarious how you pretend to be upset about all
Please
this.
serve me, Brenda. I do not want to talk to this belligerent.
Well, you should have let me explain.
Arsehole.
Let me
I
explain.
don't want to talk to her anymore. You don't get to come and tell me that I'm wrong, only to declare we get angles from hell, making you wrong. I've immediately proven how wrong you were, but off the cuff you were happy to open with a poisoning the well fallacy that was wrong. I'm not going to allow it. You don't get to play those dirty tricks with fallacies of poisoning the well by declaring to an audience immediately without any claim being made that I'm wrong, only to then claim that angles come from hell, end quote, you. You don't get to do that. When you do that, you get kicked out and you get told by the flat earther with righteous indignation to sod off.
You gotta read what that man just said in chat. That's funny.
Read it out then.
Well, I was going to ask Brian. Brian, how do you get your latitude if you're on the ocean?
You take an angle between the visible sea horizon and Polaris, and you do your dip correction, also known as height of eye correction, and you correct for what they call, incorrectly called, celestial refraction. That gives you your latitude. You can't, that's how latitude was originally defined. That's where it comes from. It doesn't come from the center of somebody's belief. Go on, Chocolate.
In that description of what you do to get an elevation angle, I didn't hear you say, quick, press the center of the Earth button so we can go to the center of the Earth and measure the same angle. I didn't hear you say that. Is that because nobody does that? I'm confused.
No, why would you need to go to the center of a globe belief when you've already gotten your measurement? Like, why would you, if you've just measured between the visible sea horizon and Polaris, you've done your height of light correction and the incorrectly claimed celestial refraction correction, why would you need to go anywhere then? You've just got your latitude. So why would you need to go to the center of a globe belief to get your latitude again?
You don't, you can't, and it's inferred so they can continue their globe belief after measuring a flat plane for the angles.
Yeah, step one, measure a horizontal plane.
Yeah, step one, measure a flat plane. Step two, take the plane that you didn't measure because you're claiming you've got a curved surface beneath your feet and put that non-measurement you didn't get in the center of hell. Yeah, we went through it about 20 minutes ago before Brenda came. She obviously wasn't listening.
It's actually worse than that. It's actually measure a massive horizontal stationary plane with celestials that move around above it. Then we assume that massive horizontal stationary plane is the equatorial plane of a globe Earth, right? At vernal equinox, which means that the equatorial plane extends out into what they call the celestial plane, giving you a much more massive and huge flat plane. And then you pre-assume that is stationary and that the celestials move above you. So even within their own paradigm, to do any of what even Brenda's on about, they must pre-assume they're on a massive stationary plane with moving celestials above them. That's what they must do.
Did you mention equinox?
If anyone actually understands this and goes through it, that's what they do. And that's what they must do to try and add in globe and celestial navigation and also astronomy and anywhere else. They must use a massive stationary, non-rotating plane with celestials that move at 15 degrees per hour, the background star field above them. So
Did you mention the vernal equinox just for the sake of completion? I don't know if you did mention it.
I did, yeah, I mentioned that. Yeah. Vernal equinox.
Excellent. Yeah, absolutely. You need to measure a flat Earth. Step one, measure flat Earth.
Well, you've got to mathematically, once you've measured Once you've been measuring off a massive stationary plane with celestials that move at 15 degrees per hour above you, you then must mathematically, right, create the exact same situation to create a rotating globe. Step 3. I mean, because step 2 is create the same situation, put yourself at the center of a globe. And step 3 then is to pre-assume that you're on a rotating curved surface, even though you've just twice, even though 2 times, you first with real world measurement, secondly with mathematics, you've proved yourself that you're not on that. I mean, that's what you have to do.
Well, first you have to, before step 2 in this description, you have to convince yourself the plane of reference that you just referenced to get your angle from is not a plane of reference.
Yeah,
you can move forward.
Al-Biruni, he's the best example of this, right? So Al-Biruni measures the height of the mountain with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. He takes 2 measurements so he can do his trig to calculate the height. He then goes up the mountain and infers that the horizontal plane of reference he just used to get the height actually curves away from the single point he's standing on the mountain at. Therefore, when he derives the differential calculation that he uses from surface level, he just measured flat for the height of the mountain, and eye level parallel with it, he can infer that the point he measures out at the distance, called the horizon, with the dip, is actually dipping because of a geometric inference based on the R value calculable with that dip at the dip angle to extract R. Ergo, he's violating the flat plane measurement he took to get the height to infer that the ground is no longer flat that he just measured. Exactly, John. Al-Biruni is the best example of that.
Eratosthenes too, because he didn't even need, to correct. He just used the ground straight up as the plane of reference to get the angle to the sun to deny the plane of reference that he just took his angle from.
Yep.
Yeah, Eratosthenes had to pre-assume that if the sun was X size and X distance away and it hit the surface of his globe paradigm with almost parallel light rays, that would explain the shadows we see in reality. But if the sun was small and local, then the Earth is flat. But unfortunately for them, the moon gives us the exact same shadows as the sun. That's a bit tricky for them. But they worked that into their maths. They've worked that into their maths.
Can I read what that man said?
It's really impossible to say what I'm trying to say, Neil, because you keep on coming in.
He's waiting. I was going to give him. I hadn't forgotten. I will give you a
impossible.
cue to do exactly that, Neil. Just round out your point, please, Brian.
There's no point. No point. Go on, Neil. Go on now.
I took the wrong tone. I was really into that, Brian. He's rumpus the wrong point at the conclusion that's got the most drama. The drama's been lost because he severed the drama. You need a horizontal plane of reference. Go ahead, Brian. Please don't let me try and tailor you back into it. Seems like you're already willing. Go ahead. Hopefully without interruption.
Right. Eratosthenes had to pre-assume the sun was a certain size and a certain distance using its angular size, angular sizes, things that don't exist in globe mathematics, to try and explain how if his pre-assumed globe was hit with almost parallel light rays from the sun, it would explain the shadows we see in reality. But if the sun is not this big, huge, far away thing, if it's more small and local, then the Earth is flat, right? But the problem they have as well is that the moon, full moon, gives us the exact same shadows as the sun, and it works perfectly with a sundial. Full moon, exactly the same, gives you the exact same shadows, exact same time as the sun.
Shadow.
Yeah. Bad moon shadow. Now, they have worked that into their maths secretly. Right? They've worked it into their maths that the divergent light from their moon hitting their globe surface will give them the exact same shadows within their paradigm. There's a tiny difference, but it's not enough to qualm about, let's just say. But basically, their moon gives them the exact same shadows as their sun. But the problem with that is this. So if we go by inference, at that point, I could claim, as a glober, well, the moon is really big and far away. The moon is 800,000 plus miles in diameter and 93 million miles away. And the sun is 35,000 miles away and 1 point whatever thousand miles in diameter. and they can't actually prove it wrong. They can't. Because the whole paradigm is based on the opposite. But that's based off of the shadows. The moon gives us the exact same shadows. So I could make the opposite claim and they can't do anything about it. I could also claim that both the moon and the sun are both really, really big and really far away. And they also can't argue against that. They have nothing against it. I could say that the moon and the sun are both small and local, and we live on a flat plane, based off of their claims concerning the shadows from both, from what they say about shadows, and they have no argument. They literally have nothing.
Yeah, they work exactly the same.
The moon gives us the exact same shadows as the sun. Ends their claim, ends their whole paradigm. Over.
Exactly. They're the same. They shouldn't be.
One second. Their paradigm started and ends with the claim of the sun and shadows.
Read out a couple of chat comments. So, Sultan Spin says, still no FE measurement. Yeah, Polaris. You seem like one of those chat commenters that's got their fingers in their ears going la 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 la. When I'm in the chat, I'll say to people who say, oh, there's no flat earth measurement. You point out what Polaris is and then point out that it's being discussed at that very moment on the show. And they'll say from the chat, I don't watch the show. While they're in the chat. I give it the chat. Anyway, Flattery says, I thought this was supposed to be a debate, not drama. No, it's not a debate. Flattery. It's us telling you, if you're a globe believer, what's what. Because we understand your globe religion better than you do. And we utilise your globe religion to point out how Earth must be measured flat for your globe religion. It's not a debate. Nothing we've discussed today is up for debate. Not in question. It's matter of fact. So we're here telling people what's what, as opposed to debate. People think there's a debate. That's why they challenge us and chant through us when we start correcting them on their nonsensical notions that require flat Earth to claim. That's not a debate. They think it is. That's why we're still here. In reality, we're telling people what's what. Shout out to... Who else we got in here? Let's just read a couple more chats. If this triggers anybody from the Discord server while I'm reading it. Globe. I'm going to get there, Neil. Globe, I was a split second from giving you your segue, making it seem natural. Globe peer review says, yeah, bring back 10th and his legendary celestial navigation presentations. Oh, right, that was really organic, me reading that out. Just happened to be a perfect segue for Neil, but he ruined it totally. Go ahead, Neil, after ruining my perfect segue that seemed natural until this moment.
You know, forget it. Just read it out.
I did. I was reading up the chat comments as what seemed to be a natural, it was going to be till you interrupted, segue into you reading out 10th's comments by getting up the chat comments, not having it be the first one I read, the third, from Globe Peer Review, where he says, yes, bring back 10th and his legendary celestial navigation presentations. That would be the ideal segue. And while I'm pointing out for a second time after a stony silence from you, you're rumpusing me, Neil. Thank you so much. I've given you a segue to read it out. And you left a stony silence. Now you're chanting through me repeating the same segue.
You know, it's impossible while I'm driving to do this. What the freak am I even here for?
That's a different excuse. Don't read it out if you're driving. We'll worry about what 10th man said another time when you pulled over.
I'm pulled over. They're in hell with an observer holding a sextant. That checks out. I thought it was funny.
Timing is everything, Neil. Timing is everything. In the chat, people would have laughed when 10th man delivered it, I'm sure.
You know, it makes a lot of sense that people would deny that an elevation angle has anything to do with elevation. You know, that's where we're at.
You mean the same people denying the ground is the ground when we're talking about the ground? Those people?
Yes.
I always be my favourite example. I must trim that out. I can prove Earth's a globe. Oh, really? How? Seismology proves Earth's a globe. Seismology needs a flat Earth to measure to reference the return angles with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. This isn't the ground we're talking about. No, we're measuring the ground. It was part of your claim a minute ago to say it was sphere-shaped. No, this is not the ground. This is merely conceptual. But you just said it was proving the ground was curving until we pointed out that you're measuring Earth flat. No, it's not the ground. Yeah, that's where we're at.
Or
it goes. It goes in 15, 20 seconds. You go from talking about the ground and how we're measuring it spherical to, oh, no. What I was talking about was conceptual. It's not the ground. Hilarious, man.
Same goes with celestial navigation. I can prove the Earth is a sphere. How can you prove it's a sphere, you say? With navigation. Obviously, we need a spherical coordinate system to navigate the ground. Really? What about measuring the elevation angle measurement in the first place? You need a flat plane of reference. We're not talking about the ground. We're navigating the ground. You know, it's conceptually, it's not the ground. It doesn't necessarily have to be the ground. A minute ago, it was you proving that we're on a sphere ground. Now I've pointed out that you've got to measure a flat Earth to get this process started. It's not the ground anymore, right? Oh, definitely not the ground now. Now we're measuring it flat. That's what we've got now in 2024.
Not that ground.
Not the globe. Correct, Neil.
Their ground. Yeah, it is their ground. You know,
That's right.
they've already accepted step 2. You know, disrespected the plane of reference. But they still want to take reference to it.
One last call for any triggered fundies in the Discord server that want to challenge us based on their globe belief. Wait for it, Discord. G+. Oh, well, we'll close out this live show in the absolute delight and joy of being berated by a flat earther perpetually for your incessant use of fallacies, globe belief, and general numpty deception that you've fallen into. Fun. But I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to Discord and G+ for making today's live show possible. But stay tuned if you are watching on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, because there will be an after show to follow. Unfortunately, though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So another massive thank you to all of you who smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley. Another massive thank you to Discord, Politics server, and G+ for making today's live show possible. Stay tuned if you're watching on an after show. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
Start telling them that gravity is not a force, right? I don't know. Maybe they should start.
No, he was saying that they should run around and tell them to stop telling people gravity is not a force.
Yes. You're right. Yes. Thank you. I knew I had it somewhere in there, but because it's been a while. But yeah, so you guys remember that, right? How long do you think it's going to be before somebody on that side decides maybe we should go around and tell the people that have defined an elevation angle and the people actually measuring this elevation angle that they should stop telling people that they're taking this off a horizontal plane and start telling them we're taking it off a sphere? Because it's funny when Brenda comes in and says, you guys are wrong, but we're going by the definition that your side is laid out. So maybe before you come tell us that, maybe you should go talk to them and work that out between yourselves.
Well, they do though. They all do that. They all, like, if we have a definition that's just based on reality and it's obviously supporting us, they literally go to wherever the definition came from and they contact people there, and they try and get it changed. They've done it over and over again. You know the GeoGebra? GeoGebra, the geometry app? Carl's Globe Earth Math, he literally said that he was going to contact GeoGebra, and the reason he was going to contact them was because when you zoom in really far on a circle on GeoGebra, it won't allow you to use the baseline, it won't allow you to use that circle. Even no matter how far you zoom in, it won't allow you to use it as the baseline for an angle. He literally said he was going to contact GeoGebra and get them to allow people to use a curved baseline for an angle.
What? Whoa. Hold on, bro. That's genius. So if the mechanisms within the software were going to get an angle from a curve, what would the software have to do before it could give you an answer?
I don't think it could.
No, it can. It can. There is a way they do it, but what would it have to do?
Have a tangent, perhaps? Single point?
Yes, it would have to, in the background, without showing you, right? It would do the tangent, and it would get a point, and then it would get the angle between the 2 points off the tangent. And it would just not show you, It'd be like, oh, I'm doing something over here, don't look. That's all that would be happening. It wouldn't change anything.
No, it's not possible to do. Like, I mean, if that happened, I know that I'd stop using GeoGebra anyway, because at that point...
Oh, my goodness, dude. Pay attention. See if you can follow this. I know it's hard.
What you just said...
Look, listen, pay attention. Let's see if you can follow this. Let's see if you can follow it, all right? They're just going to do it the same way they do it now, because it's the only way to do it. They're just going to hide the process from the front end. It's still going to go on in the back end of the programming. That's all I'm saying. So all that's going to happen if they succeed in allowing you to do that is just hiding the mechanism that's actually occurring in the software from the end user seeing it happen, even though it's still happening. So if they do that, they're admitting that they're wrong.
Yeah, I know, but if they did that, as I said, I just stop using it. I wouldn't use it anymore. Because it's not a geometry program at that point. It's violating geometry, so I just stopped using it.
Well, if they're not violating anything. They're not violating anything, dude.
Yeah, no, but they are, because they're trying to give you the impression that something is happening when they're actually hiding the tangent or the chord line. Which is what?
No, dude. Look. All we need is a disclaimer. I
understand what you're saying. I'm just telling you what I would do if that happened.
Yeah, that's fine. But we could just have a disclaimer, right? That says the way the sausage is made is being hidden for the benefit of the sensitivity of the religious beliefs of some of our viewers.
That's perfect, because it's true. Sausage being the tangent to...
you got me
up. Neil, it was objectionable to him, so I want to summarise so he understands that we've understood. When Brian says, no, I wouldn't use it because it's then violating a principle. No, it isn't violating any principle. They're just deceptively hiding it in a subtle way. Brian's already acknowledged it to let... who was it that was talking? Oh, it's AI, of course it is. What AI said, yeah. We understand. It wouldn't be violating in geometric principle. It's smoke and mirrors at that point. It can justify, oh, no, it's still tangential to it. We're not actually getting the angle from the curve. You can't. We draw in a tangent, but obviously when you're that zoomed in, you can't see the tangent. It just appears straight like it did anyway. Right?
Yeah, but the problem is at that point, you see, I understood exactly what AI said the very first time he said it. He didn't need to say it the second time. I understood it. And when I said I'm not using it after that because I don't see it as a geometry program after that, what I mean is that if anything you do after that on GeoGebra is in question. Are they showing you exactly what you're doing? Is the angle they're showing you the exact angle that, or have they got the actual angle in the background? At that point, there's no honesty, so I can't use it.
Yeah, Nathan, I need to cash in my $5 for 5 minutes of Brian being quiet. But what I'm trying to say is, dude, listen. All kinds of art programs. Listen.
Hold on, Brian. He's filling his own. He's filling his own example, which is good, with a bit of contention, which will drag it out and make it more dramatic. Just don't yield to it, Brian. Don't take the bait. Don't do it. Go ahead, AI.
Yes, for Brian's benefit, since he was gone, and so was Adam. And since the two of you were gone at the time, me and Quantum Eraser invented this idea to make Quantum Eraser and Nathan be able to afford yachts by the people in the audience paying money to shut the flat earthers off. So that's just a joke, an inside joke. But my point is this: there's tons of art programs, tons of vector programs that just do commands. They don't actually show you everything that's going on, and then you have to look in the subtext or the code to see what's actually happening. They're not deceiving anyone. They're just streamlining the process, right? Now, if they claimed you're getting a direct angle from a curve, like if that was explicit in the thing, then maybe you have a point. But if they're just hiding the process in the background, I mean, that's not necessarily something to stake your die on a hill on, in my opinion.
Right, John, you asked for an example. Earth curve calculations are an example of that.
No. I was going to give an example.
Okay.
In the Google Earth, when you look over at the cartoon image and you zoom into the map, and then you all of a sudden got Street View. If you look into the history of how that was developed, they had to invent a floating coordinate system that did exactly the same thing that AI just said.
Right, when you're looking at Street View, dealing with the Cartesian system, and it's got to be dealt with flat. Well, when you start in Google Earth, you start with a aim to be spherical view on a different coordinate system. So there's got to be a transposition from one to the other. When we covered this ages ago, probably 7 years ago, it was Arwin that caught it. And he showed how the scales would change. If you zoomed out to a certain point in the transition, you could hover across what they're claiming is a globe Earth if you keep zooming out. But the scales don't match. So as you move your view and look in the right-hand corner of what the scale is, it's all over the place, going up and down in terms of the scale. But then when you zoom in, there is an actual transition point where all the scales match up because it's transitioned into a flat Earth coordinate system, exactly as it's measured. You have to, as John, I think John's pointing out, right? You've got to create those smoke and mirrors. Right, you said, AI, that you just have a disclaimer that things have to be done in this way for the religious belief. Well, in the case of Google Earth, in John's example, there's no religious belief rhetoric in terms of what they're doing. They're just transitioning from a globe view cartoon to street view measured flat. So there's a bait and switch going on, isn't there?
For the purpose of religious rhetoric, I'm sure. So,
look, it's not like it's not disclaimed. Right, even in the giant 2-volume set of Geodesy by Helmert, it says that we can't get the Earth entirely, but we can take measurements and then put them through a law of transformation, right, to yield a result on the other end. Which factors of the law of transformation are based upon, right, a giant rotating body with a gravitational force, right? So they take those two assumptions and they filter their data through that cheese grater, and then they get cheese sauce on the other end, and then they drizzle it all over the globe nachos.
I was with you up to drizzling and nachos, but yes.
Hang on, Aoi, did you just say that Homer assumed a force of gravity?
No, Helmert. Helmert, the guy that wrote the 2-volume set, Mathematical Theories of Higher Geodesy, the Grand Poobah.
Glad you asked. I thought he said Homer too.
And how old are these volumes?
I'll post it. Hold on.
No, just need an age.
I don't know, so I have to find it.
If he's talking about gravity, it's presumably within.
It was Homer Simpson who proved the flat Earth.
What time, Duncan?
Okay.
Was it Dark Servant? Go one more time, Dark Servant. Savant, rather. Thanks.
And here you're all broken up.
Recently they promoted basically, I mean, there was I think the last episode, one of the last episodes of The Simpsons, it's like Homer Simpson basically in that cupola, in that basically in the dome. And yeah, like this is another.
Stop. Everyone, stop.
This is another thing.
No. Stop. The confusion is Homer, ancient Greece, not Homer Simpson. The guy we're talking about is not Homer. Either of the Homers, right? That's why Brian's like, when are these from? Because in his mind, he heard Homer and he's thinking, no, that's predating gravity. That's where he came from because he misheard him.
Man, like, listen here. Like, you see, sorry, sir. Like, the thing is, they are saying it. They are telling us that it's flat. Like, they are. Have you ever heard these songs like Californication from Red Hot Chili Peppers? Space might be a final frontier, but it's all made in a Hollywood basement, right? Then also Linkin Park made some allusions on it. Then you have, like, you see, like, Korn basically coming undone. You see the glass firmament, like, right? Then also you see in The Simpsons, basically. Then you see it in like even Elon Musk. Elon Musk is saying like that it's flat. Like, I mean, he's just taking the piece of NASA. Look, like, NASA requires like 60 billions to build a rocket. He sends it with like 1/4 of the price, just to show to the people that look, guys, there is something fraudulent in here. Then also he says like, it seems so real that it looks so fake, right? Then India, the Indian space program, like they literally like they send this CGI, clearly visible, like simulation, like cheap simulation. I'm telling you about like PS1 video games, and they show you that it's all fake. They take the piece. They want people to realize, to show to ridicule this space industry, basically, right? They show it like this, and basically they get paid by NASA also. I mean, not paid by NASA, but they can extract him tremendous amount of money from governments. Like, I'm telling you, this is a literal business. People like this, you see, like they just. So basically, like, they're kind of like whistleblowers, but they say, okay, we will not tell it explicitly, but we will do whatever we want with our company. So here you go, pay us. And here you go.
As much as
like,
I appreciate that,
that's the thing.
Okay. As much as I appreciate your foray into this subject, we wouldn't use any of those. I'll say me. I wouldn't use any of those as a standard to discuss the subject. We have a very different standard in terms of what we use to describe how the nature of the Earth that you're standing upon is flat. Because as much as
I clearly understand. No, I clearly understand. But like, this is the basically, like, you know, the marketing psychology basically of the flat Earth, right? It is kind of like, it's like this, you see, like, it's proven, the flat Earth is proven with science, but if most people don't understand this science, right? Because like educational systems are like, questionable, really questionable. And the thing is, like, big companies who figure out these things, like, you know, people figure out those things. They just make like, you know, like, they just make like a mockery of it. Even they explicitly, like, they contradict this thing, right? They do it on a business kind level, and they contradict.
Are they making a mockery? Pardon me. Are they making a mockery of the globe, or are they making a mockery of the measurements that the globe is based on?
No, they. You see, that's the thing. All of those companies which like promote the globe, for example, like the governmental agency NASA, they basically run this space program, right? And they are like, they made a business. Like, if the whole idea of space gets down, they lose their jobs. Like, they will be persecuted, man. That's the thing, and that's how much they defend this shit. However,
right, but that's the thing.
ahead,
I was
John.
just saying that's the thing.
Go ahead,
Sorry,
John.
John.
The thing is, right? Like you're going to measure gas pressure. You need a container for that. Well, if you want to assert a globe, well, let's make fun of the container. So if anybody points that out, we can say they're dumb and show a glass ceiling shattering, right?
Yeah, like Spaceballs, basically. Like in the movie Spaceballs, you see the basically every planet is like.
Stop. He's leading you somewhere before you launch into your Spaceballs example. Go ahead, John.
It's the second
T
step in
minus,
what
yeah,
we were
because
talking about.
whenever they launch a rocket in air, they say T minus. Why? Plane, planet. Plane, planet. Planet.
Okay, dude,
You get it?
we've heard.
T minus.
Guy, dude. Neil, now you're not going to help. He's trying to lead you somewhere, looking for a quick, yeah, that's right. Then he suggested.
No, I agree with you, sir. I actually agree with you.
Now you're interrupting me. I'm still talking. You just need to stop interrupting. He's leading you somewhere. You don't want to. You just like the sound of your own voice and want to keep giving your examples. He's actually going to lead you somewhere new. If you can listen to him, you're not listening to him. You just keep talking through him. Now, yeah, you might think you're on our side. I really don't like what you're doing. Now, you think you've got a really good endeavor on your hands.
Sir, I completely agree with you.
I'm not being subtle anymore. I'm going to get angry if you don't stop doing this.
But there's no need for anger, sir. Like,
oh my God.
If I may,
why
Nathan,
can't you shut up?
Nathan, this is the same LARPer from about 2 weeks ago. This is a LARP.
Just kick him out.
No, I'm not a LARPer. I am a flat earther. I believe in the flat earth. I know the earth is flat.
Nobody asked you that. I'm saying, don't want your incessant, non-stop examples when someone's trying to lead you in a different direction and they seek a quick affirmation from you with a closed question. That's not your invitation to babble on about a different example. Yeah? He's trying to lead you somewhere. Now, if you can't shut your mouth and he tries again, I'm going to ask the mod team just to remove you. I don't give a crap what they think you are in terms of LARPing. All I care about is that my audience gets to hear John's example once without you going on about your crap examples over and over again. Okay? I mean, shut up. It's not it's rhetorical. Don't answer me. Just keep your mouth shut and listen to the response. John, go ahead.
So you create the glass dome that you can shatter. And in the mind of the person who doesn't understand what you're trying to do, they see the idea of a container around to create the pressure you're breathing as absurd. So, where's your dome, flat earther? We hear that a lot. Where does that come from? Well, it comes from that false dichotomy of it's either a glass dome or it's a area of gas, or it's an area that gas isn't filling. Well, that's a false dichotomy. And that's what they want you to buy in to the false dichotomy and assert that. Don't point out that the gas pressure requires containment.
Are you able to show a container that has a pressure gradient in it?
Why'd you ask?
Well, because we would need a demonstration of that to know that we have a container on Earth, correct?
No, there's a positive claimant is actually the globe. They say there's a sky vacuum. I'm not making any claims. I boldly declare that I don't know what the sky is. But there is a positive claim. It's that there's a sky vacuum in violation of the antecedent-consequent relationship that exists always by way of a definition within the second law of thermodynamics of gas dispersion. Gas fills space, and you say there's space that gas isn't filling, violating that natural law. The positive claim, nearly there. Positive claim is the globe's claim, not mine. I don't have to justify anything.
All right, so if you say that there is a container of some sort, then that means that the gas pressure would all equalize, correct? There wouldn't be a gradient?
Well, like in a bottle garden.
So a static system. He's talking about a static system. We don't understand.
We don't live in a static system. We live in a dynamic system. You're not taught in school about the water cycle.
Yeah, I am. I just want to know. So, are you able to calculate like the work being done on the gas to keep it in
My
its
question.
gradient?
Sorry, you understand that we have
Is this the
cycles. You
same
asked me
volume?
about. I'm just talking to him.
Yes, it is.
I'm just talking to him. I'm just talking to him. G plus. What's your problem? No, you said we'd be in a static system. Wouldn't it all equalize? You asked. No. We live in a dynamic system. It seems you didn't understand that. No, that would overcome your question, though, wouldn't it?
So, what's keeping the gas from going up?
Meanwhile, having overcome your question, there's something I'm going to follow up. Having overcome your garbage question that made no sense and defied a high school education of dynamic systems. Nevertheless, we would all concede that there's an antecedent consequent relationship. That is to say, to be at pressure, you've got to press on something. And the sky vacuum won't be that. The positive claim that you guys with a globe faith make with regards to pressure and pressure gradients, all described with respect to a surface level, sea level. Yeah, those flat earth proofsies that you'll be using for gradients and pressure itself still does require containment for it to press on. I mean, I don't have to explain that. I mean, I'm overcoming your positive claim that we've got a sky vacuum. I'm debunking it by saying that. I mean, I've got to do anything. There's no burden on me here. It's just your claim of a sky vacuum is garbage and overcome by a law of nature where gas expands to fill volumes. If the sky's a volume, then gas would fill it and we'd all be dead.
So it doesn't matter if the system is dynamic or not. If the gas follows the laws of thermodynamics, it'll expand, which means it'll eventually equalize.
If it's expanding, it will expand into the sky vacuum and equalize, and we'd have no pressure. That's right.
No, I'm talking about the container.
Oh, have you heard an overcome using your own words and you feel you need to chant through me? Yeah, that's right. It would equalize with the sky vacuum and we'd all be dead. That's correct. Yeah, it would all equalize if there was a massive volume for gas to fill above our heads, like in your religion of a globe.
Like a container?
There isn't, and I haven't finished, but this is obviously troubling
like a
for
container?
him. I haven't finished talking, Fundy. Is it not fun having a flat earther point out that you just said it would all equalise, and I agreed that gas would equalise with the sky vacuum? We'd be dead. We'd have no gas because it would have all dispersed into it.
So how do you have a pressure gradient on Earth?
Are you asking me something? You don't seem to be conceding that I've just agreed to you, but it would debunk outer space. You don't seem to have acknowledged that in any way.
And it would also debunk the pressure gradient on the flat Earth.
Like you're doing now. You just chanted. Now you're not going to stop chanting. You defeated, I assume, because you don't seem to want to listen to me. You chanted through the middle of it, and now when I'm pointing out that you haven't actually listened or responded in any way, shape, or form to what I put to you, you've carried on chanting through me pointing that out. So do you want to just concede defeat? Yeah, gas would all equalise with the sky vacuum, proving that there is no sky vacuum. Outer space is fake. Do you want to concede that based on your own point you just made, or did you want to ask a new question and completely ignore it?
Only if you also concede that it would fill the gas in a flat Earth container, because gas pressure equalizes, even if it's a dynamic system.
No, we live in a dynamic system. I already overcame this.
Yeah, so explain
I already
how
overcame
the dynamic...
this. So
hold on,
I'm
dude,
just waiting for your
stop
concession.
talking through me.
So in other words, it's going to be rumpusing.
No,
No, you didn't concede as I asked you to. You told me that you'd conceded a point that you hadn't won. That's not conceding
you need
my
to
point
concede as well that it would fill the container.
And there he is chanting through me.
Earth.
Obviously, it's me interrupting him in the middle of my sentence. My bad. You said gas would expand to equilibrium. I agreed, but that debunks space. You didn't address that. You decided to turn it into a win of your own.
Because I never made the claim of space, Nathan.
Oh, so you don't think there's a sky vacuum? You're not a globe believer then?
I was just making a question.
You're not answering me.
Hold on.
Closed question.
So this is what you do. You try and obfuscate from the point that your shitty little container doesn't work in real life.
So he's obfuscated the closed question, and now it's an ad hominem. Please remove this person he lost.
What?
Yeah, remove him. That's right. You're being removed because you've obfuscated my closed question.
I have a quick question.
If you don't believe in a sky vacuum, I'm being told that I'm obfuscating.
That wasn't my claim, Nathan.
Now,
how do you guys explain why the aurora isn't everywhere on Earth and it's just in the north?
Chant through me summarising his loss to my audience because I've muted Discord. I'm not going to listen to him chanting through me after his humiliating loss. He won't concede. He'll just chant through inevitably, indefinitely, until what?
Do we have to do this much meta?
He hasn't got anything to respond to, having chanted through every word of it. No, you lost. Yeah, you say it equalised. Yeah, it equalised with your sky vacuum, mate. Bye-bye your argument. Bye-bye globe.
Okay, great.
It would equalize with the container, dude.
Can we stop this kitty little chit? So, how do you guys explain the aurora? Why it's in the north and nowhere else?
So it's a new Fundy. It's the old Fundy still chanting. It's the old Fundy still chanting.
Is this guy just here listening to himself? Like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Oh,
sorry.
Just
Are
claims
these two now
victory over
chanting in the middle
anything
of
and screams
my win?
about
I hadn't actually
Does he just dominate the room forever?
Can we mute some chanting Fundies, or am I G plus could add fuel to the fire? And I won. Yeah, let's fill space. That's right.
Nathan wins. Every we all.
And the chanting begins. Maybe you'll claim that you're not getting a
Your show is over.
Someone mute
You
the guy who
lost the
doesn't want to
fucking
tolerate my win
argument,
being
kiddo.
pointed out to the audience. They don't want to listen to you chanting through the top of me summarising my win. Yeah, the guy said gas would equalise. Yeah, it would. It would equalise with your sky vacuum, and we'd all be dead. Gas would fill the space in line with entropic law. That was my win.
Yeah. So
Chant away, lads.
Just for a clarification point, housekeeping. This is a guest-hosted show right now. Nathan's the guest host, so it's expected that he would dominate the conversation and curate and direct the conversation. If you're not intelligent enough to understand that, then maybe you should put yourself on mute because I don't think you're capable of participating. All right, thank you.
Also, when you appealed to the density gradient from sea level and then said that debunks your density gradient on your flat Earth, that was a self-contradictory sentence. A sentence. You contradicted yourself in the same sentence.
Can I ask a question? I don't know if it's prompt to move to another topic.
1 second. Just one moment.
Yes, Brian, hold on. Just let me get order. I will just summarise this point then. What was your name? From Discord?
Me? Pace down here.
Pace, as soon as Brian summarised, yes, you may. Thank you for being so polite. Hey, Brian.
Yeah, I won't be too long. Yeah, the whole lot is wrong. In a closed static system, you can create a gradient with just a change of temperature. But we live in a closed dynamic system, which means we don't just have a gradient, we have gas cycles and a moving heat source. But a closed static system, you just heat one end of that closed static system, and you will have a gradient within that system. Like what it is these people must deny the existence of temperature. And they must add G into PV equals nRT and remove the T. What they're claiming is PV equals nRG, even though they don't have the confidence in their G to claim it. They don't know what they're talking about. Like they come in with expansive questions again. Like, can you do the calculations on the work being done? This kind of rubbish. Not on when then they're going to turn around, and when you're not around, and I'm not around, and everyone else is not around, and they're going to claim gravity, force of gravity, something that's out of date since 1915, even within their own paradigm, and even if it wasn't, that has no relevance on gas behavior and nothing to do with officially nothing to do with the gas pressure gradient. No, so that's what they're dealing with. They come in with expansive questions, acting as if they know what they're talking about, talking as if they have information and knowledge, and they have nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Pace, go ahead. Dude from Discord, Pace, right?
Sorry. Yeah, there's a geomagnetic storm that's occurring today around noon or so, and there's only a partial area of Earth where you can see the aurora. I'm curious how the Earth's flat, but it takes on this circular type of zoning for this viewing. I put a source in side chat.
Sorry? Go ahead, one more time. There's a geomagnetic what?
Storm about to occur today. I put it in side chat. The aurora borealis, the phenomenon everybody's familiar with. Why does it take on a circular
There is this storm
region?
taking place.
Oh, hold on. I can get this one, Brian.
Hold on. I got clarity on this question before we... Hold on. What are you claiming? That aurora borealis proves sphericity? Is that what you're claiming?
No, I'm just curious why it takes on its affecting shape on Earth in this manner if it's flat.
It's malformed. Why would you infer that this would prove either way or anything? How is it that you want to use... I'm not quite done. How is it that you want to postulate aurora borealis proves something? What is it that you're suggesting?
Never suggested it did. I'm asking you why the phenomenon is circular on Earth.
Like the aurora borealis, that's
Unless
something
you
that occurs
deny
in the
that.
sky. I'm answering you. You're asking me about the circular nature of something in the sky because that proves something to do with the ground. I'm going to go with no. I'm going to go with no. You don't have to start getting triggered and immediately start talking to the middle of my sentence the minute I say no, because it's stupid. No, you see, this is in the sky. Yeah, that's the second time you've interrupted me, you triggered bitch. Shut your mouth. I'm addressing your stupid question. Close your fucking mic. No, Dumbo. It's in the sky. We're debating the ground. Do you understand the difference? It seems you have a question about what occurs in the sky with aurora borealis, like it's proving something to do with the ground. And when I ask you how, you say, well, I'm just asking you. What, about something in the sky? Did you not see the name above the door? Flat Earth debate? What is it?
This doesn't include the atmosphere?
Sky? You think, well, I'm telling you off, you need to talk? No, I'm berating you for your stupid question about the sky. Aurora Borealis isn't the ground, is it?
Are they disjoint or something?
Aurora Borealis is not the ground. Did you understand?
I did.
Statement of fact.
Yeah, thank you. So you have no comment, essentially.
No, my comment was that you're a stupid idiot who thinks the sky is the ground. There you go, there's my comment, stupid idiot. You thought that Aurora Borealis was the ground and proving flat or globe? Well, that's just because you're stupid, mate. There's my comment, you're an idiot.
All right,
any
that
other
was
questions,
easy.
idiot? Any other
Nope,
questions
not at all.
that don't revolve around the ground and in fact are about a phenomena in the sky?
Not
That's
at
not
all,
the ground,
sir.
Dumbo. There's my comment, you're a Dumbo. You like
Everybody
my comment,
enjoyed the
Dumbo?
show today, by the way.
They like me pointing out dumb questions get asked of us. That you don't even understand how it would be proving the ground's nature in any shape or form. You just want to ask me something about something occurring in the sky until I point out that's not the ground, making you stupid. And you want to ask my audience if they're enjoying my show? Yeah, they pay me. They give me money regularly. They definitely enjoy me telling idiots like you off. Because you're an idiot who thinks Aurora Borealis is a proof of the ground? Well, let me enlighten you, son. It's not the ground. I'll ask my audience if they're enjoying the show. I'm berating you for your stupidity as a flat earther.
I said
the
the
dumb
light show.
driver thinks Aurora Borealis is the ground, making you dumb. How'd you like those apples? You enjoying the show, Dumbo?
I said light show like the aurora due to the geomagnetic storm.
Can I just say something real quick? John, go ahead.
Yeah,
You were trying to get in for a while. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. The thing is, when you talk about geomagnetic, as demonstrated with the compass, you must level the compass to be able to measure this magnetic field with respect to a horizontal plane of reference, as shown by leveling the compass. So, all right, we're going to use geomagnetic, which is a flat plane, and how things appear in the sky with relation to what?
Flat plane.
Yeah, the descriptions will always be with respect to a flat plane. You can't get around it.
Yeah.
The guy earlier said something about circular. Circular is not spherical. Just so you know.
Yeah, hey,
Yeah, they do that a lot lately, Talk.
So is the sun
Let
a
me get this.
sphere? Like, how do you get this circle? So I'm asking you.
Is this the same guy?
Yep.
Is the sun the ground?
Sorry?
Is the sun ground?
It projects light on us. I'm just wondering if you have any idea of how it works.
No, that was a
you don't
closed
seem
question.
interested.
You failed to answer. Failed miserably. Closed question.
Okay.
Closed. Do you understand what a closed question is? That's rhetorical. Of course you don't. Is the sun ground?
Is it
Checking if
round?
you know where you are. Ground.
Or
That's right. We're in a flat Earth debate server, and you're asking me about the sun's sphericity, and I'm asking you in response if that's the ground. That's right. That's the situation. Yes, I'm having to take my time and tone with you because it seems you're slow. You're a standard rank and file slow believer, dumb as all hell, who's now responding before the conclusion. I haven't taken breath. I haven't paused, but he's responding already. Now I'm going to berate you. You're really stupid. You struggle to understand basic principles even after you've been humiliated with them. That is to say, we've already taken Aurora Borealis in the sky. Now you're onto the sun. I ask again of a Dumbo. Is that the ground? Closed question. Third attempt.
Am I allowed to provide non-one-word answers? And it seems weird if you don't
He doesn't
allow
know
it.
what a closed question is. Basic high school education failing him.
Mm.
It's a closed
Okay,
question, mate.
yeah.
That means it comes with a yes or no answer.
I'm not going to do that, sir. So we can skip me.
I'll do it for you then, Dumbo. No, the sun's not the ground, and here we are in a flat Earth debate with you asking us about the sun's sphericity. Yeah, that just makes you your standard rank and file dumb flat Earth opponent, aka globe believer. You're a muppet, mate. You don't understand the process here. We're talking about the ground. You're talking about lights in the sky and what phenomena of aurora borealis, and that proves what? You didn't know. You just had questions of me. Yeah, you're here asking us. Our learned opinion. You don't know what it proves. You're an umpty. You're standard stuff, mate. Not exceptional in any way. Fairly standard.
We use lights in the sky too, but they're for a purpose, are they not, Nathan?
Well, we measure angles to them and develop latitude systems with them to give these numpty idiots their globe belief. I mean, we've got to measure Earth flat to do that in practical application with things like the sun for navigation. This guy's just going to ask me about what pretty lights in the sky. Are we using the aurora borealis for navigation and mapping? Because I'm pretty sure the angle measurements come from a flat Earth and we've developed our known world flat with that system of measurement of those lights in the sky. He's not doing that. He's just asking me why aurora borealis work on a flat Earth. He's a complete idiot. He thinks he's being smart, though. And they all do. These people are just spies for their stupidity. Like this guy. He doesn't appreciate that I utterly despise his stupidity. No, it's an affront to me. It makes me gag how stupid this man is. But he genuinely, Dunning-Kruger style, doesn't even know how stupid he is. When he asks me why aurora borealis would work on a flat Earth. Malformed as all hell. He doesn't understand if I explain the fallacy. If I explain how malformed it is. He's not even going to listen. He's going to chant through me. He's a numpty.
So when I walked him through the steps of how malformed the question was, you don't think he understood any of that?
No, standard.
I don't think so.
Standard rank and file globe idiot.
File. Please, you guys can't get it right. Chewie would be real upset right now.
Brian, you're being too gracious by assuming that their problem is logical and can be fixed with elucidation of the logical process.
Lost every one of them at elucidation.
Checked out. I got you, AI.
Notice that's where the discussions ended.
What,
the point that he can't chant through us.
What I said was that you're wasting your time trying to use logic and knowledge and information. That's beyond the abilities of the people you're speaking to.
Even though we have an audience too.
They get educated as they start chanting their painful disbelief of our contradiction of their garbage statements. I mean, they'll start talking in a moment. I say no. I make a claim. I say no. This moment they hear it, I'm going to start talking immediately. Yeah. Share your pain.
I don't think it's that they're not capable. It's not that they're not capable.
Hold on, Chocolate. Is it chasing
Go.
Ghost or chasing GHZT? Go ahead.
Are we able to see this flat measurement in its entirety?
Yeah, I went through this right at the beginning of the show. I appreciate you probably weren't here. But,
You know what a point system is?
I was just literally answering you. I said, yeah. Do you think that's your turn?
Thank you,
Go
Nathan.
on, you
Thank you.
babble through
Thank
me.
you, sir.
Babble through me.
Thank you,
Just
sir.
make my example 100%
chant,
true. That I
Nathan.
just
Define
ranted about.
chant.
And continue to babble in through me
Keep
while
going,
I
baby.
point out that
Keep
you made
going.
my example 100% true. I literally haven't taken breath yet. He's still talking.
Oh my God, I'm
Told
never
him off
wrong.
for
I'm gonna
talking.
keep
He's
on
going to
talking. I'm
continue
just gonna
talking
keep on talking.
indefinitely. All I did was say yeah. I didn't answer the question yet, but he's detected that he's going to get absolutely
I know you
screwed
didn't answer the
globally.
question, but you're just
This
chanting.
is what we're getting. Non-stop chanting through the top of me. I said, yeah. You started talking, didn't you? Yeah, making my
Define
example.
chant, Nathan.
You talking through the top of me after I say yeah. Don't take breath. Start to answer the actual question to
right.
justify my answering in the affirmative. And before I've started, I've just said yeah. You started talking. That's chanting.
Okay, so can we get back to the question?
I was on it until you started chanting through me, and now we're on to defining what chanting is, rather than me getting to justify why I said yeah. You started talking immediately through me because you're a scumbag. It's one of the reasons I despise you.
My apologies, sir. My
I mean, it's not
apologies.
like I'm in the middle of this sentence and stating the
So,
fact that it's a justifiable reason to think you're scummy, your behaviour in the last 2 minutes.
okay.
But obviously,
Got you.
even though I've already told him his behaviour's scummy and I still haven't taken breath, he's going to continue with that behaviour, further
Maybe you should
justifying my
breathe, Nathan.
despising of him. And at this point, while I'm telling him, because he's continuing to exhibit the behaviour I despise, right, he's going
Right
to
on.
continue doing it indefinitely till what we've got farther and farther away from the point that was being made. What he thinks he's getting a win right now, doesn't he? Yeah, I was going to say, obviously the chanting will probably commence as soon as I get into this, that your radial value for a 3959 mile sphere Earth could be considered the entirety of the flat plane area of equal elevation used to get that definitely required R value for a globe belief in the form of an elevation angle measurement to Polaris. I mean, that's where it comes from. So you could say the entirety of the radial value of a globe Earth is a flat plane expanding out between a measurement at the equator and Polaris on a flat plane. So I'm pretty sure that that example of the entirety that I was asked for being answered in the affirmative with immediate chanting through the top of it, because these people are in a lot of pain, and a yeah answer is not going to end well for him and his globe belief, is it? Yeah, I've got a flat plane measurement of what you would call the entirety of your radial value. Obviously, a mic's been opened in the middle of me saying it. Chanting will begin. I definitely didn't take breath. Just heard a mic being opened in the middle of my sentence because someone's going to start chanting through the answer to the question that, yeah, 3959 radial value for a globe Earth. That's a flat Earth measurement. Do you want to call that the entirety?
Can you describe a point to me?
Why? Could you acknowledge the flat Earth measurement I just gave you in answer to your first question, or is it just hand wave dismissal, move on to the next question, that's irrelevant, non sequitur red herring, with your mic open as I object to it, basically with your mic open chanting by way of feedback? So you're not listening, you're waiting for your turn to talk with your mic over on. Why can't you mute? You're listening
Because I have to push the talk.
Looking at your fucking mute button like a total wanker, going, yeah, you're moaning about me sitting there on mute, waiting for my turn to talk. But what I'm really going to do is not actually mute like he's subtly, certainly telling him. Mute, you stupid idiot. Yeah? You haven't responded to me. You've asked me if I know what a point is, and now he's chanting again. Very telling. This is disturbing.
So a response is a chant? What are you talking about?
I'm answering you. You asked me what a point is, and
Dude,
I'm pointing out
all
that's
you
the
do is swivel. That's it.
When I've already responded in regards to measurements of entire planes that derive into R values for globe beliefs. I mean, that's an answer to your question. When I point out that you've got a non sequitur with your point, I open my line to Discord and you're still talking.
Okay.
You're not listening to me pointing out your fallacy. This is your MO. All you've got is when I respond to talk 100% of the time so that you don't have to respond to what I've put to you. That's all you've got. This is your only MO as a globe believer. It's absolutely pathetic. It's also an absolute justification for me as a flat earther to declare to the world openly and boldly that I despise you. And I am justified in despising you. This is why. You've asked me something, I've tried to answer. All I did was say, yeah, chanting ensues. Then it's justifying chanting. When I actually managed to get my answer across to you, you ignore it entirely and ask me what a point is. Non sequitur fallacy, red herring. I'm not going to acknowledge anything I've said. You don't respect what I've got to say. That's why I despise you. Hope that's clear.